go. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Everybody's on that, gonna do it like this. Yeah, we never look back. Oh, got the bodies on tap, put the body on it, get it cloudy on it. Got me on the right track, yeah, you got me on it. Gonna do it like this, cause that's the way we want it. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Gonna do it like this, yeah, we never look back. Oh, yeah. The shots in my tap, everybody's on that, getting cloudy on it. Yeah, we do it like this, cause I like it like that.
Introduce me, I'm the renegade. Ooh, every single night, I crave the taste. It's the adrenaline running through my game. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm fast at you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just fast at you. Look into my eyes, I'm not afraid. Take over my mind till it fades. Like a medicine, it keeps me safe. These neon lights lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm fast at you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just fast at you. Fast at you. I tell you the truth. I'm fast at you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just fast at you. I tell you the truth. Just faster than you. Just faster than you.
Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Oh, never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, Messiah. Gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. Picking up scars and I hold them close. They shut me down, but I got this fight. Shine a light on me when my heart goes dark. 'Cause I'll never lose faith now. I'm in the flames of an angel. Fire, fire, burn. Fire, fire. And even if I'm broken, I'm cold but my blood's not frozen. Fire, fire, burn. I'm dying to tell you I'm a I beat my fears, but I lost my dreams. And they say this fight isn't what it seems. Yeah, shoot 'em all down when my demons rise. Couldn't win, so I joined their side. Breathe it in till the day I die. And even if I'm broken, I'm cold but my blood's not frozen. Fire, fire, burn. I'm dying to tell you I'm a
I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. It's just I never thought you were sitting next to me. I don't understand. It's just I never seen you smile. You wanna make out, give me a second. It's just you never talk, I never listen. When do we fall in love? Make up your mind, honey, 'cause I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. You need a friend. I can't help this time. I'm in trouble. It's your eyes, I can't seem to focus. It doesn't matter 'cause you live a lie. You want attention from every guy in the park. But when you call, give you my heart, you rip it out. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not take a chance and I can't pretend to like you. I don't want your empathy, I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend I am. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a favorite place, you're at a leisurely place. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
Welcome to the war game.
You're no ally of mine. Your life is a kind of lie, and I know that I won't change your mind. We have no common ground, and we're never gonna figure it out. So don't get friendly, get angry. I'll bury you down by the bar. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a favorite place, you're at a leisurely place. Unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime, I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be someone. You got a voice, then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said
drift away until the day the world stops spinning. Oh, baby. Oh, 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 yeah, yeah. The stars falls around us, entwining us. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning, 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 until the day the world stops spinning. For the last time, this ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up, take a X, and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say done is why you sad. I said I just need the thing. Red tape, got too close, I hate the city. Black face, show you everything you need till you forget it back. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times, yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my. Follow me around.
isn't over yet. You lost one fight, but it's
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Hello everyone and welcome to another beautiful day of ESL 1 Germany powered by Intel. We've got another jam-packed day of Dota 2 ahead of us. So now as we begin our leisurely drive through our Mercedes-Benz pre-show, I'd like to welcome everyone here to the studio and joining us for the stream today. My name is Fluke and I'll be your host for this evening and the rest of the group stages as well. And now I've got my lovely panel back here joining me to my left. I've got Danog and I've got Godot here as well. Lads, are you guys excited for another day of beautiful European Dota?
I'm excited you got his name right for a change.
Yeah, not Kyo this time.
Yeah, it's looking good. We'll have some QO a little bit later, our favorite kimchi brethren, but we've got some good Dota as well for you today.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting. But before we start getting into today's Dota, let's have a look back at how yesterday went. So we had a big series, a big day for us yesterday, actually. We had 9 maps going, all 3 of those series going 3 mappers, and we had another relegation. We had another team going away from us here in ESL 1 Germany. Unfortunately for the boys of Tempo, they did lose out there 2-1, but I mean,
it was close.
It just felt like they didn't really show much outside of their comfort zone, right?
A little bit, but I felt like there was some good team play coming through from Hellraisers, probably punishing Tempo a little bit. They just seemed a little bit too much on the back foot a lot of the time, and against an Magnus, you really can't allow that to happen. I was thinking that lane would have gone horribly for Funnick, but he was able to salvage a lot out of it. And then this second series, that was the surprising one for me for the day. You know, Yellow Submarine, they're looking better and better as this tournament goes on.
Yeah, and I felt the first series they played against Secret was the hard one to really come into the tournament, right? I mean, after that, they've been doing pretty well. They beat Enigma, right?
Yep.
And now NIP. Now we got the OG versus Alliance showing up, and this was a pretty insane game to watch yesterday.
Yeah, that was such a hot series. We had OG and Alliance going the distance. That third map, just Nico Baby just going absolutely hack. S4 going hack as well, and everybody in that server was just insane to watch. And I'm so glad that we were able to experience that here for ESL 1 Germany. But now Alliance, they're our first teams in the playoffs. You know, we're expecting them to get a playoff slot, but being the first team in gives them a really big break heading into the playoffs. It gives them a lot of prep time, right?
And it gives them a lot of confidence because we heard in the post-game interview, they were like, we're going to crush Secret whenever we play them.
Yeah.
And that's what you want to see. You want to see the attitude there. So.
Yeah, it's the first team actually we've interviewed when we mentioned Secret. They're not like too
we're just going to have fun playing them, you know.
Yeah.
It's a good learning experience. No, we're going to
love
crush
that confidence.
Yeah.
And especially confidence coming from the mid laner in Limp as well, right? He just comes in and goes, nah, we're going to crush them. So I feel kind of scared for Nisha if he has to go up against the boys of Alliance. But let's have a look to see how our standings are going here at the start of day number 9. As we said, Alliance are our first team in the playoffs, so they're sitting there nice and shiny with a green little border around their name with a 3-0 scoreline as well. But today, we'll be seeing who our second team will be because Team Secret and Team Liquid will be going up against each other, who are currently sitting at 2-0 right now. And then OG, unfortunately, losing that series yesterday means they are sitting at 2-1, and they're going to have to play through another round here for ESL 1 Germany to get themselves that playoff slot. Mud Golems and Yellow Submarine are also in that pool as well, so maybe quivering the boots are OG having to play against these teams who are coming into some red hot form as well. And today we'll be seeing the rest of these 1-1 matches. Na'Vi, 5 men are sitting 1-1 as well. All those teams are looking to try and get towards that 2-1 scoreline. Viking GG, Windtrack as well. All the boys that we'll be seeing here today. Ninjas in Pajamas though, they lost their series yesterday and now they're sitting at 1-2. Only one series loss away from getting out of ESL 1 Germany. They joined the likes of Nigma there as well, which is probably not what people were expecting here at the end of the third round. So continue to roll forward and see which teams are out of the tournament so far. And unfortunately for Tempo and Extreme, there are 2 boys that are going to be leaving in round number 3 here with a 0-3 scoreline. Not what they wanted going into this tournament, but somebody's going to have to lose at the end of the day. But lads, I ask this every day. Is there anything unexpected from this? so far?
Probably the 1 and 2 from Nigma. I could see them being 2 and 1 at this point, but yeah, losing that first series to Yellow Submarine really kind of threw them off, it feels. They've lost a bit of their mojo, their attitude.
Yeah, I agree. Nigma's probably the only one that's the most surprising, I think.
Yellow Sub, I suppose, exceeding expectations.
Yeah. Well, it's mainly because we didn't really know about them. But they have been together for a while, and they're actually pretty decent in the CIS region. But yeah, there's other teams as well that's been surprising with just their play itself, and that's Windstrike. We'll be seeing them today against Na'Vi, which will be a pretty interesting matchup because they're both CIS teams, and I think they've been performing very well. I think Na'Vi was a little shaky when it comes to the drafting against the Liquid, but let's see how they go today.
Exactly. Well, speaking of these matchups, let's see how our day is going to evolve across the 3 series that we have today. Our first series of the day, we're going to have Viking GG and 5-man playing in their 1-and-1 round matches. And then, as Darcy said, we've got Na'Vi taking on Windstrike there. Both these teams are looking pretty hot right now. Let's see which one can get to the 2-and-1 scoreline. And then our super series for today will be Team Secret taking on Team Liquid for that 3-0 and the playoff slot here for ESL 1 Germany, joining Alliance in our playoffs already. I mean, I'm just super excited for that final series, boys. I can't really contain it. You know, yesterday I was excited for that OG Alliance series. It delivered on another level that I wasn't expecting, and I'm just hoping that this Team Secret Liquid series is going to be a 3-mapper as well.
I hope so as well. Could this be the first series that Secret loses on this patch? Because they haven't lost for 2 months. The last time they lost a series was 4 months ago, which is just an insane amount of time, considering all the tournaments that have been going on within the EU and CIS regions.
Yeah, that being said, over the months, I believe 5-month period, 8 tournaments that Secret has played, Liquid has taken actually 2 series out of the 5 series that Secret has lost in the past. As you said, not in the recent patch, but I'm thinking perhaps they have a good playstyle against Secret's kind of style, and that might be one of the factors why they have been taking games off Secret in the past.
Yeah, they've taken, even during this unstoppable Secret run, Liquid have taken a game off of them, but it's just so hard to take a full series, and that wasn't even in their unbeatable grand final clean sweeps.
Exactly, and that's where we're going to have to wait and see if Secret can continue that clean sweep here for the Grand Finals, if they ever make it here for ESL 1 Germany. But as we left you guys yesterday, we had our Mercedes-Benz MVP top 4, and let's see today if it has changed the standings at all. We had the boy Matumba Man sitting at the top. Looks like he's still there. Miracle's in the 2nd slot as well. Lil was in the 3rd slot, and let's see if Iceberg has changed. Nisha's back into the top 4 here, boys, so it looks like our Team Secret might be making a little bit of a push there, but I mean, it's not really too far out of expectations here. A lot of core players coming in here, you know, representing the supports there. But a lot of the times when you look at a tournament like this, you see the teams that are in there, you're expecting 3 of these players to be in there, right?
I mean, Miracle, surely. Everyone's expecting that. Matumba Man, I wasn't actually expecting him to be top 1 for a while now because I never really thought of him as a player that would be showcasing kind of the same kind of impact as Miracle, for example. But I guess Miracle was more about 2016, 2017. Matumba Man now with Secret, obviously you get that big branding exposure, as well as his hero pool is pretty interesting to see in the game. So
yeah, you see the Lone Druid come out for him, the position 1 Nature's Prophet, which we don't see all that often. And yeah, I'm loving seeing it. I feel people really connect with like the feel-good story of, you know, he was on Chaos Esports during TI, he gets knocked out in last place. You know, it's like, oh, he's down in the dumps. What happened to the Matu we know and love? And now he looks nearly unstoppable.
Yeah,
exactly.
I agree.
Well, you lads started out ESL 1 Germany with an unstoppable prediction streak, but you guys, unfortunately, have really started to fall by the wayside and look a little lackluster. So, for today, we're going to have another Dota line trivia, so you lads might have a little bit of redemption here on the panel. You guys are 0-2 so far. You guys have been sucking at this pretty hard, so let's see if you guys can improve a little bit today. You guys ready for this one? All right, let me get up my my lines. All right, our line for today. It's an interesting one. It's a pretty easy one, I feel like, personally.
Oh, here we go.
I now have all the sexy.
Okay, well, I hope that is not what it sounds like, because Dota's sound design is very good, and that would get you fired.
That was very good.
I now have all the sexy.
I now have all the sexy.
That's like DP when you're saying that.
Oh, the music as well. It makes it even more suspenseful. I now have all the sexy.
Yes.
Can we get like a hint?
No.
Like a
I'm going to need a hint,
hero?
I'll tell you that much.
The hint is the capitalization.
Oh, is it troll?
It's that voice. Surely not.
Last time I told you guys, the voices are there to throw you off.
Troll.
What about you, Darcy?
I have no idea.
The capitalization. The capitalization is the biggest hint I can give you guys.
Troll yells a lot. Oh, Mars.
Darcy.
I have no idea, so I'll just go with DP.
One of those two.
You're going to go with DP?
Yeah.
Can I get new panelists, please, production?
Yeah,
Oh my god, what
These
is it?
guys suck.
What is
it's
it?
Wraith King.
Oh, but
This is his platinum tier voice line for Dota Plus.
we're not one hero spammers. Well, not anymore. But, you know, you are a Wraith King spammer.
Yes.
I probably should have seen this coming. It's been what?
I mean, the
Techies
voice
and Wraith King.
is the biggest throw off. Seriously.
Like, come
I
on.
don't want to hear you say these quotes
The
anymore.
capitalization is the biggest indicator because all of his Dota Plus, or all of his voice lines, he
true.
yells.
Yeah.
They're all in capitalization.
I mean, so does Mars.
They're not capitalized in game
Yeah, they're
though.
not. No, he's right.
I mean,
All these
he's
voice
yelling
lines are
at all, though.
capitalized.
yeah.
Ah, you guys are so bad.
Well, I just don't play brainless heroes, you know. So Techies is one, Wraith King's another.
Maybe you guys just need to play more heroes than Winter Wyvern.
I do. I play Snapfire now.
Oh, looks like the support main unfortunately has expanded his hero puddle to 2 now. So congratulations to Matt here on the panel. But I just would like to remind you guys that we do have social media where you guys can tweet at us and let us know if you guys are really good at these hero voice lines and you guys can do better than my panel. Because right now they're looking like they're going to get replaced. So let's see if you guys can get on top of my panels here, Twitter, Facebook. Make sure you guys do use the hashtag ESL1. But now it is the pre-show done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. So that means we're going to go to another short break. And on the other side of this, we'll have our first series of today. It is going to be Viking GG taking on 5 men. Make sure you don't miss it.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on. Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0, isotonic, containing vitamins, and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0, always a bit more refreshed.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
See, I told you guys it was only going to be a short break, so welcome back here to ESL 1 Germany. We're getting prepared here for our pre-series with Viking GG taking on 5men in their 1-1 series here in the Swiss format of ESL 1 Germany. Both these teams looking for a series victory. Neither of these teams want to put themselves one step towards elimination. Now, as we start getting ready for this series, lads, is there anything interesting that we're expecting from this series?
I think it's going to go down heavily towards the draft because with the way that 5men play, it was a criticism that Lacoste actually had about how Tempo play. It's kind of obvious, you know, they put everything into the way that Ace can try and hard carry with these late game styles. He goes Battle Fury much more than anyone else in this tournament, and it's just dependent on Chesty absolutely crushing that mid lane lineup so that he has the space on Ace to carry out and win the game.
Yeah, and to be honest, with Viking GG, even though they have a very flexible hero pool with their individuals, I feel they're kind of predictable in a sense, especially in the OG game. It really showed that they were all in on the Slider offlane pick. OG knew exactly how to deal with it, and they just lost 2-0, even though they did have a strong performance regardless. I felt the drafting was the downfall because they made it way too easy for them to be read by OG. So I hope they kind of switch it up a little bit here.
Well, you know, the counter to that OG used against Viking GG was this Treant and the Arc Warden. And you look on the side here at 5men, that's what Ace was first known for, right? Was his Arc Warden play. So I'm sure 5men would have looked at that replays for OG and realized that maybe this is the way that you need to play against this Slider, and then they can, you know, probably pull it out themselves, because I'm sure Ace is more than happy to continue to play this Arc Warden in that safe lane, and then that's where it really puts that emphasis, like you said, Matt, for 5men on Ace to carry the game for them.
Yeah, and this was the second series that they played against Extremum. RIP, unfortunately, out of the tournament now, but it was some solid performances coming through from a lot of the lesser appreciated players on the team. Paladai is doing some fantastic work, being his sneaky little witch doctor, and as well, it was just so hard for them to find and kill. Some Chronospheres, you know, could have been better. You know, some good placements as well by the Pugna there to make sure that Extremum weren't taking the worst out of that team fight. But I think there's definitely a lot of room for improvement for the 5men.
Yeah, most definitely.
What about on the other side of this then? You know, Viking GG came into this tournament with probably higher expectations than what we expected, but you know, now they obviously played against OG. They got dismantled a little bit by using that Slider quite a lot here, but going into this series, do you feel like they're a little bit more favorites, Darcy?
Yeah,
to
I think
continue
so
to the form that they were before?
Yeah, for sure. I think one thing I'm thinking right now is maybe they haven't really showed us all their cards, because they've only really performed what they've been playing in the BTS Pro Series, and they've played a lot of things before. We've only really seen the negative armor strat with the Shadow Fiend mid, and majority of the time they pair it up with the Slider offlane. They haven't really showed the Beastmaster, they haven't really showed these heroes that Toby excels at in the offlane, and I think as well their hero pool in the position 5 might be one of the best coming into this tournament. He plays all these micro-intensive heroes, these nuisance heroes such as the Chan, the Enchantress, the Io, and we haven't really seen that yet.
Yeah, and from Aramis as well, he's got a few unconventional things. I think probably Seeker are the only ones that run it as well, like the Spirit Breaker as well.
Yeah.
Them and OG are really the ones that are pioneering that hyper-aggressive style to enable, you know, the POS 5 to also have a big impact.
Exactly. Well, we talked a lot about Viking GG, so let's talk a little bit more about 5men, because we have our post-series interview here with Zibe from 5men. So Zibe, mate, just like to say first off, good luck here for your series up against Viking GG. I want to ask you a little bit of a different question. I've been told that you're an ex-Hon player, so I have a question for you. If you could port one Hon hero into Dota, which one would it be?
That's an easy question. Chipper.
Oh,
the Chipper.
Good man.
That's what everyone says. It's like I never played Hon, so I never got the honor of playing such a good game. But you know, that's basically the one hero. So, all right, expected.
Yeah, Chipper, Bombardier. I like that a lot. You know, the global ulti is really nice, and yeah, there's definitely a few other ones. Zephyr would be really cool.
Yeah, I kind of.
You're putting on all of my signatures right now.
Yes, just first of all, happy birthday, by the way. And on top of that,
Thank you.
I was wondering, because you're going into a series against Viking GG, they've been together for a long time. I don't really want you guys to reveal your strats on stream, so I was going to ask a more simple question. Are you guys confident going into this matchup? Because they're kind of easy to read as a team. They've been playing a lot of the similar heroes in this particular tournament, so what's your thoughts?
I think we have a pretty good read on Viking strategically, and I honestly think that Misery very rarely gets outdrafted. So it's gonna come down to how we play. That's how I look at it. If we play well, we can beat them. We can beat any team, maybe except for Secret, if we play well. And if we don't play well, any team can beat us. So that's just how it is at the end of the day.
I don't know if I like that attitude. You got to see we got to beat Secret as well. You know, any team is beatable. But, you know, good to hear that you've got the confidence against most of the teams in the tournament. And as Godot mentioned, it is your birthday. So, again, happy birthday for you. And I thought I would come a little bit prepared. I went online. I bought a $5 instrument. So I would like to play you a little bit of a song, if that's all right, because I can't be there in person to do it for you. I'm a little nervous, so you might have to bear with me. All right, here we go. Hey! Hopefully you enjoyed that. I mean, it's not much, but at least my international music career is launching off based on it.
Thanks.
No worries, man. Best of luck in the tournament. Best of luck in this series. I think you've got a really good shot, and hopefully for your guys' sake, you can catch Viking GG off guard.
I hope so too. Thank you a lot.
It's good to hear from you, Zube, and we'll let you go here for your series, and good luck again.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Well, Cardi B, Nicki Minaj, I am available if you ever do need someone. You know, my rate might have gone up a little bit based off this, but, you know, talent's talent.
Ever since you told me about this recorder, I was dreading
I
the
nailed
day.
it. I nailed it.
I was dreading the day. You did nail it. Okay, I'll give you that one, but it's just not. It's not a happy sound, dude. It's just not it.
What is a happy sound? You impersonating Wraith King sounding like a woman?
Exactly. Yeah. That sounds happy to me.
That does not sound happy at all.
Waifu Wraith King next persona. Let's get it done, Valve. Let's get it done.
That is possible.
Let's start talking a little bit more about Viking GG. We heard a little bit there from Zibe. It's an interesting thing to touch on the fact that this Slardar was going into this tournament one of the most successful heroes, right? They played it quite a lot. Toby plays it extremely well, but it seems now that OG have kind of figured it out a little bit. Do you think that coming into this series that Viking have kind of gone in the reverse card again, where they just go, you know, somebody's figured out our Slardar, so we're going to figure out how to beat the counter to the Slardar counter?
I think it's just as simple as you can pick up the Slardar in the second phase. Sure, they might run the risk of banning it, but I feel like for Toby, he's got a wide enough hero pool that he can just play something that isn't that. You know, if it's a good Slardar game, pick it, but don't use that as your, I call it like your one wood, your go-to every single time. You don't ever want to be too predictable.
Yeah, another thing to mention is they have used the Slardar in the safe lane, I believe, as well, so they weren't really taking that approach when it came to the OG series, but they could have gone for that, and it would have been okay, because then Toby can play these more unorthodox heroes in the offlane to just really destroy the ranged cores that you normally tend to pick against the Slardar, right?
Yeah, and in these past 3 series that they've played on this patch, the Viking GG and the 5-men, it's been 2 in favor of Viking and 2 in favor of 5-men, but they've all been 2-0s. So it's really, I think it goes down to the draft. I think if Viking let 5-men get what they want, they're going to be playing from the back foot, but I think it's pretty easy to read, in my opinion at least, what the 5-men want to do.
Exactly. Well, we heard from Zibe there in our live interview, so now we've caught up with Viking GG before the tournament, so we'll hear from them now.
Hey guys, we're here with Celery from Viking GG. Sir, thank you so much for joining us.
Yep, no problem.
All right, so Viking GG, you know, you guys used to be a tier 2 team. Now a lot of guys starting to say that you're becoming tier 1 or are tier 1. How do you feel? Do you feel like you're a top tier team these days?
I wouldn't say we're tier 1 yet. It's a bit weird nowadays with how to define the tiers. You have secret, then you have tier 1 teams, and then tier 2 teams. I think we're a bit in between tier 1 and tier 2, I guess. We're getting closer.
All right. Well, you guys are in the spotlight a lot these days. Can you tell us a little bit more about your boys on the team? Who on the team do you think is the best player?
You know, I would say Toby. He has 3 different accounts that are all 9.5k plus on rating, 9500. So 1 10k account. He's a little bit insane.
Any facts about some fellow teammates that you could share with us?
Facts. I mean, we have the
just
only
tell us about 'em.
Austrian Dota. We have the only Austrian Dota player. That's also Toby.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
In fact, we also have 2 Dutch players. It's pretty rare nowadays.
Yeah. Very diverse. So this Immortal Faith guy, a lot of people know him from making guides in the game. I want to know, do you use his guides, or is he mostly there to coach you guys?
I've never used a guide in game myself, so I always close. You have this little tab in the items that you can close with the guides. I always insta close it when the game starts. So it's not that I don't think his guides are good. I've never used a guide. It's just weird for me. I'm like, what is this screen? Get rid of it.
All right. In the last tournament, you guys had this incredible courier steal, 3 items from Roshan, if you remember that. Is he now part of the team, and what is this prize pool split?
Wait, is the courier now part of the team?
Yeah, I mean, he played pretty well in the last tournament. He crushed it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, at first I was controlling him, but then during the Roche fight, I guess he took over. He just picked up all the items. He's
So he doesn't get a prize pool split at all?
Yeah, he'll get a few percent. You did a good job.
Okay. That's great. So you guys crushed your last tournament, and I was wondering if you think that you can keep that momentum here, and are you going to be the team that finally takes down Team Secret?
In taking down Team Secret is the hardest part, but the momentum is definitely going to help. I mean, winning before the next tournament is always great. It's been a while since we won a tournament, since we've only been playing at these bigger tournaments. But I think almost every team has that issue right now, because it's only Secret that is winning. So getting the momentum is the hardest part. But luckily we played a bit of a smaller tournament. It was still very tough, but the momentum is going to be very helpful for us.
All right. Well, we hope to see that momentum through this tournament. I got to say, this is one of the first times we've done an interview, and it has been an absolute pleasure. You are a joy to talk to, man. Thank you so much for your time.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. Have a good one.
Interesting strat there from Viking GG, having a 6-man roster. Pretty interesting. A lot of these other teams only have 5-man rosters, but maybe that might be what tips them over the line here against 5-men.
6-men versus 5-men.
A little unfair.
I mean, does a courier count as a man?
Yeah, why not? It depends which one you got. I've got the, and this isn't, being non-PG, but it's called the Shitty Wizard Courier.
Yeah,
I've got that.
Mention, me too.
Yep. All right. You guys are just flexing cool couriers on me, but let's see if Viking GG have some cool couriers. So I asked this question a little bit beforehand, but I want to go a little bit more specific. What about these hero picks? We talked about this Sada a little bit here for Viking GG. Do we see if 5-men take a leaf out of OG's book and try and fall back to that Arc Warden and the Train Protector, or are we going to see maybe like kind of a game of cat and mouse here between these first 2 teams, especially in this first draft?
I think in particular, when it comes to Vikings drafting, they're not restricted to the slaughter. It felt like they were in these series because they kept going with it. But like I said before, it might be just to not show too many cards right now. And it'll be an easier win going up against 5-man if they reveal something that will surprise them compared to if they were to use it against OG, who is a more experienced team as well as more faster as a playstyle.
I think going into this series, Vikings should be feeling very confident.
Oh, yeah.
I think they should... If I was them, and yes, you don't want to, save your strats for too long, but I would not pick the Slaughter at all. I want that just to be out of everyone's mind. Because kind of like we saw in the Alliance versus OG Game 3, if you're going back into like this Phantom Assassin strat, you just pick a Morphling Earthshaker, you've got that True Strike, people forget about it, and you can catch people off guard when you do go back to the tried and true things that work for you.
Well, it does feel like this series is all going to come down to the draft, so that means we're going to have to wait for the first draft to be done and dusted. So we heard your guys' cries. That means you guys want to see more ads, so we're going to be pumping out another set here for you guys as we get ready for game number 1 draft between Viking GG and the 5-men.
It's the adrenaline running through my gait. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster than you. Look into my eyes. I'm not afraid. Take over my mind till it fades. Like a medicine, it keeps me safe. These neon lights lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster than you. Faster than you. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster than you. I tell you the truth. Just faster than you. Just faster than you.
Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy.
Can't say why.
Welcome back, everyone, here at ESL 1 Germany. Our series number 1 is about to get underway. Viking GG and 5 men are facing off here in the server in a best of 3 series. Winner goes 2-1, loser goes 1-2. I bet you which one of those numbers I want to be a part of. The 2-1. Sounds way better than 1 and 2. Am I right? I'm
Yes.
right, guys. I'm
Yes,
right.
it does sound better. Big number, good. Just like 6 men better, 5 men.
Exactly. It's simple. Dota's simple, guys. All you have to do is realize big number, better small number, 6 men, better 5 men.
Very good.
Just like we learned yesterday that a submarine is better than ninjas.
Yes, that is true.
But now the
There we
draft
go.
is ahead of us, boys. We're a little bit deep into this one, so let's start unpacking it as we go.
Interesting. I mean, they open up with the Venge, which they have used in the past, but they've went with the Medusa approach instead of the Drow.
That's common for Viking, for them to do. The thing I'm most confused about is 5 men. With their bans, in that previous series that they won 2-0 against Viking, they opened Lina Tiny both times. Because Jesse loves playing the Tiny, it's his most favorite hero by far, and Misery, he's really good on that Lina as well. So for them to take that out of the pool, when they've got the first pick, by the way, is a little odd to me.
I'm not too sure about Lina. I think it just...
If it works against a team, it works against a team.
Sure. I mean, they might have developed that, and
New
because they
hero
have played
pop
against
champ.
they might just change their other hero picks to deal with the Lina lane. But
do you feel
Medusa here is pretty good because they can play it in the safe lane as well as the mids.
Do you feel like this is like specific for Mana Drain? Is that why they're picking the Lion to deal with Medusa?
This is a
Hell
Pylite die X hero. He used to play this hero all the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
He's gone
also
away
plays
from
it
it
as
in a
well.
huge
Misery
way.
plays it as a 4 as well.
He does.
I've
That's
seen it a
true.
few times. Do I feel like it's much more of a 4 than a 5 though? Because we haven't seen this hero at all in recent times for a good reason, because he needs that Blink Dagger or that 8th Lens to try and make himself work, and he's very, very squishy as well.
Well, the thing here is the Nature's Prophet is a flexi pick, right? So the line can still be a 4 or a 5. It doesn't really suit Paladai's most relative heroes because it's more medic type heroes, so perhaps it might be a position 4 line in that scenario, and it'll be pretty nice pair up with the Mars. The problem here is it seems like Clock's been left until the second phase and they've already picked it up, and it's a really good Clockwork game. They can pair it up in the safe lane with the Medusa if they want to do something else with the Venge, but that doesn't seem like it's going to be the case because now we have an Undying that can be position 5, it can be position 3 perhaps even. Toby has a really unorthodox heroes pool, so I wouldn't be surprised if he actually plays this hero as well.
Yeah, and I think if you put it in that pos 3 role, then you can go this more greedy style. You know, you see Guardian Greaves into Aghanim Scepter, for example, and you just be that huge frontliner that a Medusa needs to be able to just sit back and right-click, especially with the assistance coming through from the Venge. But we're seeing a Zeus, they're saying, we don't want to let it get to that stage.
Well, this is no surprise as well. We actually saw this in the game against NIP, I believe. They played this global strat. They played really well that game. I think that was the first game of the series against NIP, and they were quite behind early game. They managed to make these Furin rotations paired up with the position 4. They got a lot of reactions, which forced the enemy to play a little bit more reactive and passive, and that allowed them to get back into the mid game.
And then they lost a couple of crappy Roche fights and lost, but, you know, you can't put that entirely onto the draft, you know. They do have good team fight, though, with this Mars. You know, it's going to allow the Lion and the Zeus a little bit of safety, but I don't think you can have the Mars be the one and only, right? The one that can just stand in on the front lines. And honestly, to pick a Dusa into a Mars as well is a little bit risky.
The way I see this game is we got Viking GG, which is a little immobile as a lineup, but they obviously have very fast timings if the Medusa comes online, and I think he's going to have a decent start. And they have very strong lanes as well when it comes to Viking GG. But on top of that, it's very easy for them to get kiteable because you have Furin, you have this global presence, you have a lot of CC from the line as well as the Mars. So you don't actually have to force fights. You're just going to make sure you can trade effectively or trade with numbers more effectively because now you have the global presence. But at the same time, this is a pretty free Clock game. Yep. And I just don't see how he's not going to have a pretty good start into early level 6 rotations. Zeus is going to be having to force into the jungle perhaps, and Medusa is going to be more free to jungle because this Clock is just amounting to a lot of pressure.
So with what Viking want to pick up next, it's seeming most likely to be their mid hero. It just needs to be something that's going to be able to delay the game for as long as possible, because you can see with Viking, they're just banning out these hyper late game carries. Anti-Mage gone, Spectre gone, Drow, not really hyper late game, but has the potential for it, and the Arc Warden as well, and the Void is gone.
Well, the interesting thing is that this line pick might have been a preemptive pick because normally the mid laner from Viking GG, Boom, he plays these more published type heroes, mobile fighting heroes, Ember Spirit, Storm Spirit, and Lion's really good against all of them.
Tiki's gone as well, man.
It might have been a preemptive pick.
They banned like all of the
carries?
hyper late game carries except the Dusa, and then they picked it up for themselves.
Yeah, they banned 6 carries and an IO. So it really does feel like this meta is very much focused on these position 1s. But he talked about a little bit here, Darcy, the fact that this line might be a little bit preemptive. But what about 5-men? They need something either extremely fast-paced, right, to try and run over this Dusa strat, or they need their own hyper carry, right? And there's nothing left.
Well, the thing is, Ace tends to play hard carries no matter what, right? So
Sven
I don't think they'll change that. Maybe they'll just change the hero, as you said, because all the other heroes are banned.
What about something like a Lone Druid?
It's not really his style, though. That's the thing. I'm just keen to see what Vikings' last pick is going to be. I'm kind of feeling the puck a little bit. You know, you can just keep those lanes shoved out. It's an okay matchup into the Zeus, and it's going to be a PL. Okay, something, a diffusal builder. Yeah, it's nice. That split shot is going to be soaked up by all of the illusions as well, which is going to be quite nice.
Well, theoretically, it's a pretty good Phantom Lancer game because it's great against Medusa. They have a lot of single target damage. Undying does nothing against Phantom Lancer, so the Phantom Lancer should have a decent lane, but it really depends on the last pick and the approach that they want to go for this, because right now we still don't know for sure where the Medusa is going to go. It can be mid, it can be safe lane.
Most likely to be safe lane, I would say.
So I would like a fast hero from Boom here. Something along the lines, as we mentioned, the spirits, the Ember Spirit would be pretty nice.
Ember Spirit was my number 2 choice.
Storm Spirit is banned, so that's not an option. Invoker as well, one of his primary heroes, is also banned. So I guess Ember Spirit would be a good fit, but I'm worried that it's not really going to get ahead in the mid lane against the Zeus. We saw it yesterday as well, a Thompson against Limp, I believe.
Yeah, this is just specifically targeting. Like, you can see Viking GG, they're like, Ace, we don't want you to have a game, we want you to be as uncomfortable as possible. Same thing with 5-men. They're like, boom, 5 of your heroes out of the pool. Yeah. So really all that's left is that Ember Spirit. There's the Shadow Fiend, but I'm not feeling super strong about that. I feel like they need a little bit of at least pseudo crowd control. In Shadow Fiend, sure, you've got the Requiem for that, but you've got a fair few ways to interrupt it as well.
Yeah, they also play Tiny, but it's great against Zeus, but it's not so good against Phantom Lancer the later the game goes. And I just feel like you need some sort of mobile hero here because you're going to get ratted a little bit, especially if you get ahead. So yeah, they did go for the Tiny.
So they're just, I mean, it's a little weird, right? Like going kind of all in on this more early game before the Phantom Lancer is going to come online. So it's Viking putting a lot of faith in different people at different stages of the game, right? It's like, boom, you're going to crush the mid lane, and then Shad, at 30 minutes, we just need to win because otherwise 5-men have a lot of ways to come back into this. They've got pretty damn good late game.
Well, I do like the Tiny pick because it's going to really roll through the mid lane. It's going to get a fast blink. With the fast blink, he can rotate it to the side lanes. Very easy for them to punish the Phantom Lancer once he gets that combo out as well. And it accelerates their timings as well and gives Shad an easier time to just farm until the 20-minute mark.
It's also an off-lane Vengeful Spirit, lads, for Toby here. So Viking GG are going to be playing a position 5 Undying as well there for Soleri. But, lads, where we're seeking here with our predictions, a bit of an interesting draft from both these teams. Some new heroes and some nice, interesting hero player matchups as well. What are we thinking?
I'm going Viking GG. I just like their tempo. I think Boom's going to do a lot of work this game with the Tiny, and accelerating Shad's timings is just crucial. Once you get to the 20 to 25 minute mark, that's when you're going to start grouping up, and I don't think the Phantom Lancer is going to have an easier time early game, so I don't think he'll be able to fight into that.
What about you, Matt?
I'm going to give Zibbe a birthday present and go for 5-men.
All right, so it looks like my panel once again a split down the middle here. 50-50, 5-men and Viking GG. One apiece for our predictions here. So now, as we get ready for game number 1, we're going to leave it with our casters for our first series of today, and it's going to be Gareth and Lacoste.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, here we are. Game 1 of this best of 3, as both teams are at 1 apiece in this modified Swiss stage of ESL 1 Germany. I'm Gareth, joined by Lacoste, who's looking beautiful today. How you doing?
Thank you. Just today, Gary? Well,
especially beautiful today.
Especially beautiful today. Okay, we're going to go with that. I'm feeling good. You know, this is a matchup that should be close. On paper, looking at these two drafts, I'm leaning a bit more towards Vikings draft. They have Medusa Venge. It's a super scary lineup in the late game. They banned out most of the late game carry heroes. Not too many options were left in the pool for them. We had a talk. Slark, Phantom Lancer, one of these two options. They decided to go for Phantom Lancer. I still don't think Phantom Lancer is the tier 1 carry compared to like tier 1 carries like a Faceless Void. He has weird spikes, like power spikes, where he gets Diffusal Blade. He's strong, but he's also very burstable. Considering the heroes that he's playing against, it's Tiny, and it's also a core Tiny. Remember, that's not a position 4 Tiny that's going to be level 3, sometimes 7-8 minutes in. This is Tiny that's going to be super level 10 minutes in, possibly like 12 to 15 minute Blink Dagger, and you're going to need to be very careful. They just needed a hero that's going to go in, make some chaos on top of Clockwork, and just buy time for Medusa. Tiny's also a hero that scales, but you have this late game ensured with Medusa pick.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to be the active hero, going around slapping people in that early stage of the game and allow Shad on that Deucer just to sit in the triangle and safely farm away. And they've got a pretty good 4-man kind of grouping gank squad with Clockwork, the core Venge, as the panel mentioned. Toby's going to be picking that one up. as Bounty Rune battles begin. Pylai Ace down here, but they're up against 3, with the decay landing on both. Nice pickup of the Bounty Rune by Ace, but he might find himself in trouble because of it. What's he leveled? Doppelganger first to try and escape away. He's being body blocked a little bit by his own illusions and the Treants. One more hit, it might just do it, but they've been stopped in their tracks. Pylai there bodyguarding his PL all the way back to the tier 1.
Bodyguarding and body blocking himself, you said it well. Phantom Lancer running low on region, 480 HP. Already losing 8 strength from that decay.
Now Pylai is in trouble. Clockwork straight on top of a secondary target, and Toby not able to close the gap. Again, those Treants just getting in the way. Oh, nice little deny, double deny from Pylai. Killing off his own Treants. Don't give anything to your opponents. Already some early action in this game, and we can only expect it to produce even more as these lanes develop.
It's not a dream Clockwork lane. A lot of the damage will be shared between the Phantom Lancer illusion from the Doppelganger and the Nature's Call. So it's gonna be very hard for them to maximize the battery assault damage. Let's check how mid's doing. 5-1 against 5-3 on Zeus. We already talked about Zeus. We see him more often where he doesn't use Arc Lightning just the last hit. His base damage is insanely good, 72 with a couple of mantles and circlets.
I wouldn't expect him to have more denies than the Tiny though. Is that just Chessie being a little bit skilled?
I mean, this matchup, like, you know, maybe it's their first game of the day. They woke up a bit late. So you miss a CS here and there, but it's easy to last with Zeus. Like, his base attack time is also improved over the last year, so he's a decent hero, you know. He's not just about the Arc Lightning.
Absolutely right. Now, Boom does have his bottle out, so should be able to sustain himself, both HP and mana, to keep spamming out the combo. As we haven't really looked up towards top lane much. We did see a nice little move by Misery. He earlier on dragged the creep wave back, trying to secure himself and Zibe level 2. Lion is a little tiny bit away from it, needs a touch more experience, but they have zoned Celery out of lane. He's going all the way back to Fountain and leaving Shad alone here. Misery's thinking about going in with a stun, the spear to connect on the trees. It's not an easy kill, but Mana Shield isn't on, it looks like. Shad finally turns it on, but it's all too late. First blood spilled. And then you've got to be wondering, why didn't Shad have his Mana Shield on already?
That's a good question, but I loved what Misery did. He was just saving a point to see if he's going to go for mana drain, and he saw opportunity, got the Hex off, good rotation from Zibe, went around Medusa, actually God's Rebuke, towards their own tower, and they got a kill. And usually, Undying is not the hero that gets bullied. He's the one who's trying to zone out people out of the lane.
Well, they're trying to go on Zibe now. Celery forced the stick charges. Good spear back means that the additional decays won't be coming. And they do remove that Observer Ward, which was giving them a few pains in this lane. Misery's also going to take a bit of a beating. But Celery has just returned to lane. He's got one Tango, a couple of Mangoes, and already running very low on regen. There's down bottom, Phantom Lancer battling with Aramis, forcing the battery assault.
Oh, would you look at that? Phantom Lancer with Ring of Tarask. It's been a while since I saw that item being picked up first.
Yeah, it's been a while. We've seen lots of, rings of regen, double rings on Void especially. They're going to be giving him that extra HP regen as Pylai died. Now the target of choice for Viking. He's popped the stick and he's got under his tier 1. Oh, that final right click.
Clockwork. Come on, Ice Frog. Like, that was 400 range hit.
And somehow manages to extend his arms out. Now Ace, who went for the cross kill, is going to take a few hits from Toby. It's always funny how that works. Melee attack from range. What was it called? Melee attack motion buffer or something? Where the hero...
Never heard of that term, Gary.
Yeah, you have.
That I've been playing Dota for half of my life.
I've definitely taught you this before. Remember when Fiend's Grip, we used to see Fiend's Grip cast from like double range? Oh, top, Undying. Again, stunned by Misery coming in from that right-hand side. Zibe is going to walk this one off. Shad can't give chase. The slow, sluggy Medusa. Not really quick on her feet, is she?
It's a great start for Lion, where he gets the first blood, has Tranquil Boots and the stick. At level 4, you're going to have a point in mana drain. Unless you die, you never have to go back and heal. Tiny making a first rotation with the haste rune.
Who's he hunting? They spot the lion. I think Boom should be able to close the gap on this one. Misery. He's going to have to do some fancy footwork here to dance out of danger, but Boom cutting through the trees. Misery hiding.
Oh,
no way is he escaping. Oh, the avalanche comes too late.
Celery pinged it because he hit him with the DK. He saw that he has 8 instead of 4. Pinged it out, but Tiny did not follow the lead. Now Zeus is level 6, so they can start playing more aggressive on their side lanes. Like top should be an easy kill with the God's Rebuke and Thunder God's Wrath. But
Yeah,
it's just not called God's Wrath.
God's Wrath. There's too many gods in this game. Mars wouldn't be too happy about that. And also, Pylai has hit level 3, so now with the 2 points in Treants, if they do go for that global maneuver, they could potentially convert it into a tower if they've got a catapult wave going. And Misery misses stun up top. Could have been a kill on Celery. But the Undying just slides away. There's a lot of slow-moving heroes in this game. Medusa, Undying, Zeus.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday. Tempo had Underlord. They had Treant Protector, so it's very hard to make a move with these types of heroes. Toss back on a mid lane.
Yeah, they're trying for it. Trying to take down the Zeus as the TP from Prophet arrives. Chessie survives, and Boom is down. A double kill for Chessie, as the Arcane Rune Zeus really makes it work, especially with the backup and help of Pylai.
Well, this is one of those ganks where it backfires so easily. Zeus popped the Arcane Rune instantly. 4 points in Arc Lightning, the build that we see more often from the Zeus these days, where he just wants to spam out the waves, push it out so he's not in danger, and continue farming the jungle. Gonna make a stack for himself. Oof, this is not a good start. Like, in terms of net worth, they just got 2 kills, but the game is pretty even, less than 1k gold lead for 5 men.
Yeah, it feels like the heroes that the kills are on really matters a lot here. You know, Tiny dying once, his first rotation failing, Medusa dying in lane. And you know, as Viking, like you were saying, they need this Tiny really to pop off in the mid game to be able to give that Medusa space and time to farm. But if Tiny's having a bad game, you can only expect Medusa then to have that kind of a knock-on effect, where she's going to struggle as well.
Now, he really popped off when Zeus used Arc Lightning 7 times on him in the previous gank.
He popped out. Popped out to the shops. Spear up top and dying. Will fall. Now Shad, left alone. Can Pylai keep the Medusa trapped? No, doesn't even bother with the Treants. Will instead focus on Aramis's Clockwork with the Thunder God's Wrath and the rotation from Boom coming in, stopped by Misery's stun. 5 men looking just to retreat. Lion does get comboed by the Tiny and finished off at long last. The Viking gets something done with that Tiny movement.
And this takes away pressure from the Phantom Lantern. He is the hero that loves to be left alone so he can farm both lane and the jungle. Has a Faded Brooch for himself, some extra mana and movement speed. He might start playing aggressively on Toby because he knows TPs are on cooldown. For the enemy, they already made a rotation on the top lane.
And they have this haste rune on Zeus. So Chessie right now, okay, he's farming a medium camp, but he could very quickly get up into another lane as they initiate top once again. Aramis, the Clockwork, trapped in the middle of 3 Radiant heroes, while Celerin Shad is trying to skirt around this fight. Aramis still alive. Misery's going forward, looking for a stun, aims it towards Medusa, but she sidesteps that, and Tiny has Avatos, Pylai die. Zibbe's trying to bash them back with the God's Rebuke, while Zeus, hasting forward, does find the Clockwork kill. It took a while. They get it done in the end, while bottom... Okay, Toby looks all right. It's not comfortable by any means, though, having Lancers spammed at you non-stop.
Oh, he found him.
They found Zibbe top, you're right. Mars tries the spear back, but Celery with Boom. They're low on mana here, no spells
Symphony
really remaining.
Skills.
Zibbe cutting through the trees, soul ringing up. He gets the arena off, but the big bone tossed in by Boom smashes into the side of Mars.
Meanwhile, on the mid lane, they're just putting the pressure on tier 1 towers, so the map will open up. They have this global presence. Pylai only level 4 at this point, but the rest of the team is super high leveled. Mars is level 6, like 8 minutes in.
It's looking pretty okay. That tier 1 tower in the mid lane, super important here as well for 5 men. I am starting to worry about Tiny. I don't know about you, Lacoste, but it's beginning to feel that the map that he can actually play into is getting smaller every second he plays.
They need to start playing aggressively. Clockwork buys the tome for himself, get himself to level 6, and get a smoke, use it, try to make stuff happen, and this is exactly what just happened. Tiny needs to be involved, like they need the burst damage coming out from Tiny, and if possible, try to get Tiny the last hit so he gets that Blink Dagger, because his early game was not as good as we expected.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, this is the ideal place to try and play into as well. Once you come down into that bottom lane, take that tier 1, you defend your triangle by playing offensively. If you're in the Radiant jungle, it's very difficult for 5 men to play through you into the triangle that Medusa should be hiding in. And mid lane, they do get the toss into Cogs. The combo there onto Pylai Die is a simple killing spree for Tiny. And like you said, closing in on that Blink Dagger now.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Vengeance just pushing the tower. Ace managed to take the top tower, going for that Diffusal Blade. Kind of a standard stuff on PL if he's not playing against too much magic damage. Sometimes we see Diffusal Blade, but sometimes we see Hood as the first
Medusa! Holy crap! Misery with the help of Zeus absolutely annihilate the Medusa. Celery, wrong place, wrong time, trying to back up his buddy, but Boom can't come in to do anything either. Finger of Death with all of Zeus's nukes. That Medusa does not last long.
Toby, he will not find him. Wave of Terror was on cooldown because it's only level 1. Maxing out stun, like it's a lot of magical damage, but you have Medusa in the team. Would still prefer if he went for like 2 points in Magic Missile and just max it, mix it up, Wave of Terror and the Aura.
Yeah, getting that minus armor super handy. And you've got this Medusa, but I guess Shad not going to be involved too much for the next 7 or 8 minutes. Just going to be hiding in the jungle, farming neutral creeps. As 5 men do draw a lot of attention up towards top, but a good spear back and the full retreat, the toss forward. And it's just on creeps. Boom takes down the majority of the stack.
Misery is having a dream game. About to have a Blink Dagger.
Oh my god.
13 minutes in.
Oh, you're right. Tranquils, Raindrop Stick, and there it is. 13-minute blink. If it was difficult for the Medusa already, it's about to get much, much worse.
And one of the reasons why they picked Medusa is the mana burn coming out from Lion, mana drain, and they will have mana burn from the PL's Diffusal Blade, which is coming out shortly.
Yeah, he's just farming through Ancients right now. The rest of the squad back to defending their towers. Viking not posing much of a threat towards objectives out on the map just yet. So it seems pretty chill as Pylai Die can clear out that more or less safe bottom lane. Blightstone boots and a Wraithband queued up on Pylai Die. What's that about, Lacoste?
Yeah, some extra armor, but I don't think he's gonna go for it. Otherwise, he would just buy it.
Well, we'll see where he does head into. Toby wants to get into mech, it looks like. Went for treads, so Greaves not going to be the perfect lined up item build for him, and yeah, he backs away as he sees the fake TP from Pylai Die, and Zibe on that high ground, threatening to jump the poor little Venge. Zeus with 7,000 net worth right now. 4-staff Ether Lens, but it's top lane where the action's happening. Boom has showed himself on the map, and that is the global initiation that we want. Gap close from the Phantom Rush, the Blink Dagger, and that TP from Prophet allows them to get straight on top of Tiny. And now look at the line drawn. Let's go triangle, guys. Tiny's dead. Let's go hunting the Medusa.
Keep fighting. Like, Zeus is extremely powerful at the moment. Ether Lens has 4-staff. Just to counter the Clockwork play. And Misery can set things up. Global presence from the Nature's Prophet, 1 Blink initiation should be enough. Like, if they have Finger of Death ready, or if there's Wrath of Nature plus Zeus ulti, they can pretty much kill anyone.
Yeah, we saw that in the mid lane. Massive amounts of nuke damage. I'm just looking into this dire jungle right now. 3 Prophet Treants, all scouting out the ramps. Pile Die is using them as wards, basically.
You see what Pile Die is doing on bottom? He's just keeping the lane static. Like, he does not want to push it out. He's been farming here for a very, very long time.
Yeah, how much gold has he got? He's got something coming to him. Looks like Medallion and Treads, as Misery does get found in that jungle, thanks to the high ground observer ward, which he does ping out. So even with the Treants there, he wasn't able to stay safe. So a bit more room now for the Medusa with the Hand of Midas. Heading into Yasha, it looks like. And 5 men kind of waiting for the Mars Blink to make their next big move. They're not in any rush, really.
They're not. The game is going well for them, but Viking, you know, they feel they lost the laning stage, so they want to recover. And they also want to try to get a pick-off with Clockwork and Tiny. They have a good initiation now that Tiny has a Blink Dagger. Medusa decided to go for evasion talent instead of a damage. Like, I'm digging it. You know, you're playing against the PL and all the illusions. You're going to get so much more value out of it.
Oh, yeah, that's true. It's been interesting to see the kind of shift in talent choices. You know, they've had a few nerfs and changes here and there. Now we're seeing a lot more of the damage attack speed rather than the Mystic Snake talents.
Do you think there's a guy that knows all the talents in Dota?
I'm sure there is.
Like level 20 Medusa talent. Left one. Like, wait, I need to think.
Don't hover over it and look. I'm sure there are plenty of people that remember. I'm sure Purge knows, honestly. He's very good with the intricacies of Dota like that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Dire Scan connecting in their own jungle, and they've got to know, especially that Medusa has to know people are up on that high ground. And this mid-tier 1 is a thorn in the side for Viking. It's still up on the Radiant side. They can't get towards it. PL's just defending with illusions. Really waiting off to the left side, so he's not a target for them to go on. That's the kind of positioning that you really can see, and it's very easy to notice that Ace knows where the enemy are, and he knows exactly how to defend that mid lane without showing himself up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Die changing his item build multiple times, now TPing on the bottom.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Sometimes I have a feeling that he just wants to die. Like, fish for any kind of information, see where they are. I'd rather die than let my carry die. That's his mentality.
Hey, what's his Steam name? Funny Little Fish or something? Very small fish.
I think it's a small fish, yeah.
Just a small fish, yeah. He's just floating around, swimming into the big ocean, looking for any sharks. He's going to draw a lot of them down here. Tiny, Venge, Clockwork, Undying. The 4-hero Death Squad, which we kind of expected from Viking to get a lot of action and chaos happening early on. They're still trying to force the issue, but it's great play from 5 men, spreading wide across the map, knowing that Medusa's going to be back in the pocket, while Viking play tight together elsewhere. So the efficiency of farming here from 5 men, very apparent in the first 20 minutes.
Fele found by Viking, so they're going to give that item to Undying. It's the best item, I mean, especially in the game where you are on the side that needs to recover. Having Philosopher's Stone is just too good.
Shad? A little bit worrisome. Loses half of his mana. Celery jumped by the Lion and zapped down. Boom does get the trade with the Lion, at least, with the Avatos combo. Boom and Shad back away, though. That's another stack up on Misery's Finger of Death kills. Up to 3 at this point.
Viking lineup is good at going in with Tiny and Clockwork and just trying to burst out one target, but they can't reset like how 5 men can do it. With Zeus, like, you want this prolonged team fights where you're going to be using spells multiple times. Same goes for Phantom Lancer, in and out with the Doppelganger resetting. So if the team fights are going to last for a long time, this benefits 5 men much more.
Yeah, Viking heavily reliant on the swap from Toby. And it looks like he is going to go back into Greaves. Treads Greaves for the Vengeful Spirit position 3. And a smoke from 5 men. They are fully ready now. Blink Mars, Arena of Blood. Chessie with level 2 Thunder God's Wrath. He's about 800 away from his Aghanim Scepter. Pretty close. Pylai die on the enemy side of the map. He's found them.
He found them real good.
Dire are scanning.
So they were wondering, like, what's going on? You know, we have Nature's Prophet scouting things out. Maybe they're doing Roche. So they use a scan inside the pit. It does not connect. 2 missed scans.
Yeah, everyone trying to feel out the map, figure out where people are. I don't think... Oh, they do. There's one more smoke on Clockwork here. 4k lead for 5 men. But I guess Viking with this Midas Medusa, now Dragonlance Maelstrom as she shifts her item build around a fair amount too. BKB and Mjolnir coming up to deal with that Phantom Lancer especially.
It's just because Phantom Lancer was the last pick, and it's a good counter to Medusa in terms of, like, spreading the damage between split shot on the illusions, so she needs to adjust her item build. Like, she's already out of mana.
Yeah, she has to pop Stone Gaze and get healed up by Celery. Dropping Tombstone down, but a quick doppelganger away. And Toby down bottom as the fight breaks out there. They found the Vengeful Spirit. Mars wants to get on top of the tiny urn on him, so he can't blink forward. The TP forward, the blink out from Boom, and the TP away. Where's the spear? It's on cooldown. Already used by Zibe. So a decent escape from Viking, but it looks so dangerous when you're losing a fight bottom 3v3 and then a fight middle. Your Medusa's nearly dying as well. The strength of 5 men when they are grouped up as 5 men is going to be massive.
I want to see how this fight is going to go once Medusa has a BKB. Because if they lose a fight once she has a BKB, it's a really bad sign. You know, this Phantom Lancer is gonna get out of control. He's been involved in 2 kills, but just silently farming, going for Scotty next item. Scotty just destroys any type of range heroes.
And Tiny, even though he's 6'2", doesn't feel like he's been able to get a firm grasp on this game. Echo Saber, DD bottled up. He's working towards a BKB of his own. And 5 men on a dewarding mission now. They've got to know that Roshan's going to be a big point of contest here for both sides in the next 2-3 minutes or so. And Viking wants to try and break the mold. They're coming out of their base past the tier 2. Zeus does have a 4-staff, as well as that Nimbus ready, thanks to the Aghanim Scepter. Oh, the hook shot into the back of Tiny. The Avalanche misses, and Chessie just forces away. Smoke comes to nothing.
You remember that song that was used
We
in
Are
all,
Electric.
Like, yeah.
Yeah. As soon as you said it, that's what's in my head.
Seems like Viking, they...
What was it? It was Wodota, right?
It was Wodota, yeah.
Yeah.
Viking said, like, these fails of the week videos are, you know, being really weak right now. Let's give them some good content.
Yeah, some professional competitive content. But it has been very, very systematic and very smooth from 5 men, it has to be said. They've not been giving anything up. They've been defending their towers. One thing they haven't really done is hit the Medusa or found her while she's farming.
She's very close to BKB.
Yeah. Top of the net worth still. But Roshan time it is. 5 men into the pit. And right now, Viking with no real form of contest. Rocket Flare is ready. I'm not sure if he's already sent one in there. But he should be now. Get vision of Roshan at half HP. And Viking have got to make a decision. And it looks like they're just going to stick around elsewhere on the map. Let 5 men have this Aegis. As the next fight will be with that BKB of Medusa you've been mentioning. Oh, TP top. Toby gets found, the Nimbus and the Sprout, and the Finger of Death to make sure the Vengeance really out of this game.
They have so many things to set up in Nimbus, with just Lion keeping them in place, Mars Arena, even a Sprout is a good tool.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Lots of circles. Hold them inside that Nimbus. Pielidae with full Crimson Guard now. If you thought your Medusas were... She's going to be the real heavy hitter, the be-all and end-all of carries in this game. A lot of mitigation coming through from 5 men.
Now, he's the type of a hero that can build pretty much any item, and in this situation, I think it's justified just to mitigate damage coming out from Medusa's split shot. Rest of the team doesn't deal that much physical damage. Like Tiny is trying to build up so that they have a scaling carry. Echo Saber, more burst damage, but he also needs a BKB. He's playing against Zeus, against Lion. He makes one bad jump. All right, talking about the bad jump.
Aramis is on the high ground somehow. Not sure exactly what happened there, but the clockwork falls after Pielidae's life is dropped, and Ace is doppelganging away, still holding Aegis, but the toss forward of the Vengeful Spirit, looking for the main PL, but Force Staff out. Jessie helps and saves the Phantom Lancer from the chase. So just swapping out support for support there. Keeping the Aegis in the hands of the Phantom Lancer now, though. A big bonus for 5 men as that fight broke out in a very awkward fashion.
If we zoom in on Vengeful Spirit, we can see that she has 2 legs, which means that she needs to buy 2 boots, power treads, and mana boots.
Ah, that explains it. See, I was sitting here wondering why on earth are you doing that, but wonderful, wonderful analysis there, Lacoste.
Well, I guess he just bought the treads for the laning stage, and then realized we're gonna need some sustain, we're gonna need some kind of a heal. No one else is getting too much farm, nor Undying, and neither Clockwork, so yeah, I need to be the one tanking up for the team. We have Medusa as the late game carry. She's getting closer to level 20. Passive Midas, we also want to use that item whenever it's up, but already cleared all the stacks already.
There's no creeps anywhere. And a smoke from 5 men broken. Aramis scouted by the Thunder God's Wrath, and Celery obliterated while the Medusa pops the Stone Gaze and the BKB, trying to push the damage forward onto Misery. He's got a Finger of Death ready, and he'll try and throw it out, but in comes Boom with the Avatos combo. Down you go, and Medusa still stands her ground. Swapped back by Toby, trying to be saved up with the mech and the Arcanes, but the Vengeful Spirit hands her life over and forfeits the fight as Viking, again, running away.
Right now, I think 5 men are way too strong because they can reset the fight. Medusa pops a BKB. If they can just leave with 1 casualty, it's still fine. Hand of Midas, not used yet.
Ooh. That feels bad.
She's very close to finishing Mjolnir, so that's going to help out dealing with the PL and the illusions.
As that BKB wears down, Zeus and his efficacy in this game is only going to increase. I feel like Zeus is also a pretty good late game hero, you know, with his talents and with the itemization he goes for. When those BKBs start wearing down, he becomes incredibly potent.
Problem is, like, they need to deal with the heroes that are in front line, and that's Pielidae just, you know, teeping in front of them with Crimson Guard and Power Treads 2000 HP saying, what up, you're gonna hit me? Then you can't hit Zeus, and Zeus is dealing so much damage from the backlines. Also has Bottled Arcane Rune, not too bad.
Pretty good. Yeah, man, Pielidae nearly has... Oh, he was going Halberd. Switches to Vlad's now. I was really excited to see Halberd profit with Crimson Guard, just do what you were saying, tanking up the front lines. Putting that disarm onto the Deucer.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Revenge did finish off the Greaves. Pretty potent when you've got Medusa on your team as well, both HP and mana restoring her.
Yeah, she might also need to get, or at least try to get, pipe for the team because there's too much magical damage.
They've jumped the Medusa immediately in on top of Shad, and where did she go? The Slug Lady's gone.
She has no buyback. Like, without Medusa, they have no damage. So this is at least 1 set of racks, 65 seconds without Medusa.
It honestly feels like it might just be game over. Ace can frontline for days. Aegis does get reclaimed, but a tier 3 is dropping. And Medusa nowhere near buyback, needs 1,000 gold for it. And Boom from the left-hand side, thinking about jumping in, but there's not really a target he can go on. And if you go in now as Viking, you're probably just going to bleed out and lose your other 4 remaining heroes anyway.
And
Give up the
5 men,
racks.
they know Medusa does not have buyback, otherwise she would use it so they can continue, maybe try to get another kill on her. They could finish the game. Everyone is pretty much full HP, full mana.
Well, there are bounty runes to be collected, but bottom lane now wide open. Mid lane being considered here as 5 men will take control of that dire triangle and just play into both of those lanes together. While Pylai is TP'd out to get some bounty runes on the other side of the map. And then he can try and connect this lane all the way through top towards the tier 3 there. And you've got this situation where Viking can't even leave the base.
At this point, Medusa might consider just straight up getting a Divine Rapier if she can farm it. I see MKB, but I think you need to risk it because you are running out of options.
I'm just wondering if the Medusa's going to even be able to kill PL Illusions or do anything this game anyway against Mars. Arena of Blood and Bulwark, both incredibly good against Medusa. Especially when you've got this... I guess you've got dual carry with the Tiny as well as Dusa. So you will be relying on Boom still to do a lot of the damage in these fights. But Medusa's been pretty much neutered. Oh, Zibe tried the spear back. The swap's there, and Mars in the middle of 5 gets blown up. Out of the water, and the Finger of Death trades for Toby. So the offlaners both removed. And Lion, you're right, but the hook shot in, catching Pylai die. Aramis is in deep, and Ace will focus him down. The clockwork removed as Boom tries to face up against Ace, but this Phantom Lancer is so tanky, so strong. He's basically 1v3ing the double Nimbus now, landing on Boom, and Ace will give chase in onto Tiny. Burns through all of his mana with the Diffusal Blade, and Celery is going to be the next port of call. A 2-man stun there, and Medusa is now all on her own. This might be the signal to call it, because Viking just lost 5 heroes in a row. A team wipe for 5 men. A beautiful, beautiful execution as well.
I don't think they are in a position where they can just park Medusa and try to take towers by force, because it's a 20k gold lead for 5 men. And Phantom Lancer, he's not contested. Like, they're not even trying to kill him. He's sitting at 3000 HP. SNY, Basher, Scotty, he gets on top of one target. He's dead. They really lack any kind of AoE magical damage.
Oh, they do have buybacks. There's one of them. Tiny with 20 seconds to go returns to the battlefield. Medusa's buyback costs 1.7k. And if you buy back on her, you're delaying any kind of itemization that would allow you to maybe turn the game and win.
Yeah, just say
but she
buyback
has
for
to
game
do it.
number 2.
Save buyback for game 2? Yeah, why the hell not? Shad inside the Arena of Blood. What are you going to do? Zibe pops the Bulwark on, and the damage is, well, non-existent. They've hookshotted Ace. He's got a doppelganger to get down to low ground if he can get through the avalanche, but the right click's not enough. Ace will escape. Off he goes, zooming away with a force staff to save him, and Chessie retreating. As the swap back, Pylai dies inside the Dire base. But I think 5 men perfectly fine taking a tier 3, forcing buybacks on some real monumental heroes like the Medusa especially.
And
only
the Roche
losing Pylai
respawn.
die.
This is do or die for Viking. They need to try to run into the Roche pit, get that Aegis on Medusa. She already used the buyback. Misery, as he on this.
He's pretty tanky on this Lion.
It procced. Ooh. That's a big
Down
one,
for 100
actually.
seconds.
Has been killed. Dire's middle
Wait, how did Toby's courier die? Oh, there's creeps in bottom lane on the tier 4s. Careful with your couriers, boys. Was that pipe? What did he have on? He had some goodies.
No, he has pipe queued up. You know, it's not a full pipe, definitely.
Still sad times. But Viking not giving up. Rapier is queued for Medusa. Needs a little bit of time to farm it, but if she gets there, that might just be the way back in the game for them. But they need to contest this Roshan, don't they?
Yes, they do. Like, if they give this Aegis to Phantom Lancer, the game is just over. They did not manage to kill him once throughout this whole game. They can't really kill him twice.
Oh yeah, you're right. 308 on Ace's Phantom Lancer. Roche down to half HP already. Toby trying to scout with a wave of terror. 5 men very disciplined, retreating to high ground to smoke up and wrap it around on their enemies. Long journey, the path, and the line is drawn. We're not using Google Maps here, we're following Zibe. His route is accurate, and it's going to backstab straight onto Viking as they go low ground. Zeus ulti there, scouts them out with the Nimbus there. Perfect! The Mars Arena's gorgeous from Zibe, and this is it. Lights out as Viking are getting slaughtered. The buybacks and the TPs to the outpost, but what can they bloody do, Lacoste? They've been abyssal plated stunned, and they clear up the Medusa as easy as you like. A dominating PL will find another with a double on that poor Venge, and GG's called. Boom's tiny. Will he die before the throne falls? It looks like he might just. Ace with the right clicks and a double kill for Chessie. Continue their streaks into the end of the game.
Yeah, 5 men, they played this one really well. Laning stage was on point. Misery, fantastic game coming up from his Lion, where he gets the first blood, just continues to dominate. 12-minute Blink Dagger continues to make some really nice plays around the map. And Ace, I think... Ace as a carry is very reliable. You give him a hero that he feels comfortable playing, and he's gonna deliver.
Yeah, for sure. Like Chessie as well. No deaths on the Zeus. You know, up against a tiny. Maybe you expect Zeus as that kind of slow, susceptible hero. If you gap close and jump him with a Blink Dagger or a swap or something, then he's gonna die. But the fact that he got Ether Lens and Force Staff so quickly meant that he was never a target. And you mentioned, you know, 15, 20 minutes into that game, Pyla died. He's got 6 deaths. But I would argue every one of those deaths either saved a core or put them in a position to take an objective.
He's showing on the map, like just getting the information for the team so that his carry can farm safely. That's what he's doing.
Well, beautiful stuff from 5 men as they take game 1 in this best of 3. Both teams looking to keep themselves in the tournaments as they are at 1-1, looking for that 3rd win later down the line and hoping to dodge the 3rd loss. We'll find out what happens next. Game 2 coming up after this break.
Just let it go. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Everybody's on that, gonna do it like this. Yeah, we never look back. Got the bodies on tap, put the body on it, get it cloudy on it. Got me on the right track, yeah, you got me on it. Gonna do it like this, cause that's the way we want it. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Gonna do it like this, yeah, we never look.
It's the adrenaline running through my game. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster than you. Look into my eyes. I'm not afraid. Take over my mind till it fades. Like a medicine, it keeps me safe. These neon lights lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster than you. Faster than you. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster than you. I tell you the truth. Just faster than you.
Game number 1 going the way of 5 men there up against Viking GG off the back of what felt like a brotherly performance there. Chessie taking a leaf out of his brother Limp's book there and owning on Azeus in the mid lane. Now I'm back here with my panel, Danog, Darcy. Lads, game number 1 going the way here of 5 men. It's a good start to the series.
The power of the birthday. Feels birthday, man. That's what we want to see. And it was really a dominant performance. Yes, Ace is the win condition, and yes, he's the one to close the game out. But honestly, I don't want to say he did the least, but the rest of the team just carried that game.
Yeah, I feel all lanes went exceptionally well for 5 men. Middle lane got a free double kill with that arcane rune. I just felt Chessie had a bit too much freedom in that particular game because you picked Tiny into the Zeus, you want to win the matchup, and you want the Tiny to get the game rolling for Viking GG side, and it just didn't really happen, and Chessie played amazingly that game.
Yeah, that arcane rune probably never should have happened. This is the play, right? You pop it straight away, you get the full Thunder Gods off right next to each other. Pi comes, he's like, I'm helping, but he doesn't do anything. He just soaks a little bit of the experience away from them. But at that point of the game, you've got a clockwork. You can rotate, you can guard both of these runes, so situations like that never happen. And then, yeah, just that roaming combination. As soon as they had the Finger of Death, especially once he was level 12, for that 2-minute cooldown, it synergizes up relatively well with the Arena of Blood. You can just go around popping people left, right, and center. And I really like the order of their spell usage as well. Popping the Thunder Gods, yes, you might not be able to, you know, get the most value, you might not get the kills out of it, but how many times were they set up with like a 2, 3, 4-man Arena of Blood based off of that?
Yeah, and this game really came down to the enablers from 5 men to actually do a lot of work. I mean, sure, the mid lane did really well, but it all came down to Misery and Zibei's rotations, and they had a really good lane despite the fact that they were reversing an Undying. And this is one of the things, you pick the Undying to win your matchup, but it doesn't really end up, and then you have
Gives
this
up
Undying.
the first blood.
Yeah, and then you have this Undying that doesn't really provide much later on, and you're playing back foot as well, and Misery just gets a, what, 12-minute Blink Dagger in this game?
Yeah, it was like 12, 13 minutes there on the line.
Yeah.
And then obviously Zibei had his own Blink Dagger as well, so they could run around. As you guys said, they had this global strat with Pylo Die on the Nature's Prophet. They had Chessie on the Zeus as well. So every single time that they found somebody out of position, like Shad on this Medusa, they would just blink in, they'd blow him up with a Finger of Death, they'd pop the Arena on top of him, and all this spell damage could come in basically in an instant there for the side of 5 men. And it always felt like that Viking GG never really had a safe spot to stay on the map.
I mean, and as well, you mentioned Pi just then. Oh, what a beautiful combination together there. That is the richest I've ever seen Pylo die. He was level with Zibei for a lot of the game. You know, he just getting an insane amount of farm, getting that Crimson Guard, really useful against A, the Dusa, B, just the zombies, I guess, but it never really felt like they were losing too many of these team fights because, yeah, they scaled really nicely, and turns out PL not a complete dead hero. So Ice Frog still give him a little bit of a buff, but yeah.
Paladai was more rich than Zibe. You said he was close. He's on top of him
I said
now.
level. Yeah, that's pretty level.
I
with
mean,
it.
100 gold, it's a little bit, you know...
He'll take it. A pos 5 will take that. But Misery, once he got that Blink Dagger, he very much took the back foot, you know, taking a bit more of the greedy farm in the early game, realizing how important that roaming potential was. And then eventually he was tired of getting bursted 100-0 by Boom, just getting that Aeon disc. And yeah, that was all she wrote after that.
Well, how do we feel about this this Toby Vengeful Spirit? Obviously, he played it pretty well, but do we feel like that I don't want to say needs to be a core, but do we feel like it has the same impact as being, you know, position 3 rather than just a 5, than having a stronger initiating 3?
I think drafting-wise, I think their draft is actually okay. They have the 2 enablers, the Clockwork as well as the Tiny, but they just didn't really have a game, and it's not really based on 5 men just outperforming. Sure, they capitalize on Viking GG's mistakes, but those mistakes shouldn't have happened in the first place. The Zeus getting the runes, the 6-minute runes, the Arcane rune shouldn't have happened. You have a Tiny in the clock who can rune control against the Furin 5 as well as a Lion 4, which doesn't help as much. And then on top of that, that leads to kills that shouldn't have happened, unnecessary kills that Zeus claimed. Tiny roams, doesn't really get anything. Clockwork gets a slow 6 because he died as well. I just felt that everything early game was going wrong for Viking GG for the enablers, and because their enablers was slowed down, both Tiny and Clockwork, it means that they don't have a game to play when it comes down to relying on Medusa, because now PL's ahead, every other lane from 5 men is ahead, and you need to play recovery.
And the Dusa Midas as well, way too slow. I don't think you can do that when you've got a lineup that's going up against you. Yes, you want to play for the late game, but if you're getting steamrolled before you get to that stage, pretty worthless.
And we saw in the stats there from Chessie, not only did they not really enable their Dusa to have a game, they also didn't slow down the Zeus at all. He was 13-0 and 13 there, did 52k hero damage to everybody across that map, and that's basically a dream Zeus game, right? You're able to get that Ag, you're able to get that Refresher, you have a defensive item, you have more of these expensive items, and Chessie just played out of his brain.
And that's why I was really thinking for their last pick, they were going to go something like a Puck, you know, something that can push waves out a little bit stronger, that has a bit more roaming potential, so that if you use that Thunder God's Wrath to initiate, you're not 100% reliant on your Blink Dagger to either get in or get out. You've still got that little bit of saving potential with the phase shift, with the Waning Rift, just to reposition yourself a little bit. So I think that might have worked out a lot better for him.
Yeah, well, a few mistakes there from Viking GG men. They do lose their first map here up against 5 men. So we're going to go to a short break, boys and girls. On the other side of this, we're going to have our game number 2 draft hot and ready.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game, but something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off, or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again. Once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
Stats with the most region possible. This is 600 starting gold right here. If you do half the steps, trust me, you will get better.
You're no ally of mine. Your life is a kind of lie. And I know that
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to ESL 1 Germany. We're getting ready for game number 2 here between Viking GG and 5-Man, which potentially could be a 2-0 here if 5-Man outplay Viking like they did in game number 1 here. It all comes down in the draft, according to my panel. And let's hear from my panel once again here before we get into game number 2 draft. We have Godot, we have Danog back again. I was going to do the Darcy thing again. I was going to do it, boys. I saved it. But then I told everyone.
Oh, we're right into it. Bam.
Oh, okay. Hot and spicy, boys.
Lena's gone again. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I thought maybe they might try something a little bit different because that's kind of the trend that we've been seeing across this tournament is that, you know, you win the first game and then you're like, all right, let's just go back for the exact same thing. But then the enemy team actually counters it. I think we're at the level of Dota now where you can't just sit back on your laurels and assume that they're not going to have an alternate strategy to deal with your one wood, with your main priority.
I feel as well, you mentioned when we opened this that it's all about the draft, but I felt last game it's all about the execution because I felt both drafts had their win conditions and they can both win depending on certain situations, but I think Viking GG just really underperformed in the early game. So we might be seeing a Viking GG like we did in the first series where they played against Hellraisers. They were shaky at the start and they started playing better after the first game.
A lot of reserve time being chunked through here for Viking GG for their first pick, boys. So
Live Stealer.
It's been a while since we've seen it.
Okay, first pick. I mean, this is like NIP, pretty much. Just get Charlie's Life Stealer, but here we're getting Shad's Life Stealer, so...
I think it's fine, you know, super aggressive hero means that it's not going to be drawn out super late. You wouldn't think it's very few counters these days, and I feel like Infest is such a strong ability now, you know, considering the HP buff that happened in recent times, so I'm not minding it.
It's just so hard to pick certain offlane heroes into the Life Stealer matchup, and One of them that they opened up the previous game was the Mars, so it's still open there. I'm wondering if they go for it. It's not great in the lane against Lifesteal, and it's not great later on because you got the natural BKB that you can just go through the arena, you can dodge the spears. We do see the slider instead, which is a lot better, especially against these melee meta cores, obviously, such as the Lifestealer.
A little bit of a block pick as well, which is always good. Toby likes to play it, so good to take that away from them. The way that they like to build this Lifestealer as well is like Armlet AC Abyssal.
Charlie.
Yeah,
same thing as Charlie.
Just that hyper-aggressive style. It's very rare. Ace is probably the only one on the other team, on 5-men, that builds, probably not with a Lifestealer, but like this more passive Battle Fury style. And, you know, it works out for him some of the time, but I think against a Lifestealer, you just can't be doing that. You need to be able to contest when he comes online with these early timings.
Yeah, I'm wondering how they're going to pair up the slider, because heroes such as the Phantom Assassin do pretty well against both Lifestealer and obviously really well with the slider. So we might be seeing that in the second phase, but if it doesn't get picked now, I feel like it's going to get banned anyways.
Yeah.
So we do see the Phoenix being here picked up for Viking GG. It's generally a position 4. RMS normally plays this hero, which is pretty nice, because if they do combo this Phoenix with something else, maybe some Initiator or some team fight, they can use the bomb initially and then have the Phoenix Egg to back it up, and it's a pretty good hero overall, and I think it's had pretty good success so far in ESL as well.
It has. You know, the times where it hasn't is when there haven't been really these frontliners that are able to take a lot of the attention away from the Phoenix, whether that be for the Supernova, but we've even seen times where you've just tossed a Supernova right in on top of a team fight, and you've just got these other ultimates to be able to assist with that, you know, take a lot of the attention away. So 5-man, they're taking a little time to think. You would have to consider that, you know, Snapfire is still in the pool. They might be considering, you know, what if that's an option, but I think the PA, like you mentioned, is very viable as well.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for PA. I'm just scared if they don't take it now, which I think they should if they really want it, it's going to get banned down in the second phase. That's 100% it's going to happen.
Is there anything that's like looking pretty hot and spicy with this slider? Obviously, there's a lot of minus armor strats we've seen a few times here. You know, the Phantom Assassin is one you guys touched on. Is there anything that also matches up quite well against the Lifestealer? Can we see something like an Ursa? Kind of good counter to both those heroes straight away.
It's all right. And, you know, the 5-men do like to go something that pairs together with an Io, which I don't believe is banned out yet. No, but they're going to go with a Troll Warlord instead. I was thinking maybe something else that's also good against the Egg and all right against the Lifestealer is a Juggernaut, just because you can just whack away at the Egg. If you get Swift Slash and Omni Slash onto the Lifestealer, it doesn't really matter if he pops his Rage. So it might have been all right, and you get those aggressive timings as well. But yeah, clearly they've got some confidence in the Troll, and this means that they've got a really strong Roche-taking lineup as well. So any sort of team fights that they might look to place around that mid lane, I think that's where 5-men are going to put all of their emphasis this time around. It's just immediately into that Roche pit.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of Troll overall as a carry pick. I think there are definitely better heroes and heroes that have more success. I do understand the fact that they want to have a decent lane for Ace here so that they can use also the slider's momentum, because most likely the slider's not going to have the greatest time. They still can pair up a very strong position 4 with the slider and try to facilitate his early game in the laning phase, but at the same time it's unrealistic to expect the slider to always have a good game, even if it is paired up against the Lifestealer, which is obviously one of the main reasons why they picked it, as well as the block picker. But the main issue here is I feel like Troll is very susceptible to a lot of heroes. Pugna being one of the main ones played at mid, that really kind of hinders his ability to actually contribute in fights because of the Craptify. Not really a hero that we see Boom playing much. Normally he plays these more flashy mobile heroes that fights. Tiny in the last game, he plays Ember, Storm Spirit and all that. But yeah, so maybe perhaps they might not go for the Pugna, they might go for something like a Storm, because they can do the Lifestealer bomb with the Storm. It's a hero he plays. They want a hero that can fight as well. And I think against a lot of heroes that Chessie plays middle, Storm will have a generally good matchup in that particular aspect.
So we're getting out of this pool the Magnus, which I don't know how I feel about that, because Troll is Ace's most played carry hero in that safe lane, and he always builds Battle Fury on it. So are they just trying to say, look, we want to take the Magnus away from you so you can't just build a bit more aggressively, fight into our Lifestealer that's going to have these more aggressive timings, and just use the Empower as the substitute for the Battle Fury? That's really the only place that I can see them thinking that. And with this, what have they got now? A Weaver.
Negative
okay.
armor strat.
Negative
We were talking
armor.
about.
They did this last time.
Mhm.
They played Zibe on the Weaver and he rushed an axe.
Oh, that was a game they played Slaughter mid, wasn't it?
Yes, that is the Slaughter mid game. That is the game that they unfortunately lost. But,
But they
So-
threw that game, to be fair.
Yeah.
That was a game they should have won.
That was a game that they should have won, and that was also against the Phoenix as well. So maybe a few flashbacks here for 5 men. But this does mean that we've probably seen the 3 cores come in from 5 men. I'd imagine that they could probably play it as a 5 or maybe even a 4 on that Weaver. We've seen it before when Weaver Ags first started coming into prominence, right? We saw it from, I believe, was it Solo?
Yeah, and
Was playing it a lot?
It's been played a lot in the Southeast Asian region as well. The thing with a Weaver is that you can now go something like, I don't know, a Grimstroke position 5, and you suddenly turn a 4 that doesn't have any form of initiation into one with that Inkswell. You know, you can just get a stun off, start a fight really early, and then if you get picked, it's just a position 4. It doesn't really matter, and you've got that save potential through the time lapse. They're going for an
I don't really like
Enchantress.
Grimstroke against Lifestealer and Phoenix, and I don't really like the fact that they don't really have any synergies with the Grimstroke itself here.
You don't like
unless they-
Grim against Phoenix? You can't
No.
dive if you're linked up with someone.
Yeah, but generally you just stay back with the Phoenix and you wait it out. Grim can't really do anything against the Lifestealer. I would like the Grim if they had any sort of pair up right now.
Like a Doom or a Rubik or something.
Yeah, but right now it just doesn't seem like a pick I would go for. Snapfire would have been one I would have liked here. Good against the Egg, but spanned out. You can obviously pair up with the Slider later on. It gives you an easier time as Troll, and it's pretty strong in the laning phase. So something similar to that would be ideal for 5 men right now. Something that gives them some lane emphasis, some oomph to really deal with the offlaner that whatever that Toby picks here, they can deal with it.
What about the Doctor? The Witch Doctor?
Well, it is Pilotized Hero, so that is one option. Obviously not great against Lifestealer as well, but it does give him that advantage in laning phase, and you can pair up the negative armor with the Witch Doctor's ulti, which does a lot since it's physical.
I've only got a couple of seconds left here to do 5 men, so it looks like both these teams are really chugging to their reserve time. Not something that we've seen
I
all
hope
too
that's
much.
not random. Okay.
Okay,
Ooh.
that was toy. They literally have no reserve time for those of you guys that are playing along at home. 5 men have nothing left in the tank.
It's interesting because it could still just be Slaughter mid, right? There's still the possibility that they do Weaver 3. I think that's what they did the last time. They did Weaver 3 Slaughter mid.
Yep.
And they can do Dark Willow 4 with the last pick for Pilot as the position 5. And yeah, the Storm Spirit that I was mentioning before, the bomb target, the starting the initiation with the bomb and then having the Phoenix to be able to back him up. Obviously alleviates the pressure off the Phoenix because you have to deal with the Storm itself.
Does this move the Slider away from a mid though for Chessie? Do you feel like that lane's going to be a little bit too hard for him?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to have a Slider mid against the Storm Spirit, even though it can come online quick regardless of versing the Storm. It's just not a great matchup. Storm can get a very fast Orchid in that case, and having a fast Orchid here is really good against Darkwood, really good against Weaver, and you can really stop the Troll from utilizing his ulti in these fights or these skirmish fights that they can go for.
I think Viking are going to put this Phoenix into the off lane to try and deal with a Troll Warlord, slow down his timings a little bit. Enchantress 5, I think they're going to pair this with a Spirit Breaker. I think Spirit Breaker is going to be their last pick and just try and get hyper aggressive. We saw how Boromir did it the other day, just constantly running at the enemy team's face, finished like 23-1 with his score. And I think if you've got something that's going to enable you to have this hyper aggressive game, even a Slider is going to have a hard time against a Storm Spirit with Spirit Breaker charging at you constantly.
Yeah, I don't mind that. Just having another hero that can get on top of your enemy lineup and allowing the Phoenix to have an easier time.
Another
Obviously pretty
vehicle
good
as well.
Yep, pretty good as well against Weaver as well as the Troll Warlord in the later stages of the game. If he doesn't go for that approach, other heroes that he would normally play would be Beastmaster, Brew. Beastmaster is actually banned out. There's no real hero that stands
this Phoenix
out.
could be a 3 though. That's the thing. Like
You think
you've
that
got
might
the
be Toby's
flexibility.
hero?
It could. Like
Yeah,
they
it could
play it
be.
in both roles. So you've got somewhat flex still remaining, and I feel like it's just a common thing that they tend to do a little bit. Is it's either to take attention away from a super greedy core or accelerate an already aggressive draft. And
That's
it's
what I was
another
thinking
beefy boy
about.
as well,
Yeah,
Tidehunter.
I was saying more of a team fight approach. I haven't really seen him play that much of Tidehunter, but it does fit because now you have that team fight enabler for the Phoenix. Now it's really hard for you guys to really hit that egg, right? So on top of that, the laning will be a little it depends as well as the position 5 you're coming from 5 men. If they go for a position 5 for Pylai Die.
Well, they've got 3 seconds, so they have to figure it out here, and then go with the Death Prophet.
Okay, this is interesting because now Pylai Die's, we normally talk about how he's going on in Medic Hero, but it's not really the case in this series so far.
5 Death Prophet, heal himself.
What are they doing here? Nobody's picked anything, so Misery's going to pick the Dark Willow. I'm just waiting to see how this is going to go. It's a 5 Weaver.
I think we saw Puppy do it briefly for a period of time for Secret. Like you just rush an urn and try and like a Blightstone and try and get super active in that way. I think Pi might have even been playing alongside him, or that was just after he left, I believe.
Well, Weaver 5 is really strong in the laning phase, especially if you get the Beetles. With the Troll, you have double range as well against a Phoenix and Tidehunter, which is going to get, well, theoretically, we think it's going to get punished, but we're not 100% sure. Obviously, last game, I thought Zeus would get punished and didn't really happen, just because of a little underperformance coming from Viking GG, but let's see how it pans out. I think Viking GG, though. I like their lineup. I think they have that team fight chemistry. I think they have very comfortable on their heroes right now, and they also have the bomb as well as the team fight aspects, so I'm going with them.
For me, it's purely going to come down to the laning phase. If they're able to get a couple of kills, get that early urn up onto Pylai Die, then 5-man have got a good shot, but I just think the team fight from Viking GG is going to pull them over the line.
All right, so it looks like both my panelists have agreed here that Viking GG are going to push us to a 3rd map here. Let's see if the boys in Gareth and Lacoste are going to agree as well as they take us through game number 2.
Thanks, guys. Here we are, game 2 between these two sides. Lacoste, you know, we were chatting during the draft. Watch this draft unfold with a Slardar. You called it. It was coming against the Lifestealer. Lots of minus armor for 5 men. Viking kind of unconventional, though, with a Lifestealer opener. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, not sure what that is about. I don't find Lifestealer particularly strong right now as a carry hero. And it was a first phase Lifestealer, so he got countered. There was still Slardar in the pool, one of the best heroes, the one who can easily trade, and now they have a lineup with a lot of minus armor. Like this lineup from 5 men can easily take Roche 10 to 15 minutes into the game after the laning stage is done. They get a pick off or 2 with all that minus armor. It's going to be so easy. They have good Aegis carriers in this one. A bit limited on the instant initiation for the Storm Spirit. Like you have silence, yes, you have stun coming out from Slardar and Dark Willow, but I would prefer if they had one hero that, you know, just Storm Spirit is always threatened to play into until Slardar gets a Blink Dagger. Then it's going to be much easier. Different kind of a strat coming out from Viking. I think they are very limited in terms of AoE. They needed a hero that protects the egg, so that's going to be Tidehunter, and it's going to give them some more team fight. The other 4 heroes, it's pretty much everything single target, except Phoenix, a bit of Sunray, a bit of Fire Spirits, but still, they're going to go for a single target. We have position 5 Weaver being played by Pylai Die. I've seen Puppy playing Weaver even after the nerfs to the Aghanim Scepter. He makes it work because he's a greedy player. He tends to get a lot of farm, and Pylai Die might say, screw it, I just need to go all in, try to get as much farm as I can. It's a very good item in here with the Troll Warlord petted up. Troll's not gonna die. There's no real burst damage. Troll doesn't need to care about getting bursted from 100 to 0.
That's right. I guess we'll see what happens. You know, in game 1, Misery did get that early Blink Dagger and then kind of gave the farm priority over to that pos 5, as we do see Misery chasing down Celery, and Chantress spronking along back towards not her base on the dire side of the river. Where are you going, Enchantress? So now you're going to have Lifestealer in a 1v1 against Slardar, which is not what the Lifestealer wants. You need that Enchantress there to really set up the lane for him and give him a good, easy time. And Misery has Brambles, so Celery can't even try and TP.
What Celery can do is just outrun him. So Misery TPing back to the bottom lane, wants to steal some experience from Slardar. It's a good that Slardar is having...
What does Eng snipe Courier mid? Eng is behind the tower. Celery's there with a Courier snipe. Salve down.
Okay, it's only a minute, and Jesse still has some extra region We'll have another Spirit Siphon shortly, 2 shared tangos, and a Fairy Fire, so they're not going to get too much value out of that kill.
Still making something out of nothing. And now Enchantress can come back down here. Give a little bit of assistance to Shad. Immediately trapped up in the brambles, though, as top lane.
Yeah, top lane
Toby
is going to be very hard for Toby. He's a melee hero that plays into 2 range hero, and Weaver position 5 is a strong laner, especially once they hit level 2. There's going to be a ton of damage. I just want to see what kind of a build Weaver's going to go for, Geminator attack or the Swarm. If you go for the Swarm, it costs more mana, but this is a more of a harassment build. And it's something that the Tidehunter can't dispel. Bugs against the Kraken Shell.
So the bugs are going to stay on him, allowing Ace and Pylodie to keep chasing down. And yeah, Tidehunter always wants to be in the creep wave, getting off anchor smashes. So your point about the double ranged heroes, definitely a problem for him. As first kill, I'm going to go to Boom. DP playing very close to the line.
Well,
Maybe
definitely did not expect this to happen. I was just watching the top lane. We see that from time to time, like Storm Spirit getting very aggressive once they get to level 3 with the 1-1-1 builds. So your Overlord is going to proc multiple times, and you still have a pool.
Solo kill puts him over level 4. He's about a level ahead of Chessie now. As Misery gets a bit of revenge and takes down Celery's courier. Enchantress is going to pop the heal. It feels like this game already on a knife's edge. Everyone really eking out these opportunities. In bottom lane, the camp is blocked. A sentry there from the Enchantress doesn't quite catch the dire one in the top right-hand corner of the camp. Shadow Realm, good punch. Fairy Fire there for Celery. Misery is very low here and has a creep chasing him. But this is all going to plan for 5 men, because you take a look at Slardar, his bashing, his crushing, and he really is putting the damage in onto Shad.
In this type of lane, like, you want Slardar to get some solo XP so that he has multiple points in bash. Ace, they get a kill on Toby on the top lane. I missed that one. Thank God I'm not the one who's controlling the camera.
Level 2 Shikuchi there. Not even going to go for Swarm in these early levels. Just wants to cool down on Shikuchi. And might go for Aramis here. Phoenix in a lot of trouble. Pylodie is going for a bonus kill. Oh, the final right click doesn't fly. And Phoenix just barely survives.
Tide is bringing some extra regen. Like, this top lane is slowly falling apart from Viking.
And we still have this 1v1 between Misery and Celery, just following each other around.
Misery picked up the haste rune, but it got dispelled by Celery. I don't think he's getting a kill here. Slardar just having a good time on the bottom lanes. I mean, same goes for Lifestealer. He's still farming decently.
Well, they're trying on Ace top. Under his tier 1, he's got a bit of regen going. Toby with the anchor smash and the dive forward, but Aramis being focused by Pylodie. Shikuchi's back up, but he doesn't have the mana for it. 5 away, and the Gush will secure the kill on the troll, as it looked like Ace just wanted to die. He spent all his money, and he can return to the lane full HP, full mana again.
Yeah, it's much better if he dies there. There's some XP and the gold. It's only 200 gold for Toby's Tidehunter, but he goes back to the lane. Full mana, full HP. Not that big of a deal.
That's where he wants to be. As Boom has decided he wants to be in the jungle. Waiting for that bounty rune to pop, refill his bottle. And he can clear out that camp. So a bit of space for Chessie to recover a little bit after that 1v1 death. And top lane again. Aggression onto Ace. Anchor Smash seems to be causing them problems, as well as these level 2 fiery spirits from Aramis's Phoenix.
They need to bring some extra regen to the top lane. They're running very low. Phoenix constant harassment. Some extra tangos or just a ring of regen. It's kind of a bit late for the ring of regen on Ace's troll. Let's see what kind of a build he tends to go for in this game. He really loves to build Battle Fury on troll.
Yeah, especially without the Magnus. He wants that farm acceleration. We'll see if it's the same as down bottom. Zibe, again, just in on top of these 2 heroes. He's 1v2ing and very close to getting 2 kills just all on his own. A couple more hits here. Celery's in trouble. Zibe doesn't have enough left in the tank. And looking towards mid lane. You know, while that's all happening, mid lane they've got a catapult wave and exorcism, both supports. Here from 5men and gathering around and looking for the TP rotations, which is going to be the Storm and Phoenix arriving on the Dark Willow. The Brambles are down, but the Shadow Realm will only buy a little bit of time as DP comes cruising forward aggressively. Storm Spirit, desperate for kills, will finally find one. And also keeps that tower alive, but Storm's pretty low on mana, has to dodge the final Crypt Swarm. Very nicely done by Boom. Almost a guaranteed death there.
Raindrop was available, so I don't think he dies, but good rotation from 5men. They don't necessarily need to kill the tower, but just don't get it in deny range. This is a very tricky one. It's time to bail now. Like, just let it be.
Oh, 2 HP. No. It's just in deny range.
This is such a good line from Dark Willow.
Just no.
Slardar is level 6 with that corrosive haze. It's going to be very hard for heroes to show on the bottom lane. Thank God it's Lifestealer for Viking where he can just dispel it. But if anyone else shows, could be a certain death. Top lane, Toby, dropping very low.
And they're getting dived under his tier 1. The Shikuchi from Pylai Dai not giving him the confidence he needs to go diving that far. But back to your Lifestealer point, I guess he's got to be careful towing that line between using Rage to get rid of Corrosive Haze, but then being worried about the Crush, the Cursed Crown, the Brambles, and all that good stuff from Misery. Like, do you want to take physical damage like this, where you're just getting punched 1v1? Or do you want to get rid of it because you're dying? Slowly but surely, you are getting tickled down by that slimy fish boy. And even though it feels like, mid lane, top lane, both went pretty well for Viking, 5men are still keeping themselves in a slight net worth lead. All three of their cores farming effectively. Is that mid-tier 1 still being pressured, still in deny range? But they want it as a platform to TP to and react. If 5men do get a little over-eager.
Yeah, I mean, you do not want to deny your 150 HP tower on a mid lane 8 minutes in.
Feels pretty bad. And Slardar now, Enchantress returns. Not having as good a time against the Lifestealer as he was a second ago. As they zip in onto Pylai Dai, the tower dies mid. Boom running low on mana. Jesse just chasing forward with a Spirit Siphon. I don't know if he can kill off Boom here. Again, you mentioned the Raindrops also with double null wand. Pretty tanky, plenty of stats. And Pylai Dai decides to get the hell away from mid as they've taken the objective. Get back to defending top and allow Troll to get back into jungle as bottom lane. Celery. Found by Misery and Zibe.
Slardar is such a tanky boy. I mean, look at his armor with Raid Band, Treads, on agility, 12 armor. Not too bad, especially against the Lifestealer. Misery will need to get the Tome for himself. Like, he's been leaving solo experience to Slardar, so like, you want to have that terrorize level 6 if things are not going well.
Yeah, Misery's been chasing Enchantress all game, so hasn't seen a lick of experience, really. Do you think Ace is comfortable just farming jungle? 10 minutes in or so, quite often we see that position 1 shift to the enemy safe lane to get on top of the tier 1 tower.
They have a great Ace wants to? Position 5 hero that can just take the XP and not die on the top lane. Usually we see like Winter Wyvern just standing in the trees, using his Splinter Blast to get the farm, but Faber at your position 5 can, play more aggressively, get more farm from the lane, so this is pretty good stuff.
Yeah, they gather up a bunch of bounty runes there as Storm, his first real rotation, gets a kill on the Dark Willow. And what else? Boom got one, Toby, Aramis, as Ace got the 4th one. And the only one for the Dire team. No Battle Fury queued. Yasha for now. We'll see if he goes for the magical Yasha Basher, which I'm a big fan of.
In this types of situation, I would prefer if he just gets like a fighting build instead of going for Battle Fury. Because you want to come online as fast as you can. Look at the heroes. So much minus armor from Beaver, from Slardar. It opens up the Roche. Slardar queuing up a Blink Dagger for himself. So, like, you need to synchronize with the items.
I've just noticed, speaking about offlaners, Toby here doesn't level up Ravage. He's holding a point still.
He just got it.
As I'm saying it, he's like, nah, I'm going to level up Ravage now. But it feels like there's a fight brewing bottom. Shad, Curse Crown on him. Opting not to rage, which allows Zibe to get in here with a silence forward. They've got the crush to follow through. Beautiful chaining of stuns here, but the DP's gone a little deep. Spirit Siphon's keeping her alive. A Supernova's beautiful, though, as Toby arriving with the Ravage, and 3 heroes caught up in the tentacles means Chessie's fallen. It was 4 heroes in the Ravage. Zibe's trying to make his retreat, but Viking fighting valiantly around their tier 1. Defending against the 5 men who all rotate south. And without Weaver there, they're just missing that final touch of damage to actually finish anyone off.
Yeah, that was a good rotation from Toby. Caught DP on the edge of that Ravage. They defended the tier 1 tower, and the third Dead Prophet ulti, they did not get too much value out of that one. So pretty decent trade for Viking, where they're getting the items. Toby going for the correct item build, getting a medallion, some extra armor for himself. I don't think he's the target to go for. He's super tanky with 3 points in Kraken Shell.
They're going to keep on trying. At the very least, they'll zone him out of lane to open up this tier 1. Exorcism down for over a minute, though. Toby with no Ravage for a minute and a half. And a lot of this game is dictated by these long cooldowns. And very often we see one team, at the very least, that doesn't rely on the big ultis. But both sides here, Exorcism, Battle Trance, even the Terrorize, super useful for 5 men. And especially for Viking, the Supernova and the Ravage, those are their teamfight tools that they need. Especially if they gather up to try and defend a tower like this tier 1 bottom, because Enchantress just being dived, the Bedlam's there, and Misery. As easy as you like, securing the Enchantress, now Toby's isolated. Phoenix probably going to have to dive away. They're TPing Storm down here though, Lacoste. They want to battle, Boom's in, zipping forward, catching Troll. Battle Trance ready, Terrorize not quite landing perfectly, and Boom's going to walk it off. Does
he didn't dodge
not
the stun.
have the ball lightning because he was silenced. I was wondering why as well. The DP with that silence.
Well, this is the skill that I talk the most about being the underrated skill in the game. Just having 1 point in silence, they timed it correctly. Like if he had the 404 build, they're not getting killed on that Storm Spirit.
Yeah, you're damn right. I mean, it's so good against Storm, but also against Lifestealer, right? Stopping the rage in that first fight looked pretty good for 5 men. Misery, yet again, playing this forward role. Mainly doing a bit of recon to scout out Aramis and his courier. Very aggressive Dark Willow. And you were talking about the farm distribution between Willow and Weaver especially. And it definitely looks like Pylai is getting the better end of that stick.
Yeah, I mentioned after the game started that usually he's not the guy that tends to get a lot of farm, but in this type of game and the hero that he's playing, they should definitely give him the farm priority over Dark Willow.
That's exactly what they're doing. Lifestealer with Armlet going into Assault Cuirass. Shad will not really want to stay bottom for much longer. No real objectives for him to gain here. And there's much safer farm out on the map back towards his triangle. The tier 1 top is a nice objective to go and gather yourselves towards as well. But it feels like the perfect kind of start for 5 men in terms of the map opening up for them. You know, they got the tier 1 both mid and bottom lane, so this jungle all opens up for them down south. And they can converge into the Radiant Triangle much easier. It's a smoother ride as Zibe and Pylai do just that to secure some bounty runes.
Oh, the rock from Mud Golem actually cancels the TP. It's a pretty big kill for Viking. Storm Spirit.
Storm and Lifestealer.
Completed his Yule Scepter, so he's gonna have a way of dispelling things for himself. Toby has the Ravage. Does not want to pop it yet.
Need to get Aramis a little bit closer. Low HP Phoenix is mid lane though, and Toby will have the backup of the Phoenix coming in with a TP now. Terrorize is good though, catching Lifestealer as well as Enchantress and the Tide. All 3 heroes feared back as the Shadow Realm keeps the Dark Willow safe. Yule's up from the Storm, catching the DP on the way out, looking to retreat, but the reversal. The Uno card.
No you.
The Yule's back, no you, absolutely. And it all comes to nothing. All that posturing, poking and prodding, beating their fist on their chest. and neither team really wanted to fight.
Even more minus armor. Beaver decided to get Medallion after buying a casual Ogre Axe. There's gonna be some extra mana regen, like she's spending a lot of mana trying to farm the lane and queues up Aghanim Scepter. Like Aghanim Scepter got really nerfed. Like the cast range and the cooldown is now 20 seconds. Before it was 12, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, it was ridiculous before. It was absolutely insane. Like pushing high ground when you got Weaver Ags. Just send someone up to tier 3 and then they're back to full HP. No problem. Now in the driver's seat again, Viking with all their ultis up are a massive threat. Especially if they start dipping their heads into the Roche pit and considering to move out across the map as this 5-man unit, which they are all grouped up as mid.
Talking about No You, there is No You item on the Tidehunter, going for the Lotus Orb. Extra armor, good for dispelling a lot of things that 5 men have. I think they're itemizing correctly in this game. Just a casual Medallion on Tide, a casual Cloak for some extra magic resistance. Lifestealer wants to build even more armor for his teammates. So going straight into AC, I'm really loving it. I saw a game yesterday or the 2 days before where Sven had like 19-minute AC because everything the enemy team had was physical damage. Big zip from Storm.
On to Zibbe they go. Slardar trying to sprint away. Can he get into the trees to blink? The Yule's up there from Boom with another remnant. Make sure that he can't escape. Zibbe tries to crush, but the Supernova breaks all the trees, and this poor Slardar is hiding, he's juking, but the final touch will allow Boom to secure the Slardar kill, while middle lane. Chessie is also found with a Ravage from Toby.
Okay, they're getting kills on both lanes. No Ravage, but Tidehunter will get a lot of farm. Celery moving around the Roche pit. I don't think they still have enough damage to bring it down, but maybe for the next fight. It's also something that 5 men should consider doing right now. It's a level 2 Death Prophet ulti, so spirits go from 8 to 16. They know there's no Supernova, there's no Ravage, and they should try to make a play, either smoke or force a Roche. Yeah, Troll has a BKB. It's time for them to take a fight.
Yeah, they're going to flick that switch and say, we are ready for action. Vikings still considering this Roshan as they sit in and around the pit. They know that Troll's up on the high ground. Saw him with that Centaur, but they won't see the smoke coming. Willow mid, trying to bait as best he can. Pilotize here as well. They're focusing on that mid lane, shoving out the wave, killing off Centaurs, while the rest of the squad is in the pit with Corrosive Haze.
They don't even pop the DP ulti. Like, they have enough damage and sustain with just these 2 heroes tanking. Like, Slardar is a tanky boy. 17 armor. So that's gonna be easy Roach for 5 men. Every single time they get to use Ravage or Supernova, I think 5 men should try and punish it. Now they're gonna feel much safer with the BKB on Troll plus Aegis, so they can start playing more aggressively.
We're soon going to be looking at that level 2 Supernova, though, on top of the level 2 Ravage. And all the item timings from Viking are coming together very nicely.
Is that full axe? It actually is a full Aghanim Scepter on Beaver. Is it?
It's done.
No, just a point booster off. I was like, man, he can't be that far.
I was wondering, his courier was dead for a little bit, and I was wondering as well what exactly he had. 900 gold away, though. Pretty soon we'll have that save. And then it comes down to positioning of Pylai Die and how well he can utilize the time lapse on his teammates. So for Viking, Lotus Orb is a couple hundred away from Tide. Courier, it is safe from the Troll for now. Ace, yeah, I don't think you can go 1v1 toe-to-toe against the big boy. And the Leviathan plods on away.
A Leviathan, it's been a while since I heard that name.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite Dota. Oh, mid lane. Zibbe out in the open again. So far, 5 men have lost their Slardar a couple of times in a row. This means they don't have him for the push top lane, which it looks like everyone else was angling towards.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite Dota t-shirts from one of the TIs, I can't remember. It's Tidehunter in the middle with all the things he eats. You know, with a sea cucumber and a giant squid, everything circling around him.
His voice lines when he levels up are one of the best ones for sure. So once 5 men, once they get 3 BKBs online, and I see every single core getting it, they have no abilities that go through Magic Immunity besides Supernova, and I don't think they care too much about that one. They have heroes to deal with Supernova. You have Troll, you have Weaver with the Geminate attack.
And usually if you're popping BKB, you're going to be right-clicking the egg anyway, as your main priority. 5 men still want to be making that move, though. Aegis for about 2.5 minutes on the Troll. Get some value out of it. Tier 1 was where they wanted to head, as a Yule's up into silence, just missing from Chessie. Storm Spirit gets himself out of there, as Misery's initiation a little bit off, now TPing top, aiming for Tidehunter. Toby with Celery, they're both up here, but it looks like a Lotus Orb and some swift TPs away. The Fear is going to help him out a little bit there, sprinting back, but in towards Zibe. The waiting arms of Slardar gathering up the tide. Storm aiming for backlines. Vortex there onto the Weaver now as the Exorcism is popped. Do Viking want to fight this? Because they've got some big ultis ready to pop as Aramis, he's popped the Supernova with a BKB. There's the Troll. Focus the egg down. Zibe can turn tail and really focus in with the Bedlam there. They've taken down Shad. Now Celery is left open. 3 in a row as 5 men. They isolate targets and they perfectly execute, going deeper, diving the tier 1, aiming for Tide. Can they blink forward and crush? They can. Zibe finds the opening he needs. Bashes him for good measure. And
they
Misery.
Need so much to kill this guy.
Continuing this initiation, Storm Spirit's going to say, thank you very much, Weaver. A freebie. Give me that kill. Juicy gold in my bank account.
What they need to do right now is just completely ignore the Tidehunter. He's way too tanky. With the Lotus Orb, can dispel all the things thrown at him. So just deal with the rest. There's still Aegis up and running for a minute. Farm those BKBs. Slardar. Not that close, but that Prophet just a recipe away. You know what always bothered me with the Dota talents? Like, if you click on the Lifestealer, he's level 15 talents. What should I get? Do I get plus 25 damage, which costs 1,600 gold, or do I get 20 movement speed that costs 200 gold?
Yeah, difficult choice, isn't it? There are some really odd, very kind of imbalanced, lopsided talent trees. Back into the jungle we go. Ace with Basher. Aegis is going to be reclaimed in 10 seconds. Ravage down for a minute. Supernova comes back up in 10 seconds. Might be an opening for 5 men. Like you've been saying, just to exploit these long cooldown abilities.
Okay, Weaver says, I do not want to die. I'm building Eon Disc. If I can't die, then I can save my teammates. I'd still prefer if he gets something like a Blink Dagger. Storm Spirit has... Okay, he has Orchid. That's why he decided to go for Eon Disc. Makes sense. He showed Orchid on the mid lane. So yeah. No other way of dispelling things.
And Misery now needs that Yule Scepter as fast as possible. Goes with the Bramble Maze and the Bedlam in onto the Enchantress. The silence there. Orchid and Lifestealer Bomb. Finds the Weaver. Pilot Eye's gone. 5 men looking to regroup. They're struggling to find an opening. And 5 men have just got to run. They can't stick around here now that they've got Supernova and Ravage back up. Viking are desperate to fight. Scrambling forward, getting the Ball Lightning Zip in, and Ace in trouble. Battle Trance, BKB both ready. Turning to battle, but Lifestealer, Spirit siphoned up, and the Tide is being focused. The BKBs are wearing off, though, as 5 men separate and spread their different ways. Chessie's still chasing Toby. Finally killing the Tidehunter off. Now, do they have a stun? The Vortex, the Yules, that's what comes. Death Prophet sent skywards with a Cyclone, and Chessie. Was that really worth it?
I thought they're gonna fully commit. Use Ravage on that Troll before he can get the BKB off. I still think they would have enough damage to actually bring him down. Because there was no counterplay. Dark Willow was dead, no Terrorize. Weaver was also dead, that means no time lapse. They need to be very careful about positioning. This Orchid from Storm Spirit is doing so much right now. The only time Boom died, like, was in the laning stage.
Yeah, he's 10-1-2, having a cracking game. Bloodstone coming up shortly as well. He's scaling tremendously on a Storm Spirit. As bottom, we see just a quick little terrorize. Shad has already raged away. And there we see, you know, you were talking about the Weaver, whether or not he goes Blink or that Eon Disc, which he does have queued. Positioning of Pile Die really is very important as they lifesteal a bomb Ace. He does get off his Battle Trance and his BKB, focusing Lifestealer. Storm's pretty low, no mana remaining. Misery giving chase onto him with a Curse Crown, and now the Bedlam with that Shadow Realm, like trying to pop him out. And this time it's Vikings' turn to overextend. Ace will fall finally to the Fiery Spirits and the Impetus shots. Zippy in a little bit of trouble himself, has one more crush. He's going to get a stun onto one, but Slardar is also done for. No DP in that fight, as we're seeing a lot of these kind of 3v5s.
Yeah, these are some massive fights. We don't see 5 versus 5 engagements. A lot of mistakes. I think 5 men, they need to farm their BKBs. On Slardar, he died so many times because he does not have a tool to defend himself. That Prophet has a BKB right now. And, I mean, they can still kill Tidehunter if DP stays on top of him, if he's isolated with the Exorcism. Other than that, I feel like you just completely ignore him. Also, I see Troll Warlord has Silver Edge queued up at one point, just wants to be able to deal with him.
That's going to be pretty handy to get him in and out of these fights as well. Maybe he can scout out the Storm as he's farming. Things calm down a little bit now. Roshan will respawn in 15 seconds. Every ultimate will be available. That's where the next big fight is going to be brewing. Oh, the Satyr's killing the courier. Misery!
Has been killed.
And scouts out Roshan respawning. Perfect timing.
This is a place where you hide your courier. Like Thompson, I saw it yesterday where he uses Sunstrike inside the pit to get rid of the courier. But, you know, Thompson just doing Thompson things.
Thompson's a smart man. And Dire do have a scan right now. Would love to see them use it on the pit. Smoke from Viking, and it looks like a smoke from 5 men is coming too. Pile Die pretty far away. He's going to have to TP to Outpost, and there's the Dire scan. It sees them for a second, but with the green light now showing that Viking are no longer in the pit, and they're looking for this Ball Lightning initiation. Oh, the Blink Crush! Zippy's in! 3 men hit! Silence and the Bramble Maze. Sunray cancelled out as the Exorcism giving chase. They're trying to focus Storm and the Tide. They're going multiple targets. Tangents abound here as the BKB from the Ghost Lady comes, and Celery, the first casualty of war. Jessie still going forward.
There's
Storm
the buyback.
looks pretty okay. Essence Ring and plenty of mana allows him to zip away.
Use 2 BKBs, and that Prophet ulti and DP ulti is about to expire, so yeah, this should be an easy Roche for Viking.
Straight in they go. And what's the plan for 5 men?
Zibek can't really just jump inside the Roche pit without a BKB. 20 seconds, let's see, Terrorize, also on cooldown for 45.
They want to give it a try. One shot is all they've got, though, as Roshan is about to drop. It's gone, and Aegis claimed by Shad. 5 men retreat back up the ramps onto their high ground. Bounty runes to be collected off to the right-hand side of the map. A very close game in all the metrics, really. Gold, experience, kills, everything pretty much dead even. But it feels most certainly the Viking for the past 10 minutes or so have been the ones dictating the pace of play. All off the back of this Toby Tidehunter, which for me was a little bit of an unusual pick, but it's worked out really well for them.
Yeah, they needed something to defend the egg, some more AoE teamfight control, and this is Tidehunter. So they're gonna go finish the tier 2 tower on the top lane. I don't think 5 men can get a trade. What Viking can do is just try to force, like continue on the top lane.
top tower.
You have AC, you have Orb of Destruction on the Lifestealer. Boom. Now they're making a play. Infest Bomb.
Oh, the TPs are coming. Cancel that TP out from the Slardar, and Zippy's down. Shad, he wants Ace now. Open wounds to slow the Troll. Gets the bash there, but they'll dodge the Swarm as Boom zips in. Yules into the air, and there comes the Cavalry. They are riding into battle with everything they've got. Aggressively moving, but the time lapse in the BKB allows Ace to turn and fight. The bash and the nets. Boom, he's already fine. Cheese and Essence Ring will keep him just fine and dandy as the Supernova's coming, and Ace, yeah, he's being left alone. Boom will get out of there. The Troll closing in on that kill, but it wasn't quite enough. And the Storm Spirit zapping, looking for more, but he's too low on HP and mana to go committing for that.
Weaver had that Aghanim Scepter for like 6-7 minutes already, and this was the first time lapse that she used on one of her teammates. Also terrorizes, they're not connecting. Misery tried to use a couple of times blindly to go on a Lifestealer. It's a good move, but it's also a very long cooldown. It's 1.5 minutes.
And it takes a long wind up to cast as well. Signals to Shad that he can just rage and run. And look at Toby. Very ballsy up onto the high ground, breaching the tier 3. And with Assault Cuirass, Armlet, Shad shredding through the tower. The first lane is going to be dropping here, as it seems like 5 men without their Troll can't really face off against this Viking lineup. Curse Crown into an Aegis Lifestealer. He's going to Armlet toggle, he's going to rage. And, sprints forward and aggressively moves in towards Misery, but there's the Infest. And then the run away.
Pretty clean execution for Viking. They go in, they don't lose anything. Aegis still up and running for 2 minutes. They used the cheese in the previous fight on the Storm Spirit to keep them alive. And now it's a 6k gold lead for them.
And now a little bit of desperation into 5 men's ranks as well. Smoking out of their base. They need to clear out this wave. Weaver's going to try and do that with a touch of Shikuchi. And both teams, they feel it coming.
Ravage is on cooldown now, but if they initiate into a team fight, Ravage will be ready.
Yeah, 20 seconds. And they've got the tendrils to come back up. Piladai is skitting around looking for anybody, but very defensive positioning here from Viking, back in their base basically. Tide, the only one that's going to be showing, moves out on his own, very forward from Toby, and the rest of them smoked in behind him, trying to set the trap, bait the Tide. Jesse goes with a Spirit Siphon, but Viking are ready for this. They ball lightning into the back and they find the Weaver. No time lapse, no nothing. Get out of this one, buddy. Piladai shredded by Boom, and Shad, the Lifestealer, goes to work on that. Poor Slardar, Abyssal Blade stun him up, and in the back, Phoenix dives away, gets off a Great Egg, and Ace, again, he's just left alone. Jesse's moved forward to try and help his buddy. The Troll goes wild onto Toby. They might get the Tide here, but at what cost, as they've lost everybody else. Storm Spirit is just zipping everywhere, finding the pickoff onto Misery, but the burning damage, Sunray keeping him alive through the Ghost. Jesse's so close, he gets the silence, the stun's there, and he's killed them off through the TP. But Troll is down, and the damage is lacking now as 5 men have to deal with a Lifestealer.
Bash.
Luckily, they don't have the bash.
Oh, Abyssal Blade, he was very close to using it. If Troll is dead, they cannot fight Lifestealer, but it also shows that they can kill Storm Spirit, they can kill the Tide Hunter. They're showing signs of life. I'm still afraid for Weaver every single time, like, she's gonna get jumped. And they had the better vision. They had one Observer Ward in front of the Roche Pit, which actually gave them vision to get a first good jump on Weaver. And this is exactly the target that they need to kill.
Immediately, you just see Boom going straight for the Weaver. As Piladai, he's just been dusted, Abyssal, and killed. Yeah, I don't know if he was trying to set up there for a Slardar Blink stun, but he didn't last long enough to really spring the trap properly. And we're seeing a couple of Eon Discs now coming up for 5 men. Dark Willow and Weaver both aiming for that save item for themselves.
Slardar's item progression is non-existent. Like, he had a good laning stage, just sitting at the Blink Dagger and a BKB at the moment. Also, I'm not liking his talent choices, like Health Regen, HP. Like, getting Bash and the 20 damage talent is much, much better.
Yeah, it feels like it's a telling story here that he feels the need to go tanky rather than deal damage. Trying to roleplay as the Tide Hunter. But Toby doing a much better job with Solar, Lotus, Casual Cloak now into a BKB. This Tide Hunter's going to go from unkillable to demigod status in a second.
Does he really need a BKB? What is he afraid of?
I don't know,
against
honestly.
the Basher, against Slaughter ulti, Death Prophet, like BKB is not going to really help him out.
I guess Spirit Siphon is...
Getting something like a Ghost Scepter could have been much better. They're really lacking magical damage on 5 men.
We'll see if it makes a difference. As Toby is pretty much committed for it. Maybe he'll go back for Deso or something fun like that.
Big fan.
Or a Basher himself. Well, bottom lane needs to be dealt with. Viking facing off against double catapults down there.
Are scanning.
Seems like they're not too worried about losing a tier 2 down south. Everyone converging into that dire jungle, waiting for 5 men to make a move out of their base. They've got them all hemmed in.
They found
Just
Spell
waiting for that first move.
Tide Hunter is the one who's holding it.
Oh, yes. Good blink from Chessie. Yule's up from Boom, though. Stops the retreat. Nice Bramble Maze. And the silence. Forcing the Yules and the Lotus Orb to come. Boom, still going to get crushed, stunned. The Ravage is there. And Troll Warlord doesn't get a single spell off. Terrorize has landed, but this is Viking running home with a victory. The buyback from Troll comes now as Ace wants to get back into the battlefield. And now they focus on Chessie, the isolated Death Prophet dead, and might have to buy back herself as the Yules on the Slaughter will secure the demise of him as well. And Viking, with a 13k lead now, really just hammering this one home.
Let's see, the Roche will respawn in a minute and 20 seconds. Like, Death Prophet has buyback, but there is no exorcism, so I think you just might save it.
Chessie says, nah, I want to fight.
Okay,
Let's go.
everyone's buying
Slaughter.
back. This is it. They're keeping the timer on a Roche, but they need to make something happen out of this. 1 minute until Roche spawns, 70 seconds until Ravage is back online. So they will have another Ravage for the Roche fight.
Oh, they sure will. And an Arcane Rune for Storm Bottom as well. Very fortunate pickup. And now the item progression you were talking about, Slardar, that's halted completely. Troll Warlord's going to be limited as well. Shadowblade is done, but Silver Edge is miles away. DP really hasn't seen any progression either after picking up a casual plate mail towards the Shiver's Guard. And on the flip side, you've got Lifestealer who just picked up an MKB. Just, yeah,
a casual, yeah. And he's also going for BKB, getting closer to level 25 with the Leveler. This one's really tough for 5 men. They used 3 buybacks on 3 cores in the previous fight.
Yeah, they've got Dark Willow buyback. Weaver is 60 gold away from his. So the 2 supports at least should be able to return. And like you called, Ravage is back up now with a BKB on Toby. Very, very, very difficult proposition here for 5 men to make an initiation. It's not even them that starts the fight. It's Viking. Thankfully, the time lapse on the BKB allows Zibe at least a few seconds of life. Good silence, stunning up into the storm. The Lotus Orb, though, allows them to ball lightning away. Holding Ravage, making sure that they get the combo of that with Supernova. As these Yules and Lotus Orbs really are proving to be very difficult to break past. 5 men can't stick on a target. There's so much disengage through the itemization that Viking have chosen to go for.
And Troll has no kind of lifesteal at the moment, so he can go back to full HP, sitting at the 65% HP. They're straight into Roche Pit. They even have Ogre, Vampire, Mage to provide them with the ice armor.
In comes Chessie. Very aggressive blink forward. Pops the Ghost as well, trying to get on top of Toby. There's BKB and Ravage here, though, for him. Bramble Maze into the pit. Roshan's low, but the ball lightning into the back. The Weaver's been found. Trying to pick her off, but it looks like Twilight Eye is fine for now. So holding the time lapse for that re-engage as the Supernova inside the pit makes it very awkward for 5 men to fight. They've picked off Zibe. The Slardar's down, and the DP doesn't really have much left in the tank. Viking controlling the pit beautifully as the high ground hold. Yes, 5 men are in the Radiant Triangle and they've got a good strategic position here. But what spells do they have left to actually use?
A lot of mind games happening. Tidehunter just, you know, toying with them. They know that he has Ravage. There's the BKB, ready to pop it.
Ace has to use it. And Toby uses his too. Pilot Eye is just bashed up and cleared out. 5 men losing a couple of heroes. I think they'll be thankful they didn't get completely wiped, but this all means that Roshan now belongs to Viking.
Well, if you don't contest Roche, that means you have 1 extra fight. Would you look at that, Gary? We talked about how there's a refresher shard every single time on a 3rd Roche, but this time we're gonna be blessed by Aghanims.
And which player is blessed?
Storm Spirit, of course. AoE, they even have a better tool to defend the egg and the better setup for Tidehunter's Ravage.
The black hole from Storm Spirit's coming. And then they can just, you know, hold on to Ravage forever. Toby never needs to, doesn't need to press the button. And very casually, just walking high ground, knowing that with a couple of heroes dead, 5 men don't have the answer to him.
Silver Edge on Troll. Let's see if they can actually burst him. BKB ready in a second. Silver Edge running out.
Oh,
he got the
so
hit. He got the break.
They got the bash as well. BKB Ravage, though, stops the Troll with the Yule Scepter and cyclones him up. Now the Cyclone from Storm Spirit keeps him safe with an Illusion Rune to pop as well. Troll just backs away while Slaughter's BKB now wears off and he's behind tier 4s. You've got to wait for the Dark Willow a minute until she respawns. No buyback for Misery. Looks like she's brought up a full Vlad's. And tier 4's crumbling. What is the answer from 5 men?
There's the DP
Jump from
they are in. Do or
Chessie
die.
BKBs, but there's no Blink Crush. Zibe doesn't get his initiation well enough, and a time-lapse back keeps Troll alive. But they're struggling to stick on targets. Now the bashes, the control in, but the Yule Scepters just perpetually sending the Troll skyward, and GG's call. That's the answer. All of the problems that Viking brought to the table. And Misery, all they can muster is a shift GG enter to end this one out. 33-17, a 33k net worth lead. And that felt like a real one-way street.
Yeah, they itemized nicely on side of Viking, where they got AC on a Lifestealer as a second item, Tidehunter getting a casual medallion, then getting an upgrade. I want to have a Lotus Orb, even more armor, thanks to the spell. Boom had an amazing game on Storm Spirit, getting pickoffs here and there. Also his itemization. Like, I'm gonna get Yule Scepter to dispel things. Orchid, I see Weaver's going for Aghanim Scepter. I just want to kill Weaver before the fight starts, and he did it pretty much every single time.
Yeah, you touched on it, 10, 15 minutes in. Itemization from Viking, really, really beautiful as well, as they had multiple Yule Scepters. They had Halberd on the Phoenix towards the end. So many ways to deal with that ace Troll who really struggled in those fights to actually play his hero. And there we have it, all tied up 1 apiece as we head into Game 3 of this series. 5 men up against Viking continues after this break.
Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up, take a action, now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say Don is why you sad. I said I just need a thing. Red tape, got too close, I hate the city. Black face, show you everything you need till you fornicate it back. Someone said it's sad, cause I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times, yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay, bad face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, bad face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, bad face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, bad face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, bad face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, bad face, hey. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my.
All in the past, 'cause the war isn't over yet. You lost one fight, but it's not the end. So get back up and fight again.
It's starting to become a trend here at ESL 1 Germany. Every single team that seems to win the first map tends to lose the series. So let's see if 5-man can break the curse here and get a victory in game number 3 as Viking GG come off the back of a very solid draft and a very solid performance to bring us to a third map here. Now I've got my panel back to break this game down. Danog, Godot, lads. Boom played really well. Aram has played insane as well too.
You do. Like, you've got that insanely aggressive playstyle. We mentioned the Boromir Storm in the draft, and it felt very similar to that style, you know, just going in balls deep, for lack of a better term. But you've got the backup from that Sunray. The amount of times that he was saved on just a sliver of HP was insane.
Yeah, and I felt Viking went back to their confident picks. I mean, they open up Lifestealer. Lacoste was mentioning that picking Lifestealer that early into the slaughter later on, they counterpicked. I mean, sure, it was good in the laning phase, but it felt like after the laning phase, they had the superior team fight. They could play around the lifesteal a lot easier with the bomb. Obviously, Boom had a pretty good start this game. And I was not really sold about the Weaver position 5 to begin with. I just don't really see it being as effective early to mid-game. Sure, he got the Aghanims later, but there's just too many loopholes where it got punished.
Yeah, and we saw, you know, Matt touched on it, the fact that Boom basically a lot of times got away on very small amounts of HP, and you saw the lack of disable coming out from 5-man really kind of bit them in the butt a lot there. You know, the position 5 Weaver has no lockdown of his own. They've got a Dark Willow. Yeah, she's got a few lockdowns as well, but they've got a Lotus Orb, they've got a Yule Scepter on the Storm, they had BKBs, and they had everything to allow Boom to play his kind of game. And usually when we see these types of series, it's all about the position 1s, but we've seen a little bit of a resurgence from these position 2s on heroes like Storm Spirit carrying and winning the game.
Yeah, and I think that time around, like, and that's why I really feel so strongly about Aramis being the MVP for Viking GG that time around, because especially against a lineup like 5-men, if you're able to get away on such little HP, you're going up against a Death Prophet. You can just reset, very easy to just run back to base, refill your bottle, TP straight back out, and then re-engage into the team fight, and suddenly half of the effectiveness of 5-men's draft lineup is gone.
Yeah, and I think for Viking GG, they really itemized perfectly here. You didn't really see the Orchid Rush, but he got the defensive Yules, which could also be used aggressively, and a lot of defensive items to get rid of the stuns. As you pointed out before, they had a lack of stuns, so going for Lotus Orb on the Tidehunter, he built up the Solar Crest also to do a buffer strat with the Lifestealer AC, so I still think execution-wise, both Viking GG and the 5-man are a little sloppy here and there. There are a few synergies where they're not really combining the egg with the Ravage. You saw it before where he didn't Ravage instantly after the egg, and obviously the Troll just killed the egg. At the same time, I really think 5-men need to go back to that medic position 5. I feel this Weaver pick really needed to kind of do well in the laning phase. Sure, Troll got ahead of the Tidehunter, but I think Tidehunter got more than he should have to begin with. And sure, maybe they picked this Weaver as a Aghanims to protect whoever's getting jumped by the bomb, right? But at the same time, once the Storm got that Orchid, he didn't really do that anymore.
Yeah, I only saw like once, maybe twice, that actually happened, where Pilaidai was able to get a time-lapse off onto another teammate. Of course, not super recently, but you also have the cast range nerf, so you have to be in a much more vulnerable position. And with how crazily they were playing there on Boom Storm Spirit, it was just a very hard game for the Weaver. And yeah, I agree with what you were saying before about you needed to win the lane, but I don't think just winning is enough. They needed to crush that lane so that you can, you know, make the most use out of the urn that he rushed, in addition to the Blightstone, and it just wasn't the case. But Aramis, very well deserved, insane amount of damage for a Phoenix. Late game, of course, one of the strongest supports out there, and just enabling the rest of his team to keep on living, and even, again, some good itemization coming out. DP not able to make the most use out of the Spirit Siphons with the Vessel, and the Halberd, of course, fantastic against the Troll Warlord.
Well, this is another one of those games where teamfight reigns supreme, right? You see the egg, you've got the Ravage as well. Storm Spirit is really good in these teamfights, being able to utilize all the mana that they've got as well. And it just felt like that they had a lot more tools in their toolkit here for Viking, because all they had to do was make sure the egg got off. You know, they used the Ravage here and there, and all they had to do was make sure that these cores coming out from 5-men couldn't get on top of people, right?
Yeah, and it's kind of weird, right? Because we were thinking coming out of the draft, that they've got this minus armor strategy. They can take Roshan really easily, but it was 19 minutes until they took the first one, just because they lost the lanes, they lost these crucial engagements, and then once you start to get more of these abilities and cooldowns coming up online on Viking's side, then 5-men are obviously going to have a lot harder time taking team fights. They didn't really go for pickoffs, and ended up losing the second Roche as a result as well.
A little bit unfortunate there for 5-men, but that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes here. And at the end of game number 2, it is time once again for us to do our DHL drop quiz. For those of you playing along at home, you can enter by using !DHL drop and the corresponding letter to the answer you guys want to give in Twitch chat. We also do have a motion blog below that you guys can check out where you're standing here in our live leaderboard. Make sure you guys can win the sick prizes that we've got here for our DHL drop quiz. So without further ado, let's get into the question of day number 9 here. It's going to be an interesting one, as they always are, from our friends over at DHL. How much spell lifesteal does Voodoo Mask grant against creeps? Not against heroes, against creeps. So A, 2.5%, B, 3.0%, C, 3.5%, or D, 4% here on the Voodoo Mask. Not really an item that we see all too much from a lot of these players. It's not something you really build on your own. It is more something that you build into those bigger items. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're going to go to a break and give you guys a couple of minutes here to answer our DHL drop quiz. Once again, make sure you do use !DHL drop and the corresponding letter to the answer you guys want to give here. So a short break between you and me and game number 3, and the answer here to our DHL drop quiz. Make sure you don't miss it.
Are you the biggest Dota 2 fan? Then look out for the DHL Drop Quiz and show off your incredible Dota knowledge. Reply with the right answer in Twitch chat and track your position on our live leaderboard. Will you make it to the top and win the €1,000 prize? #GamersUnite.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on. Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0, isotonic, containing vitamins, and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0, always a bit more refreshed.
I see you loading up my mind. Place me on the sidewalk. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. Yeah. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, but we go up, 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just a dance.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
couple of minutes is up here for our DHL drop quiz of day number 9. And we're ready to get into the answer and game number 3 here for our first series of today. Before we get into that, I'd like to show off the wonderful prize that you guys can win. So from the lovely runways of Paris, I have my new and sexy model. I have Matt here showing off the wonderful tracksuit pants that you can win here. All ESL branded, all comfy, comes with a complimentary kangaroo in the pocket as well, it seems like. So Skippy is going to be helping here, Matt. So now, as we start getting into our answer for our DHL drop quiz of day number 9, and it looks like it is answer A. 2.5% there for the spell lifesteal of the Voodoo Mask against Creeps. So I'm not quite sure if it actually increases. This might be a question for you, Darcy.
Well, it increases against heroes, obviously, not against Creeps.
So it does. Yeah. All right, well, that's good then. So, I mean, 2.5%. It's not really the best kind of item, and that's kind of why that you don't really see it as a standalone, whereas you see sometimes like a Morbid Mask is getting picked up first.
Yeah, but spell lifesteal, like, think of the heroes that are actually going to make most use of it. Probably Leshrac, but he's not really in the meta right now.
I mean, we saw Ember.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
But he still didn't even go the Voodoo Mask. He went the
you don't get the Voodoo Mask first. Yeah.
So, you know, that's a little bit unfortunate that we don't get to see more Voodoo Masks. But what we do get to see is our game number 3 draft here between 5men and Viking GG. We've got a Chen here. So Soleri is kind of frothing at the mouth right now, being able to play this in a 3-mapper series up against 5men. But
and
Mars
the
Phoenix,
first time that the 5men have not first banned the Lina gets picked up straight away. I mean,
and pretty good against the Phoenix as well here.
Yeah, really nice. Obviously, it feels much stronger as that position 4 hero, right? Just because you want to, as a mid-lane Lina, transition into the later stages. You want to have some right-click, and of course, against a Mars, he doesn't really care about that. He just tosses up his shield, and you're totally fine against all of it. So I'm thinking this is most likely the support duo already revealed by Vikings. So now the question is, how are the 5men going to be able to exploit that?
Yeah, I mean, I like their opener as well. They have more teamfight. It was pretty clear in the previous games that they're not really emphasizing on teamfight. They're more emphasizing on laning dominance. And sure, maybe last game they could have done a little better when it comes to the lane matchups, but it's just too risky not going into the mid game, not having any AoE teamfight. Viking GG really stacked up on that last game, and they weren't really ahead early game. It's just really when that egg combo came out, that's when they started to pull ahead, as well as the lifesteal bombs. But in this particular game, we got the Chen, and this is a hero we haven't seen in a while. I'm not sure if we've seen this hero picked in ESL yet.
I think like once.
It's been banned a lot.
Yeah.
But I don't think we've actually seen it played just yet. So
I'm keen.
I have a weird feeling that Viking has played this before. Let me just go consult my notes.
Consult your notes. Well, with the Phoenix pick, we typically think, back of Pilot being the medic, but it's a misery hero. They don't really play it in that pos 5 role on the 5men, so that begs the question, what are they going to pair with it? Is it going to be something like perhaps a Pugna, which fulfills the medic role a little bit? You're just going to have a ton of healing. Both supports you would think have already been picked up by Vikings, so you're not going to get AA'd or anything like that, super counted in that way. And you also get a little bit of protection against people that might want to be hitting the egg, but they're going for a Magnus.
All right. Well, Magnus was open until the second phase, which is surprising. Normally it's banned in the first or in the second phase. I mean, I do like 5men's opener here. The Magnus, I think it can still be middle. It can be a position 5. Obviously, Paladai is not really a player that's been playing these type of heroes. But I mean, if it is coming down to adapting to the game, then obviously there is a possibility that he might take it. And right now, it's looking pretty good. I mean, if they can pair it up with these heroes like Juggernaut, which is still left in the pool. Strong laning, very good team fight as well.
Jug's gone.
All right, lads. It actually was Viking that have played Chen twice. Actually, it was in their series against OG.
Yep.
So they're very happy to pick it up, and this is basically one of the same cookie cutter drafts that they did. They went Chen with the Slider.
All right, I like this.
Priestess and Evoker and a Spectre for that game.
Yeah, we got Slider Lina here, which is very typical from Viking GG. We saw that in the first series against Hellraisers. Surely it didn't do too well when it came to dealing with OG. But right now, I mean, there's no real position 5 that's going to be threatening them. Well, we got the PA Magnus right now, which I don't think it's great. It's not good in the laning phase against Lina Sato, sorry. So you're going to get run down a little bit in the laning phase, and even later stages of the game, like, you have that burst potential from the Lina as well.
Do you
so
think
I'm
this
a little
is a
worried.
5 mag though? It feels like the exact opposite of what a Pile I Die hero would be. And
Sure.
there have been so many times where they've left his hero until the very last.
We saw Weaver, we saw Furion as well, which is not something he's been actually playing. I'm just wondering if they've been talking about it and they wanted to adapt according to the matchup today against Viking GG. But yes, it could still be a Magnus mid. They can still go for something more iconic like the Witch Doctor here for Pile I Die. But I'm really liking Viking GG's lineup. They're just going back to their roots. This is pretty much what they did at BTS Pro Series. It didn't really work out against OG because they were very well prepared. But I don't necessarily think this draft right now is heavily countered by 5-mens. I don't feel like they've reacted well enough to deal with what they're known for to do in BTS Pro Series. And that's the negative strategy in Armor. They also have strong lanes. They have good team fight. It's a very well-balanced lineup. They tend to pair it up with the Chaos Knight as well towards the ends. Maybe not necessarily a Chaos Knight game, but they can play any type of carry with this lineup.
Well, yeah, speaking of the Chaos Knight, this is literally the exact same draft that they did against Hellraisers in game number 3 in their first series. So if this is what they want to go for, the Chaos Knight, then they can certainly go for it. I do have to agree with you. I don't think it's probably one of those games that you want to be playing a Chaos Knight into.
It's not. I think they can still pair it up with your typical hard carries. Obviously, Lifesteal being first phase banned this game, there was a lot of respect coming from
They're
that
basically
second
all
game.
gone except for the Sven, like in terms of the hard carries. Terrorblade's actually still in the pool as well.
It's not a bad Sven game. I mean, in terms of laning phase, he'll do fine. You got your Chen to really kind of sustain for you. And on top of that, you have more CC. You got a good win condition. You got pair-ups with the Lina as well later on, where you can just chain stun. And, I mean, it should be pretty easy to play this 4-1 style while the Sven jungles, and then you can Divine Favor and recall him back to the fights. So, there's definitely a possibility for Sven, but I really think, like, you can pretty much play any carry you want at this point in time.
Yeah,
because
and Viking, they're just getting rid of these heroes that Chessie's been able to dominate on in that mid lane as well. You know, we saw the gameplay from the Zeus. Void Spirit is another one of those. It leaves this Tiny in the pool, but I just don't feel like this is a Tiny game.
Yeah, I agree. It's just too hard to get anything from the early game. You don't really have that roaming position for as well to accelerate the Tiny start or the laning phase. So it's very emphasis on getting a head start, and I don't think he can do that. And it's not really the best matchup against SF anyways. So.
Yeah.
So what a 5-man need to get rid of here? I mean, we talked about it not really being a Chaos Knight game, but this is the same cookie cutter draft that they did to secure a series against Hellraisers, so probably thinking about that in the back of their minds are 5-men, but I mean, Sven or CK would be two perfectly fine bans for me, I feel like.
Yeah, I think the Sven should be banned here. I just don't see a reason. I mean, the CK might just be banned because they played it before, not necessarily for it being great for this particular game, because I don't think it's great against the Magnus PA. You also have the Phoenix Sunray to worry about. Delusions don't do anything to the egg itself.
I'm just thinking about, like, what else is good, because again, it's probably not going to happen, but the Slardar has been picked as their safe lane before on Viking GG. And, like, I don't know, this PA matchup kind of goes both ways, right? Because when you've got the Blur, you don't have that guarantee of getting the bash off and getting these more favorable trades. But, you know, if you do, then PA suffers quite heavily, especially if you're pairing it together with a bit more of a passive support. Let's say the Magnus is in that pos 5 role.
Well, they ban out the Troll, which was, I think, a reasonable ban here.
Yeah.
Pretty going to go with the Sven. So pretty straightforward stuff here coming from Viking GG, but it's the way they execute this kind of draft is the scary part here for 5-men. It's just they play so fast around this Chen, they really get that early BKB on Boom on that Shadow Fiend, and if they don't kind of crush this mid Shadow Fiend, I think it's going to be the tale of what happened against Hellraisers. It's going to be
they need a tempo maker. We actually predicted both.
Well, we was also saying it's not really a Tiny game though, right?
Not.
So I don't know. I'm feeling very strong about Viking GG this time around. I feel like Boom, he's warmed up a little bit. You know, that game 1 was a bit rough for him, to be perfectly honest. But even the Chessie Tiny, I don't think is going to be quite enough. If it does get to the late game, his influence obviously drops off a fair amount. But you've got Misery and Pilot Eye to back it up. I just think they're going to have a hard time getting to that stage.
Yeah, I would have actually been okay with the Tiny mid last pick if they had a roaming 4. Because that way they can actually punish the Shadow Fiend. They can make Tiny's timings a lot quicker with the Blink Dagger, and then he can run around and create space for the Magnus PA to come online, but they don't have that. So that's why I'm going with Viking GG as well.
You're going to go the same as well, Matt? All right, so it looks like both our panelists here are going to go for Viking GG for game number 3 here. So we're going to leave it for one more time. It's going to be with Gareth and Lacoste.
Thanks, guys. Here we are, the final deciding game in this best of 3. As Lacoste, we see our drafts before us, and it seems like the panel's leaning pretty heavily towards Viking. The last pick, Tiny, does that do anything for you?
They needed a hero that can set things up. They needed someone to start a team fight. They needed some extra burst damage. It's a good hero against the Shadow Fiend. Very squishy hero, and if there's any kind of rotation coming out from Phoenix, it should be a kill. I mean, Phoenix doesn't provide you with any slow stun setup, but just bringing one extra hero who's mobile, who can set things up from far away, should be enough. But looking at the draft, as a whole, the big picture, I'd still say Viking has a better draft, where they have good Roche potential, they have good timing on their items, like where you have Sven and Shadowfiend, who pair when they're paired up together, they complement each other nicely. Where Shadowfiend, if he decides to get on level 15 talent, minus armor on the buildings, you have Sven that comes online faster than the other carriers. Not in this particular game, because, Phantom Assassin will be farming with the Empower, but still scary-looking lineup from Viking.
Yeah, it for sure is. You mentioning the tempo there of Sven in particular, and it feels like, with Chen, with Lina, all of this damage, the minus armor you mentioned from Toby and Boom, while 5 men, they've got a lot of team fight. They've got a lot of things once you get past the laning stage to actually allow them to control Roche Pit, control these choke point areas, win team fights around staircases and ramps. But getting to that point, I think something the panel mentioned is going to be a bit of a struggle for them, actually getting their levels up, getting to that position in the game where they can match 5v5 a team fight against, the itemization, which Viking have shown they're very good itemization to allow them to win the game.
Yeah, game number 2 is just a good showing that if you buy the right items, the game is going to be much easier for you. Also, position 5 Magnus, I'm not sure if I'm convinced. Some of the top tiers teams can make that work. If your laning stage is not good, it can be very punishable.
I'm kind of excited to see Pilar die on a bit of a different hero, though. You might not be convinced, but I'm waiting, open expectations here. Maybe we see some nice little toss into skewer plays from Pilar die, or if he can get that Blink Dagger reasonably early on, the Blink RPs to set up the team fights for 5 men could be spectacular. You never know. And we have seen Pilar die get more farm than really I'm used to him ever getting. Misery has been getting one primary item and then shifting into more of a position 5 and allowing Pilar die a bit more farm priority as the game does move on.
Yeah, he really had a lot of farm in the previous game. They really relied on him getting that Aghanim Scepter. Not just getting it, I mean, you need to also use it to be efficient. But I love the build that Phantom Assassin is going for in this particular game. Just a casual 2 Ring of Regions straight into Divine Rapier. There is not a better option.
Oh, that is a build, isn't it? Yeah, bit of regen into a bit of damage. We'll see what Ace gets up to as he'll decide what real items he wants to go for. Up top on the PA there, looks like Toby and Aramis are going to be the opponents in the lane as Pilar die, already feeling the pain from the Light Strike Array. Trying to sneak out a Bounty Rune under the nose of Viking. Looks like Toby here with a Crush going to be able to secure both of those Western Bounty Runes with Aramis, while Shad steals one. Gets in behind Misery, so 3-1, the Bounty Rune exchange already favoring Viking.
And this top lane, it's a double stun lane against 2 melee heroes. So it should be a pretty easy lane for Viking. I'm just going to say that they're going to crush it. No puns intended.
That's definitely intended, Lacoste. You are the pun king. And then mid lane, looking towards that. Boom on the Shadow Fiend against the melee hero as well. Always going to have that slight advantage with the razors stacking up. The wave met under the Radiant tier 1 though. So Boom missing out on a couple of last hits and going for that classic bottle rush with the mango spam that we see from Shadow Fiends all too often nowadays. And a peek down towards bottom quickly. Celery there battling with Misery's Phoenix while Shad farms up against Zibe's Mars. That's a classic Mars-Phoenix combo here, but they're against Chen with a lot of regen, as he'll get his level 2 up in Divine Favor pretty soon, along with a headdress.
Yeah, he started with the headdress. Sven has some extra regen, actually 6 per second. Only 8-1 tango so far, so pretty good. I don't think they have enough to actually kill heroes on the bottom lane, since it's only Chen, but he can make some stacks. He's just going to provide you with enough regen to sustain in the lane, get through all this harassment.
So our main focus probably going to be top. We've already seen a little bit of regen trading there. As Toby and Aramis using the multi-stuns that you were talking about against these melee heroes. And again, going straight onto Pylai Die. Magnus hits level 2, so Skewer is ready to get him back under that tower. And forcing the early salve and clarity as well.
It's very costly if you're playing position 5 Magnus, where you use Shockwave and Skewer combo, and you don't get a kill in return. So his clarity will be cancelled. Like, yeah, Slardar is just going to completely dominate this lane.
And when Magnus goes to pull now, Lena's going to be outranging him, even contesting and stopping the pull from going. Oh, the ranged right-click attacks from the little troll priests. They follow and do drag the aggro. Yeah, very well done by Pylai Die.
Still, he's not going to get any denies from this.
Gets 1 CS, but the pretty full HP creep wave still will return to the tower. And that wave probably going to shove now back towards Radiant side of the map, which is exactly where a double stun lineup wants it. Where Slardar is now, that's where they want to be playing from. So Lina can lurk in the shadows, and they can go for those initiations. And also, Sentry was placed by Pylai Die, but immediately dewarded, so the large camp is open for Lina to pull, while also blocking the small camp, so Magnus can't actually manipulate the creep wave himself. Everything going perfectly top for Viking. Now Bash onto Ace, just putting that pressure on. Toby not wasting his mana. TP in towards mid. Boom, looks like he's been tossed under tower. Chessie giving chase, and the rotation from Misery, you said it. Don't need slows or stuns, you just need the raw damage. Take that first blood on Boom's Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed. Rune is gonna spawn in 30 seconds, so they should be able to get it. Tiny really relies on refilling that bottle to keep the kill threat on a Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend also needs to get a raindrop against the Tiny, but a bit short on gold at the moment. Let's see how many heroes we're gonna see rotate just to secure Tiny's rune.
Looks like there's a lot of heroes coming. 3 from either side, so we've got the 6-hero mid lane gathering up. Top rune spawns an invis there for the SF, but Pylai Die has other ideas. Forces Aramis to take it. Might be under threat of dying though, with a couple of raises from Boom. Short range into medium. Ooh, he's hesitated a little bit there. Boom's still going to get the kill though. Busts out of clarity now as well, as he can return to lane after clearing out this camp for a few souls.
It's a good start for Tiny. Like, he got the XP. Misery got the first blood. Unfortunately, like, you would want your Tiny to get every possible goal that there is at the start, so you can kill people. You get the good timing on a Blink Dagger. He snowballs out of control. This is the type of hero that Tiny on mid is. Let's see. Gonna toss him back to the creep wave. No, just
gonna avalanche toss him. Boom has a tango, but the 5-minute rune spawning means now Chessie can go over to that Radiant side, gather up a couple. Pylai Die stolen one. Oh, Misery gets one down bottom.
Tower is under attack.
And this time, 3-1 for 5 men. As they very actively go and take control of the runes. And this now forces Shadow Fiend to get back into the jungle, farm up a couple of camps, go back home all the way to Fountain, and then maybe return to lane. Interesting for me anyway, Lacoste. Phoenix farming jungle right now.
It's a classic. If your teammates said something, pinged you way too many times, you're like, see you guys. In 10 minutes, I'm just gonna farm up my meter hammer, and then I'm gonna be joining you. He's making the stacks for PA. He knows that, you know, Magnus and PA is not a strong lane, and she farms fast with the Empower, just need time to recover.
Just need to weather that storm. Make sure you don't bleed out too early on.
Oh, but that Cabal 4-man, the best looking creep in Dota 2, actually blocked the spawn. Like, he blocked 2 spawns. That's nicely done by Celery.
Very good. Stop that acceleration. And Shadow Fiend just has to hide in the trees, but Chessie showing off the avalanche toss combo. Falling back on a regen rune. Might make his first rotation down bottom in a second. But the vision's pretty good from both teams. You can see how very focused they are on the river, especially looking for these rotations from Tiny, from even the Lina, for example. Dire and Radiant tripling up pretty much. 2 Radiant Obs down bottom, 1 Dire in mid, and then a Radiant Observer Ward near Roshan up top.
Yeah, Radiant has everything covered. They want to see 2 runes. Same goes for 5 men, where like you want to control the runes for your Shadowfin. Same thing on the other side. Tiny, you want to have haste, invis, arcane, anything that is not illusion, so you can gank. And he also gets a very nice item for him. Either that, arcane rune, or faded brooch for some extra mana and extra movement speed, so he makes an easier rotations.
Faded brooch would be real good for Tiny. Speed the little pebble up. Sven clearing through some stacks. Gets a mango tree. Faded brooch found by nobody, apparently.
Shad found it, sent it back. Shadowfiend is gonna take that one gladly. And I love the build that Toby has queued up. You know, you're a Slardar, you want to scale as this hero. He has insane talents. I see Echo Saber being queued up. Like you... Slardar is a position 3, you know, that can outscale some of the position 1 heroes if you go for correct talent choices. You've seen in the previous game where Zibe went for HP region and HP. Like, when you play the off lane, that means your core, and going for 20 damage and 60 bash damage talent is just insanely good.
Yeah, especially against all these melee heroes and against the egg. He's going to have a grand old time. Viking are coming into the Dire jungle, scouting out some of these big juicy stacks that have been made. Shad has God Strength on, Chessie Arcane Rune, gets a 2-man avalanche, and in dives Misery, but look at how many Viking have. 5 men are up against 5 men with a nice arena of blood. Mars initiates, and Shad is dropping low. They've speared up Toby to the side of the Colosseum. Boom still trying to battle away, but the avalanche toss comes back up thanks to that Arcane Rune of Chessie. And here we go, 5 men. They get a 1-for-1 trade, SF for Phoenix, but the PA has arrived. Hitting and critting, and Shad's gonna die. That is disaster for Viking.
Toss. You don't want to chase? Toss the Zebed? Nah. And Tiny, I talked about the Arcane Rune. This is the best rune you can get on Tiny, especially in this kind of scenario. Yeah, they got the stacks, but they lost 2 cores and their Lina.
And a courier.
And a courier as well on top of that. But the good thing is your Chen is farming on the bottom lane, getting closer to mech. Mars
Not for
ready.
much longer. Phoenix and Mars are right on top of him. Zibe's looking for the spear angle. He's going to have to throw it sooner rather than later, but I have to give up on that kill. Fiery Spirits? Nah, he's got a stick. He's fine with all that HP regen from Divine Favor.
Dire are scanning.
Or is he? Chessie wants him. They've scanned under tower. They know somebody's here. Celery, where are you?
Where could he possibly be if he did not
we
TP
found
out?
you!
It's gonna be a sick time. I'm gonna Blink Dagger on Tiny. Just 600 gold away. We'll clear the creep wave. They continue to pressure the tower. Bounty runes are spawning, so that means some extra gold in his pockets.
Yeah, you were saying, you know, 12-minute blink or something for this mid-Tiny, and it looks like it's going to be bang on time, if not early. Even without the catapult, they are doing some severe structural damage down bottom.
They even found Royal Jelly, so that's even more mana sustain coming up from Cane Ring, Royal Jelly on Tiny.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yep, PA uses one, hands over the second to Tiny. Viking yet again trying to amass all their efforts into one zone of the map, but the arena catching Lina, and she is dispatched with incredibly quickly. Now they can deny the tower top, remove some of that gold income, as Viking were trying to pressure there and buy a bit of space for Boom and Shad.
Dire's top tower has been denied.
Our PA going for a pretty early build as well. We've seen a lot of Ace going, you know, Battle Fury on several heroes, but Desolator straight up here.
There's a mag on his team, so no need to go for it. Just get that raw damage. And I've seen some PAs. It's popular in Chinese scene, and Europeans also starting to copy it, I guess, where they get like Deso and they get Aghanim Scepter. which is pretty damn nice for Blur to reduce the cooldown, and it's also instant. It also, on top of that, refreshes all of your abilities.
You can keep chaining the daggers over and over. Yeah, you're right. We've seen a lot of this kind of deso into, you know, ag, second or third item. Maybe you feel you need a BKB. We'll see what Ace decides this game. If he's feeling a little bit unsafe, he might go for one of those defensive items, BKB or Manta style. And Piladai just wandering around the map. Wherever the PA goes, he will follow. He's the wind in her wings, allowing her to float around and farm all these neutral creeps.
Every single time I see someone needs to recover, Gaben says, like, yeah, I'm gonna give him Iron Talon.
Iron Talon, Philosopher's Stone, here you go. Just catch up a little bit. Boom, Shadow Fiend. Going for the BKB rush, which has become the norm on SFs recently, it feels like. Very susceptible to getting jumped on and blown up. As a pretty squishy hero. And then he can go back and decide whether he wants to be the heavy right-click hitter or maybe a bit of magic damage, as Toby did dodge the avalanche, but a toss into the arena. And where's the spear? Looks like Zibe's not going to throw it in. Toby's just left to his own devices.
That's a tough
retreat.
kill to get. Slardar has 2000 HP with the stick and Fairy Fire.
Radiant's middle tower
Also forcing Viking to all move up top. You can see how quickly they did it. Sven and Shadow Fiend both arriving as they go again in onto Slardar. Chessie snipes it, and even with the backup here, Boom had retreated to triangle. Sven was still lurking around, but they get the kill regardless.
Well, seems like me and Toby have the same thinking about the game. Like, I did not really think he can die there. That's why he went back in.
5 men proving him wrong. Next goal for 5 men feels like the mid-tier 1. Well, that's why we're starting to see Viking all gathering here. Toby's ready. Boom can fight. Chen has arrived with his mech. But no Hand of God for 2 minutes. And this is all just a massive play here by 5 men to create this portion of space for Phantom Assassin to accelerate her farm so quickly. She's not got Battle Fury, but she's keeping pretty much in line with the Sven's net worth. Only a few hundred behind.
So many stacks are being made for Phantom Assassin. They are not invading Dire Triangle. There's not a single ward right now, and Magnus is doing a good job just making the stacks. He just hit level 7. It's very hard for your mag to get the gold. Like, the only gold he gets is pretty much from stacking.
Yeah, he's got level 4 Empower now, though. Tranquil's Bassi, so he can continually spam out that Empower on the PA. And Piladai could still make some sneaky little drift plays with the skewer into, a drive-by RP. Meteor Hammer done on Misery as well. It's all clicking into place for 5 men. As the aggressive moves from Viking are few and far between. Without the blink on Slardar, Sven can't really just walk into a fight. How does Viking set themselves up if they want to go and take an objective, the mid-tier 1 or Roshan? What's their game plan?
I think they're just farming nicely. They don't necessarily need to take a fight right now. Get a BKB on your Sven. Get a BKB on Shadowfin. The Blink Dagger on your Slardar.
Just slowly but surely try and build yourself up. As again, a very tight game. These two squads are very close in terms of skill and how they've been drafting and executing. A few kills to the good. 5 men, only a slight net worth lead as they do try and aim in towards mid. But again, Toby, that positioning, hangs off to the left-hand side. Doesn't open himself to be initiated upon. It's a game of wave clearing so far, Lacoste.
Yeah, no one wants to take a fight. PA says, I'm fine, I'm level 12, Deso is done, farming with Empower. I want to get a BKB next item, which is a much safer choice. They have no abilities that go through magic immunity. So yeah, I can understand that.
RMS TP's back to tier 1. The feeling that danger is coming. That little tingle you get when it's unsafe in the area. Sven is still top of net worth. BKB not too far away. And pretty widespread across the map from Viking as well, playing in this buddy system almost. Lina Sven with the stuns, they can pretty much catch and kill anyone if they're able to stick on their target. And while the rest of Viking near the Shadow Fiend to make sure he doesn't get jumped on while he gets towards the Black King bar. 5 men just biding their time. They really would want to go and fight. They've got Blink on Mars, trying to hunt for somebody, but closing in on him when Chen creeps are scouting, holding that line, looking to snipe couriers as well.
Both of these teams can actually smoke and get inside the Roche pit and try to get it. Phantom Assassin with Vampire Fangs and Deso has enough sustain. Maybe not enough damage yet. They need another hero inside the pit, but it's much safer if you just, you know, try to take a team fight and then go for Roche. Blink Dagger getting closer for Slaughter to pick it up. Shadowfiend just finished his BKB. Sven only recipe away. Let's see if they go for a Roche play. Yeah, they're in.
Straight into the pit. You're absolutely right. Alpha Wolf, Chen with his army. And they will look to slay the big man. No scan here, worth pointing out, for either team. And with a lack of vision, Dire doesn't quite know this is happening. Mars doesn't see anyone bottom lane. Lina did show top a second ago.
Misery, if he lands a good hammer, let's see. They might turn things around. Everyone's just grouping up.
He knows what's going on. Dive into hammer. Connects onto Roshan and one of the Chen creeps. Pilar dies thinking about how he can get into this fight properly himself. As Viking grouping up. Sven Illusion stunned by the avalanche, but Roshan's about to drop. The initiation from 5 men is not coming, and now they're in a position where they're forced to fight regardless. A great arena with the Supernova, but the right click's coming, and the RP's there, the Shadow Fiend's caught. Toby can't get across to the egg, and it lands! Misery! The Supernova's wonderful, but boom with the BKB Requiem. Laguna Blade into Misery, and the Phoenix is down. Sven looking to hound anyone he can. That God Strength going, but 5 men have disengaged. A 2-for-1 exchange.
Yeah, Phantom Assassin was still not ready to fight. Just the 400 gold away from that BKB. If she had it, she would definitely blink in on one of the targets and try to grab a kill. This way, Aegis secured for Shadowfiend. I see a couple of items queued up. Dragonlance, full MKB. Like, you're gonna need MKB against the Phantom Assassin at one point. And you also want to go for damage build. Like, you do not want to go for any spell damage. You have Slaughter to amplify things for you. Man, Toby is farming nicely. Like, Echo Saber going for Aghanim Scepter on top of that. Just said, screw it, I'm not going to get Blink Dagger.
Yeah, forget that. Chen chased down, but Toby's here to save the day. The spear back, keeps Zippe up. Celery blowing off the face of the map with the focus on Tiny. Jesse being chain stunned. The Mars Arena looks pretty good, and in comes the PA, finally looking ready to fight. But Toby surviving for so long as Tiny makes his quick escape. The Lina falls off to the left-hand side, and the PA clears up 2 in a row. Now Shadowfiend without BKB. She's going to lose Aegis. Speared up to the side. And 5 men, still with 5 alive, have killed off 4 of Vikings' heroes. Meteor Hammer beautifully timed as Misery begins with a reinitiation on the Shadow Fiend, and 5 men, even into Aegis, looking incredibly strong with that teamfight combo.
It's a completely different fight. Once Phantom Assassin gets a BKB, there's no abilities that appears through Magic Immunity besides Slaughter ulti, and I don't think she cares too much about it. Now going for a Basher, like Chesty is playing this game so nicely. Like reinitiating, it was also a sick arena to hold everyone in place so they can't get on top of Tiny, because Tiny would give them a lot of gold and XP. Going straight into Aghanim Scepter. Loving the build from Chesty.
Yeah, it's good stuff. And Sven, you can see how afraid he is with BKB on cooldown. He is in the trees, hiding in the fog as far away as he possibly can. Shadow Fiend needs to regather all these souls which he's lost. A nice little stack there made for him by his team. But the struggle of the Shadow Fiend definitely showing itself here. 15 souls all he's got. They smoke up. Supernova's ready. Misery didn't use it last fight. It was still on cooldown.
And remember, it's a level 2 Supernova. They have 2 Echo Sabers, but still, you're playing into Mars and Phoenix, and they have good ways of protecting the egg with the Avalanche, with the RP. Of course, Magnus still does not have a Blink Dagger. It's a position 5 mag and needs to have constant clarities running on him so that he has enough to actually use Empower on 1, maybe even 2 targets.
Yeah, it feels like Pilot Eye's job is pretty much just empower the PA and Tiny, and if he can RP a core hero, all is good. The spear back, Zibe's found the jump. Toby, completely out of position. Trying to clear out that mid wave and push into tier 1, but Viking weren't ready for that, and they're not ready for this. The PA in onto the Lina now, as Zibe has a spear back up in a second, can launch it out and catch out. The Lina doesn't even need it, holding it for another target because Tiny hasted, tossing back. The SF into the Centaur, the Avalanche there as Sven does get a stun down. The TP out with the BKB, but the RP lands. Pilot Eye's there, and that's his job. All he has to do is RP a core, and it's a good one.
And he needs to get, like, his... Blink at one point, stay as further away from fight as possible, use Empower, get the clarities running, maybe get a lane for yourself at one point, try to farm it up because it's going to be a different story. Like, imagine having Mag still with a Blink Dagger, and that's his job, Empower and the Blink RP.
Very simple to execute there for Pilot Eye. Leave all the nuanced finesse play to the PA. And this Tiny now a couple of hundred away from the Aghanim Scepter. As we see the Shadow Fiend die once more. And it's a sad time, down to 10 souls now. Boom has a lot of catching up. 8,500 net worth. Very often feels like Shadow Fiend is in the same kind of realm as Alchemist and Anti-Mage. The Lina main mid, you need to snowball, but every death matters so much more on this kind of hero, as you're not only off the map for 30, 40, 50 seconds, but you're missing out on farm, your souls are lost.
Yeah, he's not a hero that plays well from behind. And Sven, like, the map is shrinking. They don't have enough farm for everyone to get their items online. Like, Sven, remember his BKB timing? He's not even close to the Aghanims. 5-man's movement around the map, the warding, everything is on point this game. They made so many stacks.
And they haven't been able to utilize this Lina. Position 4 Lina very often is, paired up with Slardar, with Sven.
Oh, there's Lina in the game?
Exactly. Usually we're seeing Lina with one of those 2 stun heroes just going around, finding kill, pick off after pick off. So it's not only the aggressive maneuvering here from 5 men, but also the fact that they're keeping, PA hidden. Tiny's not showing himself, and Celery. Yeah, the Chen just being burnt to a crisp by Misery, and Zibe there for the final touch.
Just gonna take one for the team. To go back to your point about Lina. Lina does not have a hero to play with in this game. Like, no one has a Blink Dagger, Sven, no Aghanim Scepter. So she just needs to, find a space for herself, try to get any kind of farm.
Relegated to split pushing and collecting bounty runes. Aramis at least will succeed in the latter, as Lina will take both of them down in the bottom right corner of the map. 5 men know exactly where she is, though, as they draw a big old circle around her. They instead converge into the Dire team's favorite place on the map, and that is this Radiant Triangle, both defending Roshan and pressuring, focusing towards the tier 2s and the high ground. Well, the PA, oh dearie me. Where did that Lina go?
Seems like Viking are just buying time. I mean, Aramis pretty much understands that someone's gonna come. He just wants to see who's gonna come there, so the cores can try to get another item. Shadowfin, second item, Dragonlance. It's fine. It's not a game changer. Still a long run until you get that MKB. They definitely need Sven to have Aghanim Scepter to be more maneuverable in these team fights.
It just feels like, you're delaying this game to get your own items, and at the same time, Magnus now has a Blink Dagger, so the initiation effect from 5 men increased tremendously. While a Lotus Orb is, 50 gold away from Misery's Phoenix, even the supports on the Dire team are getting stacked with items. Slardar with Ag's Echo And now a Solar Crest queued up. I'm trying to tank up as much as he can and be that frontliner for his Shadow Fiend. What do you get from Slaughter Ags? There's a lot of stuff. Like
It's a lot.
resist
HP regen, status resist, armor, puddle, you name it.
All the good stuff.
Movement speed from Guardian Sprint as well.
Hell yeah. PA.
Full axe.
It's coming. Tier 2 tower, not going to last too long either. Little dive there with a Meteor Hammer and this Deso going to work for Ace. As Tiny Zags now arrives. The Tree Volley. Ready to chuck some trees into the Mars Arena.
Some big items on 5 men. Like having that blur on instant cast where you can dispel things, it's such a good thing. Roche spawned, and yeah, every single time I click on Tiny, I feel like he has Arcane Rune, and this Tiny, he will definitely scale. It's a Tiny with 6 and end power. At one point, if the game drags, he's gonna get dataless. Look at his damage.
Oh, that Tree Volley's adorable. Look at him. Roshan, down he goes. Aegis and Cheese in the hands of PA and the Tiny, respectively, and an immediate smoke. Chessie not in it. We'll see if he shows out on the map somewhere to bait his opponents into that false sense of security. But Viking appearing to be ready, holding high ground. Smoke there, Requiem channel. The PA feared, but not a lot of damage. Only 20 souls up on the Shadow Fiend, and they dived into the back. The 3-man Mars Arena, and with the BKBs going, Shadow Fiend and Sven, they are fighting, but they're stuck inside, and the PA's going wild. RP in the back will catch out Toby. The Slaughter's been stunned up, but it's the Mars that gets taken out first. Laguna Blade was there, and 5 men. They do initiate, and they might get 1 kill. The trade of the offlaners is what we end up with.
They still have enough damage to just go for high ground. Chessie just popped the Arcane. And Phantom Assassin is always going to be in blur, playing from the fog. Like level 15 talents plus 350 cast range on that Phantom Strike is insanely good. I think that talent is a bit OP.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And she still has BKB 9 seconds as well. They find the Chen, the jump in from the PA, annihilating Celery with a Tree Volley, the final lob of a big old branch. And Tiny says, thank you very much, I'll give this kill to Ace. And the high ground, still being pressured. Chessie, come on. Leave them alone, they're already dead.
They're running out of trees. Like, Chessie needs to find a spot for himself.
Yeah, where are the Striders? Where's the Ironwood branch? Or the Ironwood tree?
Nature's Prophet. Remember the old Nature's... Oh, sorry, the old tree and that had... I think trees grow back in 2 seconds. Yeah.
Well, they catch out Toby. He went on a bit of a dewarding mission. 1.2k crits from PA, though. And Aegis still in her hands for about 3 minutes, honestly. Gives 5 men a great position to be in as Chessie, he's going to find Lina. And with the Avalanche and the Tree Volley, pops the Eon Disc.
Phantom Assassin going on Shadowfin. Like, this cast is insane.
There's nothing they can do to stop Ace either. Look, straight onto Chen. Centaur Stomp misses and he just crits him down. Buyback straight out from Celery as they try to hold on to any semblance of base control, and tier 3, it is crumbling quickly. 5 men are already back in action. RP is there with a Blink Dagger in a couple of seconds for While I Die. Just keep empowering your teammates as they whack away at barracks. Repair kit going though for Viking.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Ranged one, the first to fall. And the crush, not going to land. Toby just getting a corrosive haze onto the Mars for now, and an arena not quite well placed. Zone is out, the rest of Viking.
So they can easily reset. They are not relying on the cooldowns. Even if there's no RP, if there's no arena, they can still easily take a fight. Aegis. Minute and 30 seconds left. Tiny still holding on to that cheese. So they're pretty hard to take down. I think Viking might have one more fight.
And it's going to have to be like a sly smoke. Something to upset the balance of the game. Try and get them even the smallest advantage because they need every advantage they can get. Illusion win for Shadow Fiend. Shove out the mid lane with those and TP back home because they need to defend their bottom lane. 5 men are here with a catapult wave this time. And Toby just crushing the floor to make the big puddle. Well, the tier 3 falls. Now in we go. Great spear off the blink, and the Shadow Fiend, he's going to have to buy back. Didn't even get a chance to pop his BKB as the Slardar slips away from danger, but the jump in from the PA makes sure to shut that down. 5 men know now that without Toby, they are in a 5 versus 4, and Viking are running out of options so quickly.
Double godlike, both Chessie and Ace. 3 volley, bringing
Shadow Fiend
down to half HP.
With the Arena of Blood now, Supernova in on top of them all. They try and focus it down with the right clicks and they've killed off Zibby, but the RP from Pylite Die, it secures the egg, and they can keep on fighting. This is it. That's game over. There's no way that Viking can face up against this, and 5 men take it. The game and the series.
Yeah, good performance from 5 men, where the laning stage, at least the top, didn't work well for them, but they made so many stacks for Phantom Assassin to actually make a comeback into the game. Tiny had an amazing game, getting all the runes, making the rotations. It's just overall an easy Dota, like Phantom Assassin plus Magnus. Mars also had a good time. Like, I never felt they were contested in this game. The Roche attempt from Viking was good, but they lacked a bit of damage, and 5 men, they had a good read on what's happening.
They for sure did. Like Ace and Chessie, both 0 deaths, having perfect games themselves, and it just felt like the series overall, the first 2 games pretty close between these squads, felt like it was going to go back and forth, and then a bit of an anticlimactic ending there, as 5 men from start to finish, they knew with that empowered PA they were going to cruise to victory. All it took was a final RP, a bit of a flourish at the end from Pylite Die to round it all out. But Lacoste, that's it for us today. 2-1 victory for 5 men. We'll hand it over to Odie and Fogs as your casters for the remaining 2 series, and we'll chuck it back to the panel as well to see what they have to say. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just a dust, just a sand, just a motion of your hands. Can't say why.
And with that, we have found our first victor of today. It is the 5-men, and now we get ready for our Game Fuel post-match, where we break down the series and let you guys know all the ins and outs of this series and why 5-men were able to come out with a 2-1 victory here for day number 9 of ESL 1 Germany. So welcome back, everyone. Here, my name is Luke, and I'm joined by my lovely gentleman, Danog.
And
I'm sorry,
wow.
I see you're not a lovely gentleman.
And QO.
Oh.
And QO.
I just want to have that lovely gentleman joke just to kind of go there. But lads, this was a pretty dominant victory here from 5-men in this final map. But the series as a whole, to me, I still feel like Viking have not performed to the level that I was expecting coming into ESL 1 Germany.
No, I think that's pretty fair. I think that game especially, it felt like, you know, there were some good players, of course, coming out from the 5-men, but it felt like Viking, they drafted around a specific style, but they never played to that. You know, you're getting aggressive. You always know when you see Boom Shadowfiend, you're getting that first item, BKB. You've got a Chen as well, who rushes his mechanism and drops off after the 30-minute mark. But they just never seemed to group up together to give Shad the space that he needed to really become this beast.
Yeah, my weirdest timing was once they had the 2 BKBs and the Aegis claim from Roshan, and they had secured already a fight before that for the Roshan play, they never really grouped up to take any towers. Toby got picked off twice in a row. They used Hand of God trying to save him. It was a little too late, so they wasted Hand of God as well. It just didn't seem like they were playing together like they used to in the BTS Pro Series.
Well, before we get a little bit deeper here into this series, we do have our post-match interview here with one of the men from 5-men, and it is Chessie here, the mid laner for 5-men. So, Chessie, mate, congratulations on your series victory here up against Viking GG. I want to touch on something about Pylai Dai here. So, on the panel, we talk about him as being one of these position 5 players that plays a lot of these medic heroes, right? Like, he has these healers, plays an Oracle, plays all these heroes that can save and heal a lot of the teammates. But for this series, he's changed it up a little bit. Is that something you guys prepared coming in against Viking?
It's not something we specifically prepared for this, and I do think he has a bit of a nickname for himself in playing those type of heroes like you are saying, but in this team, I don't think he plays those typical go feed heroes a lot of the time. He definitely is very versatile and changes it up.
Yeah, I just want to ask another question just about Pi, because in games 1 and 2, I was like, this is the richest I've ever seen Pi in my life. You know, he had things like Crimson Guard, he had the medallion, he was farming away, and Misery was taking a bit of a backseat. Was that the plan going into those games?
Again, it's not something that you specifically plan for, it's just how the game unfolds. Like, someone is going to have to get the space, someone's going to have to soak it, and we ended up in a pretty weird position in the second game, I would say. We ended up picking Weaver, and we did not plan at all for it to be a position 5, and then it ends up being our position 5, so our draft got a little bit wonky, and you can't just have a position 5 Weaver and not take any space, so that's just one of the situations that we just talked about. You have to adapt and do what you can with the situation, and then Pi takes some space. Unfortunately, it didn't go our way, but do what you can.
Yeah, congrats on the win, by the way. I feel your performance in this tournament has been really, really good. You play a wider range of hero pools where I feel that you play around the team more so than other mid players, but your mechanics in the mid lane is really solid. I mean, are you very confident coming into this tournament when it comes to matchups against other mid players from the other teams?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been practicing one-on-ones a lot more recently than I have in the past, and I think it's really showing. Some of these matchups that are not really supposed to go your way, I figured out ways around them by lots and lots of games of practice. Especially this last game here, I decided to take a Tiny against a Shadowfiend. It's not Tiny favored whatsoever, but with some tricks in the lane, there's some stuff that you can do that I feel confident enough to pick it, and then you have a Tiny that's farmed. So
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing for our viewers as well, right? If you find yourself in those less than ideal situations and matchups, just go back and watch that and see how you can maybe deal with it. You mentioned you do a lot of 1v1 practice. Is it someone within the team or a friend externally? Who is it with?
I've been playing specifically now Ergon. It's I used to play for Team Spirit, Russian guy, who is a good opponent and reliable opponent. If a lot of people, if they plan to go one-on-one, they might not show up on time, they might not be there. I know he will always be on time. He will always, like if we say 10 a.m. every 1 hour per day, this whole week, he's always going to be there. And if he's not on time, he's going to let me know beforehand, and that's very important to me.
Well, at least you've got a good 1v1 partner here, Chessie. So we're going to leave you to the spoils of victory, and congratulations once again.
Thank you very much. Thanks for watching.
Thank you. 1v1 practice. That's pretty interesting coming from him, the fact that he said that he, coming into this, that he wanted to practice these 1v1s a lot more, really have that deep knowledge of it so they can have these matchups where he picks a Tiny into a Shadow Fiend where he said himself, Tiny's not favored at all, and he still comes out on top.
Especially when you don't have the rotational power. Like a Phoenix came and, Misery took the last hit and the first blood, but still, to be able to get the better end of that matchup just shows what a great player that Chessie is.
Well, speaking of that, it is our first replay here in the package, but just looking back at the series as a whole here, the first game, 5 men played really well, and they had a good draft, and then, Chessie said it there, their draft went kind of wonky, and then they were able to pull it back here and get the 3rd game victory. I think it shows a little bit of mental fortitude coming from these guys. In the pre-match interview with Zibe, he said that he feels like Misery never really gets out-drafted. I mean, that second game he probably did a little bit. He got a little tongue-tied when it comes to a few of those heroes. But to me, being able to come back from a loss like that and come back into such a dominant 3rd game victory shows a lot of good mental fortitude and a good mentality going forward for the rest of the tournament here for the boys of 5 men.
I mean, for me, that 3rd game wasn't necessarily an outdraft for the 5 men, right? It just felt like you've got this position 5 Magnus. He's more than happy for you to play this slower style, allow his team to be a bit more greedy, and then eventually come into his own and be a significant factor. Like, if you can get to 30 minutes and you've got, Blink plus one other key item on that mag, you're very happy. You're essentially fulfilling your POS 3 role as a 5.
Yeah, the way I see it, maybe a little more different, because I feel in this game, both teams have their own win conditions. Obviously, in the later stages of the game, the Phantom Assassin with the Empower, as well as the team fight from Mars and the Egg, I feel they're going to be a lot stronger in the later stages of the game. But it's more about the mid-game, and I feel that Viking GG just didn't really display what their lineup was capable to do so, and 5 men punished that, obviously. And they took advantage from the weakness that they saw, and they took the win so convincingly. And sure, I don't want to discredit this 5 men. I think they're one of the teams that are coming to this tournament less prepared because they've only been playing for a few months together. So it's very good to see this performance coming from them. But I really think they need to probably be a little bit more consistent, especially as they said in the second game, they felt like the Weaver pick wasn't solid, right? And they just put in the spots to do what they had to do. But maybe into the next series, they really need to solidify everything, drafting as well as execution.
Yeah. Well, it goes to show that, Pai's been changing up the heroes that he's been playing as well. We've seen a few of these teams now run this position 5 Magnus and some of these weirder position 5 heroes, and I think that might kind of develop into a meta in and of its own, right? Going a little bit deeper into ESL 1 Germany, that these position 5s might not just be your classic Witch Doctors, your Vengeful Spirits, your Oracles, all that kind of jazz. They've got these heroes that if you can get away with the greed, you basically come out with 4 cores at the end of it, right?
Just not the Weaver,
Just not the Weaver. That I mean, to be fair, it was one of those games where they wanted to have the Weaver in the game, but just not on Paladai.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen 5 Beastmasters come out, and that got a win. Yep. So anything can work once... well, he still kind of is a prophet for Dota, once said.
Yeah, that is true. Well, just having a look back at Chessie's stats here, it's a pretty strong showing there from the Tiny player. And I'm going to have to agree with what Darcy said in the interview. He has been looking at like one of these mid players that is looking really strong. And a team across like this, usually you look at the position 1s to be a lot of the win conditions most of the time, but Chessie seems to be one of those mid players that really enables that quite a lot, right?
Yeah, he facilitates the win condition by creating so much space, by creating a lot of pressure in the enemy side of the map, and just in general, his heroes, there are some factors where he is the win condition, such as the Zeus. I think that game, even if it drags out, Zeus just has a free game. He had Refresher as well at that point in time. But he's just one of those players that plays at 2 in the middle lane, but he seems so impactful. And like you said, he's been playing a lot of 1v1s, even in bad matchups. As long as he knows the hero's going to do well after the laning phase and he can get something out of it, he can be very good for the team, enabling everyone else.
Yeah, and just to piggyback off that point as well, I think it just goes to show the value of hard work, you know, still having these 1v1 matchups, even at the level that he's at. You know, I would say going into this tournament, probably without the 1v1 practice, he would still be in the upper echelon of mid players just based off pure mechanical skill, but to still want to strive to do better, to improve his game beyond the next level. I mean, if a lot of other players took note of that, then I don't think we would probably see as many upset results as we have so far in this tournament.
Exactly. It's all about improvement here at ESL 1 Germany, and 5 men have improved their score to a 2-1 series score here in the Swiss format of ESL 1 Germany. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a short break after our first series is done and dusted. We're going to get into our second one of today. We've got Na'Vi taking on Windstrike. Make sure you don't miss it.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
Stats with the most region possible. This is 600 starting gold right here. If you do half the steps, trust me, you will get better.
Catch my vision, no damn pride. Girl, you max easy. I don't mind leaving, just let me know. Then she told me take it easy. Yeah, yeah. game and to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I'll be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
Welcome back, everyone. Series number 2 is just about ready. We've got Na'Vi taking on Windstrike here for their one-on-one matches. Na'Vi looking red hot, and unfortunately they only lost to Team Liquid right now, and Windstrike also on some nice, cool form as well. Now, as we get back into this series, I'm going to introduce somebody new back to the panel here. I've got Danok and I've got QO again. Are you awake now, QO? Had a little nap in the green room?
Yeah.
Yeah, feeling good?
What's good?
That's good. I'm glad that you're here and fresh and ready for this exciting series. We've got Na'Vi taking on Windstrike, boys. What are we expecting from this one? Where do we think it's going to lean, first off?
I mean, CIS Dota, right? Davai, full Davai. That's what we want to see. And Windstrike, they've really been impressing me with their growth into this tournament. You know, first series that they played, a little bit more rough, but second series looked very strong.
Yeah. Like personally, I felt like I'm like huge Na'Vi fan. I think Vtune was like playing fantastic. Iceberg showed like a, you know, like that Doom performance last time was like insane.
He needs the right kind of hero,
yeah,
though, right? He needs something that's going to get up in your face. Mobile, whether it's the Doom, one of the spirits. Honestly, back in the day, you even see him play something like an Alchemist, where you can be enabled by a Darkseer, kind of similar to different strats from past TIs. But yeah, you need to really just enable him to be that big beast. Look at him standing there on the right. He is an absolute tank.
Yeah, there's so many just insane names coming in from this Na'Vi roster. The fact that they've got General and Roger in that offlane as well, a very formidable duo. They've got some insane combinations between those two players that I really think that it's going to be on Windstrike to make sure that Aggressive Child has a good lane in this game, because that's where they really feels like they can get a lot of work done in those side lanes, is making sure that General and Roger have this good combination with their two heroes and trying to abuse those safe lane carries a lot.
Yeah, I think completely agree. And the thing that I like as well about Na'Vi is that they've got a little bit of that unique style as well. Earthshaker's kind of fallen out of the meta, but it's still one of Roger's best heroes. And Vtune, he loves picking the Morphlings, so we could see the Morph Shaker come out again.
Yeah, like I think the other day, like Alliance picked up this Earthshaker Morphling. I think it was
Worked out really well. It was specifically in response to the PA coming through. You know, OG tried to run it 2 times in a row, but with that True Strike coming from the Enchant Totem on the Morphling, there's not really too much you can do to fight into it.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think Vtune is also one of those players that loves these illusion carries as well, right? He's very known for a lot of these carries that use those illusion heroes. So maybe we might see the resurgence of Naga today, boys?
Possible. You know, he's one of the people that still does pick PL. Obviously, we saw it have success in Game 1 of that 5-man series, but it still does feel, you know, a tier or 2 below some of those top echelon ones.
All right, well, what about on the other side of this, lads, Windstrike? What do they need to do here in this series up against Na'Vi to come out with the victory? Because going into this, usually at the start of the day, we talk about how we think these matches are going to go, and we feel like this might be a little bit more Na'Vi favored than Windstrike. So what does Windstrike need to come into this series with to try and upset Na'Vi here in this third series?
I think they have to lock them in, like, in a draft. They don't let, like, Iceberg pick his hero. If you... Like, normally you can only pick this mobile hero if your draft is good. But I think, like, when he plays like Honka or like something that doesn't, like that can't really rotate, like I feel like he's having a trouble with like his game plan.
Yeah, so I think it's not just going to be the bans, but also the block picks. You know, we saw how effective his Doom is. Winstrike are capable of playing it as well, both in that mid lane as well as the off lane positions. And we've heard in past interviews as well that Winstrike have a lot of faith in Rabel. They say he's one of the best mids in the entire world, and they want to support him with that, even giving him things like the Broodmother last pick.
Exactly. Well, it seems like it's going to be the battle of the mids here between Na'Vi and Winstrike. Once again, we're going to go to a short break, and on the other side of this, we're going to have game number 1 draft between Na'Vi and Winstrike.
Through the motions, the super slow motion. It's time to lose your inhibition, developing a blind ambition. Fire it up, ignite it. I don't wanna fight it no more. I wanna see where this can go. I'm done with playing around, not knowing. Yeah, you've nothing to lose. You're lost at the night. You're feeling alright. Just let it go. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Everybody's on that, gonna do it like this. Yeah, we never look back. Got the bodies on tap, put the body on it, get it cloudy on it. Got me on the right track, yeah, you got me on it. Gonna do it like this, cause that's the way we want it. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Gonna do it like this, yeah, we never look. It's the adrenaline running through my game. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm fast you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just fast you. Look into my eyes, I'm not afraid. Take over my mind till it fades. Like a medicine, it keeps me safe. This neon lights lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm fast you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just fast you. Fast you. I tell you the truth.
Long time no see, chat. I see you guys are all chomping at the bit here to get in between Na'Vi and Winstrike. So we've got a nice little spicy draft for you guys to all divulge and get ready for the game number 1 here between the two CIS powerhouses that we've got for ESL 1 Germany. Got Dan, I got QO back here for game number 1 draft. Boys, it's on our screens now, so I'm going to stop speaking.
Phoenix Mars, opening. Why not? You know, it has been very rarely punished. I'm liking the Tusk. It gives you that early game tempo that you need to get those first few key items. If you get a spear off, it's a lot of burst damage as well, although the way that Na'Vi like to play this Phoenix is in the POS 5 role. So we've seen it POS 4 for a lot of these other teams. And Always Want to Fly, while he's a great player, sometimes he's been a little bit out of positioning with his Sunrays. I think that is the most busted ability in the entire game, but you gotta position yourself correctly.
Oh, I'm so tired of like teams picking Mars. Like I think it's been showing like such a strong performance, but like teams yet haven't really like punished him. I want to see him like getting punished by, you know, just picking Ricky or those life stealer.
Yeah, and then Na'Vi just go, well, there's not going to be a Ricky, there's not going to be an aggressive Storm Spirit, and, well, Windstrike, they ban out the life stealer themselves, so maybe just putting a little bit of respect on V-Toon's ability to carry with that hero too.
Yeah, what about just picking Timbersaw in the safe lane and just go offensive tri lane, you know? Like Mars is like not that strong, like when it's forced to like lane safe lane, it's not as scary.
Do you think that's not putting too much emphasis on the enemy offlaner, and then you might get a bit distracted and the POS 1 and 2 might, you know, have too strong of a game?
Yeah, that could happen because like it might just ended up like you're 1v1 offlane with and then like 3v3 on like safe lanes, but yeah, like but Mars, like they always get this 4k 5k net worth in first 10 minutes and have all this blink, and there's not many heroes that you can pick like against it.
So what are you wanting out of this? Like, I know you don't like the hero that much, but I feel like Undying is pretty good at pressuring something like a Mars as well, right? You have Decay, he's a strength hero, so it takes away some of his damage. Timbersaw, very good QO.
QO comes back on the panel, he gets some insane predictions already, he's already popping off the walls, so you feel like that what Windstrike are going to do here, QO, they're going to try and put the Timbersaw against the Mars in kind of like a 1v1 or a 1v2 lane?
Most likely, unless like Na'Vi picks PA or something like that's like hard carry, then they might just put it against the Timber plus one in the off lane.
Something else I kind of like is, have they banned it out just yet? They like to play Yamich Shadow Demon as well, and that's something that can chunk through a lot of these high HP heroes really quickly with the Soul Catcher, as well as if you get off the Demonic Purge, you protect yourself against these more hypermobile style of heroes.
Yeah. Well, I think they need like those Earth Spear, something that can set up this tri lane properly. I think that will open an option.
They're lacking a little bit of initiation.
Yeah. So, I mean, by Enchantress, you're already securing like one lane, and with the Timber, so I think you're also securing another lane. And now they see Draw Ranger.
How do you think that they're going to beat that? Because clearly that's a preconceived decision, because they've gone ahead and banned out the Spectre, one of the heroes that's more than happy to just sit on the back lines and let them do whatever the hell they want. I mean, in terms of things that are good against the Drow Ranger, Mars is probably up there as one of them, and they've got it on their own side. Arc Warden, I mean, can be okay, but I think it's way too slow against this sort of style. And you've already got a Timbersaw, so you'd be getting a little bit greedy too.
What do we feel about a Phantom Lancer then for Windstrike?
I like it. Like, just go Phantom Lancer and go offensive tri lane, and it's Enigma. Oh, a lot of
decent amount of team fight here from Windstrike, right? Is it enough for them to win these mid-game team fights against Na'Vi though? Because they've got Egg and Arena, they've got the Snowball, you know, everything that Drow provides as well is always really nice.
I guess. With your concept before as well, QO, with the Timbersaw laning up against the Mars, do you think that's something where they just switch the lanes up and DK Phogos goes and does it? Or is it something that you just give away to Aggressive Child? Like, it's an aggressive style of hero, right? It might not be, you know, traditionally position 1, but if you want to lane up against that, is that the way to go?
Not a big fan. Like, especially like right now, it just looks like Enigma and Timbersaw are just gonna lane bottom, like with the one creep deny and just try to
jungle.
Yeah, try like Enigma jungle and Timbersaw 2v1 against the Drow Ranger lane. Like,
I just want to know how they're getting on top of this Drow Ranger.
Yeah,
that's what I want to know.
Because with the Enigma and like Enchantress and Doom, I think they're like very passive. They need like some enabler who can actually move in, and
Doom can kind of be that, right? He needs to absolutely crush his lane, and now you know that it's most likely going to be Doom mid, right? So you can pick the perfect hero into that to make sure he has the smallest impact possible.
Yeah, I think it could be, but is Doom like in my like theory, like Doom is not an initiating hero. It needs like some other heroes to like move in and then like get a kill a bit. And once it's fully tanky, then you can be a frontline. But before like 20 minutes, I feel difficulty. I feel like the Winstrike's gonna face difficulties like jumping on some people.
Unless you crush the lane.
Unless you crush the lane. Yeah, if you crush the lane, you can do anything. Like.
Yeah, just win. Just win the lane.
Yeah.
Hit the creeps.
I mean, Iceberg's the man who did it on and last time he played Doom as well, so...
You would think it's going to be Rabel this time around, unless they're throwing a little bit of a curveball again and they might put this Timbersaw mid, but not really feeling it, especially considering Na'Vi have the last pick overall. You don't want to put yourself into that corner. So you would think it's the position 1 hero still to come from Winstrike.
I really like PLPA ban from Na'Vi. Like it seems like very reasonable.
Getting in onto the backlines.
What is left though? Something like, I mean, maybe trying to get the better lane matchup with picking something like an Ursa. You said you didn't really like it, QO.
Juggernaut.
Okay.
I feel like it was just what was left, really. You know, something... It's okay, right? It can hit the egg while spinning. You can spin and just get out of the arena, which is always nice. You might need to build into a Manta style this time around just to get rid of the Gust so you can get off these abilities. But again, what is going to get you in onto that backline, especially with these beefy heroes like the Mars and the Tusk in your way already?
I was expecting Winstrike to pick Slark.
Yeah.
You know, like it's just more fun. Like,
but does it win the game?
You have to be fun, like to win a game.
Mm.
But Juggernaut, I think we've seen this matchup against Mars Phoenix, like with Jog, and
I think we
I haven't seen Jog killing on Mars like single time. Like he always chased the Mars down for like 200 HP, and Mars somehow just juke it.
Lina is
mid.
It's just stable, right? Like it gives you some magic damage. I suppose some ranged stun against Yamich's Enigma is going to be nice, but once you get that BKB, I suppose you've got the Walrus Punch to be able to disrupt that, and the egg, if it does explode, can stop it from happening. I still feel like Na'Vi's got this in the bag though.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi got this. Like they have this Lina versus Doom matchup. I'm not really convinced with this Enigma and like Juggernaut in the 4th and 5th pick coming out from.
And you've got a Tusk, so you can punish the star. Like Yamich has done this before, right? Where he literally just left DK Fogus completely alone, but they didn't have any heroes to be able to rotate through. So I think this game is going to be pretty heavily on Roger being able to scout out Yamich, stop that from happening, and Timbersaw is going to have a very, very happy lane still, but it's not going to be anywhere near as punished.
Well, touching on what you said a little bit earlier, QO, it was Liquid that played the Juggernaut into the Phoenix against Na'Vi, which is the game that they won against Na'Vi as well.
Ooh.
So it's Na'Vi, they have this idea, they've played against it before, so they understand how this is going to work out. But what are we thinking here? Obviously, it looks pretty good here for Na'Vi. They've got Roger on a signature hero, they've got General on a signature hero, they've got Always Wanna Fly on a signature hero. Iceberg V and Toon maybe not as signature heroes, but what are we thinking? How do we think this game's going to evolve for both of these teams right now?
It's completely dependent on the fours, in my mind. If Roger gets aggressive, Na'Vi's and is effective, Na'Vi's going to win. If they let Yamich sit back and this percentage-based stuff starts to come into the equation, then they do have a chance. You've got the Infernal Blade for percentage-based, you've got the Midnight Pulse. It could happen.
All right, I need one word. Predictions. Let's go. Quick.
Na'Vi.
Yeah, Na'Vi.
All right, both my panelists here are going to go with Na'Vi. So I'm going to throw it over to our casters for our series number 2 today. It's going to be Odie, Pixel, and Fogged.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 1 of Na'Vi versus Winstrike. As we get ourselves straight into the action, let's give you a little bit of a lowdown on who's playing what on both of the sides. Over on the side of Winstrike, we have Mr. Railable playing the Doom. He's going to be starting up towards the top lane. Well, of course, he's going to be mid. He's going to be mid by the looks of it with full tango, so we're going to have him starting off there. Dakalis making the moves, seeing which sort of lane setup he wants to find himself in, heading up there probably to join forces with Aggressive Child on the carry Jug. Because that means that down bottom on Winstrike, we're going to have Yamich playing the Enigma. It's going to probably take away a creep or two, get this lane into a good position for DK Fogus on the off-lane Timbersaw. Over on the side of Na'Vi, we've got Roger making the moves on the Tusk. As always want to fly, his support partner on the Phoenix. And then, of course, mid lane, Iceberg Lina. It's a classic. We'll see how it works out for him. Top lane, always want to fly is going to be joining up with General. We've seen them do this before, Na'Vi. It's been pretty terrifying. General, pretty damn strong on the old Mars. And, of course, last but not least, V-Tune will be playing the carry Drow. Fog is having some technical issues at the moment, so I'm afraid you are stuck with just me. I'll try and do my best to say things entertaining and also smart, but it's probably not going to work out. So let's forget the smart stuff and let's just have a bit of a laugh. Hopefully we're going to have a lot of action between these two teams. Very interested to see how some of these side lanes go. Bottom lane, Drow and the Tusk. What do we reckon about this? Well, Drow, you got the Frost Arrows. You don't really care too much about the Timber because he tries to step forward. You're going to start punching him with the Orb walking. So we'll see early on V-Tune probably hold his own quite nicely. Whilst the two supports play around with each other. Roger and Yamage chasing after one another in the jungle. The mid lane, what do we have here? Iceberg, he's against the melee hero. You know what they say, if you're playing Lina, use LSA. And if he's able to land stuns with the Light Strike, and once he's got it skilled, at the moment he's gone for the first 2 points in Dragon Slave and the passive just to secure CS and have sort of the safer rest. But you can imagine if he does take a point in that stun, Relval's going to have to be a little careful on the mid team every time he steps up for the creep wave. Top lane, as the panel sort of talked about, got to agree with QO. We're seeing Jug picked a lot into Mars, but most of the time, Blade Fury just isn't long enough and high enough damage to kill off a Mars. And that's always a worry. You try and go in on this Mars, he's able to turn and take you out. Mid lane, Iceberg, as soon as he hits the level 3, he's in. The stun is there, and that's the Doom out of the lane. This mid lane, I don't think it's going to get any easier for the Doom. No, I do not. Iceberg Lina definitely one to be scared about. Of course, Doom still going to be able to farm regardless. Doesn't matter, a death or two here. He's going to be able to catch up. But of course, what it does mean is that Iceberg's going to get some very nice XP early on, and this level 6 is going to come out at a time that will mean that the side lanes have got to be very prepared for an incredibly strong Lina moving around if Iceberg continues to have such a good start here in the mid matchup. So yeah, so far on the side lanes, who's missing out the most? As expected, bottom lane, DK, he's having struggles. You know, you're against a Drow, it's just not fun. V-Tune just consistently beating him away with the Frost Arrows. You see on the CS, 11 for 6 on the Drow compared to the 6 for 1 on Timber. V-Tune's off to a great time. I don't see it getting any harder anytime soon because Windstrike, they have gone for that bit of a greed. Obviously running the Enigma, he's not around all the time to help out. Enchantress, it's going to be a kill. See if they can get always want to fly in return. Aggressive Charles chasing. He's got the movement speed. We've got 305 against the 280. He does actually have the movement advantage, but doesn't want to waste any more time away from the creep wave. Problem is, he's already wasted quite a bit of time away from the creep wave. He's only got 8 CS at the moment, this Jug, compared to General's 13 for 9. I think it's pretty fair to say, ladies and gentlemen, that 3 minutes in, Na'Vi, they've won every single lane. We're just 3 minutes in, but you're seeing it already on the CS. It's not looking great for Windstrike. They've got to find some sort of way to make one of these lanes better. I don't know if they're going to have the opportunity to do so. They're running an Enigma who's hitting the jungle. They're a man down in the lanes. What sort of moves can you make? I don't think you can make any. This Enigma's not going to want to step away from his jungle creeps. Even Relval, you know, he's going to be resorted to looking towards the jungle as well. As this mid lane's, it's not going to be any more fun for him once this 6 is online for Iceberg. And Iceberg, he's only a few waves away from it. You see this level 5 Lina against one, just turning level 4 now, dude, but already just a big XP difference. Top lane, impetus from Ducalis will finish off Always Want to Fly. So Windstrike are able to get finally some sort of kill out of these lanes. 4-minute rune coming into play. Roger, he's going to look to mark up the bottom one. It is a double damage. Should be able to hold Relval on the high ground long enough for Iceberg to head over, get that bottle refill. So now Iceberg, he's got a lot of power in this mid lane. Relval definitely needing to be cautious with this DD ready to blow in Iceberg's bottle. See top. Okay, well, we can do. I'm hearing word that we can get a mystery member in. I mean, if you're able to wire him through, we can get him on the line. No problem at all. So don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. You may not be stuck with just me for much longer. We might be able to get a +1. And hello, am I still speaking to myself, or is there somebody else with me?
Hello, everyone. How are you doing?
Oh, hello, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Danog. Give him a clap. He's joining us on the cast. Danog, how are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. I know you mentioned before that we can, just with you casting, it's not going to be all that smart, but I think with me, it's not going to change all that much. So we'll go into it. They're getting pretty aggressive up here on General on the top side.
Oh, they are, yeah. Throwing in with the Blade Fury, but General's able to turn. Whoa, where was that spear going? It certainly wasn't going toward the Jug. General with a bit of a panic play, but he does live. Pops the Fairy Fire in the south. He's going to be good to go. In fact, he's trying to chase for Ducalis. All this Enchantress. He's got to run. Oh, my goodness. We're having some fresh meat tonight there. As General just destroys the old deer.
Just cops it right in the
table
face.
this evening.
Yeah, that's for
Wow,
sure.
that was terrifying. And oh, Iceberg, he's making the moves. And he's going to be able to do that every single time. Already, this Timber was off to a bit of a rough start down bottom. He's catching up on the CS, but these kills, this XP is going to make Beatune have a very nice time down here. I mean, what do you sort of reckon about the opening so far here?
Well,
Danog, what sort of Windstrike's best way of sort of slowing this down? Or is this just expected when they're running the Enigma?
I think it's a little bit expected, but at the end of the day, they were losing all 3 lanes. I think they might have tried to at least salvage one of them, but Na'Vi did this clever thing where they actually made sure that the Phoenix was up top alongside the Mars so that you could actually contest into the Enchantress. So Tusk really doesn't do all that much against the Ench in the early levels. So good switch around there and punishing them as a result.
Absolutely. 6 minutes in, 2k lead for now on Na'Vi. Top lane. Na'Vi, that timing about to be hit too when, as soon as General hits the 6. Ducalis in particular has to be cautious. At least aggressive Charles always going to have ways to play out. With Blade Fury, bottom lane, Vitune is getting dove upon it by DK Focus, but not enough damage straight up. The Light Strike is off the mark. DK Focus still looking for Vitune, and he's going to be able to find it. Chakram's in and takes down the Drow. That missed stun from Iceberg, costing the life of the Drow. We'll get DK Focus in return. As the burst is there with the Laguna. Roger able to help over and help out as well. So taking the Timber down, but a big kill there. Getting that solo kill on the Drow, that's going to give this Timber a big boost.
And I think that's the exact kind of play that they need to be making on Windstrike, right? You've got a Timber Saw. You know you get strong at around this level 5 or so mark. And when you've got an Enigma, you can't just be sitting back passive constantly because you're going to get punished, as they have been so far. Topside, though, there's still a little bit of aggression happening here, and I'm sure that Windstrike would be happy to take that kind of trade, although still not reaching level 6, so he might be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, Vitune, he's made the move over here as he's able to offer that extra bit of damage to take down Aggressive Child. The micro was attempted by the dead Enchantress, but couldn't quite get the stomp on Vitune in time. So Na'Vi swinging into action, bringing their Drow up to this top side.
Getting a little bit unlucky up there as well. The catapult just had a mind of its own. It ran forward into the tower as opposed to continuing to hit the creep waves. So weren't able to take advantage of the recently acquired level 6 on both the Mars and the Drow and the siege creep to be able to push into the tower. So a little bit unlucky there for Na'Vi.
Yeah, we do see sometimes some of these siege creeps do go a bit haywire. And yeah, that was sort of one of the situations there. I mean, Vitune is instantly going to start moving over towards a different lane now that they can't get the pressure going with that. Bottom lane, Iceberg heads over to relieve the pressure that DK was able to place in with these creeps doubling up against the tower. Iceberg will clean that up, push himself towards the shield set that he's trying to get done.
Oh man, have a look at the net
lane,
worth though.
Vitune shouldn't have any problem finding farm here.
Just comparing the Tusk and the Juggernaut's farm, he's got absolutely nothing on that top side of the map. So the big wind condition coming through from Windstrike isn't going to be doing all that much for the first 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, and I mean, as Fogged always tells me, he's always on about the Jug. He's saying if you're picking this hero, you're not sort of blowing away the enemy lane in the early stages. It's a slow hero to play, a slow carry to recover on. So struggle's definitely going to be there this game for Aggressive Child unless Windstrike can really find something for him to get involved in. But this top lane's hard to play into. General is level 6, of course, ready to drop the arena.
Here come the ultis,
they
though.
Do try and go in upon him. See if they can get him with the wraparound. General lays down the arena. The Doom's already down, and with the Blade Fury, is it enough to get General times 4 with the Snowball coming in with the Black Holes there? Yamich with the setup. They roll straight into their Doom. Windstrike, big moves to be made, and moves that were very much necessary, making sure that this Jug gets involved in a bit more action. Jug does stick around though, and now this damage from Vitune. Aggressive Child, he's trying to turn, he's able to get the Omni Slash off. The bounces, meaning they always want to fly, and will still fall to the damage of Ducalis, but Aggressive Child's going to lose his life for it. Now Vitune, he's going to turn over towards the Enchantress as well, just as at the point where it looked like Windstrike were able to make things happen for the Jug, it ends up going downhill pretty severely, as at the end of the day, it's Vitune on the Drow cleaning up them all.
living up to his name there, Aggressive Child. Just wanted to stay, milk a little bit more out of the wave, and yeah, being punished for it. Even that Enchantress, not quite level 6, so the Drow is able to continue chasing up onto him, punish him effectively. But I did like the rotation coming through from Windstrike. As soon as that Black Hole and Doom was available to be used in conjunction, they made sure to make the biggest use out of it that they could.
Still pressure on the Aggressive Child to get himself into this game. Still just crawling around with treads in a circlet. It's not a happy place for the Jug to be this early on. As top lane V-Tune getting away with quite a bit of damage onto this tier 1 tower. Backup as well from General and Roger. So that if any sort of defense is attempted by Windstrike, they'll be able to take the fight.
You can see they really know their timings as well. This second siege creep has become up onto this top lane. All of the heroes, or at least 2 of them, extra rotate up alongside the Drow Ranger, making sure that she's not going to be vulnerable and super punished. And they just want to take control of the dire side of the map now. They've got the early lead, they won all the lanes. Yes, you had to sacrifice the Enigma getting a little bit more farm for it, but at the end of the day, you're going to be very happy if you're a Na'Vi fan.
Yeah, this is some big early pressure from Na'Vi. Bottom lane, Windstrike, they will match it though. We're sort of showing up top from Na'Vi. They realise that this bottom lane is a safe spot for Jug to be. Aggressive Child is able to find that tower in sync with that of the top one falling. So, a trade to be found across the map by Windstrike. General, smoke up in the mid, Arcane in the bottle. See if he can get some sort of setup for Iceberg to blow his combo on one of the heroes of Windstrike. Also V-Tune joining over as well. Can they get the catch? Dual Scepter's done on Iceberg, so he's going to have solid setup. Already on the side of it, Roger's actually starting to fire onto Yamich. He's buying time for the rest of Na'Vi to swing over. There's Roger. Leads him with a snowball onto Dekalis. Dekalis out of range of the Light Strike though. As he's able to step out, not get caught by the stun of Iceberg. The rest of Windstrike all over here now by the tier 2s, making it a little hard for Na'Vi to actually get him for a kill.
Yeah, spending most of that time as well, V-Tune, he was positioning himself really well, you know, still close enough to make sure he had an impact at that fight if it did indeed break out, but he just wanted to be able to siege down this mid tier 1 tower as well. Such a valuable tower in the game, and only 12 minutes in, they've already lost 2.
Arena down, but General off the mark with a spear. If that matters though, Dekalis is still very squishy. So this high amount of damage that the Drow could kick out, V-Tune shoots him down.
Man, it's looking like exactly what Na'Vi would have wanted out of this, right? Like, yes, you're giving up a little bit of farm, a little bit of net worth if you've got this Enigma who he's rushing into the Blink Dagger. So he's realizing that if they're going to be able to take anything out of this, you need to be able to get really aggressive onto that Drow, but this isn't going to help.
But those shards though, Roger finding him in the trees. Big catch from the Tusk. And a kill like that, they're going to step things up to the tier 2. We're just 13 minutes in. This Drow lineup from Na'Vi being played incredibly fast.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the ways to counter the Doom, right? Like, yes, you can get a couple of early items, but if you're winning the mid lane as well as taking towers, suddenly there's a lot less area on the map for him to be able to play with, and they're probably even going to catch out this Timber Saw with the double damage being popped by Iceberg.
So if they can burst this Timber. DK out with the chain, extra TP's coming in. It's pretty tanky, of course, at this stage with the Hooded Defiance, and in fact, he's out. Goes for the chain of the TP, and he's away before General's able to make any sort of connection. Still just a big catch-up game for Aggressive Child to play. He's 4k net worth, there's 7k net worth on the Drow, a 3k difference between the two carries at just 13 minutes in.
And that's the thing, you know, you've got this Timber Saw and I suppose the Doom that want to be frontlining a little bit, but it's not that catch. I think a big part of where the Windstrike can come back into this game is that first Blink Dagger reveal from the Enigma. If he's able to catch out the Drow Ranger and anyone else that's going to be able to interrupt it, because there's a lot, let's be honest, it's going to go a long way towards bringing them back, but it's still such a big risk.
Rail ball down bottom. He's got his eyes on General. They're bringing Dekalis over as well. If he can get in for a Doom, he might just be able to do this between the two of them. They're going to drop it. He's into the trees, trying his best to juke this out, but still, Rail Ball's able to close the gap with the Infernal Blade. So that extra bit of damage coming out with the Impetus will secure them the kill. They make the move on General. Now the rest of Na'Vi swinging over. Aggressive Child also around for Windstrike. Iceberg, can he find the setup? He's invis, might be able to get a good stun from the invis. See if he can find it. No, off the mark. Tries to predict the movement, but he's whiffed it. And now Iceberg's got to run. as they're chasing him down. The slow is there. V-Tune trying to push them back. They'll use the Supernova to stop Windstrike from diving in any further to keep Iceberg safe, and it worked for now. Now with the Supernova ending, DK is ready to go straight back in. It's time. The stun from Iceberg does connect. They're turning, but Yamich is in! He's able to get the black hole on the three of them with the Omni/Yamich! Oh, it's beautiful! Yamich just slams them down, walks in and catches the three, ends up in the four of them dying. What a beautiful move from the Enigma. Plays like that, it's all going to pay off for Windstrike. They go for this draft in these lanes that meant that the Jug was going to suffer. Yamich was in the jungle, but he's come out the jungle and he's making moves like this. General also being bullied right back up to his base. He's got the Glimmer, so we'll be able to survive. A big stuff from the Enigma, and with that, 15 minutes in, Windstrike, they're actually going to be the side that claims the first Tier 2 tower.
First Tier 2 tower, that outpost is claimed at the 16-minute mark, which means that, you have to still play a little bit careful. What a black hole coming through from Yamich. That's exactly the reveal that you were wanting, and Roger just not close enough to be able to get that snowball save onto them. So perfect positioning coming through from Windstrike.
Na'Vi, it's just a little bit of sloppiness. We're seeing some sort of misspells from Iceberg, some whiff spears from General. Not very characteristic of what we've come to see from these players at this tournament. So definitely seeing if Na'Vi can sort of step it back up to the level that they've been able to bring before. Because so far in this game, that lead is getting dropped down a little bit. Still, V-Tune's game remains solid. They're going to try and step into the pit and take Roshan during this downtime where there's no black hole. And looks to be that they will get away with this. Half health on the Roshan. Windstrike not making any quick moves over here. So Na'Vi, and we'll be able to get back on and play aggressive with the Aegis in hand for V2.
Yeah, I think that's the exact thing they needed to do, right? They're making the best of a bad situation. They've lost their jungle. Now they need to take out Roshan when you don't have these big ultimates, especially around the Roche pit, which are super impactful. And now they want to take this Tier 2 tower top because you can't just have both jungles inaccessible for yourself, as well as taking this one does open up the Roche pit for future encounters.
Just an excellent early pressure from both teams. Keeping this game close. Windstrike actually the ones to swing ahead off the back of that play down bottom, despite losing Roshan to Na'Vi. And they do have this ever-growing Doom. Rebel with the phase drums of the BKB. There's not much that can put a stop to him if he goes charging in, looking for a Doom opportunity.
Radiant's middle tower
And it just goes to show how such a small mistake can snowball completely out of control as well. That missed Light Strike array on the bottom side could have been the Juggernaut dead. You don't have that turnaround, you don't have the burst damage with the Omni Slash on top of the black hole, but instead it was Windstrike taking the win.
We'll see with the top tier 2 going down. Na'Vi should be able to make sure at least they do have one of the outposts coming into the 20-minute. V2 TPing back over as aggressive charge, as you say, with the way that Windstrike's been able to take over Na'Vi's jungle. They've got this very safe space for their carries to be farming. DD runes will be found as well. Omni Slash is up. Windstrike would not mind taking a fight at all. Even though Na'Vi's got an Aegis, they know how strong that they can be, Windstrike, if they hit these ultimates, as the black hole is back up right now. So eyes on Yamich to make the big jump happen.
I'm liking this warding as well, done by Windstrike. They know that the Roshan is just taken, so there's no real reason to be playing inside their own jungle. You've got these wards in the tri-camp area as well as mid lane and aggressively where they want to be positioning themselves. So good vision from Windstrike, but Na'Vi honestly can be said to be pretty similar. They've only got the 2 available right now, but I just think they need to get a bit more defensive because Windstrike are going to be wanting to make plays on the Na'Vi side of the map.
See what Iceberg wants to itemize into next after these duels. He's got 2k gold saved in place. If he feels the need to get anything else to keep himself safe, such as the BKB, or if he fancies getting some armor online anytime soon. I've got the Grobo picked up on Na'Vi, always a dream find to grab if you have the Drow. I'll see if V2 is going to favor that over the Vambrace, so if they'll just be happy giving the Grobo to Lina. I guess they've got good stat items, the 2 of them. The Pupil's gift to the Vambrace at the moment, but so we'll see if they do fancy the extended range. That's bottom lane. Na'Vi starting to push in. I mean, Windstrike. Do you think at this stage of your Windstrike, you're sort of happy to avoid these pushes, wait out the Aegis, or do you think we could see Windstrike try and go for a jump?
I think you do need to wait at least until they're in a bit more of an inescapable position, like with the Tier 2 tower, for example, if they look to push into that. But, well, he might be overstaying his welcome a little bit here with Rabel. He's getting caught out, pops the BKB, but he's not going to be able to get out.
He's out there. Now the Timber's on the front. There's a lot of damage coming in. There's DK. They'll jump off with the Timber chain. Try and turn to get the Chakramon. Always want to float, but it's going to be off the mark. The Phoenix will be saved. Aggressive Child, meanwhile, able to burst down the Lina, and they can't kill the Timber. So much attention thrown towards the Timber, and it's just not enough. And whilst their focus is there, Lina's left vulnerable.
Yeah, you've still got the Doom available as well, and about a minute, maybe a minute and a half or so left on that Aegis. So I think they can just, stay back, play a bit more defensively, because the timings should match up relatively well with the Enigma and the Juggernaut Omni Slash becoming available one more time. That should be around when the Aegis expires. So I think it's just trying to shove waves out as much as you can right now, so that if Windstrike do look to make that kind of play, that at least you're not losing too many objectives off the back of it.
That's a dead Enchantress. That's V-Tune picking up easy kills as anyone steps out near this Drow will go down for sure. They're trying to make the move up toward Yamich, but Yamich is out with the Blink Dagger. And, well, I'm having word, Danog, that Fogged is back and around. So Danog, I'm going to thank you very much for stepping in, and everybody at home, give Danog a clap for coming in last minute to sort of hold the fort with me and make sure that I don't end up talking to myself and sounding like an idiot. So thanks, Danog. I'm going to let you have a nice break until the panel.
No worries. I'm going to eat my dinner. See you from the panel.
A legend. Thank you very much, Danog. See you around. And Fogged,
hello.
Are you here?
Is it working? Can you hear me?
Fogged?
Owen, do you hear me?
Hello? Yes, I can. You're very quiet.
See, Owen might not hear me right now. But
I
hope that the people
Fogged.
can.
Can the people hear Fogged? They can. Right.
That's good. Now maybe you can hear me. I raised myself for you too a little bit more.
We're good to go. I can hit Fogged. How are you doing? It's pretty close. It's pretty crazy. It's 12-12. 3K lead for Windstrike right now. Na'Vi showed a good start. But Windstrike, they're making some big plays, and the Enigma seems to be paying off.
With that Phoenix ult, I feel like they, especially when they have a hero like Lina in this game, I feel like they have to be setting that tempo. Even though they're versus like this Timber and these Jugs, these kind of mid-game carries, there's this Doom and this Enigma that breaks stuff.
Yep. Let's lock down onto Yamich. For most part, still, if they are able to make these jumps onto the Enigma and take him out, it does heavily weaken the team fight potential of Windstrike. It gives Na'Vi these potential to sort of just shove down lanes without the Warrior of Windstrike trying to jump him.
Yeah, nice heads-up move, trying to take advantage of that Black Hole being on cooldown. Immediately we see Windstrike, they're pushing the side lanes, not addressing mid, trying to get as much as they can out of this downtime of not having their Enigma. Didn't get to see what I just jumped into this one. I'm just going to see this is what Aggressive Child is building toward in here, and it's okay. Pretty lacking of damage on this Jug, but I don't think he wants that. I think he just wants that survivability and just ways to get on top of the Drow.
This is gonna, it's gonna give him a lot of stats. It does mean that if he does get caught by General coming in and catching him with the spear, there's more than enough solid chance for him to stay alive. And just stats across the board. Even a little bit of Agi helping him out, have a bit of extra armor. But I mean, the Drow, of course, still able to shred him if they do manage to sort of trip him up, and nothing to remove the silence, the gust. So Aggressive Child will need to be careful. Perhaps he's going to have some teammates putting him some defensive measures eventually. Maybe even DK on the Timber Saw, going for the Halberd next. But after that, we might see something like the Lotus Saw come into play.
Yeah, Lotus and Halberd. I mean, even the Scotty is so valuable this game. You're versus these, two ranged carries, the Lina as well as that Drow Ranger. Lina maybe not so much of the right clicker, but that extra Scotty effect still going to show if he does go for it. But he actually switches it to the Bastion for now.
Okay.
We'll see Na'Vi. They're looking to push out their lanes here. Still a lot of downtime. I feel like Windstrike, they're fine with all. I think both teams are kind of okay with downtime because of these big cooldowns that they both have.
Let's see the plays from Roger can now certainly come out. That Blink Dagger done makes all the difference, especially when playing against the threat of the Enigma. See if Roger's able to come in with some clutch saves, pull people out to the side, out to safety. Yeah, that Basher done, so These combos, Yamich, if he does get a black hole and the follow-ups there from the Jug, the Doom, and the Timber, Na'Vi are going to certainly struggle against that sort of damage at this stage. And yeah, Halberd done on Relball, so already getting multiple ways to make this game very hard for V-Tune's Drow to do the job.
This is some interesting positioning right here by Ducalis. All right, right in the middle of the whole team. Nobody
Look at that. I mean, the information he's given. He's given it all. Plant a sentry, stand next to it in the invis. You know they can't get you. They're not going to look for you.
Oh, and he gets the courier too, and he's going to TP out. Very nicely done. So he's going to be able to scout all the movement here from Na'Vi, and initiation does feel like it's going to be pretty huge here. Always want to fly spotted.
Oh, they've got Yamich. Straight away again, they're able to take out the Enigma before the fight really kicks off. The rest of them starting to run away, Windstrike. Na'Vi, every time they catch that Yamich Enigma, it makes it very hard for Windstrike to try and push a fight.
It's an easy way to catch you. They didn't have to commit anything when they get that kill, so it's very scary for Windstrike to look to try to fight. Pretty hard for Windstrike to ever start fights, actually. They kind of have to really hope that there's people kind of out of position here. I feel like Na'Vi, for the most part in this game, should always be the ones starting the fight, which looks really good for them, because this Drow is always going to be able to pick and choose her targets in the back.
Ooh!
Oh, God, those close.
Top. Iceberg in general trying to find that Doom on the TP out, with Relball out and away just in time before those spells came in. Yeah, time has been bought. Yamich is back in the game. And also very close to having that BKB. In fact, it's done. So BKB and Blink there on the Enigma. Yamich is going to be ready for the big moves.
Has to watch out about just straight physical damage right now, I think. Or just the burst from the Lina. That Aghanim is finished up.
Oh, and again,
he spotted again.
Every single time they're finding Yamich. It's making it very hard for Windstrike to try and force a fight. Windstrike might still try and do something here, though. They're looking towards the Phoenix. Always want to fly off to the side. He will still live. Gets the Supernova off in time just before Relball's able to come in, and Relball won't get caught by the shards. Two speedies. He steps out before Roger's able to get a grab on him. Over to the side, though. Timber focusing him down. Yule's set up there. They're looking for the angle. Light strike and the burst. That'll do it again. Na'Vi. I mean, we're seeing it sort of 3 times in a row. Yamich is the one to die first. And it definitely feels like sort of the game plan for Windstrike crumbles. They lose this Enigma, and they look pretty helpless in the team fights.
Yeah, just no real ways to just start the fight in Na'Vi. They have so many clear different ways. With the Lina, with the Tusk, with the Mars, it's a lot easier for them to just get this one going. And now Bogus, like, this Timbersaw is not as strong as you usually are in at these points of the game. This is when you start to fall off. This Drow hits real hard.
Yeah.
They need some toys to cause chaos in the front so that the Doom and the Enigma can do their job and try to get onto these targets. But yeah,
he's just about to hit even harder. V-Tune, 200 gold, and the full Daedalus is on its way out to him.
Oh, God.
Na'Vi. Roshan now for the taking, but Windstrike, they're heading over. They could get a big blink. Black King Bar, Black Hole, they can do this here. Let's see if they can do it. Can they get the jump? They're already starting to push them out. Yamich looking for the jump. Gonna hold off for it for now, as General's just gonna fall on the front, then taking away the Mars. Buyback immediately. General does not want to let this Roche go to Windstrike. Yamich is in perfect position, hiding under the cover of the smoke.
They're gonna try to wrap around, find General, and always want to fly. If they can catch these 2 initiators, it could be huge for them.
Charles just gonna start finishing off the Roche. Na'Vi, are they gonna be able to push him back out? That's the question here as they jump in, but the Roche is down and aggressive Charlie's playing the Aegis. They've got it here, Windstrike, and now they can look to try and clean up the kills. Malif is down onto General. General's dead, he's dead for 70. Beatrice trying to hold his ground. Towards Yamich jumps in, he's got the black hole and the Omni Slash committed down onto the Drow. 2 dead, make that 3 with a Supernova getting popped by Windstrike. As Windstrike get the Roshan, they actually get 4 as well, with Roger going down outside of the pit. Windstrike pushing Na'Vi away, and 3 heroes now dead without buyback. Windstrike, they can push him with this Aegis. They can get a lot of damage done.
Very nice way that they took that team fight. Rather than just like forcing it straight into the pit, they get a nice wraparound. They get General the one time, make the buyback happen, get him again. Then you break that initiation. Then you actually have your own forms of being able to just jump in and lead the charge. They did that without Doom. It's a pretty big thing too. He's going to be able to have it now for the next engagement. And the black hole, at that point, it's just easy to land. He just jumps and they use everything on the Drow Ranger when she's isolated. Strike showing up to the fight around that Roche pit.
Now we'll see how much Windstrike can get done. You know, the sort of the crucial time as being that 55 seconds no drow and 45 pretty much without the Mars. And should be able to find at least a tier 2 out of this. And yeah, the mid lane, you know, the Timber's bringing it in, so DK Fogas will set up for potentially a second tier 2. So lots of things that they'll be able to take in. If you look at some of the item progression, it's going to help push Rebel pretty close to the AC. Shadow Blade for Yamich is what he's going for, and over on Aggressive Child, still yet to see what his next item is going to be after the Basher. I mean, does he sort of buy something to fill out the slot once the Aegis is gone, or would you be kind of fine with him just upgrading to the full Abyssal at this stage?
I think the Scotty or the Abyssal are fine. Scotty or Abyssal seem fine to me, yeah. Both fit exactly what he wants to go for this game, just gap closer, just a little bit tankiness.
Here we go, Dakalis back in action. As we'll see how much Windstrike get done with this one. Actually, looking at the queue for Aggressive Child, he's going to set his sights on the Nullifier for what he wants to try for. And these towers, he's pretty much going to have the money for the Relic.
Okay, I mean, that's
very close to it.
It's always so good versus those defensive items. It is always going to be great versus like the Glimmers, versus your Yule Scepters, etc. So if he does Omni anyone with Nullifier, they're 90% of the time he's going to die to it.
Oh yeah. Aggressive Child, he can commit on one and not sort of rely on Yamich's Black Hole to lock down the same target to stop them from saving themselves. You know, Yamich can pick it on someone else. Nice. Yeah, mid will be pressured a little bit, but the respawns are coming in. So Windstrike will back off, but they're happy with this. They're able to still play with the Aegis, and they did get that tier 2 tower on the top lane.
And they held Doom the whole time. Rebel, he's still going to have it. Enigma Black Hole is going to be coming up at a pretty decent time too. Let's see what Na'Vi does. There's a lot of time spent dead to give these ultimates time to come back up. Still 100 seconds for that big black hole that we did see from before, but with this Aegis, they have a much easier window of just sitting back and farming and forcing Na'Vi to make moves, where Na'Vi can make these mistakes now, because General, he's fallen off pretty hard in these last few moments from that dieback. Quite a ways away from that BKB. And
they're going to try for a smoke.
This is that forced issue. You know, they want to make that move because that black hole is down. Let's see if Windstrike's prepared.
Fuel for my fire.
Let's see if they can jump. I mean, DK Fogas at this stage is very tanky on the Timber. Can they burst him? There they go. Able to dodge the stun here with the Yule Scepter. Still get put the tree by the spin. They've got the damage from V-Tune. All right, anytime the V-Tune's around and Laguna's up, that's sort of the two big damage sources that will burst the Timber regardless of his items.
I feel like I've seen that a few times this tournament where they're running away from the neutral camp and then they're like, oh no, a neutral item drops, and they need to go back to try to recover it and die for it. But Na'Vi, with this base, they take out the big frontliner. They're actually going to be able to high ground here.
They've got to be a little cautious though, you know, Yamich, well, 30 seconds to the Black Hole, so they'll definitely be having that in mind.
Did you point that out, actually? V-Tune has a cheese actually in his bags. They were actually able to recover the cheese from the Aegis, or from the Rush. That's pretty huge. Might actually be able to give him enough to like top off, maybe in between some Omni Slash hits or something like that. This could make a difference.
Yeah, you're right. You know, that combined with the Mansion Hurricane Pike, as long as he's got them available to pop them off cooldown, yeah, he's no longer a straight up Omni target for Aggressive Child unless there's some sort of further stun on him. Mid lane, good stomp here from Rebel, catches him post dive attempt. There's always want to fly, will continue to try and run. Aggressive Child trying to commit. I always want to fly, actually speedy enough to get away from them all. And they don't fully chase. They do know Supernova's up and ready. So not trying too hard to kill that Phoenix for now. They're still happy to sit back, Windstrike. You know, they've still got time to decide when they want to move with this Aegis. And Aggressive Child, he's just 350 gold away from having the completed Nullifier. Na'Vi, though, they're smoked up and ready to move. This time it will be into the big ults of Windstrike. Windstrike have got everything available, so
and
now the move becomes a lot harder for Na'Vi.
Arcane Ruin on the Enigma as well, so if he does land one, they're going to have it at a much better rate in the next situation. But they have a lot of gold saved up on the side of Windstrike. They actually have, like, what, 10,000 gold split up amongst their heroes. Unspent at the moment. Na'Vi also has some gold unspent, but not to the same level. As the wraparound here.
Yeah, both teams. I mean, Windstrike playing very carefully. Trying to keep themselves up on this high ground where they do have ward coverage. Aggressive Child. Taking a poke. They can still afford to have him on the front lines with this moment of Major still in the game. Nice creep wave. Now getting the relic done. And the nullifier will be on its way over towards him. And now a very, very scary Jug. Have to be careful of Aggressive Child getting the successful jump in with the Omni Slash.
It will make him a bit weaker though, because now, because he went for this, he doesn't have all these crazy stats or anything like that. It's a really strong item just for straight up damage and for killing people, but it gives you no defensive capability. It'll make him a little bit more limited as well on like the mana pool. The Jug, you know, you only have like a 600 mana pool. Your spells are fairly expensive inside the midst of the fights, also with all your items too. But yeah, Aegis reclaimed, Navi able to hold and not really lose much of anything during that time.
Still this, it's a bit of a standoff around this tier 2.
They're too scared to commit because Navi has they both are in like the very favorable positions for themselves. Navi's got the high ground on the left, Windstrike has the tree coverage on the high ground a little bit on the right side. And they know they're squishy, that's the thing too. It's like even DK Focus, if he steps up a little too far, he gets speared in and can just die.
Doesn't get the spear connection to the tower, but they do have to use the stun. Have they got the burst? They try with the Laguna. Molishon is out. He's able to save himself some time with the self-fuels. He is trapped in the arena though, and they've got the damage to take him. Onto the side, Relbal. The damage from this Drow is so much. Relbal's trying to run, but look at these hits from Vichu. It takes him out. The Supernova's there. The Light Strike's out onto Aggressive Child. The Jump's gone down. Na'Vi making quick moves. As Windstrike just hanging around, I guess just a little too long, and they've also found Dakalis. The Light Strike's out, they'll burst down another, they'll get 4 kills, Na'Vi. As just a bit too overconfident with the Timber on the front lines. I mean, we've seen it before, but they have to really respect just how much damage comes out from Na'Vi with this Axe build on the Lina, and the fact that you have this Drow, of course, with the marksmanship. These heroes just, with these capabilities, they don't care about your defensive items. They will shred through anybody that's on the front lines.
And it's like the way that the fight ended up coming out, it's like Windstrike actually just walked in. V2 is in literally the most perfect positioning. He's literally just hitting people from a mile away. No one can get on top of him. Great initiation coming out from General this time around.
And now they're going to lose a Rax. There's Rax is gone. V2 steps up.
And it's a full butterfly.
Creeps moving in on the top there. They're going to be out of pressure for a second hit.
And this Drow is now enormous as she now takes out those buildings. And now you have a nullifier instead of having an MKB. So this Drow now is very happy. She has that butterfly to deal with the Jug as well.
Any big black holes here from Yamich.
Dire's top tower has
fallen. The tower, Na'Vi. Do they want to stick around? Roger starting to hunt into the trees a bit. Gets the ward down as well.
They'll give respect to it, Na'Vi. Don't want to be on the low ground versus that team still. Then that gives Windstrike a lot easier ways to actually access and initiate the team fights, where Na'Vi, it just seems like they still just have a much better initiation. Unless it's just like in the midfield around a row shot, and that's where Windstrike can actually look to fight. Na'Vi, they always seem to be able to have just a little bit better with General in that front line. He's just safer. Both Rebel as well as the Timber, they look like creeps when the Drow starts wailing on them. They only have, look at this Doom. You know, even with like the AC, even though it's bugged out, it only says the 5+4. He's actually at 5+14. He's still fairly squishy. I wonder why armor things are doing that lately. I've been noticing those a lot.
I think it's just visual because on mine I see it properly.
You see it, okay, all right.
And I think the stream probably does. Yeah, 5+19 on my screen.
Oh, 5+, okay, yeah, +19. Sorry, I only see 5+4.
It's a feature, you know. It's a climb.
It's a feature.
It's just to make sure that you're kept on your toes and you're actually doing the maths and watching, you know.
Yeah, I saw the other day too, like the Deso effect or something wasn't going off, but the damage was. I don't know.
Yeah, I think most of the time it is happening. It's just a visual sort of.
Yeah.
A minor glitch. A minor glitch.
Na'Vi, they get space to be able to push out their lanes nicely and straight into a Roche. It's dead. That's the Aegis, the Cheese, and the Refresher Shard.
Oh, Refresher Shard for Iceberg. He's ready with those double Lagunas. I mean, a couple of those and goodbye to anybody.
Then you may not have a BKB canceling black hole thing, but you can just double Laguna him, and that kind of works as well.
I mean, yeah, that literally kills him. I mean, how much is the damage? It was 900 pure damage. Times that by 2. That's I'm joking. Anyways, it's 1800. 11% spell amp on that though. You could do the maths on that one.
Dire's top barracks are
he'll
Play
die.
along at
He's
home.
only 1600 HP, so he will die. He will take about 2000 pure damage or
Yeah,
more.
he'll die. Jug will nearly die. Timber will kind of nearly die. Doom will kind of nearly die. Enchantress will die twice, probably. Top lane, V2 stepping up, getting some damage in on this Rax. One strike
chill
out, they're
out.
going to be able to push him away. Get through that Aegis, they do try to.
It's just how can they form initiation? Like look at the positioning of Na'Vi. Like always want to fly. He's level 18 now too. This Phoenix, this Mars, they can counter initiate on the back line if Enigma does look to go for a black hole, and they're into this Aegis. So it's
Was going to start thing Yamich.
Let's
He's
see.
moving in, but he can't find the initial black hole opportunity. Roger's going to be jumping over on towards him, forcing back the Enigma as V-Tune just destroys the Doom. If they don't jump this Drow, V-Tune is literally going to kill everyone.
and Mars General just buys right back. Like, good job. You know, your Doom was used. Now I still have my ulti up to come back into the fight here and guard V-Tune.
And they're able to just take the racks like that. There just seems to be no stopping this Drow right now. Yamich is trying his best to find these jumps, these sort of black holes, but it's hard. Na'Vi's playing very smart about it, and each time that Yamich shows, Roger just sort of throwing himself at the Enigma to make sure that Yamich just gets no chance to reposition himself.
It's so difficult for him. Like, even if he has the chaos going on in the front lines now because of all these different items that have picked up, like we said, I mean, he can just get Laguna and just a couple right clicks. He actually has to get, it feels like a 3-man black hole for him to actually survive during it. Or for it to actually do its lethal damage. Because, you know, you need to get General, you probably need to get the Lina, you probably need to get the Drow, because otherwise General just, you know, blinks into the back and just covers everybody. And it's an Aegis, too, so it's really hard for Windstrike to pick and choose their fight right here. Na'Vi just keep forcing that issue in.
Yep, and looking to clean up the third and final setup with bottom lane Iceberg. Just bringing the creeps around.
V-Tune is massive, like, in these last few moments. The butterfly finished, he has another 7,000 gold on him, too. Uh-oh. They're trying to finish a big item here. I see the Jug, they're just trying to push out their lanes as much as possible, but I think they do need, yeah, the MKB definitely really needed on the Jug, and they need to just kind of wait. They need to try to stall for this Aegis to time out. It's a huge problem when they have Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, when it sort of comes to Jug, do you think he's regretting the Nullifier item a bit? Do you think maybe when he bought that, he felt that they were further ahead than they actually were?
I probably. It actually ends up being something that didn't help him at all. It didn't have any use. But I don't know if any item would have really just changed that, right? Like, I don't know if him having anything else would have just changed it straight up.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a hard game now for him. I mean, you just consider the difference between their cores and the farm that Iceberg and V2 have. They do get the jump on V2. Take him down the once. Can they do it again? We'll see what they want to commit for it. So the Supernova will get the coverage to stop any sort of black hole coming in over the respawn. Yamish stepping back and fighting into that, of course. But they do get the Aegis, so it's part of Na'Vi's push taken away from them.
They didn't have to commit anything big either for that Aegis kill. But Na'Vi does, you know, now they go back and they're able to spend that, I don't even know how much gold they had. I think 15,000+ across 3 or 4 heroes. V2 actually doesn't finish up. He's saving the buyback just in case. He doesn't buy that point booster to get the Scotty yet.
I think it's pretty understandable at this point. I mean, they are ahead, Na'Vi, but still a pretty good push from Windstrike can come out between this Jug and Enigma.
And they're also level 25, so that death, you know, it's 100 seconds. You don't want to be taken out for that long. They're actually going to swing toward top. Maybe look for the Windstrike heroes that are going to look to push this lane out, because this is double catapult coming in. Windstrike is going to have to address these side lanes as well. Might actually work. Let's see how patient Na'Vi is, waiting for somebody up there. And who's going to fall for it? Are they going to be patient enough, though? Let's see, Iceberg.
I mean, Windstrike, is a fight outside of their base going to be their best sort of route to go down? Like, when it actually comes to trying to get a solid jump from the high ground with this Enigma, is it getting to the point where you do have to go for some sort of smoke and move out and catch them from behind, otherwise you're never going to get the jump from the high ground?
I feel like it's too hard to fight outside because of how massive they are now. I think they just have to hope for the high ground defense. It's weird, but like you just have to at this point in the game because you're so at this big of a deficit.
Yeah, and as you said, it's just there's no sort of easy black hole sort of target, right? There's just so many things you have to take into account now at this stage for Yamich. He's got to hit something pretty perfect. His mid lane, General. Spear off the mark onto DK Fogas as DK's going to live. He's able to chain out the side. Roger will catch up the snowball. Supernova down. Windstrike will have to step away from it. They don't have the means to take it out. Hey! There's double Laguna from Iceberg. A couple of those. The Jug says bye-bye. As he goes down, she's on General, keeping him alive. Vichu trying to cover him up, but General's able to step away. Pots the BKB and the Fairy Fire, and he's fine.
The Doom is out.
Yeah, it was not the cheese, it was a bit of the old green stuff. The Fairy Fire keeps him alive. Now, backing onto aggressive Child, Roger. With the snowball heading over. General able to jump in onto Dekalis, nukes down the Enchantress. Omnislash is coming out, but Twin always want to find Vichu, but the damage is incredibly underwhelming. The Jug not able to finish him off, as that is a dead Jug for 110 seconds. Aggressive Child is out. General trapping Imrelbo inside the arena. Vichu is just cleaning it up with ease. CG is called. Na'Vi will take this game one. Windstrike in the sort of the mid game. It did start to seem like they were able to swing this around, get the game under their control. But then just never really an opportunity arose for them to get this black hole in the later stages. We just saw the Drow just popped off.
Yeah, that was a weird last fight. I think he doomed the Lincolns and then they canceled their own black hole immediately. They just, I think it was too tough for them to fight into there anyway. And I think, I did miss a lot of that game, to be totally honest with you. I was trying to fix a lot of the settings, but I felt like with Na'Vi, it was a lot easier for them to start these fights. And I felt like they saw the draft, Timber, Doom, and Enigma. Eventually, like the Doom and Enigma scale, Timber falls off, and it just becomes really hard for them to play around those super long cooldowns. So I think Na'Vi played really well around it.
Yeah, absolutely. This sort of V-Tune Drow, they seemed incredibly comfortable at just making sure that he had a great game, and he did. Some insane net worth, insane farm from V-Tune, ending 14-3-8, and not sort of any gold spent in the wrong direction either. Perfect itemization meant that this Drow just destroyed them. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game one of this best of three will end up going to Na'Vi.
game one going the way of Na'Vi there as they take down Windstrike in their first map in this best of 3 series off the back of V-Tune in an indomitable Drow Ranger performance. And now as we get ready to break down this game number 1, I'd like to welcome back my panel once again. Dan Ogkyo, lads. Na'Vi, they looked really strong there. Maybe a few mechanical misplays from them, but they got the W.
It was very minor things, and I think it was just the surprise factor that came from Windstrike. Obviously, that Blink Dagger reveal came at such a crucial time. They took the net worth lead, but Na'Vi, they didn't get too flustered. You know, they realized, well, they've used all of their ultimates. We can go and take Roshan. We can extend our map control. We can, you know, take away their enemy tier 2 tower. So it wasn't a lost game, and then I mean, we saw right at the end there, the whiffed black hole, the doom onto the illusion. It was just too much at the end.
Yeah, even like with this shaky start, like compared to what they had in the laning phase, like their objective was simple. Drow Ranger to secure like 25k, like 30k net worth. Like he's just gonna right click down everyone. All they have to be careful about is the Enigma black hole, which is like really hard to hit against like Drow Ranger because he's such a far away. Like
yeah. You needed to, like, maybe if they could have got lucky with like a ninja gear or something like that, so you can make those stealthy plays onto the back line. But yeah, it was just way too much. And we were talking about it during the draft, right? It felt like this Juggernaut was kind of like a, well, it'll do sort of pick, but it was never going to be that gap closer, get onto the back line. And it showed, you know, it got to a certain point where even just to deal with the Phoenix, it was way too much.
Yeah, it really got to a point where Aggressive Child really didn't have many options left to him in this draft, so he had to pick up, you know, the first best thing that he could have thought of, and it was the Juggernaut here, and unfortunately for him, it just doesn't really work out.
This was it. This was their one big moment. They catch up onto 3. Again, really nice placement because Rogers caught on the other side of it, so not able to get that great snowball save. Obviously, it's only 15 minutes in, so he didn't have the money for the Blink Dagger at the time, but yeah, it was just a really good overall performance from Na'Vi, other than a couple of big scares.
Yeah, it really did feel like, you know, that laning stage went extremely well for Na'Vi. There was a few little scares there with a couple of these good black holes coming in from Yamich, and then they just, as QO said, got to a point where they're like, all right, Drow Ranger's big enough, boys and girls, we're just going to get this done. And then towards the end there, you know, Iceberg with a refresher orb, just being able to get that double zap, taking down Aggressive Child straight away. They doomed an illusion. They black hole on the ground, nothing really happened. But
and I thought they were really good with their timings of when to specifically focus the Timber Saw. That fight that we just saw on the replay had very few reactive armor stacks, used the Laguna Blade after having recently picked up the Ag Scepter, so it was all pure damage, and then it was as simple as a Sunray and a few right clicks from the Drow. And then at this secondary fight, I think we just saw the whiffed black hole there, but what led into that was the Laguna Blade, Refresher Laguna Blade, to just take out that Timber Saw from the fight, force him to buy back, and unfortunately, it just wasn't enough for Windstrike at the end of the day, but they put up a valiant fight, and I'm keen to see how they're going to go into game number 2.
Well, speaking of game number 2 then, QO, do we feel like Windstrike might need to put a little bit more emphasis on Aggressive Child getting a good hero here, or do you think that the draft just kind of evolved to a place where there wasn't really a good solution no matter what they could have done?
I mean, definitely, because I also mentioned, like, after the draft finish, like, that Enigma and Juggernaut pick just didn't really convinces me. Like, what's the point of picking Juggernaut when you are not gonna win a lane and you're still getting countered against like a Drow Ranger and Mars in lane? Like, then I think if he can't just like think about, or if the whole team like couldn't think about these counter heroes, then I think it's just better than picking early. It's just better that way.
Yeah, and I think on top of that, we mentioned it during the start of the cast as well, Na'Vi choosing to switch up their lanes a tiny bit, not the full switch, just the supports going to different lanes, making sure that Phoenix was laning up against the Enchantress so that Juggernaut wasn't able to get that same level of snowball as he might have liked.
Yeah, and that kind of just coins back to what QO said. If you're picking this Juggernaut and he's not winning his lane super hard, then what's really the point of the hero, right? And it really does feel like that Windstrike maybe need to put a little bit more emphasis on that lane, and especially considering that they opened up with the Phoenix and Mars as well, right? So they knew that that was going to be the lane. So it just felt like maybe Windstrike were maybe thinking about something a little bit different, because they had an Enchantress, so they certainly could have had something that did a little more in that lane, right?
I think you just need to be prioritizing this Phoenix much higher, you know, and whether that's going first pick and making sure that you can absolutely secure it, taking away one of the enemy team's bans is the only alternative, or if you just don't happen to have the first pick, just ban it. It's way too strong of a hero at most stages of the game. Basically, beyond level 3, you're finding a hard time to deal with the Phoenix.
Yeah. And Mars as well. Like, so
I think he's just so much less powerful without that Phoenix paired together with him, though.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if the Egg in the Arena combo gets taken down here in the Na'Vi versus Windstrike series. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, Twitch chatters and Redditors, we're going to go to a short break. On the other side of this, Game 2, Windstrike, Na'Vi. Don't miss it.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on. Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0, isotonic, containing vitamins, and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0, always a bit more refreshed.
So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning, 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 until the day the world stops spinning. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
We're getting ready for game number 2 draft here between Na'Vi and Windstrike. Windstrike are only one map away from losing this series 2-0, and they certainly don't want that to happen. Are we going to continue the trend for the 3 mappers for every single one of these series, lads? Who knows?
Who knows? Oh, we're right into it. Into the thick of things. It was Na'Vi chose Radiant, I believe, and Windstrike chose second pick. So not wanting to have those first 2, I was kind of thinking that you want to make sure that you can deal with this Phoenix, but this is the next best way, right? Take the Mars for yourself.
I was like surprised, like if they knew that like a Phoenix is first pick, and then just leave the Mars open, and if the Na'Vi picks Phoenix and Mars, just pick Ricky.
Yeah. I guess it's kind of doable. Like Na'Vi know that Ricky was the counter to it. They banned it out last time when they saw that that was the early game matchup that they had. It's
I think that's why second pick is like
Phoenix is still pretty good against the Mars though, right? Like the damage is percentage based. So he's a strength hero. He could throw up his shield all he wants. You're still doing all of that spell damage through it. So even though Na'Vi like to play it as much more of this healing style since it is in the position 5 role, I think it's still a nice matchup. And Rubik Mars, it's a decent enough lane as well.
Yeah, some people think like Phoenix is like a weaker like lane hero, but as long as you're hitting that 2 Fire Spirit level 1, you already win your lane.
Well, it's not that it's weak at all times. It's this roller coaster, right? It's like I think it's 51 seconds or 41 seconds, one of the two, that the level 1 cooldown is. So you really need to take advantage of all the time that he's not able to do that and abuse the lane as much as you can.
Yep. And Rubik pick up against the Willow. That's another surprising move.
The Rubik?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's a little greedy, right? Because Rubik, he's not one of those heroes that has the inherent self-save, you know, the ability to get away from the Willow. If it was something like, I don't know, a Mirana or something like that, you can leap away. If it's something like an Oracle, you can just Fate's Edict yourself. But you don't really want to be going into items like a Glimmer Cape for yourself to save you from that, you know, 1v1 burst down by the enemy position for support. You want to go for an Aether Lens into either a 4-staff or a Blink Dagger. So
yeah,
I'm not liking it all that much, but maybe they've got something planned for the rest of their draft. The Doom's not going to come out though because they've banned that out themselves.
Yep. Ricky ban here from Na'Vi, so it seems like maybe they're just on this Ricky hate train right now, maybe not wanting to pick it up against the Mars. And I don't know, I guess it is kind of good against the Phoenix as well, right? You know, you get that Diffusal Blade, the Cloud kind of hinders what the Phoenix wants to do, right?
Just silence him. Easy. Was the Void Spirit banned last game? Because I still feel like that's a decent enough pick this time around. You know, you've got the Shadow Realm, of course, to be able to get away as that Dark Willow, but something like a Void Spirit, A, can deal a lot of AoE damage, and B, if you're on point and you're just Shadow Realm TPing away, you've got that Aether Remnant to disrupt, and you can go into something like an Ag Scepter so you can get rid of that Sunray in these team fights. So I think Void Spirit's going to be a really nice pickup for Windstrike if they can get it.
Yeah, I think they're just like all these teams are worrying about picking Void Spirit and Ember Spirit just because these heroes don't really do like good damage against the tanky heroes. And I think we've been seeing like a lot of lane-oriented hero and like few of these tanky heroes, and that's why like these 2 heroes are not like using their, you know, like spells like efficiently. And I think that's the main reason why spirits are not getting picked often.
I guess.
European scene.
They don't have a ton of HP though, you know, you mentioned that point. It's not like there's a lot of bulk on the Na'Vi side, and they're just not wanting to reveal all too much. You know, Enchantress, it's the most commonly picked hero across both of these teams. I suppose you were never at risk of it going away just yet, considering it's most likely going to be always one of Fly's Phoenix on Na'Vi's side. But I don't know, I just feel like it's a bit of a nothing pick, you know?
I'm surprised like them picking on Enchantress against Willow here, because I know in lane it can be good, but like later in the game, like if it goes like pretty even or mid-late game, I think Willow does so much. But I think they have to really pick up like what to pick up for general, because I think there is not many offlane heroes as well left.
Yeah, what's been removed? We've got the Mag's gone,
Mars is gone, Slaughter's gone, Doom's gone, Clock's gone, Pango's gone.
I mean,
really
Beastmaster was banned out in the first phase last time around by Windstrike, and that's still in the pool. So I think that's not something that's too bad, you know. They're lacking a little bit of tower push outside or some sustained damage, I suppose, when this Haunt's on cooldown. So you do want to be able to create some pressure around the map, but they're going to go for a Monkey King, huh, for Windstrike. Instant response, picking up the Batrider. Well, there's that space creation, there's that pressure.
Yep.
Problem solved.
Like,
all right.
I was expecting Windstrike to pick up like some PL here, because like you're either gonna be versing against Batrider or what is it, Beastmaster, or just Timbersaw. Maybe like that's why like Timbersaw is open.
Yeah. They got rid of the Broodmother, lads. I talked about this when we saw the lobby. I was like, Windstrike gonna try and brood them.
Yeah, they've got that last overall pick of the draft, so you know, just hoping that you can rely on Rabel because he is a very solid mechanical player. It's just a matter of, is he going to be able to pull it across the line? Not with the cheese pick coming through from the Brood, but let's have a bit of a think. You know, what are they lacking right now? What can't they deal with Na'Vi's lineup against Windstrike for where they might be looking to put this? You've got good AoE, lacking a little bit of lockdown, to be perfectly honest, so something that's a little bit mobile might be nice. Storm Spirit's already gone. Ember...
Invoker?
Invoker's alright.
Yep.
Would you have to go like an Exort Invoker though? Because
nah, I think Rex is better.
Yeah, just go for the buff strat that we've seen OG do.
Even like a Wind Ranger seems like not bad for Na'Vi. Just like locking down this Monkey King and just chase him. Like once you have MKB, like what is Monkey King's ulti gonna do? You just Wind Run and just focus fire him inside. Like as long as you're not getting disabled by Mars and Rhythmic, I think Na'Vi, the Wind Run is just gonna have a really good time.
It is an Iceberg style of hero, but he hasn't played it a ton. That's the thing, you know. So we'll see what he opts to do. He occasionally does do the Batrider and just goes on these crazy dives into the other side of the base, and you know, it's something that I think he could very well accomplish. But you know, Invoker's still in the pool for him as well. Ember Spirit's still in the pool. Is there Kunkka still available? There is, but again, it just feels a little bit too passive for our opinion. Zeus enables a little bit of a global strat to come through, and you know, you can deal with Mars quite nicely, you can deal with the Enchantress quite nicely. Rubik still, again, relatively squishy. You're wanting to not go for something like a Glimmer Cape on those heroes. Maybe on the Ench, but we've seen a lot of people just straight rush a mech, you know, not even getting boots or anything like that. So we'll see how they opt to go.
What does Na'Vi need to get rid of then, lads? They got rid of the Brood pick here. Is there anything else that's kind of cheesy that's thinking in your mind here that Rabel can pick up?
I think they should remove Kindle Pain because I just feel like this Batrider seems to be mid. Or unless like General feels like anything confident, like in the offlane against the Monkey King plus Enchantress, then they'll probably go to take that route. But I think it's just safer Na'Vi banning some mid heroes, and they ban Invoker.
Invoker's fine. General's more commonly playing the Batrider. Iceberg can, so you've got that little bit of flex available. But I'd say it's most likely going to be General's hero, just because like you're having an alright time against this Monkey King. So I think it's
I don't
fine
really
to
see
bully
many like other offlaners who can who's gonna be laning against this Monkey King and Enchantress. Like it's just way too strong.
That's
like,
way too good, yeah. So contested, I mean, yeah, Void Spirit, Ember Spirit, they're the main two that I'm really seeing here, considering that Invoker has been banned out. Pugna, nah, not feeling that great about the Pugna. Maybe if they wanted a bit more tower push.
Why we don't see any Earth Spirit mid?
Because it's not Southeast Asia, that's why.
Europeans don't do it, dude. They're not on the same page as the Southeast Asians. Those guys have been rocking that for a long time now, and it looks insane. And I really feel like a lot of these European mid players can abuse that hero as well, much like the Southeast Asians have been.
So I feel like Ember and Void Spirit, it seems like it lacks something, but with the Earth Spirit, as long as you're like fine with like laning, then I think it's all good.
All right.
Lina mid.
Another Lina, why not? You know, it's fine. I like the fact that Windstrike banned out the Zeus because I feel like that was probably where Na'Vi were hoping to go. You know, enabling that push strat. The global strat. It would have left them a bit weak on push, I suppose, though. So I think Lina kind of ticks both of those boxes in terms of burst damage and the ability to take some towers.
Yep. There's not many good mid hero to pick against Lina as well here. Kindle Pain Park.
Like, TA is still in the pool.
I don't think they will want to do TA against
Batrider. Not that good. Rabel's hero here needs something.
Yeah, they went Kindle Pain.
Okay, so it's going to be the Queen of Pain here for Windstrike.
again, I just feel like it's making the best of a not so great situation, kind of like the Juggernaut pick that we saw coming out for them last time. I feel like this Batrider is going to have a very good game. General plays it amazingly. It's against a Monkey King and an Enchantress, which can't really do all that much. I'm feeling pretty positive about the Rubik and Mars lane, though. They might have a decent time here. But, yeah, I think
I have to go with Na'Vi.
Yeah, me too. I think 2 out of 3 lanes are going to go Na'Vi's way, and they've got the Spectre for the late game, and they've got the team fight, so Na'Vi.
So we think basically the same start for game number 2 as game number 1. Na'Vi going off to a Scorcher.
Not quite as much, but still enough to be able to drag them across the line.
All right, well, looks like both my boys here on the panel are going to go with Na'Vi for a 2-0 sweep. So we're going to head into game number 2, and fingers crossed we got Fog this time because he's joined by OD Pixel.
We do. It should be loud and clear. Fogged, we've got the lineups. Panel seems to like what Na'Vi's got going on here once more. I mean, would you agree, or do you believe in the Monkey King of Windstrike?
Not too much, I'll be honest. I really love Na'Vi's draft, except for the fact they don't have a natural frontliner. I think that's the one thing I'm seeing that they do lack. They have some fairly squishy heroes besides that Spectre. The Spectre can act as the frontliner later on. I like their draft. They have General on like one of his most comfortable heroes. Iceberg dominated on that Lina before. And yeah, Spectre Phoenix, this is a really strong late game style draft that I feel like if Windstrike, this is a lineup where I feel like you can't make too many mistakes. You make 1, 2, maybe 2 mistakes is enough. You just lose the game eventually. You have the Monkey King, Queen of Pain. It has to work. It has to work well in the early game. First 20 minutes have to be on point.
I mean, because the Monkey King is just not a hero we see being played too frequently. I mean, what do you think was it about this game that made Windstrike want to go for the Monkey King carry?
I think it was just seeing the two squishy supports. To be honest with you, I'm not too sure because it doesn't really look like anything that. I don't see any like super glaring. Oh my God, Monkey King's amazing here. Like you can versus Willow and Phoenix. Like these two heroes have low armor, so the straight physical damage like from a Boundless is pretty solid. But Batrider eats you all game.
Yeah, the Batrider is going to be a huge nightmare for Aggressive Child, and I mean, yeah, even the supports, as you say, sure they're a little squishy, but they've still got their ways to play around the Monkey King, right? I mean, the Fire Spirits are very annoying. And the Dark Will, I mean, at the end of the day, he's going to be jumping into the Shadow Realm before you're actually able to build up that Jingu and actually have a hard-hitting Boundless strike. So definitely interested to see what he can do. Obviously, Aggressive Child, he's a bit of a master on this. Quite literally, he is Master Tier Monkey King. So he will have played against it all before. And we'll see what he's able to do on this. It just on paper does not look easy for the Monkey King to perform.
Well, you just answered my question as to why they picked it.
Because he's Master Tier.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why else you would pick it besides the fact that he is a specialist on the hero. He sees something with it. Maybe it's because they have the Enchantress as well, and he's like, I'm going to get away with the lane because Enchantress is such a boss laner. But Batrider is like the best hero to lane against Enchantress.
And it's the General Bat.
And it's the General Bat as well. So, I mean, we'll have to see if they can make it work, but I think they can, if like I said, first 15, 20 minutes, if I'm seeing them making too many mistakes, if they don't have like a very commanding lead, I'm going to favor Na'Vi quite significantly.
I mean, it's just sort of, that's the Spectre effect, isn't it? And sort of motion.
Yeah. And it's just, they have like pretty good, it's Batrider versus not only the Monkey King, but also the Mars. He's amazing versus both of these heroes. And I also see like Willow versus the Monkey King too. You pop Wukong's, he fears you out of it. You pop Mars ult, he can fears you out of it. Like there's a lot of different things that Roger can do to break the team fight that is very dependent about location on Windstrike with those double bubbles that we can call.
Yeah, it does just seem like a very hard Monkey King game. But yeah, level 25 Monkey King player here. We'll see what Aggressive Child sees in this game that we don't right now. As, he's got to pull it off. He had a pretty rough start to the last game. Did manage to pick it up a bit, but still never to the point where he's catching up with V-Tune. And as you pointed out, if that sort of difference happens again in this game, it's just going to be so much harder to recover as a Monkey King compared to when he was a Jug, a hero that was already not very good at recovering from a slow start.
Yep. And I'm looking at, I'm feeling like Na'Vi actually just has pretty safe lanes too. Like bottom, they can try to apply pressure with the Rubik as well as the Mars, but I feel like Spectre, he eats this pressure just fine, especially because he starts with the Ring of Regen. He'll have the Fire Spirits and all coming from Phoenix to allow him to get better trades out of it. So I like the bottom lane. I like Lina versus Queen of Pain quite a bit too. And I don't mind too much the Batrider versus the Enchantress. I think this is still a pretty good lane for Na'Vi too. So I feel like they have two very dominant lanes for me.
Yeah, well, we're seeing this mid lane, Iceberg, just holding the wave in a way that, you know, Rebel, he's sort of struggling to get close to it. Just this constant spam from the Lina, just so much pressure put on these first 2 levels by Iceberg.
He even gets the range creep denies. I think he got both. Pushes into his side. He'll be able to get all these last hits pretty nicely under the tower, probably too. Yeah, this lane setup here from Na'Vi, I'm really liking it. It's not like it's a very unexpected lane setup. It's the very standard one. But the hero matchup that they're against, it works out for them. Always want to fly. He might have to be the one that dies down bottom, but actually ends up dodging the spear.
Yeah, that spear just slightly off the mark. If DK Fogas hits that, there's almost certainly a kill.
I feel like they have to win this lane on Windstrike bottom, too. I feel like Spectre's still going to get away with the farm, though. Like, I don't think they're going to be able to pressure V-Tune that much. Like we said, I mean, they might get a kill or 2 on Always Want to Fly, but hey, V-Tune's okay with that. Double ring and regen already done.
And this mid lane, as you say, already Iceberg getting a lead. I mean, last game, Rebel was having to go up against him as the Doom. I mean, do you think Rebel's going to be happier with this matchup compared to the Doom matchup, or do you think this is actually harder than playing Doom mid against Lina?
I think this is actually harder. I think Doom just naturally farms. I feel like Queen of Pain it's a volatile hero. And if you don't do well in your lane matchup, you make 1 or 2 missed rotations, your game is you just end your own game. I don't feel like this doesn't feel good to be Rebel at all. He's got no regen. He's got a salve coming out on the courier, but Iceberg is destroying this matchup. And now top lane, aggressive.
Now, he tried to chase him for Roger, but Roger was able to live with the Fairy Fire. Now, General, with the Firefly and the Napalm stacks building up, Aggressive Child's in a whole lot of trouble. He pops the stick charges, but it's too many stacks of Napalm. They get the kill, first blood onto Aggressive Child. Na'Vi find it just before Windstrike themselves get the kill down bottom. Windstrike might get the 2 though, as V-Tune, falling very low, will actually survive there. That little bit of regen from the 2 rings help keeping him alive. So kills on both lanes, but Na'Vi the ones to strike first with the first blood, and it is against the carry of Windstrike.
It is on General.
Yeah.
So you're enabling this Bat Rider, who already has a pretty good matchup up in this top lane. And yeah, General's going to be bringing himself out the bottle and the win lane, so he'll be fully freshed up, and the runes will be coming on the next minute or so for those bounties. Don't have either side checking the 4-minute rune.
Well, it's going to be down
Rebel.
to RNG.
Oh, if Rebel doesn't get this. Come on, regen.
Oh,
okay.
He does. He gets an Arcane.
Not very good rune, though, because he's still only 9 last hits to the 25 and 8 of the Lina, and he has no regen.
I mean, this mid lane is just complete destruction by Iceberg.
And he refills his bottle. Roger comes into the mid, so he'll be able to continue applying that pressure. I mean, this lane is kind of over.
Yeah, when Iceberg has the 6, Rebel can't step up. A Dragon Slave in a Laguna, and he'll die.
Yeah, and Queen of Pain is a hero that is very about the laning phase. If you fall behind in lane, like we were saying, it can just be disastrous for you. Iceberg continuing to apply the pressure.
Top lane. Gonna go on to General. I've got the control here, but the bottle charges. General's actually able to live. The impetus as well, not enough to kill him. General not quite going down there to these Emps of Ducalis and Aggressive Child.
They at least get the kill down bottom again, so their Mars and their Rubik is accomplishing that. They're getting the Mars nice farm. They're slowing down the Spec a little bit and picking up some kills, but yeah, these other 2 lanes not looking too great as... Okay, they'll be able to pop Roger really quick with 2 points in Primal Spring.
That should help.
I mean, and they need to make sure these side lanes do start picking up, because yeah, mid lane is...
He's level 6 to level 4.
Dude, look at the CS. This is one of the more severe beatdowns we've seen in the mid lane. 32-17 against 9-1. This is... Yeah, this is definitely the biggest beatdown we've seen him in. Whoa!
Oh! Almost dies.
He's out. He won't live, but still he's... I mean, is this really living? He's got to walk all the way back to base. And this level 5 quad will just continually fall further and further behind Iceberg's Lina.
A free game for Iceberg, it seems like it's going to be for this Lina. He has a couple heroes you have to worry about on the gap close, but with this start, he's gonna have the 6-minute rune control, and he's gonna be able to pressure mid with the catapult wave. So Rebel, he has to go back to mid to make sure he doesn't lose his tower, but he can't actually do too much to hold it off.
Can he really? Can he hold it on his own?
He has to, though. Yeah, but like if he doesn't go mid, this tower is gonna die, and his rotation might not work this side, and then you've ruined the game. Like you've ruined the whole game for your team if you do that as this quap. So he has to just actually sit mid, kind of do this jungling on the side thing here to get as much as he can. But yeah, Iceberg, he's gonna start the pressure. So I want to see these supports be ready to rotate on the side of Windstrike to help out the quap when Iceberg gets aggressive. They have to help him. They have to help Rebel.
Well, top lane, aggressive child. He's gonna get the jump in, looking towards Roger in general, but not any further lockdown on them there, fine.
Rebel, every time he steps up, Iceberg is threatening him.
Yeah, Laguna's
he just gets a Dragon Slave Laguna, it's a kill.
Dire's middle
Rebel, he can barely sort of get close enough to sort of pull the creeps away. Now he can't. He's still not got his bottle. He has no regen. He's down to 300 HP. He cannot step forward to pull these creeps away. He steps forward and he's dead in a flash.
Yeah, and they can't actually move. Enchantress, not the easiest hero to TP with. Rubik can rotate and try to set up, but Rebel's not healthy. He can't actually, even with a rotation, can't help. He can't receive the help.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Just, I've not seen a mid sort of just be this crazy this tournament. I mean, 7 minutes and 26 denies. It just continues. Top lane Roger will be able to get in and snipe the courier of Aggressive Child. Aggressive Child's going to look to try and chase with the Primal Spring. He's on top of Roger. Does get hit by the root, but still able to lay down the Boundless Strike, find the kill. General looking to chase Aggressive Child. But not quite enough stacks to pressure the Monkey King, as the Monkey King will live. Again, just minutes wise. Another walk back to base. Rebel, he's finally got the bottle done. But 8 minutes in, level 6 against the level 8 of Iceberg.
My God. It's more than double the net worth in the mid lane. 30 denies. They'll take away the regen at least. Ducalis finally makes a rotation to try to help out his Queen of Pain there. As we did see both Observer Wards actually taken out. Ducalis D-Wards up top, and the Rubik comes over and gets a D-Ward in mid that they had the sentry placed for earlier. Iceberg denies it, but vision is taken away. That's 2 of the early Obs Wards, so a little bit of limited vision for Na'Vi, but it's okay because the Queen of Pain is so shut down that you know she's not making any move.
Yeah, she's not going to move anywhere. Or at least if she does, it's going to be very hard to actually have the burst to take these cores down, especially the Spectre.
She might just have to make moves around. I think with DK Focus is 6, now that the Mars, Mars has been 6 for quite some time, I think they might have to look to try to make a pressure play onto the Spectre soon. Because Rebel's just going to get ganked soon. They're going to start making the rotations to mid to take out this tower. General in the area. Get a little 3-on-3 skirmish.
This tower just about to fall, Roger. Take a dagger to the side, but the ward will go down due to that.
And they haven't slowed down the Spectre's farm. The Lina's free farming. Your Monkey King is farming and your Mars are farming, but you have to feel a little worried for Windstrike. They're gonna have to make some big stuff kick off with these ultis, with this Queen of Pain and Mars. I mean, mostly just for Rebel to try to have a fighting hope in this game. This is never. Usually when I see a position of quap like this, I'm usually pretty inclined to be pretty afraid in this mid game that she's just gonna die once and the game ends.
Yeah, I mean it's very hard to sort of imagine scenarios where this quap doesn't die anytime.
Yeah.
Turn up to a team fight right now.
Oh, Yamich. He's looks like he was trying to get some D. He actually does find another D-Ward, so they've taken out 3 of the Obs Wards, but he'll have to pay with his life this time.
Rebel, he's got to run. Does have the blink, so they won't be able to catch him here. Still just not able to offer much at all right now. Top lane, Roger will be found. They move over towards the bounty rune and are able to kill off Roger. So aggressive Child's game. I mean, considering sort of the pressure that you would have imagined would be applied, he is doing well. This is definitely the signs of a master tier Monkey King, without a doubt, considering the lane that he was set up in. As he's off to a great start. 3 kills on him right now.
And let's see what he goes for. I feel like in this game he might have to go for something like Manta, maybe SNY or something. I'm not too sure. It all depends on how he wants to play this. So Manta looks good because of the Willow in particular. But yeah, we'll see, because there's a lot of players that all play it differently. I know there was a phase where OG was picking and everyone was rushing Ags first. Mars ult.
Big moves. Everything blown onto Iceberg there was necessary. It's Roger. He's going to turn up, try for Ducalis here as he chases him down. Root holds on to DK Focus. They come in with the horn. V-Tunes, daggers out. takes down one, the fear.
Big
pushing
fear.
them back, and it's going to hold them close to the rest of Na'Vi. If they got the damage lasso down onto Rebel, he'll fall as Na'Vi clean up. Windstrike able to make a deep move to catch out Iceberg, but very easily Na'Vi turn up and they turn it around.
It was deep. The play that they had to do, they had to commit everything to blow him up. I don't know if they actually needed the Sonic Wave there to pop him, but I think he wanted to get the last hit so he can get some type of gold. But we see General. He swoops in with the trio, as I call it, the Boots of Travel, the Windlace, and the Fated Brooch that Bat Riders always seem to find.
Middle tower is under attack.
Super speedy. And now they're going to have all their ultis available for Na'Vi, and they didn't really lose too much on that. And V-Tune's just fine with just being able to free farm with the space.
Yeah, it turns into the top lane to start to make it a little less comfortable for Aggressive Child to be around it.
General. He's stalking the Monkey King, trying to cut him out of the trees.
Radiant's middle tower is under
He feels
attack.
so confident with all this speed here. Very limited catch to try to stop General now that he is moving at 484 with Firefly.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that in this mid game, there's a lot of ways to catch and the Monkey King whilst he's up in the trees, right? There are loads of ways to knock him down off them. I mean, pretty much what most heroes have some sort of way to just trip him up if they know which tree he's standing on.
Yeah, I mean, the egg, or the Icarus Dive, the stun, yeah, they have a lot of different tools to build this. And they have the cool tools to scout him in the trees too, right? Like the Willow, the Bramble Maze gives you that vision too. It does catch on to him. That's why I was saying I was very curious to see why they picked the Monkey King. You know, it's in the eyes of Aggressive Child, and he's got that Aghanims queued up, so he's got an idea of it for this game. But General, he's maybe spotted him. Oh, he actually sees the Rubik for a second. Now they might actually get neither because of that.
Aggressive Child's going to turn. Going to try and go for Always Wanna Fly. Seeing him low, he's got the Supernova. Iceberg stepping over, they're trying to hit the egg, but they can't do so. Windstrike's got to run. Ducalis is going to be held underneath the Supernova as he'll fall. General trying to chase for more, has Lasso up if he's able to get in on them. The Aggressive Child's able to jump away. Arena comes in from the side. They'll head in with the spear. Straight away, looking to burst down the Dark Willow. Sonic Waves out, and that will do it. Roger goes down. Dies back up as Always Wanna Fly. Gets away. Boundless Strike in as Aggressive Child. He's trying to chase for these two. But the turns there with Oguna. He just jumped into his own death as they lose Aggressive Child. The Stolen Light Strike does come into play, though, from Windstrike. As Yamich will manage to set up for Windstrike to clean up the kills. So they lose Aggressive Child for the commitment, but they get the numbers thanks to that great stun for Rubik.
I'm okay with Aggressive Child jumping in like that too, because he gets the Primal Spring on everybody. They're all slowed down. Sure, he dies, but he gets them some pretty big core kills. They do have to commit again all of their ultis except for that Wukong command this time in a very defensive position, so not gonna be able to get anything out of that one. But some nice kills that they really desperately need for Rebel.
Things looking for V-Tune. I mean, still top
He's
of the charts right now.
Yeah, that's the big concern.
I mean, free farm Spectate, it really is just a recipe for wins in this current patch and meta of Dota 2, unless you have some serious answers down the lines. I mean, as the game goes on, what sort of answers do they have for the Spectre? I mean, as you look towards the Monkey King, maybe he's going to get sort of the Silver Edge later on, but even then, it feels like they're going to struggle killing him off. And whoa, Aggressive Child tries to jump away, but they're able to trip him up with the Flame Break. They're running him down, and there is no help for the Monkey King as he attempted to push out sneakily on this bottom lane, but there's 3 members of Na'Vi ready to jump in.
They scanned the tree line, even. They scanned it, they knew he was there. They were even going to jump him beforehand. As soon as he jumps in, they were ready. Na'Vi predicting the movement perfectly of that Monkey King. I mean, when you're playing Bat Rider too, it's not the hardest either. Like, General is definitely very experienced, as we know on this Bat Rider, but also versus these Monkey Kings. Like, he's always going to know or have an idea of where the split pushing is going to come at some points. Because it always happens with these Monkey Kings. These, you know, they hide, they wait for the Primal Spring to clear the creep wave fast. You're going to get caught.
How is he doing on the progress towards his Ags? He's nearly halfway there. It's General. Go for the lasso on DK Focus. Actually dropping an Arena here.
That was, what? That Arena was really weird. Did he cast it before the lasso and it didn't get cancelled or something?
I think that must have been what it was, because the only other explanation would have been that he was laying it down because he felt that he was instantly going to have to step up into it and run from backup that was there with General, which there wasn't, but obviously he didn't know that. But either way, yeah, not an arena to be proud of. So that's down for 60 seconds. It's going to really limit what he's able to do when he turns up as bottom. Always want to fly, tries for the Sunray and TP out, but Yamich is able to catch it. Telekinesis comes in and the kill goes the way of Aggressive Child. So continues to get him closer and closer towards this Aghanims.
I'm really hoping that this Aghanims and some other, you know, like maybe the Orchid and everything for Queen of Pain, or the BKB, I guess, for Queen of Pain that she's gone for, is going to do something big, because it's only a 1k gold lead for Na'Vi, but you can just feel that taste in your mouth a little bit of,
yeah,
this Spectre is massive, and so is the Lina over the Queen of Pain, and even Batrider. Like, they have all these, and they have some crazy team fight coming together with it, with their two supports.
And just sort of the way they can make moves wherever they want is huge. Horn and bots on your other two cores. Like, all of these cores are, they're going to be ready to fight. We're seeing most of the times, you know, Winstrike, they're getting this action on their side of the map where Na'Vi pushes a little too far, but now when it comes to Winstrike moving on to Na'Vi's half, Na'Vi's going to be able to be very responsive with their bots and the Horn.
Yeah, it's a good call. I actually did not see that Iceberg had finished his up too. So yeah, the global threat is there. Yeah. Batrider General not going to go for BKB this game. He's going to be going for those blinks to catch the Monkey King, catch the Mars in those tree lines. And I feel like it's just going to be a game of, like, a game of hunts for Na'Vi, where they're just constantly looking for kills for Winstrike. And I don't know when Winstrike can really just capitalize. I feel like they just have to counter gank and try to predict the move from Na'Vi. And they might be able to here in this area.
Let's see what they can find. Horn's going to come out. They're going to be able to take down Yamich. See Iceberg. He's got the control onto Aggressive Child. The Yule setup's in play. And Aggressive Child gets burst down. DK Fogas trying to run, pushing them back with the God's Rebuke, but he's being burnt to pieces by the Sunray and the Light Strike. I mean, 3 kills just like it. It feels like that's only just going to continue. Na'Vi can play so fast and so global. Straight away down bottom, General is moved over. Lasso onto Carlis, drags him up onto the cliff. There's no escape for the Enchantress, as it's just another kill for Na'Vi. And that lead is just like that, sort of jumps from the 1k to the 4k, and it's very hard to sort of see how Winstrike's going to sort of turn that the opposite way with the heroes they have.
I'm really unsure of how they actually.
And look at these Ancients.
They actually do is, oh my. He just finished the Manta.
And he's got a triple Ancient stack pretty much here. So this Diffusal Blade it's going to be so quick after the Manta.
Because there's just such limited moves that Winstrike can do now because of the way that the lanes went. Like this Queen of... Sure, he's 3-1-1, but it's a Queen of Pain that's going BKB first item because she's at this big of a deficit. She's got it done at a pretty decent recovery rate timing, but will it actually help them inside the grand scheme of the fights? They'll at least be able to focus down the egg a lot easier.
Yeah, it just feels that any of these fights, as long as they're sort of always want to fly in position with the Sunray to help out V-Tune, even if they throw all 5 heroes onto the Spectre, V-Tune's probably going to be able to Manta and Dagger out at the jump.
Yeah, I don't think V-Tune's dying anymore. I think they have to go for the big team fighters, the squishy ones. Catch the Phoenix, catch that Willow in the back, catch General. Like we said, that was the one weakness that Na'Vi had with this draft, is lacking a little bit of a frontliner. It's just V-Tune really being that one. But they're always the ones initiating. With this Blink Dagger, General on the hunt again.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Won't be able to find anybody in this area though.
Well,
yeah, they're building these levels too on the supports. The Tome for Phoenix up to 12, and I look at the support comparisons. You know, Phoenix is always going to win versus Enchantress and Rubik. Phoenix is just such a crazy scaling hero in comparison.
And we'll see for Winstrike. Aggressive Child has got the Ags done. After this, is going to go back to look to finish off that Manta, as you pointed out. Just very essential this game, really, to have some sort of save early on.
Radiant are scanning.
Still just feels hard for him to fight. His General will walk up. They set the trap.
That's the bat down. I mean, the question is that enough to go for Roche? They're going to head into the pit.
Ags Monkey King's pretty good at it.
Yeah, that's true. The Acronyms is definitely going to speed this up, but Na'Vi, they know it's up. They are going to contest this. They've got ults themselves. Horn and Supernova at the ready, and also, of course, the fear from Roger can come into play around this pit.
Yeah, they're just going to get some vision here with the dagger. Lina has BKB finished as well. She's running over. They might have to try to force it if they don't want to give it up here.
This is risky, Windstruck. I don't know if they can stick around for this one.
Oh, the bash.
Is out to aggressive Chad. He's taking a lot of
He's
damage.
so low.
He's trying to get the ult out. There's the dive in. They do get the lift up. They're able to burst down the Phoenix. The Roshan goes down with the Fears in play. But it doesn't matter. Aggressive Child was able to get the kill and pick up the Aegis. But still, Na'Vi are cleaning up despite that Aegis pickup from Windstrike. It doesn't matter. They take it out of the hands of the Monkey King straight away, kill him off a second time. DK Fogas turns, pushes back Iceberg with the spear, but the flame break from General knocks him back. Mars will fall. Triple kill for Iceberg. Only Relbal actually out of it all at the end of the day there. I mean, they get the Roche, but this was always going to happen. Na'Vi's team fight around the pit was always going to come out on top. It's just a bit of a saving grace that Windstrike did stop Na'Vi from getting the kill or the Aegis, but it cost them a lot.
The fact that they can't win that fight, I mean, sure, they're already so low, but they start the fight, killing the Phoenix before an ulti gets off. Batrider's not in the fight either. Lina's still running there, and they still just get decimated. This Spectre is just way too big. Beatun just popped Haunt and took out almost everybody's HP. Did 4,000 damage in the fight. So about 1,000 damage to each hero. That's pretty much their entire HP pool. And then he's able to focus fire and take out that Monkey King who's in the middle of everything. And that, like we said, that was kind of Na'Vi playing without... That was them playing with like 3.5 heroes in a way, because Iceberg showed up at the end. General still didn't have to use Lasso because he showed up as the fight was ending, and without a Supernova. So for Windstrike, that is kind of a tell of how unfortunate this game is really going to feel in these next few moments too.
Mid. Already, always want to fly, diving in from the side. He's going to drop down the Supernova. BKB's popped by Relbal. He's trying to take down the egg, but the lasso's there. Just locks down Relbal through the BKB. The Rubik's been taken out on the back of it all as V-Tune has managed to find him. He's chasing on over towards DK Fogas too, as it's 2 dead on Windstrike. Over in the river, they burst down Relbal. They just cannot win these fights at all, Windstrike. V-Tune just taking over. And this game, it does not look good. It does not look good for Windstrike right now. They are only falling further and further behind, and it's very hard to sort of form any sort of equation with the heroes they have that results in them turning this around.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot because of the draft. They drafted themselves what I would say a lot of just laning prowess. You know, they pick Enchantress, they pick Queen of Pain. These are two heroes that I feel you have to win your lane. If you don't win your lane, your mid game is going to be really complicated. It's just going to be a lot more difficult than usual. And they didn't win those lanes. They actually got smashed, in fact. And Navi's draft, it all works together really well. With this Spectre, with this Phoenix, with this Bat, everything synergizes very nicely. Yeah, there's not a lot of hope here. Windstrike, they're going to have to really pray some type of mistakes.
Do you manage to get the Sun always want to fly after he dove, but now aggressive Charlie's got to put the ult because they're in and on top of the arena is down. They have caught the Spectre. V-Tune falling low. Have they got the damage to take him out? He's able to put the man to step aside. He's still alive. Iceberg steps over. Blink hit from Relbal. The Haunt's there. He's able to jump out and away. Laguna comes down onto Relbal. V-Tune will live. They do lose the bat, but the root and the stun is holding them all in position. The light strike away from Iceberg follows up. Triple kill for him. Only Dakalis and Aggressive Child left alive as Aggressive Child will make it away. Dakalis will not, as it's an ultra kill for Iceberg. They just cannot fight Na'Vi at all, as Iceberg even taunting them there, just running up, tanking the tier 3s. I mean, he knows that this game, it really does feel over.
Yeah, they couldn't, I mean, they were actually very close to getting V-Tune, but
they nearly did.
He's just a little bit too tanky. That's just all the insane items that have really been picked up for him. Just making him that much tankier. Is this actually happening? He's solo killing him. Oh, I think you might call it on that one.
You might call it on that.
Under attack.
That.
Top tower is under attack.
I mean, that just happened.
Yeah. He also landed a 3-person cursed crown up top, I believe, on the Enchantress when they all got stunned earlier. So. Ooh.
And now the jump.
Lasso. Oh,
Rebel. You just seen the carry die. Now you'll see the mid go. It's getting rough. This is definitely a painful one here for Windstrike. There's no doubt about it. As Na'Vi now at 20k. With this, and it's not even sort of the Spectre seen in the show. You know, Iceberg, he's 3k ahead of his incredibly farmed Spectre. I mean, And he obviously did get the start and was rewarded for just playing as perfectly as he did in the lane. He demolished the mid lane, and ever since, he's just been having a beautiful game.
Yeah, absolutely smashed the mid lane. I mean, let's just look at the last attempt. 42 denies, you know. He doesn't have those 42 denies for no reason.
And just straight up
one of the higher
prowess from him.
Yeah. Oh, Windstrike. You know, usually it's like last hurrah smoke, but I don't feel like any. You know, their team fight just doesn't really bring together last hurrah. Okay, they're gonna try it.
Smoke's
Okay.
just come out. Here we go.
There we go.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is, the last chance here from
Who's the
Windstrike.
target? This might be just a kill somebody and a GG out, right? I feel like this is one of those scenarios where it ends up being one of those. So whoever is your friend or you guys know a little bit on the enemy team here, that's your target. You kill him and then, yeah, call it.
I feel like it's just so hard to make these sort of moves when there's a Spectre, right? And as soon as you show, V-Tune's going to be pressing R and cleaning up.
They're actually going to go for him.
If you can, that's probably the dream scenario. You have to jump him. You can't jump anyone else.
Can they chain stun him? I don't think so.
Let's see. Not going to be able to spear him for the arena. He's getting low. Boundless out as well. Sonic Wave. They do it.
They got him.
They do it. They take down V-Tune. Now can they get out without all dying? That's the question. 3 dead, 4 dead, down, make that 5.
Nope, they're all dead.
And there we have it. GG is called. Na'Vi. I mean, they did make this one look pretty simple and easy here, as just from the mid lane onwards, Iceberg destroying Rebel, and it was a Spectre game. He was ahead all the time. Iceberg was even further ahead all the time on the Lina, and Windstrike, the draft, it felt pretty empty.
Yeah, it felt pretty impossible. I was hoping that there was some type of, some miracle thing coming in where he had some idea with this Monkey King versus what he was up against, but natural counters, very clean execution, and very good draft by Na'Vi. They've been looking better and better throughout this tournament. They're looking sharp, and especially when they have this, this Mars, this Phoenix, this Willow, they seem very comfortable to be playing with this style.
No. The sort of performances we're seeing from Na'Vi, I mean, it really seems as well. So their game plan, they're getting the draft right a lot of the time. I mean, we saw that with the series that they did drop, it was against Team Liquid, and Team Liquid looking pretty good nowadays. And even against them, they took a game off them in the best of 3. So definitely a squad to watch right now, particularly in the CIS region, as they just keep consistently coming out with these wins that just aren't even close. Na'Vi just dominating their enemy here, and with that, the series is theirs. It's Na'Vi 2-0 Windstrike.
I can't pretend to like you. You need a friend. I can't help this time. I'm in trouble. It's your eyes, I can't seem to focus. It doesn't matter 'cause you live a lie. You want attention from every guy in the park, but when you call, give you my heart, you rip it out. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I don't want your empathy. I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend I am. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a favorite place, you're at a leisurely pace. I'm unscathed, I'm unafraid. Welcome to the war game.
Welcome to the war game.
Na'Vi is back, ladies and gentlemen. A 2-0 dominant victory, pardon me, over Winstrike here in their third series of ESL 1 Germany. They put themselves 2-1 scoreline and now put them only one series victory away from heading into the playoffs. Now, as we get into our Game Fuel post-match, I welcome back my panel and myself, because I like to be included in these discussions as well, as we talk about this Na'Vi series. Dan Okyo, lads, that second game was dominance. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, I mean, it basically played out exactly how we were expecting, right? Like, Bat Rider is going to have a great game against a Monkey King and an Enchantress. Lina bullies basically every hero in the game except for a few of the ones that were banned out. And that bottom lane, it was salvaged. Like, I thought Yamich played really well for Winstrike, but a position for Rubik, unfortunately, just isn't enough to bring it across the line.
Yeah, that's why, like, you know, instead of Pain, like, might as well just accept that you, like, are gonna be losing the lane. You're versing against Lina, and there's not many good heroes left. Just pick some heroes that can actually kill Lina with like one of these heroes, Rubik or Mars.
I wanted to see a Void Spirit, yeah. Void Spirit can kill the Lina, and you can still like get the farm from the wave by going this build that a lot of people do when they have difficult lanes and just max out the Dissimulate, your W, just because it explodes into it. You have a really low cooldown. It works really nicely, not maxing out the Resonant Pulse and not even getting any points in the Aether Remnant. I think that would have been okay for them, but you know, hindsight's 20/20.
Exactly. We might be able to learn a little bit about their dominance here with Na'Vi as we have our post-match interview with Always Wanna Fly from Na'Vi. So, Always Wanna Fly, congratulations on another series victory here for ESL 1 Germany. I want to touch on something a little bit here, a little bit outside of Dota. So, Na'Vi as an organization is known for their rivalries in Dota. Who do you guys think is your biggest rival right now, and why?
I don't know, actually. This is a tough question. I can't answer this, actually. I don't know.
I'll change it a little bit. Who do you guys want to verse here in ESL 1 Germany then? Who's the guys you want to take down?
Secret, for sure.
Good
All
man.
my teammates talking about this every day. We want to win Secret, That's all we need.
Good man. Confidence, that's what we like to see. It feels like whenever we see you guys play, you're always picking that Phoenix, or maybe if you don't have the first pick, you're always, you know, banning it out just so that you're not having to play up against it. Why do you think so many teams let it through against you? Do you think there are many big counters against it, or are you just feeling so confident?
I don't care to play versus any heroes when I play Phoenix. Only team that win us, it was Liquid, because we failed a lot in game, and Secret. But Secret winning lots of team, everyone. Yeah. We are pretty confident this hero. We can first pick it and play versus 5 counter picks, and we know that it's okay. I can buy Halberd and go in 5 heroes, use Egg Halberd, and my teammates will kill them all. That's the plan.
Yeah, I mean, we saw right at the end there, even when a full team commits onto a Spectre, you've still got the turnaround. And yes, the game was done by then, but it's good to see you've got some confidence in the rest of your team.
Yeah. Yeah, so was like losing against Liquid like helped you guys like, you know, getting like, you know, like win better or against like Winstrike, or I was just wondering like how did you guys like feel about like today's game?
First game was really tough for us because we go into Roche and we know it's bad, but one player, I won't tell you who exactly, calls go Roche full DPS, go. We're trying to say no, please, but he was confident and we lost that fight. But after that, we just know that we will win this game. We have our overdraft in first game and second game, so even with that mistake, we know that we can win still.
Well, yeah, you guys did show a lot of confidence in that first game, being able to pull it back there. I want to ask a little question. Obviously, you guys looks like you're in kind of a whole team house together here with Na'Vi putting you guys up. Do you feel like that gives you guys a little bit of an extra edge over these teams who aren't all together in person?
In first days, no. In first days, we play like in the start of our team. We play really bad. We lost 19 scrims out of 20. So it's not working good for us. But now we are playing. We feel confident in ourselves and our team, but still we have a lot of mistakes. And we watching replays every day and trying to become better as a team.
Yeah, we've heard that from some other teams, that they feel like they've been losing a lot of scrims, but there's a lot of learning that can be applied from that. Do you feel like that's the same with you?
Yeah, sure. These scrims give us a lot of information, at least.
Well, it's good to see that you guys have got a lot of confidence and see that you guys are improving across here. And fingers crossed for you guys that you do get to face Team Secret and potentially take them down. So good luck for the rest of the tournament. Always want to fly.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. I love having interviews with him. He gives us so much. Like when we ask these players these questions, some of them are fairly open-ended, some of them are fairly specific, but when they give us a lot more out of them, that's when I really enjoy these interviews, because you get to learn a little bit more.
Who do we think is the player that he was talking about wanting to take that Roche fight? It sounds like a core player.
It has to be.
Yeah.
It has to be.
It has to be V-Tune or Iceberg, right?
You think it sounds like Iceberg sort of thing?
Maybe.
Let's not assume all too much, but I'm sure that the Na'Vi guys, they're going to be looking forward to watching the rest of the games until they obviously find out their opponent for the 4th stage, but also they've got Secret coming up next against Liquid, so they're going to be watching that pretty keenly just to see if there's any cracks in the armor.
Especially in cracks in the armor against Liquid, because as they said, they dropped that series to Liquid 2-1. It was a really tight series, and it was the same series for us to watch, but just watching this series for them allows them to develop strats against Secret and Liquid, who going into the playoffs are going to be some really big opponents for them. Obviously, they haven't faced Alliance and OG just yet, so may have to go in a little bit darker into those teams, but this next series is going to prove for a lot of these other teams to see if one of these two teams do have a little bit of weaknesses. But from Na'Vi today, they didn't show any weaknesses. They, as Always Want to Fly told us, in that first game, they lost Roche. They didn't really want to do it, but that's how they pulled it back. They came together all nice and calm. They knew they were going to win that game, and then that second game was just straight up dominance from those guys.
Yeah, it was really nice drafting. They said that they're confident with all of their drafts, so I mean, why not if you've got a performance like that? And Iceberg just popping off, showing again why he is one of the mids to beat. I kind of want to see Na'Vi against Alliance, right? It's not going to happen potentially until the playoffs, but Chessie against Iceberg is something I would pay money to see.
Yeah, that would be insane to watch all these good European 1v1s. How about a 1v1 tournament, QO? That'd be nice to watch.
I feel like Chessie would be
Dota is not
right?
a 1v1 game anymore. So.
Yeah, but that's why it's a different tournament, QO, because we get to have these mid laners, even some of these off laners. We know Boxy from Team Liquid is a very good laner in his own right, and just seeing all these players play against each other. But having a quick look back at how the stats panned out there between Na'Vi and Winstrike, it was A pretty one-sided affair, 27 minutes and 27 seconds. Pretty nice aesthetically pleasing time there for Na'Vi, but I mean, win strike for them. They're going down 1 and 2 here. It was a fairly straightforward victory for Na'Vi. So what do they have to try and pull out of this series to try and come back into ESL 1 Germany and try and get that last playoff slot?
I think they just drafted themselves into a corner, honestly. Like, there was a counter at every stage of the draft that they had. You know, they were guaranteed going to lose 2 lanes out of that. And when you've got that style of draft, especially coming up against a Spectre, you're not giving yourself a chance at all. So
yeah, happened both game. I really didn't like that the second phase of the picks, like especially the 4th, 5th pick. I think both game I didn't like about it. When it came out the Monkey King and when it came out with Enigma, like Juggernaut, it just didn't like convince me. So I think if they like draft themselves more like a secret like role, then I think it'll be a lot better.
Well, maybe a little bit more convincing there for Kyo to get on the bandwagon for Winstrike. But with that, we are going to say goodbye to Matt, but hello to our Super Series. We've got Team Secret and Team Liquid going head-to-head here in a full best of 3. You guys do not want to miss this. Go to a short break and we'll see you on the other side.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game, but something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off, or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
600 starting gold right here. If you do half the steps, trust me, you will get better.
You're strong enough with you, better cry. Brings you to your knees. Don't you know I'm a bad little mama? I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me 'cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose. I am a prima donna. Don't you see? I'm a winner. I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
Oh, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys are excited for this series as much as we are here on the desk. Team Secret and Team Liquid, full best of 3. Winner goes into the playoffs. Loser has to play another round here for ESL 1 Germany. We're about to get into game number 1. Before we get through that, we have to get through this pre-series and let you guys know where this series is going to end up and what you guys can expect. I've got a change to my panel here. I've got Godot back here and I've got QO on the end as well. Lads, Secret versus Liquid. I don't know where you guys want to start. There's a lot to unpack with this. I'm just excited.
Yeah, me too. I mean, this is one of the teams that actually has taken series off Secret in the past, although it wasn't on the latest patch, which is a different story because Secret hasn't really lost many games altogether. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see if Liquid can repeat itself on the latest patch.
I think the last time Team Secret lost a series was June 26th, I think I saw the stat was. So this could be the reign of terror to come to an end here, QO. What are we expecting from Liquid and Team Secret?
Just two different style of the team colliding each other. And I'll say Liquid is very obvious like a team, except like a Koipa picking this like a cheese hero. But like usually like their picks drafts are very straightforward. Meanwhile, like a Secret is, you never know what's coming, and they can always swap around with like a different heroes, and they have a reason behind it whenever they do it. I think that's the scary part. Like when you don't understand what they're doing, and the other team understand what you're doing, I think that's a big problem. So hope like a Liquid, prepare for that one.
And that's a scary thing going up against Team Secret because you have one of the biggest drafting brains in Dota, in Puppy, behind this team. And they're all insanely mechanically skilled players across all 5 of these positions going in for Team Secret. And you have to echo what QO said is they pick whatever they want, but they have reasonings behind everything. They have an idea and they come into every single game and every single series with an idea and they just execute it to perfection.
Yeah, I kind of agree with the Okio said with Secret. They're definitely one of those teams that they open up a hero that can be middle, can be off lane, but then they put it as a position 5. We saw Poppy playing the Pugner the other day, and that completely derailed the mind games in the drafting phase. But I think with Liquid, I mean, maybe their playstyle might be a little predictable, but their heroes are very unorthodox. They have the mid laner who plays obviously the Broods, the Huskers. They showed up a Husker Oracle opener the other day against Na'Vi. They have a lot of micro-intensive heroes coming from the off laner as well. They play Darkwill, they play Crystal Maiden. This is a team that's played a lot of heroes that were never really in the meta until they actually started spamming it in the previous patches.
Well, how do we think that this mid lane is going to match up? Because Nisha is one of those players that is pretty much getting close to that GOAT status, right? He's been on a meteoric rise ever since he's joined this Team Secret roster, and he has just not slowed down.
I think strong part about Nisha is that he's from the carry position, and meanwhile, like if the carry position, like if the carry player knows how to lane mid, it's like very, very scary. Like it's same as like when Miracle played mid before, just because like they're more efficient. Like once they have this gold, have this level, they know how to abuse it more than any other mid laners. So yeah.
It's
I'd
very
be interested to
interesting.
see how that matchup does go, right, Darcy? And you
Yeah.
touched a little bit here on what Team Liquid's been doing here. They've got their own kind of interesting strats with the fact that last time we talked to Team Liquid, they talked the fact that Tiger as well as Boxy have been changing up their farm priorities a little bit, and that's not something a lot of these other teams are really doing, right?
They've also been doing Boxy on Mars middle as well, so even if you kind of have a gauge on what heroes, who's going to play it, you don't know where it's going to be initially. And I think that's the thing about Liquid is they're very unpredictable in a sense. They don't really switch heroes sometimes depending on the roles. They just switch the lanes completely, right? So it's one thing that Secret can't really predict, but they should be kind of aware that it can happen, I guess, during the drafting phase.
Well, you know, Liquid have been utilizing quite a lot of these heroes like the Snapfire. They've been using quite a lot of the Rubik as well, being able to put that on Insania in that position 5 role and then give Tiger something a little bit more aggressive. Do we think that many of these heroes are going to be contested across here? Because last time we talked about Secret, they pick anything they want, right?
Well, one of the main heroes that Secret plays, it's generally Venge Drow lineups. They play Bloodseekers, they play Clockworks. Clockwork, I mean, Liquid does play, but it's not really a priority hero. Same thing goes with the Venge Drow. I think they all play their own heroes. I don't think there's going to be so many clashes when it comes to the actual priority openers or priority bans. It's going to be, they're going to just be banning out the heroes they're most scared of with the lineup they will want to open up with, and at the same time, I guess just priority bans according to the players they're versing, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, enough theory crafting here on the panel. It's time for us to get ready for game number 1. But before we get into that, it's time for us to take a quick break as well. About 3 minutes until we get into game number 1 draft here between Team Secret and Team Liquid. Make sure you don't miss it.
Just the motion of your hands. Travel like lanes. It's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, just a man. Just an ocean in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces for something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like a light years in the making. Up, 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up. 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Travel like land, just your highway. Just the one, just a believer. I don't care. I see you loading up my mind. Place me on the side. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Yeah. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, but we go up. 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand. Just the motion of your hand, just the dust, just the same, yeah. Travel like traveling, just the dust, yeah, just the same. Hey, just the dust, just the same, just the does, just the same. Oh, it's you and me trying to be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me trying to be weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Oh, thousand miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. Can't say why.
Asked you guys to wait, and you guys have obliged. And now we reward you with Team Secret versus Team Liquid. Game number 1 draft is about to begin. I've got my panel back here ready to break it all down for you guys and to watch this insane series unfold before our eyes. We've got Darcy, we've got QO. Lads, Team Secret versus Team Liquid. Drafts on our screens. What's going to be going on, boys?
Well, as you can see, Iojar, and Aya is one of the heroes that's been normally banned a lot of the time. For teams who have an Aya play, it's always really scary to go into it. And Iojar, what do you think about this opener here?
I mean, it's very unconventional these days, like assuming the Iojar, like you can't farm really fast compared to other heroes. That's one main factor, but that's not the problem. When that's Crystal Maiden, this hero is a problem. But it feels like when Secret picks it, this hero is gonna do something.
Yeah. So it's just because it's Team Secret that's actually gravitating you towards this CM to be a good
So
pick.
you're saying if there was a silencer and Secret played it, it'd be okay? But
Yeah,
every
it's
other
the same
team...
feeling because I think I've been flaming this like Crystal Maiden picks like most likely in the third when it comes out in third pick. But maybe it's not because it's a Secret, because it's a first pick it's Crystal Maiden. That's why I'm convinced. Nah, maybe I'm just like I think I'm just like being a Secret fanboy.
Well, at least they've picked up the Drow here, which Secret is very known to. It's surprising that they didn't actually pick it up with the Venge, and Venge is not actually banned, because normally that's what they tend to go for.
Well, maybe there's an idea behind this against the Io, right? Because they let it in there for Liquid. They got rid of the Bearman. They got rid of the Phoenix. They gave them the Io, and they picked this Crystal Maiden up. Is there any kind of combinations that you guys used to think of when we saw Crystal Maiden a lot? I don't know, maybe 8 years ago. I don't know. It's been a long time since I've seen Crystal Maiden being picked a lot. Is there many pairings that you can think of that allows his hero to be abused?
I think only 2 reasons.
Yeah.
Like one is when Io Gyro is like charging at someone, like mostly they're gonna be dealing this physical damage, and as long as you freezing feel something and you stat yourself up, you can survive for your teammate, and if you die after, it's still worth it because they probably pop some BKBs. And another thing is the heroes that linked with this Crystal Maiden aura, some hero that gets benefit, but you know, like is aura like a big thing these days?
Yeah, and I was thinking there's better heroes than CM for the attack speed reduction, right? Like Winter Wyvern would be a pretty easy solution to deal with the IO relocates, and obviously you can just destroy the IO if you get him with the Curse, Winter's Curse. But they open up Crystal Maiden, and I don't think they care.
I mean,
honestly,
Puppy doesn't seem to care. First picking Crystal Maiden, but a little bit deeper into the draft. Like when you see Io Gyro QO, what type of heroes do you like to see paired around it? Do you try and go for another hero that scales a little bit with the Gyro, just in case you have a bit of a backup plan?
Usually when you like pick this Io Gyro, you need to like some teams like use it for like really offensive like potential, like team fighting together. Some teams use it for farming, but I feel like putting like Io Gyro to like more farm role is like much more important, and somehow secure him this Satanic and Divine Rapier. Like I think it has to get to that phase like in order for these heroes to be useful.
Okay. So kind of heroes that just enable them to farm and, spread this game a little bit later.
Well, I think Dio is the one that enables them to farm, right? He does the stacking. He obviously clears the stacks a lot quicker with Dio backing him up. It doesn't work in a sense of Magnus, but it kind of is similar, the efficiency effect that you get from the Io Jar. And then enables him to come online quicker, and then you just fight with the Io Jar, right? So you can go to approaches, obviously, with the later picks. So you can adapt your picks according to what you see Secret has, or you can just play around your Io Jar as you your win conditions, either it be stacking up on team fight or stacking up on pick-off heroes, because you can utilize the IO relocate to get to those points. But Jarl's, I think, generally pretty good against IO Jara, because you just sit back, you got the pike build-up, you can go BKB later on if you really want to, you can outrange the Gyrocopter as well.
Yep.
I'm surprised they didn't actually ban out that, as the two first bans from Liquid was actually Beastmaster Nature's Prophet and Earthshaker. We've seen it a few times now. Position 4 primarily. Liquid, I think, played it once against Na'Vi and they lost in the first game, which was paired up with the Slaughter, pulse 3. And then we also saw Nico Baby with the Morph Earthshaker combo just yesterday as well. Yeah, so I think it's a 1-in-1 so far as the tournament goes. But in terms of Earthshaker into IJAR, I do like it because you have that setup, right, with the Fissure to negate the ability of them to just stick together. And obviously, if you get a Blink Dagger when they relocate in, you got an easy setup, right?
A bit interesting choices here, like still picking up this Crystal Maiden and Earthshaker because these two heroes are generally passive, and Morphling is banned as well.
Okay. Maybe that's the hero they're trying to enable with this Brilliance Aura, right? Trying to make sure that the Earthshaker continue to spam those enchant totems. Maybe this might be a Zai hero as well. They try and play it with maybe a range position 4 to try and enable them to win that lane. Kind of in the same vein as like a Slardar, right? You have this tanky position 3. You can just deal a lot of right-click damage. You have this little squishy range position 4. This kind of abuses that lane. But
yeah,
I want to see what we're going to pick up here for Team Liquid. Like, you see these 3 picks from Secret, and do you try and have something that just kills this Crystal Maiden at the start of the fight?
Well, the thing is, now you know it's a CM Drow lane. Well, we think it's CM Drow lane, so it should be pretty easy to kind of grasp an idea on how you want the lane to be played. I mean, they've picked up Rhythmic here, really good with the to deal with the Earthshaker. You can always steal the Fissure. Even stealing Crystal Maiden spells is pretty good as well, and it sets up the position 4. And on top of that, it's going to be pretty clear what Team Liquid's going to pick as their position 3. They want that kind of front line who can start fights. What do you have as an idea here for the pulse 3 now? Well, Secret's just taken the Mars, so more or less likely we're seeing the Earthshaker pulse 4. What do you think for Liquid here as a pulse 3 right now, you thinking?
I think it's better like Liquid to pick some magic resistance, like a hero that's something they can build with Pipe or Greaves.
Okay.
And as long as they have like those sort of heroes, like they can make 2 of the secret hero like useless, Crystal Maiden and Earthshaker together. But like I think this Mars pick, you know, like I've seen so many times in EU, I haven't seen like this Mars, you know, getting like dumpstered in lane.
Yeah.
And right now in this game as well, it's against IO Gyro, and
yeah.
But like they're versing Earthshaker, so there could be like a potential.
So you think that maybe this IO Gyro lane's not going to be strong enough to get rid of the Mars, but as you said, there is an Earthshaker that's going to be thrown in there as well, so maybe might be a little bit weaker for the Mars. And Team Liquid, I feel like they're probably going to be picking Boxy's hero next, right?
Well, one of the heroes that can go pipe, and he used to play a lot, was Centaur, actually. It's not a bad way to deal with Drow, but the Crystal Maiden and the Fissure to deal with the Stampede can be good solutions, as well as just the arena blocking you off. I mean, you do get that pipe usage, but it just doesn't seem very effective when it gets to the mid-game fights. But they went for it anyways.
Mastermind, I like it.
Oh, Darcy's in their brains!
I mean, it's very easy to kill, like execute this Crystal Maiden. Draw a little might be hard. You know, if the Crystal Maiden have to like probably sacrifice like his life like 1 or twice.
So he gonna fade.
Lane. Yeah,
He's gonna fade.
If like Secret wants to get this like draw, securing the creeps.
I'm just worried about the Centaur. I mean, it makes sense. You got that pipe. You got a way to close the gap with the within you and the Drow lineup. But you have a lot of backup from Team Secret's lineup. You got the Frostbites. You got the Fissure. You got the Arena. I'm just a little worried that you can't actually close the gap, and you're now so reliant on kind of getting on top of her, but you don't have the options to do so. So now it's going to come down to the mid pick for Quakefoot to have like this kind of a cheese pick that can just disrupt the lineup of Secrets here. And I mean, that's what Quakefoot's known for, right? So,
yeah. Well, he doesn't have the last pick of the draft here. That's his going the way of Team Secret. So
I think I have to admit that like Liquid's draft like seems stronger.
Yeah.
At the moment. But like maybe just because like we all don't, I mean, I don't understand like how Secret will be playing, but just by the heroes like itself, like, and just putting this general knowledge, I think Liquid has like a a very safe route to pick their like last pick instead of like, yeah, even if Secret like picks like something cheesy in the last pick, I think they'll be able to deal with it.
All right, then, Kyo. Well, I'm going to pose this question to you then. Well, what do you think Team Secret can pick to round it out for themselves? What's that kind of missing piece of the puzzle? Because we saw this last time Team Secret played, and they just picked up a niche Templar Assassin, and it looked absolutely insane. Is there anything that's kind of glaring out to you right now? They banned a Tinker.
I have one hero that I think Secret can really pick and do well here, and I think it's OD, because it pairs up really nice with Drow. They're just playing the sit back, let the enemy come to us, and OD with the Aghanims, double Astral here to play defensively, and obviously there's no real damage dealer besides the Gyrocopter right now, unless they pick something that can deal with it for Liquid, but Liquid, as you said, don't have the last pick in the drafting phase, so I'm a little worried now.
Yeah.
Winner Pain, good ban here.
Visage? Nah,
Visage
you
for
don't want to
Liquid?
versing against Gyro. For Secret.
I'm getting kind of some weird vibes from this this Tinker ban here. It's a hero that I've not seen a lot. Is there anything that's kind of standing out to you guys that Tinker is a one-to-one hard counter for in the mid lane that Team Secret are scared of, you know, Liquid just picking this random Tinker?
Not like a lane, but obviously Tinker, like it's really, really annoying when you're like playing against Tinker with Crystal Maiden and Drow Ranger.
Okay.
And maybe Earthshaker.
Because you just have no way of getting on top of him?
Yeah, and like it's just the rocket hurts so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like Secret wants to be the team that starts the fights. They're just going to be sieging with the Drow, right? They're going to be playing their timings and then just back up the Drow. So if you're versing a Tinker, you don't actually have to start the fights. You just spam, as Q has said, with the rockets, and you just deal with that while the IJR is splitting, for example.
I wonder how it will go if like Liquid picks up Arcord in here. Just assuming that Earthshake, they only have like Earthshaker and Mars to catch.
Do you feel like that's not too greedy coming in from Team Liquid? Because we saw that from OG yesterday. They picked Arc Warden and Ember Spirit, and they got punished pretty hard for their greed.
Yeah, the difference is like the Liquid kind of secured their laning phase in this game. But maybe yes, maybe no, just because Batrider. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Just go safer choice.
I like this because the issue was how do you get on top of the Drow, right? The Batrider later on for Blink Dagger can do that. He can start the fight while the rest of the team relocates in, or you can stampede in. So it is one way to deal with this Drow. I'm just a little worried right now because Secret has the last pick here.
Well, I really liked how they banned Storm and Queen of Pain here, so there is not like many concern from Liquids to like be worried about this Batrider mid, because it looks like it's a Batrider mid. There's no other choices.
Well, it also block picks the TA as well, right? You don't really want to play Templar Assassin into that kind of lineup. They've only got a couple of seconds here. Does Poppy, let's see what his big brain can push out. It's going to be Invoker. Okay, so Nisha's going to be picking up that Invoker towards the mid lane here. Or, I mean, they can play whatever they want, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty clear what kind of lineup Secret is playing, right? I mean, the CM and the Earthshaker now kind of makes sense. They're just literally playing a buffer strat around the Drow, and they're going to just play around her timings and protect her in the fights.
But is CM really a buff hero for Drow in comparison to something like Avenge, right?
When I say buffer, I meant like just using the Alacrity on the Drow and perhaps a medallion later on by someone in the team, Solar Crest. Kind of like the PA and Power Strat we saw from OG, but in a different form, I guess you could call it.
So it looks like Insania is going to be picking up the Rubik as well. So Tiger will be playing the IO here for Team Liquid. So a bit of a change up again here from Team Liquid. They're showing their versatility on these hero player matchups, or hero player matchups.
My brain says Secret's gonna win, but my heart says Liquid's gonna win. So I don't know what to do.
The classic, we watch Secret games. We say Secret good draft. We say Secret win game.
No, but
It's
even like a
panel.
draft-wise, I think Liquid can pull it off here, like with this draft.
You think Liquid can do it? What does Liquid need to do right? And what does Team Secret need to do
Just
wrong?
mid lane, like not like letting this Invoker to go on this Batrider or I mean, yeah, just that's it.
Yeah, if Batrider gets a good start, he can really just set the pace of this game, right? Just go to the side lanes, get early BOTs to help the team.
I just never see Nisha getting, you know, like having like difficult laning, like at all. Like he's always getting like he always pulls off his laning. So.
All right, so final word here for the predictions, lads, before we head into game number one.
I'm going for Secret then.
Secret?
Yeah, I like Secret's lineup. Just the way they play around the Drow seems pretty easy, and I don't think IJR is that good against it anyways. To be
All
honest.
right, so it looks like my panelists here are going to cop out and going to go with Team Secret for game number one here. So we're going to leave it with the legendary duo. It's going to be OD Pixel and Fogged.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. We're getting ready for Secret versus Liquid. I'm ODPixel, and we'll actually be joined by QO for this game. QO, are you there?
I know when. What? Am I live right now? What?
Hello?
Hello?
QO?
Hello, Odie?
Yes.
Hi.
Yes, hello. We could hear you.
Yeah, good
QO, how
evening.
you doing?
Yeah.
Good evening to you. Well, good morning to you in Australia, right? Very
Yeah,
early
that's
hours
right.
of the
That's
morning.
right. Yep.
All right, so QO, what do you reckon? Are we going to see Secret getting challenged here by Liquid?
I mean, like as I predicted on the panel, I feel like Secret just have like way too solid, like there's just laning phase. So yeah, I don't think they're gonna face any difficulties in my opinion.
Okay, well, I mean, we'll see. I mean, because, I mean, what would you say is the best strength that Liquid's lineup does have? Like, what could you see working out if they are able to somehow get ahead at the start?
Yeah, just this Rubik Centaur getting a kills like on a Crystal Maiden and Bat Rider to be able to jump on this Invoker with Rubik roaming. I think this too is the main thing that Liquid's gonna be abusing.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see if they do get to the point where they're making those moves. We'll see how Secret want to start lanes off. We have the three of them heading top. Matu is going to be backed up by Yapsort and Puppey on this top tri-lane. And, of course, that does mean leaving Zai on his own down bottom as the Mars. And mid lane, Nisha, he's going to be there to deal with Quaker on that mid bat. So, I mean, so out of these three lanes, I mean, who's going to sort of have the most difficulty? Is there a certain lane that there's a likelihood we're going to see a hero suffer?
I don't think any. I mean, Secret's not going to be suffering as they just started like offensive tri-lane, and Centaurs are forced to go top. Usually, when carry goes to the off lane with the tri-lane backing up, it's very hard to feed in first 5 minutes, as long as they secure him correctly.
We'll see. Up top Yapsort, he's trying to get the angle whilst Boxy.
Maybe I was
leaning in
wrong.
onto Matuma Man, but the fish is out. If they can find Matu, I mean, Matu's stuck and they're going to be able to do it. They get themselves first blood there, Liquid. Big moves coming into play. As you said, that's what you got to watch for. These two, Insania and Boxy, actually having the potential to kill Matu. And that's pretty big, right? You're getting a kill.
Yeah, like I just mentioned that Draw Ranger will be like hard to die. Like 5 seconds later, like I think Liquid went in the perfect timing about just killing this Draw Ranger.
Yeah, Secret's got to be careful about that. I mean, if Liquid's able to keep that up, that's going to be a big start for them on this top lane. But now Boxy is going to be held in place by the Fisher, and that will allow them to have the setup to take down Boxy in turn. So still, the potency of Secret's tri-lane being shown each and every time. Yapsort just looking for those Fisher angles to make sure there's no escape for Liquid.
Yeah, the Secret doesn't have too much time here. Like they have to continuously pressure this Liquid at top lane. Otherwise, Zai's gonna face like difficulties at bottom, like dealing with 2v1. So hopefully, yeah, that to be happening.
We'll see mid lane CS at the moment between the two. Pretty even here between the Invoker and the Bat. 9 for 1 against the 8 and 3 of Quaker. And I mean, both of these mids, I imagine we're going to see a lot of activity when it comes to the movements. Both Nisha and Quaker are going to be very active this game, making things happen for the team. We'll see top, and Insania will manage to make the small pull as Boxy just holding Yapsort and Puppey away from interrupting it. So a little bit of creep control will be there, but already we're just seeing how well Matu's able to hold the lane. A lot of denies coming out of this and taking away a lot of this XP that's going to be funneled into Boxy and Insania.
Yep, and yeah, Matu will be just continuously hold the lane here, and as long as they just Secret just keep holds the lane here, then I don't think Liquid will be able to farm. And once the Draw Ranger hits level 4 or 3, I think one of these support can leave top lane.
I mean, we really do see sort of the CS from Boxy just taking a huge hit because of this lane control that Secret's been able to pull off. Just 2 CS right now on Boxy Centaur, and he might just go down here. Taking huge hits here from Matu as Boxy's trying to run. He's into the trees. The multi-shot is out. They've taken him down. As Boxy starts this game, I mean, it was nice that they did get that first kill onto the Drow, but other than that, it's been a very, very tough time on this top lane for Liquid against the tri-laners. Insania caught as well. Another kill for Secret. As Matu, 2-1 and 2, 14 for 11, and Boxy, very little CS to his name right now.
I like how like Secrets are successfully making this work by just playing like really offensive, and I won't be able to rotate like because he can't just leave the gyro alone. And even if like IO rotates, I don't think there's not gonna be any big changes here. So I'm expecting this lead to be just continue happen for next 3 minutes, 4 minutes at top lane.
Yeah, for sure. It doesn't seem like there's any reason to believe it's going to sort of change the outcome of this lane whilst these heroes are up here. I mean, down bottom, sure, Zai is also struggling to find last hits, but of course he's totally alone. You know, this top lane, there is the two of them. So a little more expected to be happening for Zai down there. Mid lane, Nisha actually starting to pick up the pace a bit more than Koifer is. So we have 28 for 7 against the 17 for 3. Nisha getting a lot of farm. 5-minute runes coming up. Secret holding on to the top ones, but likewise down bottom, Liquid will have no trouble securing those two for the side.
A little
So 4 for
surprised
1,
how
1k lead for Secret.
Yep. A little surprised how Koikva's just started jungle like from level 4 when he doesn't have too much of dying potential. When like the Secret supports are busy, have to settle securing the side lanes. But yeah, little surprise there.
I just actually, yeah, that's the way over. He managed to bottle the rune back up. Yeah, but you're right. Definitely giving a lot of space to Nisha in this mid. Not really slowing down this Invoker one bit at all. So in terms of the free farm for Liquid, it is just this bottom lane. Mickey's going to have a good time on this gyro when it comes to starting things off. And what would be the plan, do you think, for Liquid when they do sort of get the first few items on Mickey? Is it going to be heroes coming down to fight with him on the bottom lane, or are we going to see Mickey move around the map?
I think like Liquid has to first kill this, like first do something at this Invoker and mid. Like even if they like start pressure Zai here, like the Secret's just gonna rotate, and I think it's just gonna go on the Secret favor. They need to get the control at the mid, like a tower area, I think.
Top lane, Boxy. And taking a bit of a poke here underneath the tower. Has got Insania with him, and TPs are coming over. Telekinesis back into the Who Stomp. It's big burst underneath the tower. And Matu pots the stick charge. He'll continue to run away. He's getting low. They're actually able to find him there with that final double edge. And Boxy, he's going to live. Tiger keeping Boxy alive.
That range on the double edge
allows them to turn it around. Yeah, I was going to say, it felt like he was out of it, but it came through. I mean, it must have been maximum just as he was about to actually get away and cause sort of the animation to reset. He gets the animation of it off. So, you know, they are killing Matu. It's just it's not slowing down his farm, and it's really not giving Boxy the chance to catch up, as he's still a very slow start on the Centaur.
Surprisingly, BK's not like BK got like so much CS at bottom. I know he was just versing Mars alone at bottom, but yeah, like I really like how Gyro is snowballing at least.
And he's going to be getting these early fighting items, going for the drums first. Once he hits the 6, we'll see what sort of plays they can make. Zai, of course, still rather tanky. Might be a hard hero to dive. If they're able to get sort of a +1 in, and when Boxy has the 6 as well with the Stampede, that'll give them a good chance to set up. Still though, this mid lane, I mean, Koifer really is not finding much out of this laning stage at all. 26 and 5, and Nisha, it's just complete free farm for him mid. 49 for 12.
Yeah,
nearly doubling the CS of Koifer's bat.
At this rate, I don't think they can even commit on a Secret. Like, I mean, Nisha, like, trying to commit to kill with Nisha here. It's way too tanky at the moment.
A little off the mark there with that tornado. So Koifer will manage to get out with his mana unharmed. Yeah, the speed that Nisha's getting his items out. I mean, drums, it's going to be done in a few CS. He's also got the Ocean Heart. So, yeah, it's just such a tanky hero around the mid. And a hero that's not going to be easy to catch. I mean, at this stage of the game, the most reliable catch that Liquid have it is the telekinesis from Insania. He's made the move down bottom. I mean, Mickey is 6. Maybe thinking about trying to set up onto Zai, but Secret know this. Both Nisha and Japso are heading round to back up Zai if he does get gone on. So now suddenly becomes a bit of an awkward position for Liquid to try and play. They still might try it. Missile. He's heading in onto Zai. So underneath the tower, it's a little too far to dive. Koifer also coming down to this lane to try and keep this pressure on, but I mean, Secret will be happy to fight this if Liquid do dive, so Liquid's got to be careful.
A little surprised how Nisha just walked down bottom instead of like a TP here when Liquid's hero commit. Maybe like he was afraid of like Zai just getting Zai dying in like probably 3 seconds. So even if he TP, it's gonna be the waste TP, I guess.
Yeah, I guess just wanted to keep up the means to try and react to these other lanes. But top lane, as we're seeing, no pressure on Puppey and Matu. Space is finally there for Boxy to start farming towards his Blink Dagger. We've got, what, 1100 gold towards the Blink on the Centaur right now. So Boxy starting to work towards that sort of initiation tool, which they're desperately going to need, especially when they're having such a sort of slow start. Some of the other heroes, as I say, Quakefor still lagging behind, only the same amount of farm as Zai's got on that offlane Mars. He's trying to get his boots to travel, of course, online as quickly as possible. Top lane, Boxy, they're on top. He's having to pop the Stampede, but the Frostbite's out. Boxy, again, Tiger's there, just in time to give him a little bit of heals, but Batu is still hot in the chase. The Tornado's out. Boxy tried for the TP out, but he gets cancelled immediately by Nisha, swinging over and holding him back. Now Boxy has Stampede down. He's dead for 20 seconds, and he's also not going to be able to TP back out on the map.
Yeah, I think that's the reason why they probably picked CM. Maybe not because they first picked that hero, but I think like it's paying off. Like these weak heroes like in the game, but somehow just still like making these maps like looking good. I like it.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, just little things, and Puppey he's doing a grand job of it. 1-0-4. He's been involved in all 5 bits of action so far that Secret's managed to find.
Top tower is under attack.
And Matu can just start putting pressure onto his tier 1 top. He's got the Dragon Lance done. His tier 1 already down to half HP. Boxy's heading back over to try and continue to hold on this. Mid lane, Nisha. A poke onto Quakefor. Quakefor taking a huge hit on the mana again. Has got the boosted travel finally finished on the back. We'll see if Quakefor is able to make any sort of fast moves with that. Not easy to do so, though, as Secret, they're the ones that want to jump first. Puppey and Zai smoking up and going straight down towards the mid. Seeing if they can capitalize on Nisha, maybe finding another setup. Or even the top lane. I mean, Boxy's game, they know that if they keep killing this Centaur, this Blink is not going to come out for any time soon. It relocates on its way over. They're in onto Yapzor, straight on top of him. Yapzor holding them down with the stuns, blows down the Echo. As Nisha's turned up, Quakefor's going to die. They've got the Tornado over onto Tiger. It ends up being a terrible relocate for Liquid. Boxy's trying to TP out. He won't make it. 3 dead on Liquid. Secret just smashing them here on this top lane. As a very painful set of moves there. I mean, anytime you're relocating on top of a level 6 Shaker, there's always going to be the risk of Yapzor easily able to turn it around.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure they saw like Earthshaker's hitting level 6 and like reloading on top of it. Like it's like asking for getting double echo.
And as we've seen, Nisha just not missing a beat. He's instantly there. He's got the follow-up. Yapzor with his chain stuns, he's just always going to be able to buy time for that sort of move to come in. And again, with these sort of kills, we're in again with Yapzor. He's on track to get his Blink Dagger before Boxy is. As Boxy taken down once more, will head back out to the lane, but Liquid just continue to just have their game slowed down. As is it only really Mickey that has any sort of power. He's gone for the drums, straight into the BKB. Has to go for this rather early on to make sure that he can actually turn up to the fights against Secret. It's just a question of whether this gyrocopter is actually going to scare Secret at all in these team fights.
I think Mickey will be needing extra 2 more items, but meanwhile, like when that happens, I think Draw's gonna have also 2 core item, which will be like I think it's gonna be more harder for Liquid if you have to compare.
I see both teams cleaning up Ancients, but Secret having a sizably larger stack to take down, which will almost certainly, it's going to bring Matu very close to having that Yasha done on top of the Dragon Lance, and money is there for Zai for his Blink, so now they could have got to be very prepared for the arena plays. I mean, already we see Zai able to walk in and set up with the arena now, that sort of Blink Spear, it's allow them to split some of these squishy heroes, you catch Tiger away from his cores. Mid lane. Try it onto Insania. They've got the burst. Insania shown in the mid lane. tried to pick up a bit of solo XP and farm, but Secret quick to take him out. His top lane Boxy is going to hunt for Puppey. Quite boxing over as well towards the creeps. Puppey's trying to run. Duking this out the best he can. He's going to pop the ult, hold his ground, force Quite to have to use the lasso to put a stop to it. They'll kill him off, but lasso's down, so less of a threat for the rest of Secret as the space is there for them to take mid tower. Tier 1 goes down. Mickey and Tiger will finish off the Tier 1 down bottom. That will bring Mickey very close to having this BKB. But now Secret, they're straight away into the triangle of Liquid, continue to just take away their areas of the map and make sure that Matu's farm continues to remain at the top.
Secret doesn't have to worry about it. Like the lasso down for 90 seconds, 100 seconds. Now they can just stay in their jungle. Don't let this gyro like to be snowball in their the Asian side of the map.
Tiger has tried to step up into this one, but they're all there waiting. All on the high ground. They'll find him. And Nisha, he's got to catch on another. The spear not quite going to find the angle. It might not matter though. The damage coming out from Matu and Zai. It's 11-3. Secret just getting kills wherever they want right now.
Yeah. I think Liquid still has to try their like a move at some point. Like they're just losing way too much map like at this phase, and in order for like a Batrider to snowball, I think they need to actually like team fight with the Batrider.
Yeah, this timing's got to be something they do something with here with Mickey. 400 gold off the BKB, then he can turn up with the bat. Koifer, he's got Lasso up again in 10 seconds. But it just doesn't seem still so hard against Secret's lineup. I mean, anytime Koifer tries to head in, there's just so many counterplays. He moves in as a bat, he's getting fissured, he's getting speared, he's getting tornado EMP'd. And suddenly, you know, Tiger's just got so much work cut out for himself. He's got to choose who he's going to be able to save, keep alive, and allow to turn. I mean, most of the time, I imagine that will be Mickey. With just the BKB, Mickey's offensive potential still very limited against Secret's lineup. See Liquid. Insania and Boxy. They may be seeing if they could do something about Nisha. They don't have vision on at the moment, and Nisha's very close to the Solar Crest. Mid lane, they have these double blinks. They've got the catch. Koifer, it's an easy jump for them. They've even managed to find the Fisher lineup onto Boxy, but no other way to chase him out. Just again, Koifer just not being able to have a good game at all on this bat. He's only being able to get that kill set up onto Puppey top. Other than that, he's just been an easy kill for Secret, and Secret, they'll move straight into the pit. I mean, is there any way Liquid could contest this?
I don't think there's any way for Liquid to actually do it, but it looks like Secret's actually backing off.
Okay. I mean, Boxy's coming in on the mid. Maybe they feel that they could just go for another fight. Puppey's there with a wraparound, but Boxy quick with a blink gets away from Puppey with the potential frostbite. I mean, some definite respect here from Secret, despite being ahead, not committing fully for the Roshan. They want to try and find a fight outside of it. Boxy, he's going to jump in, has to put the Stampede to get himself away from the drought. They do manage to get the lasso onto Zai. Tornado in for the sidelines as well as the multi-shot and the cold snap. Koifer, he's falling low. Tether over to Mickey. Mickey, can he turn it? They've killed off Zai. Can they get anything more already? The rest of Secret backing away. A 1-for-1.
It looked really great for the Liquid, like how they make this like a repositioning on a Mars, and yeah, surprised they did one-on-one trade here.
Let's see if they can get the Boxy jump in. Oh, who stomps off the mark? Doesn't manage to connect it onto Matumba. And now Boxy's trapped inside. He's going to get jumped on. Yapso blows the Echo to put a stop to the TP out. And Boxy dies inside the pit. A whiffed initiation attempt there from the Centaur. Cost him his life.
And double damage.
And Liquid are still playing around this area. Mickey over on the high ground, laying down the missiles onto Puppey. The missiles taken out. And without Boxy, very hard for Liquid to jump into Secret. And with this DD, there's no questions asked. Matu just straight back into the pit. This Roshan will be theirs this time round. Liquid not with the tools available to bring another team fight round to Secret.
Yeah, Secret will be ready after with this Aegis. I think they just have to group up and go tier 2 top tower, and there's no way like Liquid can actually defend it. And I think even like post 4 and post 5, they Puppey and Yapsor both have like all their items ready.
you know, just a little bit ahead of sort of the support counterparts on Liquid. I mean, Liquid, do we have any further big items coming out next? What have we got? Well, Mickey's he's trying for the Ags after the BKB. He's about halfway there, but Secret quick to make moves. Smoke up from the four of them, have we seen before. I mean, they just have so much catch, whether it be a Tornado, a Yaps, or a Zai, jumping in with a blink. Anybody that they spot is going to be in a whole lot of danger. Quakefoot. They want to go for this. They've got eyes on him. Going to try straight away as Quakefoot. And if he does stick around here, show himself around this lane, he may just get jumped on. Yapsol's looking for the angle. Scan will hit though. And with the creeps out, they know that something's up. Bottom lane, they fully commit onto Puppey. They'll get it. Now Zai, he's in, the arena's down. He's managed to trap the three of them. Sunstrike out as well onto Tiger. Tiger, he's still going to live. He's able to pot the mech. He'll survive. Not quite enough from the combo there to blow up the IO as Tiger gets away. I mean, Yapso, he didn't quite catch the IO with the Fisher. Went for other targets, and not being able to stop him from popping that mech meant that Tiger was able to get out alive.
I think there was a little of overconfidence there, like with Zai hitting a Fisher on other target. Had to like probably expect Invokers to be low on the Exort.
Yeah, just expect that Sunstrike to pop him in. It didn't quite. So Liquid, they get away with the Puppey kill. And again, just continuing to find Mickey action in a game where Secret are making it very hard for them to do so. Mickey is 2-0-0. 1400 away in top lane. Quakefoot's found the lasso. He's been able to catch Nisha. They bring in Mickey and Tiger. Insania's got the lift up. Another kill to be found from Liquid, and this time it's a big one. Nisha taken out. Mickey continuing to get involved thanks to the abilities of Tiger's IO.
Middle tower is under attack.
I mean, they are making it work out for the Jara. I mean, in this Jara, I mean, you sort of look at what Secret have. Could you see this Jara being able to carry this game?
Well, if he somehow get to the stage of Aghanim plus like a Satanic and Divine Rapier, then yes. But
okay,
yeah. Can they go to that phase?
That's quite a while away. I mean, we'll have to see if Secret let them get that deep into the game. As top Boxy, if he shows him, might be in a bit of trouble. As yeah, ooh, quick with the blink. He's out before Matumba's able to sweep over. But with the four of them, Secret, I want to push on. Still got time to play with his Aegis. And also Matu with this tower will be very close to having his Manta Star done. Bottom lane, over towards the river, Mickey. 800 until that Ag. So the items continue to come out at the same rate as Matumba Man's Drow. Just farm right now on the Gyro. Quakefoot's got the BKB, so he's going to have a lot easier time running in and just getting that lasso guaranteed on one of Secret's big cores. And they're going to try for it. Liquid group up around the tier 2 mid. They're ready to hit it up with the smoke. And off they go. Let's see what sort of a catch they can find. They're looking to go for the long wraparound. Secret are on the high ground though. Puppey heading over to mid. Where do Liquid want to jump? They don't want to go for the CM. They want to go for something bigger. Maybe they can find Matu. They jump in with the gust immediately onto the Centaur, putting a stop to any potential who's stop. The arena's down. Fisher out as well. They've locked him out. Telekinesis is there onto Drow. They put the BKB on Mickey as well as the Stampede. With the Rocket Barrage, they take down Zai. Matu, he's just punching in a boxy. Turns over towards Tiger. Tiger's going to go down too. Matu, he's sliding over onto Mickey. And Mickey, his BKB's already used. He's got nothing else to save himself. The Fisher blocks him off and Mickey goes down. Double kill for Matu. And I'll tell you what there, Matu with that gust to start things off. If he didn't get that gust onto Boxy, that Who Stomp would have been in place and they would have been able to burst through that Aegis. But as it is, Matu, quick reactions, instant silence, and they're still in a position now where they can push high ground and he still has the Aegis.
Yeah, that reaction from Matu, I think that changed like the whole fight. If the Matu like lost the Aegis in the first time, I think it will be just completely different team fight there.
Matu just making it look easy as he tends to do so on the Drought. Up to the high ground he goes. Quakefoot stepping in. Matu's just moving over towards him. Tornado on Tornado action coming into play. Fisher's down on Quakefoot. Quakefoot, he's dead. Go down. Boxy will get the stop on Matu, and the Aegis he just timed out. He's just lost the Aegis. Can they get him out of it? They can't. The missile connects. Secret sticking around a little too long as that timing working against them. Aegis is gone and so's Matu's life. Liquid, they'll be able to get one. Can they get more out of this? They're trying to chase Secret. They need something more to start swinging this round even further. They're able to get the jump in onto Puppey. Fisher out, Arena down, but it's not actually going to hold anyone in. It does give the safety for Puppey to get out to the side. The cooldown's inbound. Onto Puppey. Self-Glimmer and the spear back on Mickey, pushing him out of there. Tornado trying to catch him, but actually off the mark. Liquid, they're still going to chase on Boxy, diving the tower. Another Fisher in place. They really want Puppey dead, and they'll get him. Puppey will fall. Stampede out. Puppey's coming in with a buyback. Spear off the mark from Zai, but the buyback from Puppey sets up for the control on Boxy. They've locked him down underneath the tower, and the tether across. Oh, the save! Tiger is able to do it. Gets Boxy back out to safety. Tiger's going to be heading back over, but Mickey and Quoifer are around to fight with him. Quoifer looking for a last opportunity. BKB and the ult back up, but the spear pushes him to the side. Been momentarily stunned. Matu moves in. He pops the BKB, but the damage from Matu is too much. They just clean up the Batrider. Boxy's trying to come in and onto Yapsa, but it isn't enough burst. Yapsa will live. The spear pushing Mickey over towards the cliff. He'll get the BKB off, but he's already dead. This damage just too much from the Drow for Liquid to deal with. Boxy's trying to run. He uses the Ghost Scepter, but the hopping and being able to get his blink off sets up for another kill from Matumba Man. Triple kill on the Drow. Liquid, they're trying their best to bring the fight to Secret, but Secret, they're just too strong around this Drow.
Yeah, I think Liquid had to give a little more respect to Matumba's the respawn time. A little like surprised there how they like started like a recommit there. Yeah.
It's always going to be hard around that tier 1, and now into the base. Zai sends Insania back over to the rest of them. Easy catch with the spear. They're back into position to push down these racks. This time round, Liquid not going to be with Insania for 40 seconds. The rest of them are up, but nothing can be done before these melee racks gets taken out. As Matu just about to reach on to level 18, I believe. But yeah, full BKB out on the courier. So now just incredibly hard to jump this Drow, and as we've seen, anytime they move in and cannot control Matu, he just turns and he rips through them right now with the levels that he has. And yeah, there we have it, having that level 18 third point in marksmanship. Even more damage is about to be done in these team fights.
Yeah, I think at this rate, I think Secret just have to just group up as 5 and take all the objective like with this BKB. Just the fresh one with 10 seconds. I think they can just group up.
How are we seeing on Liquid's items after that last sort of fight? Well, as we see, Mickey's his courier did go down, so the Aegis that the Aghanims that he finished has been out of the game for quite some while. He'll have it up in a minute, but definitely causing issues in those last few fights because of the lack of farm that he does have with that courier down with 3,000 gold on it worth of items. We'll see how much things he does have that delivered, but overall being down 11k and a set of racks in the mid lane. It's definitely getting to the point where, as you say, the best hope for Liquid is if they're able to hold and get to the Rapier territory of this Jaro's game. Without that, it just does not look like they are going to have confident ways of dealing with this Drow. Just so much stun and team fight control from Secret to ensure that this Drow is safe throughout the whole of the fight.
Drow with Paladin Sword, like I don't think the Drow is any killable at this rate with the Solar Cross and the Alacrity. Even the Bear Rider doesn't have lesser, so the Blink Dagger, so I don't think he can reposition this Drow Ranger to their Fountain or like the tier 4 towers. So looking a bit rough to defend their high ground.
Yeah, Secret know it. They're sweeping into the jungle. They're staying on the offensive, keeping on Liquid's half of the map. Finally, the courier back up. Mickey's able to make the delivery. As the Ags to the Javelin components and starts to build towards that MKB. Something that he is going to need desperately when Matu has the Butterfly done, which of course is what he's got queued up next. Roshan's back up. Secret, they'll head over to the pit. And of course with the Alacrity and that Solar Crest, they'll do this very quickly. Puppey even joining in the fun with the freezing field. Slowing down this attack speed, limiting the damage that Roche is going to be able to do to Zai. So Secret fully set up for any fight that comes their way. If it did and it doesn't, Liquid unable to make it to the pit in time. So Aegis Cheese, it's picked up by Matu. Liquid still moving out, but now it's an even harder fight for them to take with Secret having the fruits of Roshan.
I really like Poppy's just jungling. Meanwhile, like the other 4 cores are grouping off. I think there is a big trust thing going on.
Oh man. I mean, yeah, the rest of Secret, they're already starting to poke at Liquid without Poppy quite being around. And now move back over with them. So now Secret ready to go, ready to push in behind Matu. As Liquid, they'll try and get this outpost back before the 30-minute mark, and they will claim it. Doesn't look like Secret are going to try and find it back their way. Zai over to the side. He's got the 2 supports in the arena. Insania and Tiger needing help. Mickey's going to try and offer it up as he moves in with the BKB. Oxy jumps over to the side. Japs are able to dodge it with the self-fuels. They're focusing Matu, but Matu just turns. Now he's been got on top of by Mickey. But Mickey has to be a little cautious with the BKB running out. He's got nothing else to protect himself. Matu just turns, punching into him. Tiger, has he got enough heals to keep this Gyro alive? He's trying. Foxy in again with the 2-man Who Stomp. They're bursting Matu low. They'll be able to take him down the once. Also managed to kill off Zai and Puppy. Buyback from Foxy comes into position. Koikfa caught out by the Fisher. The bat's dead. 50 seconds, no buyback on Koikfa. So an attempted fight from Liquid. They are able to get the Aegis. They do get Puppy and Zai as well, but still not without casualties themselves. Still proving to be very hard to fight into Secret whilst behind.
And Boxy committed the buyback.
I mean, if he can catch even if it's just Yapsor here, probably would pay off. And Yapsor's just watching it all, giving Secret all the info they need. In fact, he's going to jump in. Have a bit of a poke. Wide time for Matu to come in. Mickey, he's going to look to come out to Matu, but Matu just pops the BKB. Mickey, the heals from Tiger. Nisha wrapping him for the side. The BKB's popped. Mickey still alive for now. Arena from Zai. BKB from Mickey is about to wear off, and Matu just standing his ground. The damage comes out onto Mickey. Mickey falls. Boxy's surrounded. He's trying to finish offside, trying to get off this double edge, but he cannot do so. He's going to go for the TP out. They got anything to cancel it? They do. Tornado back online. Nisha puts a stop to the TP out. That's Boxy dead and gone. 70 seconds with his buyback on cooldown, as they just cannot kill this Drow. Matu just holds his ground with the BKB. 16, 3, and 9. And now with a good bit of time, with 2 cores of Liquid out of the game, mid lane creeps are coming in, so Secret will be able to approach a second set of racks on the top if they wish. I mean, Matu, he might even just be eyeing up more kills in the mid lane if Liquid step forward.
That was like the best thing like Liquid could do. Like Drow Ranger couldn't use his marksmanship on that team fight, like with like 20-30 attacks, but like him being able to outright clicking this IO Gyro combo, I think that was really huge.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to do that even easier now. A full butterfly gets delivered to Matu, and of course at a stage where Mickey's still not quite with the full MKB done. So Matu's Drow, you saw them struggle to kill him before. Now it's just been taken to another level.
I like how Secrets are giving respect to Liquid, like not going high ground, like when the 5-man's all alive. I think they want to look for another opportunity before they want to go high ground.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why we never see Secret throw games. They always know how to play it to sort of the right level of safety. Not too much, not too little. Just know how to close up the game in a fashion that just makes it look impossible for their opponents to put a stop to it.
Courier has been killed.
As Courier's found, that was Mickey's, and let's just check the gold. He didn't quite pick up the Demon Head. Cataclysm actually nearly takes Tiger out down there. Wants him out of the trees, but Tiger is away.
I think Secrets were expected that Gyro Mickey to buy some sort of item on the Courier, and that's why they killed him, but there was nothing inside.
Oh, they get the jump. Koikfa is in onto Yapsor. Yapsor, he'll get taken out. A little bit of a grab and a takeaway from Secret's team fight there with the death of the Earthshaker. But of course, Liquid, a Shaker isn't enough right now. They need to find more. Mickey will get the space to head over, finish off his MKB now on the Gyro. So getting to the point where he will at least have good damage to punch into Matu with. But of course, we'll rely on him actually being able to close the gap and get in on this drought. Take away that aura and ensure that Matu's just not able to kick out more damage than he's taking. Oxy forced to stampede in the mid lane. It's a land to swing around for the side. They're going to try and commit onto Nisha. Nisha being lifted up by the telekinesis. Can they blow him? But the missile's in. Nisha goes down. Liquid What more can they get from this as they look to head over towards Puppey? Puppey trying for the TP, but Foxy's in. Another Who Stop. They'll be able to kill off the CM. Over to the side, Zai pushing Quoifa away, but Quoifa's chasing. 10 seconds until he has the lasso. Zai instantly with the TP out will make it out of there. But a bit of a punchback from Liquid secures themselves 3 kills. Matu, he's trying to fight, but most of his team's dead. They get the jump onto Matu. Matu's dead. He's gone for 85. Matu does not have buyback. He does not have buyback after going on the butterfly. He's gone for 80 seconds.
I think this fight was really big for Liquid. They might be able to even go to high ground, getting this tier 2. Assume if the Drow Ranger doesn't buy back. And he doesn't have buyback.
Huge moves there from Liquid. They just get so much done off the back of that Shaker kill. They get the Shaker, and they do push for more. And as I said, Matu just, I think he felt a little too confident there, trying to just stand his ground in the mid lane, rather than running as he sort of sees the rest of his team get picked off one by one, and throws away a huge kill to Liquid. Secret, of course, still with the lead this game, but Liquid able to give it a sizable hit there with those moves. Mickey closing that gap towards Matu's farm. And I mean, he's 2,700 into the Satanic. I mean, we may not be too far off that Satanic Rapier position that we sort of talked about earlier. Maybe Liquid can do it and get to that point this game.
Yeah, I think they're really close to that stage. Once he has the Satanic, I think he'll go straight Divine Rapier and try to go to secure this like a third Rosh.
Yeah, that Rosh timer is definitely going to be the one that Secret's waiting for. We'll see if it's going to be a long or short. 145 seconds until we find out. Liquid closing that gap, slowing that lead that Secret have, despite their fast plays from earlier. Definite reason for Secret to be a little more cautious. Lincoln's picked up on Zai, so extra ways to sort of keep himself or Matu safe on the front lines, whoever's getting jumped upon.
Dire are scanning.
And scan out from Liquid. Will catch Puppey around the pit, so they know that Secret's hovered around it. And I mean, Liquid for sure, they're not going to give Secret the chance to take this. They're definitely going to want to try and find a fight around this pit if Secret go for Rosh. And with the way that they picked themselves up in the last few fights, they're going to have a solid shot at it. Smoke up from Liquid. They want to try and hit hard just before this Roshan respawn comes into play. It's going to be 2 minutes to the respawn. And Secret playing cautious now. Backed up, held on their side of the map. Doesn't look like Liquid will find anything here with the smoke.
Good read from Secret. I think if they died there, if one hero died, 2 hero died, I think the game atmosphere would be like just turned to Liquid favor. Yeah.
All about this Rosh. Both teams, they know that this is where the fight's got to take place. This could be the fight that sort of kicks Liquid back down to where Secret had them previously, or where Liquid's actually able to settle the score and maybe even swing this game round into their favor. As McKay getting those final bits out, the Satanic is very close right now. Nearly having it complete. And ideally for him, if he can get that done before this Rosh attempt, he's going to have a pretty good shot of heading straight into the pit. Secret not having the best methods of bursting him through the BKB. Top lane, Yapsor. Quoifa on the chase. Foxy's in with a jump. Yapsor, he's going to be dead for this one. Out for 60 seconds as they find the catch. Roshan's up in 30. Going to be a bit of a window where Liquid can try and push for the Rosh fight whilst Yapsor's dead.
Village Shackle coming up from this gyro. I think he should be getting it instead of the tier 4 item that he has. 60 movements, 60 attack speed. I think he has to replace it. And if he's stay in the front line, it'll be. I don't think this gyro is killable.
Oh, we'll see if he does opt to tank up that bit more against this high burst of Secret. As now Rosh hits up. Secret's aware. And so is Liquid. They're scouting out with the courier. Both teams ready to play here, and already this is a way for Liquid to start it. They've got the grab on Puppey. Who's Stomp to follow up? Puppy's in trouble. As Liquid, they'll take out the CM. Puppy tries for an ambitious TP out. He won't get away with it. That's one more down. Liquid now heading into the pit themselves. Puppy's going to buy back. Secret desperately wanting to stop Liquid from getting any chance to come back in by getting the Roche for themselves. They're going to put up a fight for this. As Liquid respect the buyback. Back up to the high ground they go, and Secret's going to step in and try and finish this off themselves. Scouting it with the courier. Courier will go down. Another courier being sent in as well. Sort of toying with Secret, and it's sort of working. Matu being a little cautious on how he commits for this. It's a good Roche to take as well. This has got it's got an Aghanim Scepter on as well. Both teams would love to get their hands on this one. Now jump. Boxy is going to force out the BKB early from Matu. Matu turns straight away onto Boxy. Boxy buys time with the Ghost Scepter. Still alive for now. Have they got the magical burst? They do. Boxy falls. But he has buyback available. It's going to come out immediately. As Liquid, they're still around the pit. Zai gets the jump in, but Mickey's not caught in the arena quite, but he's got the lockdown on Puppy with the lasso. Mickey turns over towards Zai. Zai, he's falling low. Mickey's able to get the kill, but Matu just tears through the gyro. It's too much damage from this Drow, as that's the gyro down. Onto the side, the Frostbite catches Insania. The multi-shot flies through from Matu. As he shows that he still is the man in charge, and they're going to be able to finish off the Roche with this. Matu grabs it all. Aegis, Cheese, and the Aghanims, it's all his. As, I mean, this damage from the Drow is still just ridiculous. You just see how quickly this gyro dies. Down. River. Tiger. Caught him out. The IO's been found here.
Dire's middle tower is
There's now 4 dead on Liquid. Matu is looking to close it up. There's no buyback on Tiger or Mickey for this one. Can the 3 of them really stop Secret from pushing it? Buyback actually just comes back online for Tiger. They've got the lasso on Matu. Obviously in with the Who Stomp. He's in pretty deep. They're going to be able to get him the once, but the Arena of the Cataclysm comes out, and that's Boxy taken out as quickly as he got back in. Dead for 100. Matu, his second life is going to be more than fine. Liquid cannot take him down a second time. Fortification comes out for now from Liquid, but Secret holding their ground. Matu continuing to push on as they'll take down the 1 tier 4. Mickey is back in 10 seconds, but no Tiger, no Boxy. Holding his 3 is going to be very hard. Zai jumping in, pushing Liquid back towards the fountain. As Secret, they'll focus down the Ancient, look to close this game up. Close the game up they will. They'll pick up some more kills on the way out as Matu takes down Kuiper. He takes down Mickey almost in a matter of a few shots. Mickey is doing his best to hold, but the Drow just kites him out, takes him down. The Ancient falls, and GG is called. Secret, they will manage to take this one 36-20, 27k lead. But we did see, Q, Liquid, they were able to come back with a bit of a punch in that mid-game. Something did come into place. It just wasn't enough against Secret's lead, Q.
Yeah, it was very close, like, until the end. And suddenly, like, in next 1 or 2 minutes, like, the game just, like, they just lost so much advantage from Liquid.
I mean, all in all, just another impressive shot for Secret, and another game where Matu just gets to flex his incredible carry capabilities. 21, 4, and 10 on this Drow Ranger. Nobody whatsoever could keep up with him. Nearly hitting 30k net worth at the end of that game. Incredible numbers on Matu. As there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 will indeed go to Team Secret.
I feel alive, now I'm feeling like up to the fine, will it stand the test of time? Right now I need a sign. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over. Am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name. Say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same. My breath on your neck while I slowly caress. Feelings in gray. It's still the same. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over.
Another secret game, another victory. Team Liquid put up a valiant effort, but unfortunately for them, they fall in the first map here in their best-of-3 series against the juggernauts of the European region in Team Secret. And now, as we start to break down this first game, I welcome back my panel. We've got Godot, we've got QO. The caster QO is back here on the panel. How did you enjoy that with OD Pixel?
I mean, it was a pleasure opportunity, but like
You should have let him speak a little bit more.
What do you mean? He was speaking 95%. Like I liked it. I was just enjoying my game.
You're getting carried.
Yeah, getting
All
carried.
right, well, speaking of carrying these games, Matumba Man on that Drow Ranger looked extremely hot there for Team Secret. We talked a little bit about this Crystal Maiden pick. We talked a little bit about this Earthshaker pick coming in from Team Secret. We're like, they've got an idea behind this. And they had an idea behind it. They went with that aggro tri-lane with the Drow Ranger, and they had the Crystal Maiden in there as well. And they put a lot of pressure onto that off-lane cross safe lane for Team
Yeah,
Liquid,
I felt CM as a hero on its own, it's not that strong if you play your typical 2-1-2. But when you pair it up in a tri-lane, the Frost Nova gets a lot of value because you're hitting a lot of heroes. And on top of that, it was pretty clear from the draft, and we called it out, they were just going to play around the Drow. They have all these buffer items, such as the Solar Crest from Thompson, from Nisha, and also the Alacrity. And the CM as well as the Earthshaker was just playing backup. And I felt it was pretty easy for Secret. But Liquid almost came back at one point. What was your thoughts on that?
So after the Aegis, I know that Secret wanted to make a safer choice, but I think Liquid took like a really good opportunity picking one off, and I think Secret were like a sort of like shaking like about, should we just like turn and fight or should we just back off? And I think they decided to fight and back off, and then I think it caused like a more like a disaster happened for Secret for that moment.
You saw a few of these team fights were going the way of Liquid a few times here, but then it got to a point where Matumba Man, he's got the Solar Crest behind him, he's got the Alacrity, he's got 2 to 3 items on this Drow Ranger, and he's just shredding through people. I think that the biggest indicator of how far ahead Matumba Man was the fact that Gyrocopter was standing on his head with an IO, and he won the fight.
Yeah, he had about, I think, 46 armor we were talking about as well. And the Paladin sword as well on top of that, so there was just no way bringing him down with just your basic right clicks there.
Yeah, it was one of those games where it was kind of these tale of two strats, right? You had the Io Gyro strat coming in from Team Liquid, and then you had everybody behind the Drow Ranger there for Team Secret. And just it felt like that early game win in that tri-lane just felt like that Team Secret got a little bit too much out of that lane, and then the Io Gyro had to play catch up, and they just couldn't get to a position where Koifa could really enable this Io Gyro to get stuff done.
Yeah, I'm just really surprised about leaving the Drow open, taking Io Gyro, and obviously they immediately picked Drow after that, and it's just already a pretty good opener for Drow.
I guess they have to worry about like many other factors. Like when you're versing against Secret, you know, like you don't know what they're gonna be picking. So
well, Drell's like their most picked carry though.
Yeah, like I'll say like I think Clockwork. I don't know why they didn't ban Clockwork either. But like it ended up like they Secret not picking it up in the first phase, and like it got banned in the second phase.
Yeah. I think something else that's also glaring from these drafts as well is the fact that this Mars hero is just so good. Yeah. It just enables them to have these kind of stronger lanes where Zai can be put to his own devices. He's going to get a little bit out of that lane. Yeah, he might get demolished a little bit by the IHR lane, but he came out on top, he got his items that he needed to, and then just enabled these team fights, being able to be in the front line for Matumbaman, right?
Yeah, I feel it's easy to also get something out of the safe lane, because obviously they put him in the safe lane, they aggro tried, it just doesn't seem like they can actually pressure him, even if it was an IHR in the off lane, if they swap the matchup, or just a Centaur, there's just no way of really killing him. So he's always going to get XP, if he gets XP he can spam out, and look at the kill participation as well as the damage to heroes, that's just insane.
That is the eyes of a killer right there from Matumbaman.
I was a little surprised with that top lane, like I was expecting Secret to have like a more solid like a laning phase, and then I think Draw Ranger got picked off in the first wave. I thought like Boxy and you know, like, who was it? Insania. I think they could actually run over that top lane, but it ended up like getting zoned out by Crystal Maiden and Earthshaker. That was a bit unfortunate.
I think that's the biggest thing coming out from Team Secret here is the fact that this Crystal Maiden did a lot of work. Oh, okay, so it looks like production's trying to butter me up a little bit here with a nice little tweet from somebody out there on the Twitterverse. So thank you to that very kind man for tweeting that out at me. But unfortunately for me, I'm not at TI just yet. There is no TI this year as well. So unfortunately for Team Secret, they've got very red hot form right now, and there's no TI for them to win and snatch an Aegis for. But lads, as we start to move forward towards game number 2 here, I felt like that game was extremely close mechanically from both of these two teams. It just felt like the net worth just wasn't in favor for Liquid and they couldn't get it done. So game number 2 on the horizon, what are we expecting to change from Team Liquid going into that second draft?
Liquid, it's kind of hard from this position now because one more game and you're out, right? You can't really, you can try to cheese them, but the thing is, Secret actually decided to go for the last pick, which means they prevented Koikfa from getting those cheese mid last picks to kind of disrupt the momentum of just the drafting itself. So I'm wondering if they actually have the opportunity to get the last pick this game, because at least in that way they can rely on Koikfa. That being said, on the previous series, they did open up with Oracle Husker, so we might see something along those lines too.
Yeah, I think second pick's really important for Liquid. Not just like Koikfa be able to get the cheese hero, but I think last game he got forced to go to jungle at level 4 against Invoker. Invoker feels extremely happy when you're like really low base damage, and like, you know, this hero just like can't really jungle fast, and he could just like, he got like 6 waves for free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, you heard it from my panelists here, and that's enough theory crafting from us. So we're going to give you guys a couple of minutes of theory craft for yourselves here ahead of our game number 2 here between Team Secret and Team Liquid. Make sure you guys join us after this short break.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on. Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0, isotonic, containing vitamins, and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0, always a bit more refreshed.
For small talk, I tell you the truth. I'm faster you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster you. Faster you. I tell you the truth. I'm faster you.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
I hope you guys didn't tire yourselves out with all that thinking in the break, because you guys better be prepped and ready here for Team Secret versus Team Liquid. Game number 2 draft just around the corner. We're getting ready for it here on the panel as QO is starting to bop out to our sick beats here. QO, go dot, lads. Game number 2, it's getting close. What are we expecting?
I'm expecting different pick order because we were just talking about it, and second pick for Liquid is really important, mainly because they can use Quickfire, and as you can see, they do have it. I'm sure they selected as their priority option, and now I'm not too scared of the Drow, because now you're going to see the Drow and you're going to be able to react easier. You have your last pick for Quickfire, you can do these niche or cheese picks for Quickfire, which I think is a very important factor for Liquid. That being said, the Earthshaker opener into Nature's Prophet, what do you think about that?
I really like how Secrets are reacting to their second pick of the Liquid by picking this like a first 4 heroes like in a very solid and something that can overrun the Liquid. It's like I think that's what Secrets are intending to do in here.
So just trying to make sure that this Earthshaker doesn't get a good blink timing, and make sure that if it does get to that position where the Earthshaker is going to have a blink, it's going to be later on in the game, right?
Yeah, but not just blink. I think just a general like game pace would be like a lot faster. All these towers, that like Secret gonna take is like a lot easier. So it's probably like a draw feeling of like last game.
Yeah, the one thing about Earthshaker that I don't normally like when it's picked as a position 4, it's too slow, right? You don't really have that laning emphasis, or well, Secret goes back to Joe anyways. They don't care. It is their most priority pick carry, and they've done it normally in the first opener picks, so it's not surprising. But back to the Earthshaker, I just feel as a 4, when you're playing a normal game, it doesn't really give you that aspect like the Clock or the Tusker would. You can roam as a 4, be more effective, you have more damage, you have more strong lane emphasis. Earthshaker doesn't do that. But the way Secret ran it in the last game is you already have a tri-lane, you have very aggressive, very fast tempo heroes, so it enables that Earthshaker to get that fast blink because you're taking those early towers. And I'm just worried that Liquid's going to fall to that trap where Earthshaker was played 4 with the Slider in the previous series, and it just didn't really get anything out of the lane. Then it had to be jungling, and then it just slowed down everyone's pace of the game. And they're versing a Drow Nature's Prophet, which I think is going to be extremely fast once again.
I really like Mars pick up here against the Drow Ranger. Like Mars, there's not many heroes like that can beat these heroes. So
you mean like in the lane?
Yeah, in the lane. So like, I think if the Liquid set up something strong with Mars, like to actually counter the Drow, like they will be able to slow him down a bit.
But do you think it's going to be an Earthshaker?
That's the thing. I think it's going to be Earthshaker plus 4. So it's going to be weak.
I mean, circling back to that, last time that we saw this, we also had Insania and Boxy playing together in the offlane. So maybe they can do that same situation where they give themselves a really strong safe laner that the Earthshaker doesn't really have to be around for all too much, can kind of just throw out a few fishes here and there. They're kind of self-sufficient. Then you have this other hero for Insania, maybe like his Rubik, if it's still going to be left in the pool for the second phase. And then they can play that lane together and it feels a little bit stronger, and then you can really utilize this Earthshaker a little bit later and be a little more greedier.
There's definitely that possibility that they do the Mars mid like they did in the previous game. But it really depends on the matchup. You don't really want to just be forced to put the Mars mid. They already picked the Mars into Drow, right? Which is going to be a good, I guess, Mars situation. Now, obviously, the arena just disabling the Drow from getting any attacks within the arena. If he's outside of it, you can also just prevent anyone else from coming in. But right now, Secret could play these defensive supports. I mean, they also use Nature's Prophets in multiple lanes. Can be played in the side lanes. It can be played as for Puppy's position 5. So if they wanted to pick up Avenge, they could still do it as one of the heroes that's... Well, Avenge is banned, so I guess that's not it. Could be Oracle, perhaps. One of the heroes that can kind of just keep them alive within the arena. That being said, though, I haven't really seen Puppy play much Oracle, so maybe that's not going to be the approach.
Really like the span coming up from the Secret, the Zeus and Lycan. One thing that Liquid actually take a like pathway into picking Arc Warden. Like I think previous game was a bit difficult because like they had Mars.
Yeah.
But maybe this game they could consider it.
Okay.
Io.
Are they going to run Io Jara once again here? Do they feel like that was a good enough matchup into the Drow?
I hope they don't do it. Like assuming that they already see this Drow Ranger, I probably want them to go like Sven or something.
Or like Chaos Knight.
Yeah, Chaos Knight could be good too.
I know Mickey loves playing that hero, so potentially it could be something like that. Could be something like a Bristleback as well that we've seen Team Liquid run before.
Is Morphling banned? Because this is one of Mickey's heroes as well.
No, it is not.
They have the Earthshaker Morphling. It could be... It's not the best hero against Drow to begin with, but I mean, there's definitely a possibility that they can still go for it. They have a lot of enablers here for the Morphling as well. The only problem I have is if their lanes get shut down too quickly, the Drow's just going to come online, take those towers. It's going to be the same game plan as last game. Alright, this is going to be interesting because now we have a Flexi Nature's Prophet and a Flexi Ember, right? Because Yapsol's already played it as a position 4. So that's one thing to take into consideration here. And we've got an insta-pick, Tiny.
Okay, so, alright. I want you guys to tell me where we're sitting here with this. Is this going to be a Tiny carry for Mickey, and then just try and play extremely fast-paced with the Mars and the Tiny, and they have something like an Arc Warden mid for Koifa? Like, what's the idea here for Team Liquid? Because right now, they don't have an insanely scaling carry right now.
I'm sure it's just a flex pick. They can either put it as pause 1 or pause 2. I know Mickey plays this hero, but like Tiny carry is not really favoring these days. But I think this could be like a pathway for Liquid to pick up this Arc Warden or Morphling in the last phase.
Okay.
And I think both heroes looks fine like when they're versing against Drow and Ember. Like I can see that like Ember can do a lot here. So maybe like Secret might just put Ember in a core position in safe lane or mid, and then put like Matu in like a mid draw or just go offensive tri lane. Because if the lane is like too hard, I think they always do it.
Yeah.
Timber, so okay, that's an excellent pick here. There's no real answer to him in terms of laning. All 4 heroes right now are strength.
True.
So I just don't see how they're going to deal with him in the laning phase. Not only that, but they also have to be careful about the Drow. At this point in time, I believe this is going to be a Nature's Prophet position 5, so he's just going to be paired up with either the Drow or the Ember Core if they do decide to put Drow middle. And what's the solution here? Because right now, it could be a Quakefer hero, right? It could be Mickey hero too, if they go for the approach of just running Tiny as a side lane or mid and Mars as side lane or mids. What's the heroes you think here against this kind of lineup? There's obviously heroes like Pugna, I think, that could be mentioned, but is it banned? It's not.
No, we need Morphling from Liquid.
Morphling? Only win condition?
We just need Morphling.
Do you think they're going to be able to survive the laning phase with Morph?
Well, like, if they don't, like, what can they actually pick? If they pick this Pugna and stuff, like, they're gonna be just get run down. Like, all the like Secret has to do is just farm up in like use the efficient map, like just keep sacrificing 1 or 2 heroes, like split this map, and Draw Rangers. Once Draw Ranger has 20k network, he's just gonna shut everyone down again. It's the same game.
Yep.
So you think the Morphling solves those issues here for Team Liquid, where they have a bit of a backup plan with Mickey's?
They might feel a little difficulties in terms of laning, but at least like at 35 minute, 30 minute, they have like some trump card they can.
Yeah, they have a win condition.
Yeah,
right?
they have win conditions.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just worried that Secret plays so fast, and then the lanes go poorly for Liquid because they don't really have the best matchups right now. And then it just won't get to the point where Morphling's going to be fat enough, or they're just going to get choked out. I'm worried, but I agree. They need some sort of win condition. You can't just be reacting to the Timber pick either. You need some sort of way to actually be able to take the game, and I think Morphling is probably one of the only ones that I can think of. I don't think any cheese picks here from Quakefer is going to be massive. They have banned out the Batrider as well as the OD.
And it's Konka, so...
Securing that potential cheese pick as well, right?
Yep.
So position 4 Ember?
No brood allowed.
Yep, position 4 Ember most likely we're going to be seeing again.
So you guys just want the Morphling here?
I think it's going to be...
I don't want it, but I think they have to.
I think they have to. I think it's a pos 5 Nature's Prophet. Or maybe it can be Timbersaw 5. We've seen like many Timbersaw 5 like in Southeast Asian like leagues.
Yeah, that is true. We have seen a lot in the Southeast Asian region where they really abuse these 4 strength heroes and these 3 melee heroes as well, right?
And and in that way, I'm pretty sure he'll be able to deal with this Mars like offlane. So...
That's the thing about Secret's lineup. They always have these flexi openers that can be anything, and then you don't know who's going where, right? Until they decide with the last pick selected by Liquid.
So Morphling's on the menu. What about something like an Arc Warden? Is that good enough for them?
I just don't see them being able to fight with the Arc Warden, and the lanes as well is going to struggle a lot. They have a lot of heroes that can get on his head as well now.
Nature's Prophet, Ember Spirit, I think they're both like really like okay to go on the Arc Warden, and as long as they open the fight, they have enough follow-up damage. Storm.
Okay. So Mickey Tiny.
Alright, let's see.
It's a pos 4 Ember Spirit.
Conquer mid.
Conquer mid.
Position 5 Nature's Prophet.
Alright, so it's going to be a Zaya Timbersaw here. Yep, it's going to be a position 1 Tiny here from Team Liquid, boys.
I think
that's a fast-paced lineup though. I mean, their lanes on... I think the lanes are going to struggle still. There's just no answer to the Timber, right?
Like, I think with the other lanes, like, Liquid's going to have this advantage except for the Timber lane. But that's about it. They need to get so much in that laning phase. Otherwise, they're not going to survive in 30 minutes, 40 minutes like mark where the draw is farmed.
So we think another one of these games where Quakefer's going to have to pop off on that mid lane.
Yeah, I think so too. I just don't see any other win condition. Like, IO Tiny is going to struggle, so you can't rely on him to be the playmaker. He's going to be playing recovery mode. Unless the Mars Earthshaker gets a lot done from the safe lane, but I think it's going to be really hard because Puppy's just going to get a Bloodstone and poke them out with the Treants as well.
All right,
so it comes down to the mid, and I think
Predictions?
Secret's got it.
You think Secret's got it?
Yep, Secret.
Alright, so looks like my panelists here are just going to go for a cop-out once again here. I'm going to go for Team Secret for the 2 and 0 here. So we're going to leave it for potentially the final time tonight with Oda Pixel and Fogged.
Yeah, let's see if Liquid have a chance. I mean, game one, Fog, there was definitely some potential from Liquid. We did see them have a good bit of a punch back at Secret. I think there was sort of like an 11k lead, shut down to a 5k lead at some point. This game, is there sort of things from Liquid's draft that you could see working out against Secret, or do you think this is going to be another pretty tough one?
I'm quite concerned for them, to be totally honest with you. I think this Timbersaw pick has just... It's such a thorn in their side, and they go for this Storm last pick for Koikfa because there are some limited forms of disable in a way, but I see Ember Spirit, and he, it's a support Ember, so he's gonna be going with high points chains early on. High points chains actually ruin Storm Spirit quite hard. Like usually it's not going to be the point like where you're Storm Spirit and you're playing against like maybe 1 point in chains, let's say, but like up to the point till you get your Yule Scepter. You're going to be dealing with many more points in that because it is a support Ember. We'll see how they're going to be able to run that one, and we're seeing the lanes coming out. It's a safe lane Storm and the mid Tiny. So,
okay, I guess this is because you just don't want to run the Storm into the Kunkka, or?
I don't think they want the double strength in the Timbersaw lane, right? Because it would be Zai down
that's
there.
probably what they're dodging, yeah.
Yeah, I think they're trying not to have this Tiny in the IO because it's such a hard lane. Sure, if you're able to kill the Timber in the beginning, let's say somehow, then you can somehow snowball lane because you get the level advantage. But that's never going to happen versus Zai. He's going to get the lane in a position so that he hits his level 3, and then you do nothing. You just always eat that huge shotgun. I mean, the way Secret plays, they're going to try to play aggro with it. And looks like they're actually like swapping up the lanes. They've scouted this with those treants. So they're going to send Zai top as soon as they see that. And he's going to be versus a double strength lane up there, which is, super fortunate for him. But that's the way it'll go.
Yeah, he's still going to get that favorable matchup. And, I mean, well, we will have to see. I mean, Storm as a hero, sure, we did see a game the other day where Storm popped off. It looked amazing. But for the most part, as of late, Storm has just not been winning games. And when you are choosing to run it now in a side lane because of the sort of lane situation, it's not necessarily going to be good for the Storm, right? His hero is going to be very hard to make run and work, especially when it's in a side lane position.
Yeah, you get your levels so much slower, and Storm is really about just exploding without... Storm is also a lot about rune control, especially when you're safe lane, getting bottle, awkward. So it can definitely be hard. You're not too bad versus the Nature's Prophet, though. You actually have ways to be able to clear out those treants. But we see the way that Secret does it. They're all about getting the range creep, even getting the multi-shot level 1, secure that one.
Yeah, I mean, it does the job. And we're going to see Yapso start things off down in this bottom lane. May see if he's able to get the courier snipe. No, won't quite keep vision upon it. But is here, though, as Quake and Insania do step up. Of course, just the sleight of fist level 1, so just a bit of harassment from the three of them on towards this Storm and higher lane. At least Insania's going to have good sustain to keep Quake pretty strong here. Top lane, as you said, I mean, Zai against 2 strength heroes. I think we know how that's going to go. Mid lane, Mickey versus Nisha. I mean, any potential for either to make big plays happen?
I feel like Nisha might be able to slightly outplay Mike a bit, just because you have very low armor. Those cleaves actually hurt quite a bit versus the Tiny. I think Nisha will probably come out just a tiny bit ahead in that one.
And do you like this decision here from Liquid? Bring Tiger down bottom. There's no point running a dual strength into the Timber. Just try and make sure that you at least have one lane that's going well. This does mean, though, that this Storm's sharing XP with 2 heroes, though, Fog.
Yeah, I think it's the only option that he could really do to match because they're bringing the 3-lane pressure. He has to do something. He has to do something big with this, and there's not really anywhere else he can go as an Earthshaker. He can't punish mid, really. And it is about the Storm, right? It is a Storm Spirit carry, so he wants to be able to secure this farm in a way. And they're level 2 right now. Tiger trying to get a trap.
I mean, but they've really got to make this work. I mean, tri-lane Storm is just not a thing you'll see for many reasons. This sort of setup has to make sure that Quake's getting like every last hit or getting kills, because otherwise this Storm's just going to feel just so underleveled and so far behind.
Yeah, Tiger has to literally, he just can't play in the lane. He has to play as a tri-lane, but he just can't take experience. If he takes like even 1 or 2 waves of experience, yeah, it's not a good rotation. I think he just has to play about and just walk fissure, and try to get kills off of it. Hard to get kills though anyway on bottom.
And then top lane, Boxy. He's going to be able to find the courier of Zai.
Nice.
And sort of overall on this top lane in the 1v1, I mean, will they get sort of MMA farm, or does it get to a point where Zai pushes Boxy out, or vice versa?
As soon as Zai hits, actually I think he might be able to push him out sooner, but as soon as Zai is 6, Boxy has to leave the lane. But I think Zai might actually be able to push him out at 4 and 5 even. But Boxy in the first beginning, he actually did very well with the way they manipulated the lane with Shaker.
Oh, bottom. Got the catch onto Puppey.
They get him.
Able to find the first blood. This is exactly what Liquid needs to make happen here. Moves for Tiger, offering up that extra Fissure. You know, that's sort of the best situation for Liquid. If Tiger's just able to come over every now and then, lay down a Fissure and set up a kill for the Storm, then things could not be going better for Quake. But that's how they make this setup work.
And he has to get a point in Vortex. I'm so happy he did. I was gonna say at 3 he should, but I thought he might wait for 4. But yeah, able to get up a kill immediately because of it. But Puppey's back. Quakefa very immobile.
Got the chains and the body blocks here from the Treants. Quakefa's going to try and turn and bring down Yapzor with him. It's not going to work. Insania will manage to escape over towards the creep wave.
Mickey versus Nisha.
The damage. Ooh, the torrent. Not enough. Mickey gets the kill and he's going to be able to live. He's got the bottle as well. Tiger's able to secure this DD, but Yapzor's coming over. Oh no, the slide.
The slide chain.
The chain.
He's going to get a kill.
Oh, it's a kill. Oh no, just when it could have been going amazing for Liquid. You know, if Mickey had got that kill, got the bottle refill, it would have been sort of, you know, close to a dream from in the mid, but Yapzor comes over and says no.
What did he get? He actually got a pretty decent amount of experience there too. And we see immediately he puts the point in chains, so he's gonna max chains versus this Storm. And Quake get the kill down bottom, which is big, but you see he's suffering in last hits. They have to keep going for these kills.
There we go, set up again. To get on top of Puppey, Tiger once more swings round towards the bottom lane and helps Quakefa get a kill. Good stuff here from Tiger so far. It's a very hard game with the lane situation, but Tiger's making it work and making sure that Quakefa's getting something out of this laning stage.
Yeah, like we said though, he is suffering in that last hit department. Just they're pushing the wave in a bit too hard onto him, and Puppey immediately TP's back down. Yeah, it's only level 4. Like we said, this Storm, he's going to be very underleveled in this game because of this.
See another attempt onto Puppey. Not quite enough. Tiger coming in. So what sort of fish are going to find? The chains is out to 2 of them, but not enough damage. Still, though, Liquid being held back from getting onto another target for an opportunity. Tiger's trying to wrap around and find a good angle for the Fissure. Yapzor is rather low. Fissure blocking off Puppey as well. They're able to set up for the Vortex. They end onto the Prophet. Puppey turning, trying to beat down Tiger. Puppey will fall. Tiger not going to pull the multi-shot. Insane is able to come across, block him off, and heal him up. So once more, I mean, again, these Fissures, Tiger keeps setting up kills on this bottom lane. 3 of them now for Liquid.
Beautiful Fissure and then beautiful retether by Insania. Instant retether into stick to save his Earthshaker too. Nice coordination from them going on right now. And getting these kills, and now they push them out of the lane for a bit too, so Quakefa can farm. And Matumba's definitely getting slowed down. In comparison to the last game where they just exploded with the CM, the Shaker, and the Drought, this time not nearly as good for them as, again, Matu. Now he's getting set up from Tiger.
Chains to on the back, but actually the range is still there for Quakefa to pull him back with a Vortex. Once again, Tiger's Fissures just really solving any problems that Liquid were having down here. I mean, this is how you make the side lane Storm work. He's been involved in 4 kills now, thanks to these plays. Quakefa is getting good XP from this action.
Treads double. No, he's doing great. Yeah, he's quite a bit ahead of Matumba now because of all this. Wonder if Matu even considers even going back down here. Let's see what he opts to do. Yeah, he's gonna go mid. I was gonna say, I think bottom is now just broken. I think we see Puppey. He's already started hitting jungle creeps. Yapzor's moving around. Those rotations from Taiga, they definitely broke that tri lane. And now Taiga, he's on the prowl, getting some ward vision up and trying to find Matumba, man. They might be able to find him.
Help out in mid. Matu.
Because
yeah, level 7 Tiny. If Matu does step up, he's got to be cautious of Tiger finding the control with the fish. They're going to look for Puppey instead. Fissure from Tiger as he sweeps around, blocks off the escape, sets up for a kill for Boxy.
They have to set up for some type of kills because Zaya, he's taking top tower. So when Boxy's doing these moves, he has to make it big. He has to make it count.
They're going to look for Yapzor. Spears up in a second. Yapzor pins the tree. Liquid making some fast moves this game. 7 kills. As over towards mid. Nisha and Matu are trying to approach Mickey. They've got the X combo. And Zai's going to come over as well. Make sure they have that extra bit of burst through Tiny, and they will do so. Or maybe not the Fissure. Is that going to save him? The turn that they tried, but they can't heal him up in time. Secret will manage to claim Mickey's life with the 3 of them joining forces around the mid.
That was close for a second there. Boxy, he might be able to find Puppey. It actually connects. Should be able to get this with a couple hits, but the 9 stick should be a rebuke.
He's going to have the rebuke again in a second. Boom!
Very nice.
Boxer takes him out.
Nice quick moves, like you said, from Liquid this game. This early here, 8-3.
I mean, and they have to, right, as well. You look at their heroes, when you're running this sort of core Storm, Tiny, Mars, you know, you're killers, you're not farmers. These are heroes that do excel at just blowing up the enemy heroes early on.
Yeah, they have to play to try to get an advantage, because I think, you know, Panel was mentioning it too, how if this game gets to a point where it's like 30 minutes plus, if Liquid doesn't have some tremendous lead, you have to know that Secret's going to take it, because their heroes just, that's how it scales for Liquids. They do hit a point where they can be kind of gridlocked. They're very, very mid-gamey timing.
That's the spirit.
Secret. We're going to just play a little bit of this catch-up farm game here, trying to get these level 6s, because their aggro tri-lane didn't work how they probably anticipated it to.
No, for sure. I mean, you definitely gave away more to sort of Quake in the team than they felt that they probably would have ended up doing so. Now with the switch around, Zai's showing bottom. In this game, obviously, Zai's been having all the space that he wants. Is that going to continue? You know, if you're Liquid, are you looking at this Timber and saying, we do need to try and slow him down, or do you just ignore him for the most part?
If they can bring the number, you have a lot of magic burst, and he doesn't have the hood finished yet. He's got a raindrop, but I think if they do bring, like, if Storm and Tiny are there, or if Mars plus Tiny, if like 2 of the cores in particular, I think they can actually look to pop him.
See towards the mid.
But they're going to ignore him.
Zip in. They're going to try and go in onto Nisha. Nisha pretty tanky. He's going to get the chance to throw the boat down. The toss combo comes in. Is not enough damage to kill off the Kunkka. His Liquid cannot blow him up in time. Over to the side. Liquid keeping control of the runes as Mickey is able to bottle up with the haste.
And now because of this, you know, they chose to make the move on Nisha instead, because it's obviously the easier kill. They lose their bottom tower because of it. Zai, now he is going to be getting closer to. He's actually going to be going for mech rather than hood this game. Okay, so he's going to be going for mech. They'll have it a good time as top.
Going on to Puppey. I mean, Puppey, he's been the easiest of kills for Liquid so far. 6 deaths on Puppey.
Yeah, he's getting hunted a lot. Lots of burst damage from Team Liquid. Lots of different ways to catch, too. That is the one thing that they definitely did draft in the lineup. Heavy stuns. They always will be able to find those type of kills onto Puppey if he's too far forward. Zai immediately, he parks himself at the tower. Yeah, they can't break him.
No, they're straight out looking for the reset. Quoife gets his mana up, and of course with his build, Quoife, he can't go greedy this game, right? You just can't play this game without Yules against the Chainans and the silence from draft.
And X, like there's too many things.
Yeah.
Like sure you can zip out of the X and like a little bit and all that, but you need a Yules this game. Far too much control for him. Giving Taiga the space to farm bottom. The lane's pushing in pretty hard, so I mean Taiga's going to be very happy. He's going to be able to farm down here for a very long time. Unless Secret looks to actually just gank him, he'll keep this lane here and just farm it as a Surge Shaker. This is like the best place to have the lane actually, as these 4 positions that need the Blink Dagger like Tiny and Yes.
Mickey's going to put the haste. Try and run it over towards Puppey, but Sprout will stop the entrance for now. Does now fall out, and Yapsort there by Puppey's side will put them off from trying to run straight up into the triangle of Secret.
Secret looks like they're just looking to farm for that first item before they actually look to make any real aggressive play besides just showing Zai in the lanes. We see that Dragon Lance is almost done, and I believe the Sage is done for Nisha. So I think maybe now they'll look to actually fight, because Puppey's also hitting 6. So now they have much better options to be able to do so. But they were playing, yeah, quite a bit of a catch-up after that. After that early game that Liquid did have quite success with the ganks.
Yeah, good kills, but never really got too far ahead in gold. The gold has remained pretty even throughout this opening with the farm that Secret has been able to find. And now Secret, they will try and hit with the smoke. Zai, Yapso, and Nisha. I'm going to see what they can catch up here on the top lane. Quoife, not quite with the full Yules out there, so still vulnerable if they get the chains combo onto him. They're going to look towards Boxy. If they can catch him in the trees, Boxy trying to go out straight away, but they're going to have the vision to grab him with the X-Mark, drag him straight back into the boat. Secret get a quick kill with this movement.
Liquid tries to pressure the tower off of that one, but Zai, always saving his TP for defending those towers, shows right up to it. And now, you're not killing Zai, he's got mech. Mech is complete on top of that cloak raindrop bracer.
Yeah, that is the thing, you know, Secret's heroes for the jump that Liquid have, Secret's heroes are tanky. Nisha, going for the straight halberd after the phase double braces. He's also very unlikely to be burst through the initiation of Liquid unless it is, you know, a good sort of 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah, this will be, like we said though, this is going to be an unbelievably early Blink Dagger for Taiga. He's 300 away. Like I said, he's been farming bottom for about 2 minutes now.
All right. And he's been pulling off the plays so far this game.
Yep.
So if anyone's to be in the zone at the moment on Liquid's side, it would be Taiga.
He's got the good skill build too, because he saw how much he was getting on the map. He's got that max aftershock too. And yeah, Blink is pretty much going to be done. This could catch Secret off guard. I feel like Secret might be prepared because they saw him farming down there for so long that they might anticipate it. When he goes off the map, they're going to be like, all right, be ready for that Blink reveal. Yeah, quite a bit of downtime.
Oh, Boxy dropping an arena on an Ember. As Yapsor hits D and he's out.
Spear off the mark.
Here we go, Taiga. So we'll see what sort of moves he goes for with this Blink reveal. He has the smoke upon him. Now, there's no arena to make the smoke move with, but still a good echo and a follow-up combo from Mickey will do the job. Now, Mickey actually just going to invest in the Echo Saber rather than the Blink himself first this game, feeling confident that he's got sort of the initiation covered by his other teammates.
Okay, he wants to be more of like a scaling carry too in this game. Makes sense with, like, you know, with what they drafted. They're full mid game, so you know that's why we see Secret just farming. They recognize that if this game gets to a point where Liquid, like we said, if they're not dominating, if they're not getting an advantage, Secret's gonna take this game in the later stages. So they're just playing that farm game. This is where Liquid, they have a lot of wards in their department. Taiga, let's see where he can place them, and let's see where they look to choose and pick a battle. Because so far, it's only been Zai showing his face, and I don't think that's the target that they want to Echo Slam at all. So they have to find a way to get into the jungle and find those back heroes that are just freely jungling away.
I mean, so what part of the map, if you're Liquid, are you most focused on taking away from Secret? Is it their jungle, or is it the bottom side and trying to invade the triangle?
You want to invade the triangle. It's pretty damn difficult, though. I think just getting ward coverage in both sides, if possible. You'll find Matu when he does look to make any moves around it. They put another deep ward down. They see Matu farming the camp here for a second.
Do they have the damage to burst him? I mean, if they catch him with the neutrals, maybe, but the camp's gone. Boxy's going to try. Just a bit of a poke. He's immediately backing away from this.
There's
or maybe
reload.
not. They're going to jump in. Have they got the damage to kill Matu? Echo's dropped down. Matu's getting low, but the torrent's out. The heals are there from Zai. He comes in, pops the Greaves, and Matu will live. I mean, you could almost feel it there from the move from Liquid that they knew that was it was a bit of a cheeky move to make, trying to commit onto Matu that close to the tower. Secret are always going to be instant with the response, and indeed it just does not pay off for Liquid. Secret are able to keep Matu safe, and over towards mid, they've got the catch on Mickey. They run in, they've got the damage, the chakram from Zai cuts through him. This is, you know, we've sort of heard some of the other captains in the interviews mention this, you know, you can't afford to try those kind of moves against Secret. Secret will immediately punish you.
The thing is that you feel forced because the way you're just like, dude, they're just farming. Like, they're just farming with this Drow and this Timber and this Kunkin. Look at our course. Like, we have to look to make a move and try to punish this. But yeah, Secret all prepared there. Matu somehow survives all of the burst.
Yeah.
The Greaves coming into play in that boat.
Yeah, such a quick Greaves from Zai, and I mean, yeah, as you say, Nisha's input as well, just landing that torrent right around him, disabling both heroes just long enough to stop them from being able to finish Matu off, as Matu's able to continue about his day, keep the farm going strong on the Drow.
Yep, and those, like you said, those are those painful mistakes. You know, you make one of those, it feels really bad. If you make a second one versus Secret, you feel like the game's just over. So Liquid, they have to keep their composure here. That is it's them making the aggressive move and getting punished so hard. Let's see if they look to still make any aggressive moves. Bottom. Can't find Yapsor.
He's out. And with that move, we'll see one of the wards getting taken away. They will still manage to have that ward behind the tier 2. So might give us future more information there. They just turn. Matu able to sit back with the Grove Bow, has that incredible reach.
Easily just, you know, with the ward that they just have on the high ground, he tries to de-ward it, he just gets taken out. Yapsor having a Philosopher's Stone as we see here, and he's going to have this Vessel finished up quite soon. So he's playing versus that Io, versus these high tanky strength heroes. It's going to be strong. All the way up. Already now it's 3K lead. It's growing.
I mean, yeah, they're hitting the creep secret. And just getting a bit more Liquid's heroes. You know, we'll probably see again when Tiger comes up. You know, Mickey, he doesn't really want to spend a lot of time farming. He's spending time moving around, trying to combo up with these initiators like Tiger and Boxy. And Tiger's got the Echo Slam up once more. See what moves they can make. He's got another smoke as well.
They're getting out-greeted too hard. Yapzor, he's forcing the bottom lane in. Puppy's also set up in the area. These two supports, maybe can Liquid punish it.
I mean, Puppy came in after he did scan, so with the intention of helping Yapzor if he gets gone upon, but now actually Puppy now he's bailing on him. Yapzor, he doesn't even need help. Remnant's out
and top
in preparation.
Boxy.
And he's going to go down. Nisha closes the gap. Boxy will be able to push him back. Actually, maybe with the blink. Nisha actually not getting him with the X in time there. I thought he did have it up, but maybe not.
Can't believe nobody dies during that, actually. They did the initiate.
Boxy looked dead for sure.
Yeah, like Nisha started on him. Puppy bails out at bottom. Immediately Liquid sees that they're making the move top. They try to jump onto Yapzor, and yeah, nobody ends up dying.
Dire's bottom tower
More time for Secret to sit back and farm. Liquid, they're still getting that farm, but like we said, it doesn't feel good for them to just be farming into Secret. But it feels so hard for them to force any of these moves.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They see
items coming out on the supports where Yapzor's he pretty much got Vessel finished against this IO lineup.
Yeah, they're seeing all the movements too. That's the one thing. This ward behind the tower, like you pointed out, it's seeing the Drow. It's seeing Matama Man walk from hard camp to Ancients to hard camp to Ancients, but they're unable to punish it really.
What can they do with that info? Yeah, it's just so hard to ever get back over to that point. We saw what happened when they tried to do it before.
Yeah. I wish I had that answer.
Yeah, keeping the map in a position that makes it impossible for Matu to be gone upon.
Yeah, again, look, Nisha now shows himself in mid. Not a target you want to go on. Then the only other one is Zai. Are they going to try here? This is a Hood and a Greaves on Zai. But they're going to
try. In with the Echo. Have they got enough? They do. They'll be able to blow him up. Takes everything. But they get him. And now this is where we started to see Liquid make some good stuff happen in game one. They get a kill. They instantly move over to the next one.
He knows the smoke is coming. He's going in position to break it. Breaks it and jumps away. They saw the smoke happen still on the creep wave. They still had vision of it for a second after the Timber died.
I mean, Liquid's really going. They're going to want to keep chasing. They have Blink and Arena Boxy. He's managed to catch Matu with that initiation that blow him up. Big moves from Liquid. What more can they find? They're looking over towards Nisha. Nisha, very, very tanky with that run buff. Do they have the damage to burst through this Kunkka? They're trying with the full 5 of them. Yapzor and Puppy heading over to help out, but Nisha, he's getting low. Defensive Sprout buys him a bit of safety, but Koifa's got the vision over the trees. They take down Nisha as well. But now with Boxy, Spear onto Yapzor, trying for more. Sprout controls there, Fisher out onto Zai and Yapzor, but Zai back in the game. Net control onto Boxy, will cut down the Mars. Koifa and Tiger watching from the high ground. Koifa thinking about going back in with this mana that he has, as got the tether over to Mickey, bringing him back into the front of this fight. Secret got Matu back up in 5 seconds, but Liquid there, they do get some solid kills instantly with that smoke, despite Secret knowing what was going on. Liquid are still able to run straight at them, and that jump there from Boxy setting up for that big kill on Matu.
That ward doing so much work there, just getting the vision of him immediately. They even got the X too on Boxy, but it was just a moment late. Mickey. Let's be a little bit careful here. He's getting chained up.
It's a lot of damage from Zai.
He gets
mech'd. Comes into play. And Zai's going to try chasing on. Rest of Secret right behind Zai now. Matu's
big punch from Liquid, though. I think that's exactly what they need to do. They have to capitalize on any of these type of kills to just snowball it. Now they won't have that deep ward there, because that ward lasted the majority of, if not all of its duration.
Yeah, Secret with that. So they have managed to take back full ward control of their half of the map.
Yep.
As we'll see a bit of lockdown being built up by Puppy, as the ATOS now complete for his Prophet.
More control that Koifa has to deal with. So many things he can't use off everything. They're looking to smoke and get in with their ults.
He's going to look for the jump.
Not the target they want there.
Yeah, this time around they haven't got the burst. It was not the follow-up required for Zai.
Yeah, we've seen they need absolutely everything and a creep wave with an Echo Slam to be able to kill him. So in that area, no way they can punish. And I believe that's Matu's BKB. So this will give him a lot more protection because we see that Magic Burst is quite an issue for him. Now they have big timing. BKBs on both cores finished up. Now the fight is going to look a lot more challenging for Liquid as they don't really have much physical damage in their draft.
And at a time where Quakefa, he's just picked up a fresh Bloodstone. He's going to be feeling pretty sad if they can jump him. In they go, holding onto that Yules, and it's going to come out now, but he's so low. Goodbye to your newly found Bloodstone charges as straight away Secret knocked 3 out of him.
And he's dead for 45 seconds, and they probably saw that Bloodstone too with that ward, so they probably know that he does not have buyback either. So this is going to be a very tough Roshan for Liquid to contest. Especially when Zai can just tank it like this.
Dire's top tower.
I mean, can they try for some? Mickey's got the blink. I mean, against Secret, I think you got to try crazy stuff. Mickey might try and go for the steal here. He's going to jump in. It's a little early though.
They have BKBs.
And now Mickey is going to be taken out. Taken out. Can Tiger make the jump? Tiger's trying to look to get in, but the Chakram from Zai just blocking him off. He can't get close enough to get the angle to get in. Secret, the Roche is picked up. Now, with the re-reload kick coming back in, Foxy's able to get the arena down on top of the Echo from Tiger. They are able to blow up Puppey. They turn over towards Matu. Matu getting low, but they can't quite finish him off even at once. Quite good with the pull-in. Maybe he can. Age is taken away. Chakram's cut down to Stadia though. Matu is going to be back for round 2. Tiger caught in the pit. Zip back over. They managed to kill off Matu a second time. And Secret taking a bit of a hit here, but still overall, Liquid are the ones having to run. Mickey in the Chakram again. Zai with just full control. Holds him in place with the clumsy net. Again, Liquid trying their best with a punch, but it's still just, it's not turning the game around. Secret are the ones that just do continue to maintain that lead and come out on top, even when they're losing their carry.
They had to blow so much to kill her, and then at that point, it's the two strongest heroes on Secret still alive with full HP. So everything was already used from Liquid. No way they stand a chance versus Nisha as well as Zai, with the backup, of course, of Yapso, just playing nice and elusive inside of that entire fight, just getting as many chains and slices as possible. There's a great echo. We see it. Like every single one of the setups is perfect. Even Matu, like his BKB popped early in the fight, so they can focus fire him after that Aegis, but. Yeah, we just see those long-duration fights do not look well for Liquid.
Oh, Puppey. Teeping in aggressively on the high ground.
Oh, he's Tiger.
He's going to go for the ADOS setup. Mickey's in with the combo onto Puppey. Puppey's going to die for this. The arena keeping Tiger safe for now, but the X-Mark's there. It's the Torrent and Boat. Tiger's going to get blown up by the combo. Foxy turns with the spear back onto Yapso, but the remnant's out. Yapso's able to jump away, and Puppey got to put the BKB to get out of it. As Puppey just in full aggression with that TP. Loses his life yet again, but is still getting something done for Secret as they kill off Tiger.
Man, watching that interaction is just the weirdest thing. I mean, it's not like the weirdest, but just it looks like it shouldn't happen, right? Like the multi-shot just going right through the Mars walls when it's supposed to jump, of course, block attacks. It just looks strange because it's just this different type of physical damage that doesn't matter. It's not a real attack. So they always have that to be able to
Dota
attack right
2,
through
baby.
It. Yep, Dota.
Most interactions can be described as just looking a bit strange. There's, there's a lot of those things that, and as you say, it works because it works, but it looks like it shouldn't work.
Yep. It's a mechanic that's in the game intentionally. Boxy steps out too far, he's instantly dead. Seeing that point where Secret, they're just getting to this point, they're just too damn strong with their 5-man.
Yep.
Liquid just, the only way that they can take the 5-man fights is if they just get these dream ultimates off, but if they don't have them, I mean, even when they had them, they can't take out everybody.
Top lane Puppey. Gonna start dancing around with Quakefa. Quakefa into the trees. Can Nisha find the grab? Quakefa, he's out right to the side. It was a good attempt with the torrent, but not quite having the reach. Quakefa makes it out of there. Will manage to live another day.
Wrath of Nature to push all the lanes in too. Liquid, their lanes both lanes are slowly collapsing on them. Are they gonna look to even try to do some type of smoke here? I think it'll be fairly obvious. Look like they were kind of gathering up the 3 of the cores. Yeah, they're looking to maybe do a smoke play. But everything will be up. Secret does have everything available, all their BKBs at the ready, and a couple more items that Liquid's gonna have to deal with. And these lanes are pushing in. Mid and top are forced in. So Secret, they're aware that this move is happening. Nobody's taking out those creeps. And of course, you know, they had a ward right on top of it, so. That does help quite a bit.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Defensively stanced, waiting for someone to show. They see Koikfa. Now they're feeling safe. They're going to split up and get back on farming.
I'll set up behind Mickey around this mid lane. Mickey. Zai's going to try for the jump in, but quick dodge of the clumsy net. It's still very, very hard for Liquid to make moves themselves now. When Secret's pushing down layers like this and just continuous space made for Matu. He's always got a safe spot to be. I mean, I don't think we've really seen Liquid ever really be able to get into that triangle. They've just had full control of it all game, Secret, and certainly shows in the farm of Matu.
And you could see in the way that Secret played it, they weren't forcing anything. They were just letting, you know, they're telling Liquid, come at us that whole time.
Now Mickey and Insania, they're going to get on Io. They found the Io. Do they have enough burst to get him? He's still able to get over to the side, but the X-Mark drags him back. Koikfa moving in onto Nisha, but Nisha is able to put the BKB. Koikfa zips out of the boat in time. He'll make it away.
Matu
over to the side. Boxy
both the blinkers.
Take some hits here from Matu. The Fisher will block him off momentarily, but Zai is straight in. Shack from the slowdown Tiger. Boxy hiding in the trees. He's able to jump over, but Secret, they're going to see him. He's going to jump straight over into the vision of them. The X-Mark is down. He'll get the arena out. Turns for the stun onto Yapso. Koikfa hits forward, but the silence is there. Toss-ups there from Mickey. But Yapso, he's still alive. He's able to make it away. Now Koikfa's falling low. Uses the Yules. The Bloodstone heal will not save him, as it's 3 dead on Liquid. They can't even kill Yapso, as Yapso just surviving on the lowest of health.
What saved? Like the Glimmer? I think the Glimmer, the magic resistance, even though he's pinned. I'm not sure. Something saved him. He was so damn close, and then he gets the slide off and survives. Matu in that fight, he covered the southern ramp, while his team covered the northwest ramp. So the 2 initiators came from the south side. They both got gusted. They can't take the fight in their own jungle because of that. Positioning from Secret just, as always, on point.
Yep.
And Liquid just can't break it.
Push.
Yep.
16k up, 30 minutes in. Secret, they're ready to start doing damage to the base. And Liquid, what do they have? No quite for Storm for 20 seconds.
Hey, panel did say, if it hits past 30 minutes, Secret just take it. And look, 31.
There we have it. They could not have been more right. Mickey, the toss back. Nisha just instantly with the BKB and ready to turn and blow the combo onto Mickey. Mickey's going to get tethered. Insania trying to take him out to safety, and the relocate gets him out, but the X-Mark's there to counteract. Mickey back straight away. Will manage to put the BKB and get out. The Secret got what they came for. They forced a lot of spell usages and reactions from Liquid, whilst also just taking away the racks from underneath their noses.
And Secret just, as usual, looking to just understand all of the strengths of their lineup, the way that they have to play it. Just that very calm, very passive in the early game, letting Liquid make the mistakes come to them, and now they're up to 19-50 and just dominating with a 17 gold lead. This Liquid, it feels like this might be their last hurrah, trying to set up and hope for a type of comeback with a big echo.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
See what they can get the jump. They're going to look for Matu. They're in straight away. Can they blow him up in time? He's getting low. They're in. Echo Slam down. They've got him. Matu's gone. Boat comes in on a Boxy and Mickey over to the side. Koikfa, he's got the ground on a Puppy. They're on top of the Prophet. Koikfa, and he finished Puppy off in time he can. We'll take down a second. Now, Nisha, Yapso, they're ready to chase in and try and fight back as Puppy comes in with a buyback. Koikfa into the trees, he'll hide. There'll be a buyback from Mickey as well. Spear onto Yapso, silence as well. They're trying to finish him off. They've got the Vortex drag in, but again, the Glimmer keeping Yapso safe. He's going to live. The root's out onto Koikfa. Koikfa's down and out. Remnant forward as Yapso chasing him with the axe. Combo from Mickey, not enough to finish Yapso. They do get him onto the tree with a spear, but again, the Invis, they're keeping Yapso alive. He's able to put the slight. He's fine. Boxy and Mickey having a run. The tether and the relocate will take Boxy out, but Mickey's left behind. He's dead for 90 seconds as that's a dieback from the Tiny. Everything again just blown on an effort to kill Matumba Man. The relocate actually brings us back in onto the front line, straight into a two-man torrent, as they'll call it. GG is there. They'll tap out of this. As Secret, yet again, winning, surprisingly, another game of Dota 2 to keep their score flawless here at the moment at ESL 1 Germany. I believe now that's the third series that they've been able to take 2-0 here at this tournament. And, you know, Liquid did try. You know, there was definitely efforts shown here that they had an idea. Maybe more so in game one, definitely the closer of the two matches. But still, even as much as they tried to push it Liquid, it's just not enough. Secret just, again, proven to be untouchable for them.
It really just feels like Secret makes you make these mistakes because they're not pressuring you, in this game at least, because of their draft. They're not pressuring you with actual, like, taking towers, taking building center. They're pressuring you just with farm, with threat of later stages of the game. So Liquid, they're feeling forced to do stuff, and it hurts them more than helps them in tons of different scenarios. Just Secret, again, masterclass. Even though the Matu Drow dies in, I think, the last, like, 2 fights back-to-back, the rest of the 4, they're strong enough, and I just see a bunch of yahoos. Matu's just being the cheerleader from the sideline.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the thing, that they throw everything down onto this Drow to kill him off. And then they just don't have anything else ready for anybody else on the side of Secret. I mean, Secret, they just can't stop doing it. And this game ends. Impressive KDA all across the board for Secret. As once again, another challenger falls to the team of Secret here at this tournament. As I say, another win in the books for Secret as it's 2-0 against Liquid.
through the motions, the super slow motion. It's time to lose your inhibition, developing a blind ambition. Fire it up, ignite it. I don't wanna fight it no more. I wanna see where this can go. I'm done with playing around, not knowing. Yeah, we've nothing to lose. We're lost at the night. We're feeling alright. Feeling alright. My eyes are on you, and yours are on mine. We're feeling just fine. Just let it go. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Everybody's on that, gonna do it like this. Yeah, we never look back. Got the bodies on tap, put the body on it, get it cloudy on it. Got me on the right track, yeah, you got me on it. Gonna do it like this, cause that's the way we want it. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Gonna do it like this, yeah, we never look back.
It's the adrenaline running through my game. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster you. I'ma tell you the truth.
Can't say why.
It's the same story once again here. A 2-0 victory for Team Secret, and they secure themselves yet another playoff berth here for ESL 1 Germany with an absolute clean record here in the Swiss group stage, not dropping a single map across all 3 of their series. By taking down Team Liquid, they take a heavy scalp and move into playoffs with a lot more confidence than what they came in with here. Now, as we get ready for our Game Fuel post-match, I've got my panel back here ready to tell you guys why Secret are absolutely unstoppable. Lads, what can you even say about this Team Secret so far? They've gone on an absolute tear. They haven't lost a series since June the 26th. These guys are 8-0 when it comes to grand final wins. They haven't lost a map in any of these grand final wins either. It just looks like these guys can do whatever they want and they'll win every game.
I mean, that game, I felt Liquid played really well. It just was a downhill fight because of the drafting. I felt that they were open to 3 picks, just leading into the Timbersaw from Secret, and that just drafted them into a corner.
What about you, QO?
I mean, we kind of expected before the game starts. Like, I think the more the time goes, it's gonna be a huge Secret favor. So I think Liquid had to get like a lot of advantage, which they sort of did in early kill wise, but you know, that just didn't like lead into the objective. And at the end, you know, Tiny, Storm, they're all useless here if you can't get the map.
All right, well, we might be able to get some knowledge about the inside and out here for Team Secret because we have Matumba Man on the line here from Team Secret. Matumba, I'd like to say congratulations on the playoff slot and congratulations on another series victory here for ESL 1 Germany. I want to ask you guys something about your insane streak that you guys are going on right now. Do you feel like the fact that you guys are looked at as the best in the world right now, do you think that puts more pressure on you guys, or do you think it takes pressure off you guys?
Oh, hello. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know about those things. It's like, it's online Dota after all, so who cares, to be honest.
Good response.
Who cares?
Who cares?
All right. I got a more personal question because it's your career in esports have been kind of a roller coaster. I mean, you went from Chaos Nigma or Nigma Chaos into Secret, and now you're one of the best. Obviously, you might have had your doubts in the past, or you lost confidence, and I just wanted to hear your thoughts about that because there's probably a lot of players in your same situation. What would you say for those type of players?
I guess just aim for whatever you're aiming in life. Like, for example, for myself, I was probably demotivated and kind of stuck in Liquid when we played, and I kind of got a new lifeline from Team Secret. It could have been my end of my career after TI9, so they kind of gave me another chance at this, and I appreciate it, and I'm living it to the fullest.
Yeah, Batuma, what do you think about Hin? Because Hin was probably like the latest addition to the Secret, and is he like helping you guys like in any sort of thing, or is he just helpless guy?
I mean, you both have your history together, Kyo. Yeah. I mean, he's like, he's just this customary Korean that you kind of have to have on your team.
Does he like flame you?
Actually,
like for if you don't put kimchi in your name?
He actually flames me, but that's more about our relationship together, that we flame each other in a way. In a friendly manner.
I like it.
All right, Matumba Man, I'm going to ask you something a little bit more about the Dota here. So usually you guys, when you come into these series, you guys tend to draft this Drow Ranger very early on. Do you feel like that it's just, with the current meta, how position 1s are kind of indomitable, do you feel like that this Drow Ranger hero is just too broken right now and that's why you guys are abusing it? Or do you think that you're just the best Drow Ranger and just abuse it that way?
I'm definitely not the best draw ranger. I'm just playing the hero. It's pretty simple. You click multi-shot and you right-click. That's pretty much my job. And what comes to being broken, I don't really know. It changes from week to week what hero feels strong. Draw is working for us very well, and it's the strat itself is just easy to execute. So why not?
Yeah, it's true. It has proven quite strong for you guys. So I've got one last question before I let you go, Matumba Man. If you guys go 9-0 in grand finals here, are we expecting a Matumba Woman stream?
Never.
Oh, not again. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, Matumba Man, mate, I'll let you guys get prepared for your playoff series. I'm sure you guys won't need any more luck, but good luck anyways.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Matumba Man. Wow.
I guess not many, teams have two-hand player, like you just play with two bottom.
What do you mean?
I mean, like, did you hear what he said about that draw ranger?
Yeah.
You just play it. It's easy hero. You just click a button, you win a game.
Yeah.
But they just can't click their button. There, the other team just can't click the button.
Well,
It is what it is.
I mean, every time we talk to these Team Secret guys, they make it sound so simple, right? They're like, we just play our heroes, we just play our game, and it works out for us. But I mean, these guys are looking absolutely insane, and I feel kind of worried for a lot of these teams right now because they have to figure out how to beat Secret. I think at this point, it's not whether or not Secret's going to turn up to the series, it's whether or not these teams have figured out what Team Secret are doing.
The other team just got to click some buttons, eh? Just click some buttons.
Like if you just click one more button, you're gonna be Secret. That's the secret. Yep.
That's the secret to winning here. But lads, moving forward here for Team Liquid, we talked about this in this series, the fact that Team Liquid, they played well, but they just got outplayed by Team Secret, it seemed like. It seemed like Secret are always just that one step above everybody else here. And going forward, they're going 2-1 here as Team Liquid. They're going to drop down like OG will be in that 2-1 section. So I don't want to say they're guaranteed for the playoffs, but it's kind of just not a situation of if, but when for Team Liquid, right?
Well, I think the first game, I don't think they're playing so bad. It was mainly a strategic plan coming from Secret, where they're just playing this buff the Drow, play around him, and because their lanes went well, they could execute it pretty early into the game. IJR came online too late. They almost made a comeback at one point in time, but it was kind of already hopeless by that point because it was mainly Secret making those mistakes, right, for them to get back into the game. In Game 2, I felt it was more of a drafting issue, right? The opener picks just set them into a way where certain heroes just completely demolish, or they just have to play so funky to kind of avoid the lane matchups, obviously putting the Storm in the safe lane. But at the same time, I felt like Liquid did play well and they adapted well according to the lanes, but the drafting kind of hindered them in that aspect. So going into further, I think drafting into Secret is what I'm saying is pretty hard.
Yeah.
But against other teams, I don't think they're going to struggle that much.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've shown a lot of flex in a lot of the other series that they've come out on top as well. So I think it's probably a tale here of just Team Liquid just being that slight step below Team Secret right now, who seems to be on a completely different plane to everybody else when it comes to playing Dota, right, Kua?
Yeah, but I'm confident that Yellow Submariners will one day beat Secret. Yeah.
Yeah. Think Yellow Submarine can do it?
I think they got their lesson in the first time, and I think it's time for them to beat them up.
What about some other teams here for the rest of ESL1 Germany? Obviously, someone we talked to Alliance, Limp was very, very confident that they could give a slapping to Team Secret, and these two teams, they're going to be in the playoffs as well. I believe the way that the seeding is going to work for playoffs, they won't face each other in the first couple of rounds, so we might have to wait a little bit to get that, but I mean, right now, the way that Team Secret are playing and all the players across all their positions are playing insanely well as well. I think the biggest thing for me is this Ember Spirit is starting to become, I don't want to say a staple for them, but they've played it more than once now. So these teams always have to think about that in the back of their head, right?
Yeah, I mean, just having these flexy heroes for Secret just plays mind games completely because you might think it's offlane, you might think it's carry, whatever the hero they pick, and then just switch it up, and you don't know how to pair up your matchups anymore. And that's the beauty about Secret, is they're so flexible when it comes to drafting and the matchups.
I mean, we've seen that in Southeast Asia with our boys of Neon Esports, the fact that they play this position 5 Faceless Void, they play position 5 Timbersaw, play a position 1 Chen. It feels like versatility is your greatest asset for these Dota teams, but it's not something you can kind of just learn overnight, right? Like, it's something that you have to kind of build on as a team, right, QO?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's all you got on that?
Yeah.
Okay. the PA
That's the spirit. Yeah.
I guess asking a PA spammer about versatility is probably a little bit of
a bit difficult question for me, you know, to understand.
Well, I'm glad that you at least gave me a yep, thank you.
Yeah.
But, ladies and gentlemen, let's go and have a look to see how our standings are going here at the end of day number 9. That is round 3 done as a whole as well. So now we have our 2 teams that are in our playoffs. We have Team Secret and Alliance with 3-0 right now. So they're sitting nice and pretty in playoffs. They get a decent time off as well, so they can prepare for their first series in that. Na'Vi OG sitting at 2-1. As we continue to roll through, these will be our next round matches as well. So these are the ones to be keeping an eye out for. Team Liquid, Mud Golems, 5 Men, and Yellow Submarine also all sitting on 1-1. Unfortunately for 5 Men and Yellow Submarine, they were not really the series that they wanted in their round number 3, so they're going to have to come back for these ones. But now 1 and 2s, these are the teams that are potentials for getting knocked out of ESL 1 Germany. Only 1 series away from them. NIP, Hellraisers, Viking GG, and Nigma all sitting in that slot. And as we continue towards the bottom here, Cyber Legacy and Windstriker joining all those boys at the 1 and 2 scoreline. And then unfortunately for Extreme Arm and Tempo Esports, we've already said goodbye to those guys here in round number 3 with a 0 and 3 scoreline. Not fun for them in ESL 1 Germany, but 2 teams are going to have to go with that 0 and 3 scoreline. That's just how Swiss works. And unfortunately for Tempo, as well as Extreme Arm towards the bottom there, it's just how the cookie crumbles.
The more the days go, I actually like this Swiss format. It's actually enjoyable.
Yeah.
For some reason. Yeah.
What are you enjoying most about it then?
Because you don't know that you don't know who you're gonna be versing. Like maybe you can sort of like guess it, but it's like the playoff, like when it goes like into the schedule in the group stage, we all know that they're just gonna verse each other. It's like pretty obvious, but in this one, like it's like a little more gambles like included in this format.
Do you think it makes it harder to prepare then? So a lot of these
like
teams
definitely.
are more focusing internally rather than externally?
Yeah, like definitely it's like harder to, you know, just prepare like this team, and that which means like we're gonna see more like new drafts coming into the game.
More
and
desperate cheese drafts from the 1-2 scores, right?
Yeah, exactly, because going into the next round, those teams, we will be seeing more teams going out of the tournament. I believe there's 2 more teams that will be leaving the tournament in their next round. So those 1 and 2s, that's when it's going to start getting spicy, right, boys?
Hot and spicy?
Hot and spicy.
That's your favorite quote?
What are we expecting from these 1 and 2 teams? Is there going to be a lot of teams that are trying to pump out these cheese strats, or do you think a lot of these teams are just going to try and win with their own brand of Dota? And if they're going against somebody that counters that, then, you know, so be it.
I'm just worried about certain teams that don't have those cheese drafts, like Nigma. They just seem in poor form right now, and sure, maybe we have a few picks that are unorthodox, like the Viper mid, but it's something that a lot of people already know about, right? So it's not something that you can just cheese besides maybe the Meepo, if it's a really good Meepo game. But when it comes to the lesser-known teams like Windstrike, for example, if Windstrike were to go against Nigma, for example, it's a lot harder to get a read on Windstrike.
I have a little different opinion, like maybe because like the similar level of the team versing each other, you don't really technically need to do this cheese, because like you only want to cheese when you're versing against good team.
Yeah.
You want to play your own Dota like to actually beat them. So
what if you're playing against a team that's below you? Do you want to cheese them just for a little bit of dominance?
Nah, I want to just give them a lesson, like it's just straight up in the face, like, you know, just the level. This is your level, this is my level. Know your place. you know what I mean? Yeah.
I guess that's one way of asserting dominance, right, QO?
Yep,
But you know, I think it is a tale that we're going to have to push forward a little bit more when we go into those round 4 matches. The fact that a lot of these teams they have their own identity, right? But sometimes their identity is kind of their downfall, right? We talked about a few of these teams where they play the same kind of style, but it just doesn't seem to be executed to the certain standard that some of these teams can beat it at, right?
Well, it depends on the team as well and the type of style, right? Because, for example, in the game we just watched, Liquid had their own style, but Secret's ability to play the game in strategic level, I think, was just a level ahead, and that's why I felt Liquid fell short. Not necessarily because of their mechanics. When we're talking about these lower tier teams, who are 1-2, let's say, I feel like it's really comes down to the confidence as well as their own, as QO mentioned, their comfort picks, right? They play their own game, and I feel Windstrike did that today against Na'Vi, but it just didn't work because one team I felt was a higher tier. So going into the 1-2 games, I feel it's going to be pretty rough playing your own style against certain teams where you feel, as QA mentioned, maybe superior to you. And that's, I think, what I'm kind of waiting to see. I'm interested about that.
Well, we're going to have to wait and see for our round 4 matches to figure out where these teams are sitting towards the tail end of ESL 1 Germany group stages. But before we go, I'd like to remind everyone that our Mercedes-Benz MVP voting is open for you guys. We saw Matumba Man today perform in an absolutely insane Drow Ranger, so I'm sure he's going to stay towards the top of those voting there. But make sure you guys do use the link to get your votes in for your most valuable player across the tournament for ESL 1 Germany. But with that, it is time for us to close the show here. Day number 9 done and dusted. Round number 3 is all finished. We found our 2 teams into the playoffs so far, Team Secret and Alliance. Congratulations to you guys once again. But we're going to go home and we'll see you guys in a couple of days' time for round number 4 of ESL 1 Germany.
There's perfect. The Mars Arena's gorgeous from Zippy, and this is it. Lights out as Viking are getting slaughtered. There's buybacks and the TPs to the outpost, but what can they bloody do? Lacoste, they've been abyssal-bladed stunned, and they clear up the Medusa as easy as you like. A dominating PL will find another with a double on that. Assault to come, boom, still gonna get crushed, stunned. The Ravage is there. Astral Warlord doesn't get a single spell off. Terrorize landed, but this is Viking running home with a victory. The buyback control comes now as Ace wants to get back into the battlefield. Now they focus on Chessie, the isolated Death Prophet dead, and might have to buy back herself as the Yule and the Slaughter will secure the door. And Viking are running out of options so quickly.
Double godlike, both Chessie and Ace. 3 volleys, bringing
Shadow Fiend
down to half HP.
With the Arena of Blood now, Supernova in on top of them all. They're trying to focus it down with the right clicks and they've killed off Zippy, but the RP from Pylite Die, it secures the egg, and they can keep on fighting. This is it. That's game over. There's no way that Viking can face up against this, and 5 men take it. The game and the series.
With the Supernova ending, okay, is ready to go straight back in. Time the stun from Iceberg does connect. They're turning. Yamage is in. He's able to get the black hole on the 3 of them with the Omni slash Yamage. Oh, it's beautiful. Yamage just slams him.
Can they chain stun him? I don't think so.
Let's see. Not going to be able to spare him in the arena. He's getting low. Found this out as well. Sonic Wave. They do it.
They got him.
They do it. They take down V2. Now can they get out without all dying? That's the question. 3 dead, 4 dead, down, make that 5.
Nope, they're all dead.
And there we have it. GG is called. So Mickey turns over one side. Keep falling low. Mickey's able to get the kill, but Matu just tears through the gyro. It's too much damage from this Drow as that's the gyro down onto the side. The Frostbite catches its jump over, but Secret, they're going to see him. It's going to jump straight over into the vision of them. The X mark is down. He'll get the arena out. Turns with the stun onto Yapso. Pointman's hits forward, but the silence is there. Toss-up's there from Mickey. But Yapso, he's still alive. He's able to make it away. Now Quakeman's falling low. Who uses the Yules. The Bloodstone heal will not save him as it's 3 dead on the...
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
With the most region possible. This is 600 starting gold right here. If you do half the steps, trust me, you will get better.
Isn't over yet. You lost one fight, but it's not the end.